outside of turn one, Cadillac has come back from a two-length deficit. As they went forcing their way up the inside, he's tossing their way up the inside, he's top position up into third position. That start will be reviewed. It was pretty patchy. Maybe it was Delatraz that changed lanes. Here come the GTs. Here come the GTs. It was heart of racing on pole position. Aston Martin and Aston James as they go through the first corner is just about held on to that. So the two teams that Shea was talking about have taken the green flag, and they can start now. They can stop worrying and thinking about the rest of this 10-hour race. Now
is when the excitement begins. Now is when the excitement begins. Is a 2023 and now all that's left to go defend the race win.
Meantime, Nick Tierman is with the other team that's just won, and they seemed a little more phlegmatic.
Smooth mechanics exchanged a very limp fist bump, and the rest carried on. That was it. And the rest carried on.
Another issue. We've got another issue. And it's the tower car again. And that's at the top of turn. That's at the top of turn 3, I think. That continued. Having been off at turn 6, having been off at turn 6, and I wonder if something's broken on that car. There's damage to the life. Surely now will be a safety car. Having been off safety car, having been off green, it's now off at the top of the hill at turn 3, where the TDS car left its mark on the tyre. Barrier wall. We're still green at the moment, and again that's a spin up of the rear tyres. That machine. And that's both ends of the car. Well, if it wasn't damaged in that first off, it certainly has been now. The full course yellow has come out. Lap 2, I think. Lap 2. That would be Hindhaugh wins. Full course caution lottery. So Ari Berlog off twice in the first. This will be a short. Yellow gives us an opportunity to speak to some champions.
Champion Ben Barnick. Now the easy part. Ben Barnick. Now the easy part. Visiting victory lane. Hear what you did 12 months ago. All the pressure's off. How does it feel? All the pressure's off.
It feels amazing. I've got to say, it feels amazing. I've got to say, everyone here at Silvern, Lexus Racing, they've done a phenomenal job all year. They've done a phenomenal job all year. Giving us everything we need. Not only especially my dad and my family, especially my dad and my mom, who was young. So much sacrifice when I was young. You don't believe what that I'm here, as a GTD Pro champion. Now as a GTD Pro champion as a kid, and start out with your dream as a kid. Foundation gave me a huge break to form my junior career, and a lot of people. Those guys really deserve a mention. Those guys really deserve a mention. He was the one who brought me into this Lexus family. Really, given an open choice of who he wanted, given an open choice of who he wanted, and he picked me, and I was very lucky and fortunate that he did. Pressure's off now. Like I said, go do what we did 12 months ago. That was where this championship started. That was where we got on the event started. That was where we got on the event started. Go and do it all again, and go and do it all again. Next title, hopefully. The next title, hopefully.
Tell me about the special thing that you've done for your helmet.
So on my race helmet, I've got a member of the crew, from the tyre guy, the videographer, all the way to engineers, team owners, all the way to engineers, team owners. Just I'm going to race them on it today. I'm going to race them on it today. I've been without each and every individual to run with them on my helmet, and then after the race I'll be able to pull that in the cabinet, every time I'm in my house, every time I'm in my house, so be a reminder of what we achieved, and very grateful for everyone, very grateful for everyone, and a great show, and yourself, all the lucky interviews throughout the year, and just keep on churning, it's the first title, but I hope it's not the last.
And the other champions in LMP3 at 74 is the Riley Speed at 74 is the Riley Speed car, and of course Flip Frogger and Josh Burner. Flip Frogger, congratulations, Josh Burner. Very good reactions. I saw one minor fist bump, but you are champions. You are champions.
Gar's champion alone because we missed some races, but congrats to Gar, everyone in the pro program. Josh, we already say congrats, but now we want to win this race. We want to win this race.
We've seen a number of incidents already. A number of incidents already saying this is a very tricky, slippery track. Ultimately, it is the beginning of a 10-hour race, and there was a lot of rain overnight, and there was a lot of rain overnight. It's definitely greasy out there. It's definitely greasy out there. Just about staying out of trouble at the moment. So we're there in the final couple of hours. So we're there in the final couple of hours.
Congratulations to the 74 team. Low-key victory for the 74 team. Low-key victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Take a championship, a championship, a championship, a championship, a championship. So I take no pleasure in saying that. I take no pleasure in saying that. To be honest, Jeremy, that was an untidy start. An untidy start.
Yeah, not very impressive to be honest. I mean, look at it is tricky out there. I mean, look at it is tricky out there. He's got very little experience. He's got very little experience racing, quite frankly. Racing, quite frankly. He's been racing for 3 or 4 years. He's been racing for 3 or 4 years. This is his first time in an LMP2 car. This is his first time in an LMP2 car. That's kind of excusable for Rasmus Lind, however. He's a professional driver. He's a professional driver. He's been doing Indy Next. He's got a fair bit of experience in LMP3 cars, and it's just not the sort of mistake it's just not you would expect him, somebody of his experience to make. So yeah, really disappointing. So yeah, really disappointing. Way to start this race. Way to start this race. Particularly after we've been through the practice sessions, through the practice sessions the other night. Particularly the night practice the other night. It was clean all the way through. It was clean all the way through. Where the wheel fell off. One of the cars fell off. One of the cars. That wheel ended up in a gravel trap. There was never another. There was never another full course caution. Car was fine out of the way, so car was fine out of the way. So it wasn't. But it's been super clean so far. So it's been super clean so far. Coming, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess it was coming. Wasn't it? These early jizzards out of the way. Hopefully now we get these early jizzards out of the way to a proper race. But it's a great start there by Sebastian. Great start there by Sebastian. Also in Thomas drove around the outside. Thomas drove around the outside. Those two great rivals. Those two great rivals. Lead in the class in car number 11. Lead in the class in car number 11. Glenn Van Berlo maintained the lead. Glenn Van Berlo maintained the lead in LMP3 Autosport and in GTD. Autosport and no real change there amongst the top several cars. Ian James holding on to the overall just ahead of Jack Hawksworth, who's just ahead of Jack Hawksworth, happy, as we've just heard from his teammate, happy to take the start.
Jeremy Shaw, John Hindorf in the booth. Good to have your company wherever you are in the world. 98.1 is Road Atlanta FM, if you are suitably equipped driving around. On RST, part of the Radio Show Limited network, part of the Radio Show Limited channels, via IMSA-radio.com, and we've also got video on there if you're outside the US. If you go to IMSA-radio.com, World Fake Telly, and having World Fake Telly, an integrated service, last. Has been 9 years. So you should be getting used to it by now. So you should be getting used to it by now. Go to the top left. There's a drop-down menu. Hit live video. If you're outside the US, as I said. If you're outside the US, as I said, commercial-free, subscription-free. Subscription all the way through. Coverage all colleagues the way at NBC Sport, our colleagues at NBC Sport, Calvin Bell, and Lee Differing on duty. Lee Differing for you here in the US. In the US. Safety car laps following that with the sunshine now beating down on the front straight at least. Actually, there's a couple of little places that are still under shadow. Surprisingly not at all. The start is under review. Operational practice, but we thought we saw a couple of cars, but we thought we saw a couple of cars maybe out of line. You're not allowed to break until you've crossed the start. Stripe. Really odd mistake there by Ari Berlog. Once going down to turn 6, then came round to turn 6, then came round, took the green flag, back wheels over the brow, spun up the back wheels over the brow. That's coming up to turn 2. Significant damage to that number 8 tower Motorsport.
Yeah, and he's already out of that car. He'd already done the same thing. He'd already done the same thing. Jeremy, going down to turn 6, Jeremy, got away with it. Maybe giving them the benefit of the doubt. Did something break on the left rear there? So he was coming over the brow. Giving it a fairly hefty clout. So he comes through. There's certainly not as much mission and rubber being laid down behind him, but he was on the grass pretty quick. And at that point, a passenger. Rasmus Lind, by the way. JDC Miller Motorsport. Left the pit lane. So they've repaired the back of that car. He's dropped 3 laps.
That's something we're going to have to follow now. That's something we're going to have to follow now. See if that yellow car can fight its way through the 85 car. That was the other car. The 85 car. That was the other car. We get to crashed before we got to the green flag. So Shea Adam is in the pit lane, waiting to find out what's going to happen. Scott McLaughlin, of course. Scott McLaughlin, of course, and Kevin Simpson, drivers to Ari Baylor. Scott McLaughlin to this race. And right now, to this race, if they do get that car fixed, at the very least, Petit Le Mans debut. Petit Le Mans going to be delayed. Is going to be delayed. Any chance in LMP2? Any chance in LMP2? Decent victory. Seems to have been shattered along with the rear bodywork. Shattered along with the rear bodywork. Wall at drivers left and wall at drivers left.
Damaged front and rear. I think damaged front and rear. I think on that car. So it's going to be a major repair job. I think a major repair job. I think probably get done. Yeah, it's sort of thing you can probably get done if you're lucky. If you're 45 minutes or so, but 45 minutes or so, but just really disappointing. And just really disappointing. Obviously for Ari, and for those two regular IndyCar drivers for next season. Regular IndyCar drivers for next season, moving up to next this year, and moving up to Scotty McLaughlin. Of course, he's become a real star over the last several years. In the IndyCar series. Right, hopefully.
A little bit too far away, Jeremy. A little bit too far away, Jeremy. Back around.
Flatbed should.
Well, there's an opportunity for it to drop. There's an opportunity for it to drop off the circuit. 5-6 at the cutout. 5-6 at the cutout. Come back on the there and come back on the roads. Infield roads. I don't have a transponder on that, so I can't transponder on that. So I can't. You realise how many cars you've got. You realise how many cars you've got here on the circuit, Jeremy. When the safety car is going down towards turn 6, down towards turn 6. Line astern behind the safety car. The last car in line. The last car in line. It's not yet through turn 1. It's not yet through turn 1. So that is pretty much half the circuit. It's pretty much half the circuit covered by cars. It's covered by cars when you go back to green. And the lights have gone out. And the lights have gone out. BMW X50M safety car. V8 twin turbo, 4.4 litres, all-wheel drive, very comfortable. Interior, quick squiz around. In one of them earlier in the week. And safety vehicles go, safety vehicles go. It's a very nice way to spend. It's a very nice way to spend the safety car drivers. No doubt locked into XM 207, listening to us now, or 98.1 or 98.1 FM. Road Atlanta. Hello to all of our safety crews. Hello to all of our safety crews for your hard work. Thank you in advance for all your hard work, for what you've already done for us, and for what you've already done for us all this season. So Sebastian Bourdais then will bring the field back to green at Motul Petit Le Mans. It's the 26th running, the backside, running. All the viewing platforms and grandstands are absolutely packed. Grandstands are back to green. Bourdais to green. Made a decent jump there. As he heads up towards turn 1. Heads up towards a 6 or 7 car. There's a 6 or 7 gap between himself. Louis Delatraz in second place. He's got Tom Blomqvist. He's got Tom Blomqvist. Blue, number 10, left-handed down through the S left-handed down through the S now. Acura, the number 60 car, the number 60 car have been a title contender. Had it not been for the disqualification and the removal of Daytona after their tyre infractions. Penalties coming through for the start. Augusto Farfus for BMW Team RLL and in the number 6 for changing lanes at the start. That's a drive-through. I did think it was untidy. But there were very marginal there. The stewards have taken their time to review it.
It's tricky here because the final corner, before the start-finish line, the start-finish line is right after the corner, and if you're accelerating before the corner, it's so tempting to cut straight corner. Unfortunately,
straight into the pit lane now. Straight into the pit lane now. Yeah, and you can see that they'd pulled over to take the final corner, Jeremy. Exactly what corner, Jeremy. Exactly what.
Whereas the pole sitter on the inside of the racetrack, Louis Deltras, he left a full car width on the outside. On the outside, but he left that lane there. But he left that lane. The guys behind didn't. The other guys behind didn't. It's just an instinctive reaction. Just an instinctive reaction to take the racing line through there. They got caught out by it. Unfortunately, they got caught out by it.
Also coming into the pit lane. Who was that came in? Adam is watching.
The Harrison Contracting Acura. The Harrison Contracting Acura. The Racer's Edge. Number 93, all the way down the pit lane. They've got all the way down the pit lane. They've got one of the best boxes on the lane because they are all the way down. The car sounds okay, but they're topping it off with fuel. Engine off in the hood is coming off. Engine off in the hood is coming off.
We'll get back to shade of moment. There's a battle at the front of the GT field. There's a battle at the front of the GT field. One of the GT cars. One of the GT cars. This qualified ahead of all the GT. Qualified ahead of all the GT. And fighting their way back from being at the back of the grid. What an early run it's been. What an early run it's been. The Lamborghinis and now Dorian side by side. He's going down to turn 10 round the outside of one of the Lexus. Battle for second place in the green cars. That's number background cars. That's rather GTD Pro Dorian Pan, for the most have qualified, was the fastest Lamborghini. Was the fastest Lamborghini. And she is showing. She's not here to do anything else than get to the front. Doing a fantastic job here in the Michelin Endurance Cup. In the Michelin Endurance Cup this season. Still Ian James. Leading in James, Aston Martin. We've got more drive-throughs coming. The 66 coming. The 66 NSX Gradient. That's a drive-through for changing lanes at the GT start. At the GT start of the race. Also, the 47 Cetilar Ferrari for changing lanes at the start of the race. And I think there was one more as well. And I think there was one more as well that flashed through. There as well, the 61 changing lanes. That's Miguel Changing lanes. That's Corsa in the 296. Corsa in the 296. Are the penalties for changing lanes? That's effectively a full start. That's effectively a full start. Meanwhile, Dorian Pan. Nothing false about that move. Nothing false about that move. And passes the leading GTD of Jack Hawksworth. Who's now got the Corvette behind it. Last race for that Corvette. Last race for that GTLM car. Remember, that's the GTLM car. Which engineered into GT3 specification, brand new specification for next year, and here come the prototypes, and here come the prototypes. These are the two cars that have already taken their drive-through. Cetilar Ferrari reported as well. And there's damage to the left rear. And there's damage to the left rear. It's been a horrible weekend for the blue. It's been a horrible weekend for the tricolore-coloured Cetilar Ferrari. Tyre that is down. But I had a report of it off track. We picked up on that. It's coming at the moment. Still got about a third of the lap to go. And that Cetilar Ferrari has had no luck coming through. The final chicane. The final chicane for Antonio Fuego. And the tyres come apart now. The tyres come apart now. As the battle for the lead of GT, and this is the GT, and this is the GT, as well as the GT standard. Ian James defensive on the inside, defensive on the inside. Dorian Pan in the tries to go around the outside. He tries to go around the outside. Tyre carcass to avoid the driver's carcass, which is just driver's right. We'll be going full course yellow any second now to have that retrieved. To have that retrieved. Ian James just about hangs on from Lamborghini in GTD Pro. The next two cars are battling it out. That's Hawksworth. Vassar Sullivan. Corvette Racing's Antonio Garcia, and then Antonio Garcia, and then slew of cars all in behind them. This is quality stuff. This reminds me of the GT Le Mans days. And GT Le Mans days. And Ian James, about life at the old dog. With much respect for Ian. With much respect for racing this year. He's done loads of racing this year. at the very centre of all of the exciting news from Heart of Racing, Aston Martin developing the Aston Martin Valkyrie into a racing car, and he's leading this race now. I'll keep an eye on that. Nick David can tell us about the Ferrari.
It came in unscathed, actually. He's lost the tyre. He hasn't done much damage to the actual vehicle itself. It's taken a kind of vehicle itself. It's taken a kind of the element of the side. It's not enough to replace that whole. It's not enough to replace that whole. It's got a bit of broken carbon fibre. It's got a bit of broken carbon fibre. Bit of extra fuel. They put it on. Span away as quickly as possible. So span away as quickly as possible. So no disaster, but a problem. No disaster.
The 93 is a serious problem. The 93 is a serious problem. The full course caution is now out. Will not be a short yellow. So this will not be a short yellow because will be a regular yellow. Previous yellow. Proximity to the previous yellow. But the team told me one of the worst words you ever want to hear in racing. Intermittent. It looks like they're working in around the power steering. It looks like they're working in around the power steering for Kyle Marcelli. He remains in the pits. He remains in the pits.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. This is for the Antonio tyre carcass, which made its bid for freedom. Just a little bit of damage to the left rear. And what happened to Antonio Fuoco? He was the court of passing the court of and got clobbered not once but twice there, as there was a bit of rubbing, and that has undoubtedly cut the tyre sidewall. Antonio doing his best to get the car back, and he's actually done a pretty good job. It was only at turn 10. It was only at turn 10. It gave up the following lap. It gave up halfway around the lap, and then halfway around the way back round. He had to get all the way back round and crime the first time around. Just in the right-handed part of the chicane.
He asked for that, quite frankly. Moving way over to the left-hand side of the track, defend from the Mercedes. There was already there. I mean, where's Mercedes supposed to go? Made that move too late, I'm afraid. From my book.
I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that one.
Self-policing, really. Self-policing, really. Incurred that damage. Mercedes right over to the left-hand side of the racetrack. Going into the left-handed turn. The contact between before the braking area, where before the braking area, where Fuoco was just trying to to the inside of the track, where there's the optimum line. It's the opposite side of the racetrack.
So second full course caution, safety car out again, and this will allow the pits to open. It also might be a wave by here as well. So Fuoco get a wave by.
So quite a few of the GT cars had been lapped by the overall race leader. Those cars that are in between the safety car, class leader in GT, class leader in GT Pro, they're able to pull alongside, go past the safety car, take up position and take up position at the back of the field.
It's good news for Augusto Farfus and Nick Tandy, having taken their penalties for being out of line at the start. Before we go back to green, there will be wave back in the GTP split. So they will take. They'll not have to pass all of the LMP3s. They are behind at the moment. Those two are behind at the moment. Those two are as they go across the line right in front of us. That's where our global broadcast centre is at the moment. Got to say hello to Felix and Eva Tandy at the moment. At home with the grandparents. That means that Brittany has been allowed out. Brittany has been allowed out. She's in our global broadcast centre now, saying where the hard work is done. And nice to say that the family is tuned in, and I know that Felix and Eva are listening in. Jump. Let's quickly remind you that the GT pace will come in this time around. That's what pace will come in this time around. Joe Bradley. Joe Bradley. Morning. Good afternoon. Morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon indeed. And the great news is the sun has come out. The great news is the sun has come out. It's getting quite warm here. So that track that we saw causing so many problems there. Just to get this race started. Just to get this race started. Virtually disappeared now. And the weather forecast that I've seen, and the weather forecast that I've seen, is for consistent beautiful ambient temperatures all the way to the checkered flag. All the way to the checkered flag. So great news.
To the 26th broadcast. Joe was here. 26th broadcast. Joe was here. 1998. Few changes since then, Joe, but the character of the track and indeed the event of the track and indeed the event at all hasn't really changed at all, except by about 100%. Do I see Richard Dean down there with you, Joe? Down there with you,
you do. Yes, you do. Come across him in the pit lane. Now, Richard, call me a detective. I'd say this was a bit of a research mission. I'd say this was a bit of a research mission. Plans for United Autosport in this series next year.
Yeah, you could say that. I think we're a bit beyond research now. We're sort of beyond research now. We're sort of final details. You know, we've got the 2 entries that were announced. We've got the 2 entries that were announced at the State the Series announcement on Friday. So we've got the 2 entries on Friday. So we've got the 2 entries. Doing a partnership here with Junior 3, who are actively involved in this race. Who are actively involved in this race. You know, really happy with that. And got our drivers really happy with that. All lined up. So just all lined up. Finishing details and absorbing
was
the
it
atmosphere.
How easy was the decision?
How easy was the decision?
You're not. I mean, you guys were. You're not. Were you at the very first? Were you at the very Le Mans, by the way? I mean, you're not unfamiliar with this territory. You're not unfamiliar with this territory, are you?
Yeah, I mean, I've raced myself at. Petit, and then as United Autosports, we've taken part. And we're sporadically taken part in a few. We've done Daytona series, we've done Petit, but we've never done a full Petit. So we've never done a next year season. So next season we're committed to 2 years as well. We're committed to 2 years as well. So new base in Charlotte, full steam ahead, and I'm excited for it.
Prototype pit stops are going on now, and it's a very lonely safety car because he's only got 2 fellow competitors out on the track. The 0-1 out on the track. Did not pit, and neither did the 10. And neither did the 10. Everybody is in for fuel. Everybody is in for to get back going is the number 60. MSR is the number 60. MSR out of the lane by dint of having the best by dint of having being championship leaders before the championship leaders, the number 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac. So they got back out on the track. So they actually gained quite a few positions. Actually gained quite a few positions. First car back out. One Mr. Ben Keating. Once again, Mr. Ben Keating. He leads out. TDS Racing Stephen Thomas.
So that's interesting. Bit of a different strategy. Ploy there by Jeremy Cadillac and Sebastian Bourdais. Two very quick drivers. Two very quick drivers. That was first and second qualifiers. Stayed out. All the other GT have come in. Most of the LMP2 and LMP3 shields steered out for performance tech in LMP3. Dennis Anderson stayed out LMP2 for high class racing, the red white car. They're doing something a tiny bit different. We're coming up a tiny bit different. We're now after having been completed in a race. That has not got its stride. We're already sad to say in second full course yellow, which has had 6 laps, taken up 6 laps already. What will be the advantage of staying out the Jeremy for the Cadillac and the see who we've got coming for GTs first of all. That looks like the Heart of Racing car. Looks like the Heart of Racing car coming 27, not the leader. 27, not the leader. That is the overall leading car. That is the overall leading car. Ian James into the pit lane. Shea Adam is watching. And in fact, it brings watching. And in fact, it brings other cars as well. A number of other cars as well.
I don't know why they're bringing it in. I don't know why they're bringing it in. It's fuel only. Ian was already out front. But Ian was already out front. Give up the track position. Seems strange. Give up the track position. We've got the 70 and 7 McLaren. We've got the 70 and Inception, the number 1 Formula Racing BMW is in, that is fuel, and Corey Lewis climbing aboard, so Madison Snow taking getting a bit of a break now. The number 9 Fast Motorsport Porsche is in the lane. They look like they are in the lane. They look like they are out of their pit box. Refueling outside of the pit box. That is a penalty. That is a penalty. Only they're the first cars to leave. Only they're the first cars to leave. Then the WeatherTech Mercedes. Then the WeatherTech Mercedes. Fuel and wait as they're doing fuel and number 63 Iron Links Lamborghini. This was the car that was moved back after qualifying yesterday. After qualifying yesterday. After out of the car in qualifying. That's out of the car in qualifying. That's it was a stall for Corey Lewis leaving his box. The racing BMW was now behind the racing BMW was now behind Porsches of the race. Still ahead of that 63 Lamborghini. Still ahead of that 63 Lamborghini. And also the 44 Magnus Aston Martin.
Jill Bradley at the end of the pit lane. Jill Bradley at the end of the pit lane. Not seeing any driver changes. Tops on. Driver changes. Tops on.
No, I didn't see anybody take tyres or driver changes. Just trapped at the all racing. That Porsche just took on fuel and that car just took on fuel. And I was looking up and down the pit lane trying to exactly what you've just asked there, John. And I just saw what you've just asked there, John. And I just saw fuel only.
Thank you, Joe and Shay. Thank you, Joe and Shay. Now, there was a driver change. There was a driver change. And there was a collision between the AF Corsa Ferrari coming into its pit. The Inception McLaren going out. That's why the number 1 stalled. That's why the number 1 stalled. Because had to get on the brakes to avoid the 2 cars ahead of it. If it was Corey, it must have been Madison who started that. Madison who started that. There was a driver change. So there was a driver change there, and we've got another spinner. It is the this time Kelly Moss number 92, number 92, the Porsche that's gone around the Porsche that's gone around at turn 5. And just proving, even without a change of tyres, Devon struggling with grip on the way out, struggling with surprise you not at all to know that the incident on pit lane is being looked at. I would suspect that one. I'm afraid is going to go down. I'm afraid is going to go down to the Inception McLaren. Pulling out in front of the Ferrari, both of the cars Ferrari running, but there was a bit of damage to the left rear of the number 61 EF Corsa machine. Phew-wee. Let's just remind you, we've got 9 hours and 28 minutes left. 9 hours and 28 minutes left.
There were very close calls in pit lane over the last sessions as well, over the practice weekend as well. Loyalty as weekend, loyalty of a few releases that were somewhat dodgy. Releases that were somewhat dodgy. 92 coming into the pit lane now. car coming into the pit lane now. David Brulé still here. David Brulé still here. Half spin out in the racetrack. At least a half spin out in the racetrack. I don't think he hit anything.
No, he did not. But it was a nasty split. The pace car lights are out. What they might do is stick a new set of Michelin on there and just set a Michelin on there and fuel into it. Put the last bit of fuel into it. They tried to get him out without losing time. Too much time. Putting flat spots on the tyres. Yeah. Exactly what is being reported to me by Joe Bradley. So we are
the big gainer in that round of pit stops job. The big gainer in that round of pit stops job. Number 31 car, Irani, just a splash of Irani, just less fuel than most of the other contenders. Less fuel than most of the other contenders. From a seventh, he leapt from a seventh to third for the restart.
Incredible sight, coming down the backstretch. I don't call it a backstraight because it's curved. Just to see the cars in the sunshine, weaving. So it will be Sebastian Bourdais once again. White BMW X50M pulls into the pit lane and a brilliant jump away again by Sebastian Bourdais, and again Louis Delatraz has to defend. People has to defend. Who's having it doing more defending? Who's having it doing more defending? As top longest in the pit side up in the third position. Inside up in the third position. Start. Not a stellar start. Brazilian Durrani, Felipe Nasser and Felipe Nasser as well. Colin Durrani restarting third already, back in sixth. He was slightly held up by Louis Delatraz, who didn't get the best start. The best restart, should I say. Drive-through penalty. The incident on pit road. McLaren was one of the easier decisions that race control will have to make today. Wish them the best of luck. Wish them the best of luck. Jobs that nobody's want to do in motor racing, scheduling the calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your service this year. As always, back to us as well, back to us to help us make sense, to help us make sense of what is going on the racetrack. 9 hours and 25 and a half minutes to go, and we're back under green, and we're back under green. Let's see how quickly break these GT breaks away. GT breaks away. The first Evan Brulé is going to be the first. A lap down in this great flag session. This great flag session. A second and a half. A second on the rest of the field, Louis Delatraz now has Tom Blomqvist in the Acurus. Then it's Conor de Filippi. Then it's Conor de Filippi. Felipe Nassi people. Mike Rockenfeller. Nick Tandy's got ahead of Augusto Farfus, so he's made up a position. In comes the gradient 66. Now this is for the drive-through for Catherine Legge, drive out the line at the start. She didn't get the chance to do that. Didn't get the chance to do that. And also the inception car for the contact on pit lane. Thinking that Cat might have that a little bit far. That a little bit in terms of that. Meantime, coming out from behind the wall, I saw a flash of yellow. So that will be the JDC Miller Motorsport car that had the incident coming back onto pit lane. Now we've got a penalty. For a penalty. The number 9 GTD, and that is Patrick Pile for Faf Motorsport. Shea Adams spotted the car being about a couple of feet outside of the box, and that's a drive-through, and that's a drive-through. The Canadian team and Patrick Pile. My goodness me. Now a Porsche keys the race. No penalties. More penalties in the first half an hour than I can remember in quite a long time, Jeremy. End of season, sort of end of term thought. Here's Pile for that drive-through for working outside the box. It's the box. It is the word I keep using, but it's the only word I keep using. But it's the only one I can think of.
I think the cool temperatures don't help. The cool temperatures don't help. The cars slide around even more at the start. There's penalties at the final corner in turn 12 to take the lead flag. The cars aren't even sliding around. The race leaders, they're closing up again. As those two penalties just made them cars about to be engulfed as they head into turn 1. Interesting in LMP2 took Ben Keating led at the initial start, took the lead back. From Stephen Thomas. Stephen Thomas who took the lead right away from the green flag. Ben Keating took the restart. Most recent restart third. Back up into the lead.
Dorian Pan continues to lead the whole GT field and sets the fastest lap of the GT race in a 1:27.42. Jack Hawke stayed out. He's about a second and a half behind her. In the first of the Lexus here, fighting him for GTD Pro lead, with the red number background, side by side action, people Durrani, with people trying to hold position, Felipe Nassi just a little nudge there as they were going into turn 10A. These guys know each other very well indeed. And through goes the Porsche number 7. That's the black rear fin and the stripes on the front of the car. So Dorian Pan leading. GTDs I mentioned, then GTDs I mentioned, then GTD Pro, GTD Pro, GTD version, RCF GT. The cars are all the same, by the way. GTD is the driver line. Decides which category. We're at that stage of the race. If I look on my tracker now, I cannot find a spare piece of circuit. Dorian Pan faster again at 20.6. The young French driver, and now 2 seconds to the good. 2 seconds to the good in that bright pink Dames Lamborghini in the Michelin Endurance Cup races this year. Telling us earlier in the week. That she's hopeful they might be able to extend that program in IMSA next year. Also hopeful to be in the WEC next year with this Lamborghini GT3. Lamborghini with the LMDH, the GTP car. Not quite going to be ready is what we're hearing for Daytona. You might not see Lamborghini testing actually. This week. It's been testing this week. The SC63. What a start, Jeremy Shaw for Dorian Pan. What a talent this young French driver is to be driving away from Jack Hawksworth, Antonio Garcia. That Lamborghini. It's looked good all weekend. The drivers have got to execute. Dorian Pan job. Leader in traffic.
Very impressive. Dorian. She was very impressive. She was yesterday in the qualifying session again. Lamborghinis have been looking strong. Lamborghinis have been looking strong through the weekend. Has moved himself from 51st, I think. 51st, I think. No, he did start last. 52nd. He did start last. All the way up now into the 34th position. 34th position and 11th out of the 27 GT cars.
Now here's one of those. We're going to keep an eye on. This is a penalty for the WeatherTech number 59 car for failing to adhere to the powertrain parameters. Is on the GTP cars. The cars are allowed a certain amount of power through the back wheels onto the track. That is measured by a torque sensor on the drive shaft. As Tower Motorsport comes out from behind the wall, So both of the cars who had their early problems are back out on the track. Power going to the track is measured by a torque sensor on the drive shafts. Coming out of the gearbox. You are being driven entirely by the internal combustion engine, or partially by hybrid internal combustion engine. You have a upper limit of power. If you go above that, you are going to get a penalty. That's a warning for Tower right now. It will be being monitored in real time by IMSA. They have wiring loom in the car to service those sensors. Now we've seen issue in the FIA-WEC Portimao. One of the sensors failed for the Toyota GR10, and that car had to come into the pits and have a drive shaft change. Because they have to have constant measurement. So the hybrid is not an overboost. It's not an overboost. It's not an overtake. It supplements the engine power. For however many horsepower you put in the internal combustion engine, bleeds that power off. Let's say it's 550 horsepower. You could never go over 550 horsepower. Does that get a thumbs up from in here? That's good. So that's what we're talking about. And that's happening in real time. Battle for the front of GTD Pro. Going up the top of hill at turn 2. Jack Hawksworth in the middle of the road. Across the blue and yellow curves. In the Lexus, bringing a new car along. Not going to be ready for next year. The opportunity then. The RCF to run in the FIA-WEC. Waiting with end of January, beginning of February. See what the FIA-WEC looks like. IMSA's end released full. I'm sorry, no room at the inn. For next year. 57 cars for the Michelin Endurance Cup and a full 48 for the full season entries. Extraordinary time to be in. Sports car racing. And we should count ourselves. Literally are the glory days of sports car racing. of sports car racing. Quite like anything in my lifetime. It's certainly never thought I'd see. Never thought I'd see the regulations come together. And it has brought in an abundance of delights for us, both visual and oral. The sounds of these cars, just as we enjoy in endurance racing, is watching the track around the track. Now, lap times, Jeremy. Sebastian has the fastest lap of the race with an 11.3. Slackened off that a little bit in traffic. Still keeping a decent pace up here.
He's running at low 12. He's running at low 12 since the restart. Traffic, 15 in the traffic last time around. 6 last time around. As they're lapping cars, 12 and 13 is probably going to be the most regular lap time. But if they're most regular lap time, but if they're 11s and 12, so 11s and 12, so back and forth now, all the way through to the end of this race. Today's pulled out a couple of 3 seconds now over Louis Della, similar gap back to the first of the cars that did make a pit stop. Tom Blomqvist in 16, and then who's further back. There is battles further back.
Oh, that is a battle. Between third and fourth place cars. Third and fourth place cars. Tom Blomqvist had to take to the grass and the gravel. Goes Felipe Nasr taking there. So Porsche number 7. To pole position. Tom Blomqvist holds on the third. Conor De Philippi goes back to fifth. Still people deriving sixth position ahead of Mike Rockefeller for the Brigado JDC Miller Motorsports car. Big Tandy and Augusto Farfus have had their drive-throughs. They've done those. And they're in 8th. Under 10 seconds away from the lead. 59 Proton WeatherTech Porsche sitting in 10th position. Now, the good news is the cars that had the problems earlier on, the Tower car number 8 JDC car out on circuit, the Tower car most recently Scott McLaughlin.
Scott, what was the extent of the challenge there? What was the extent of the challenge there?
Thankfully we hit tyre wall. Just a left rear suspension, replaced that. Some bodywork and bits and pieces. Thankfully the hit wasn't too bad. But unfortunately we're a few laps down. But endurance racing and hopefully it comes our way.
That kind of take the pressure off. You've got nothing to lose now. You've got nothing to lose now.
Go there, some fun now. Hopefully lay some pretty fast lap times and just see what happens.
Enjoy the track. Thanks, Scotty.
So, Scott McLaughlin, bit happier than he was at the start of the race. At least he knows he's going to get a run at this. Nice to see some of our friends here. One of the things I love about coming to Motul Petit Le Mans Michelin Race Road Atlanta. The opportunity to catch up with people that we've done sometimes see throughout the rest of the year. It's been a driving, by the way. Conor De Philippi managed to get back on the track.
He was nosing ahead, wasn't he, of third position? That battle for third position. I don't think there was any contact between the two.
Correct. We've got another penalty. Crowd strike by Algarve Pro Racing. Algarve Pro Racing joins the pass under. That was a pass under. Yeah, just seeing a lot of people that we don't see. Just seeing a lot of people that we don't see. Always at the other races. Here this weekend. The livery designer extraordinaire. 23% of the grid. Andy Blackmore designs. Meantime in GT, going through the S's. The Aston Martin fighting number one BMW. That is Corey Lewis in that car. Ian James in the 27. Ian James Aston, in the 27. Led the race from pole position. Took the opportunity of an early stop. Corey Lewis has taken over the number one red, white and black BMW of Paul Miller Racing. From a very short stint for Madison. Madison qualified the car. So that's the regulation. Also hearing that the number 9 car that had damage, the Kyle Marcelli, the Races Edge Motorsport NSX, that car's out from behind the wall. That must have sneaked out without me seeing that. They have to come in and pit in. They have to come in and then drive back to their pit, and then drive back to their pit, back out onto the circuit. Before going back out onto the circuit, stop at their pit. Before they do is stop at their pit. To see, I missed that one sneaking out. Bright sunshine, sneaking out. 21 Celsius in the air, 26 on the track. 26 on the track. That is 79 Fahrenheit on the track, 79 Fahrenheit on the track, and 78.1 Road Atlanta FM, Road Atlanta FM, Sirius XM, Sirius 207 around the world on RS2, part of the radio show, RS2, part of the radio show, audio and visual channels. And if you do want a bit of visual, and if you do want a bit of visual, lovely here at the moment. It's lovely here at the moment. Go either to IMSA.tv, either to IMSA.tv, or to the menu at the top left of the menu at the top left homepage. IMSA Radio's homepage. Drop-down menu, you will see drop-down menu. You will see video. IMSA live video. Simple as that. Battle through the traffic for BMW and Porsche. That will be Nick Tandy and Augusto Farfus. Are scrapping coming out of turn 9. Came into the pit lane to serve their start together, but the other way around. To get past Nick Tandy, number 24 of Augusto Farfus. Number 24 of Augusto Farfus. Nick going down into turn 10. At the moment has traffic under the Fox Factory bridge, under the Fox Factory bridge, under the red and white parts of the flags, under where you aim for. That's where you drop off the edge of the world. Then you drop off the edge of the world. The track hasn't moved since the last time you came around. Off at the top of the circuit. This is championship implications. The 92 car, so George Kurtz fighting for the championship, fighting for that Le Mans entry, of course. He's going to have to do a drive-through. He's going to have to do a drive-through. Brent Keating, who was LMP2, has had a spin at the top of the circuit.
I was just about to point out, just about 16 second lead. 16 second lead. Well, not anymore, but he still does have the lead. But he still does have the lead. Right behind him. Stephen Thomas now right behind him. But 14 laps we've had of green flag racing since the restart. Since the restart to first, and he jumped from third to first. It looks like he just got on the pound.
Turn 6, Jeremy. Turn 6, Jeremy.
But still able to keep the lead in the class. It's a rare mistake from Ben Keating. It's a rare mistake from Ben Keating.
I'm looking back into the archives of the last time we saw that. I cannot honestly think. I think probably here last year, the last time I saw him make a mistake. Now we've got a proper scrap on. Now we've got a proper wins-coloured car, the blue and orange. Next prototype back is red. Yellow and Ben just lost that on his own. He just got past that on his own. He just got past the bright green Lamborghini. And that's an odd one. That's an odd one. For Ben, he is very well used to driving these cars. And I'm absolutely stunned by that. I am. And we'll get a chat with him, I'm sure, when he gets out of the car. The Forte Racing US Racetronics car. But I'm fairly sure that unless there was a thump from further back up from Circuit, I don't think there was. I think that was just rear wheels. Michelin's losing grip. The Michelin's losing grip for Ben Keating. In the GTD category, Dorian Pan leads. Next GT back is Jack Hawksworth, who leads GTD Pro. 14, Vassar Sullivan car. Garcia keeping him honest at about 3/4 of a second. 120.633 for Dorian Pan. Is that quicker? It's only 2/10 slower. Than the Lamborghini of Iron Links, Merkel Bortolotti. Jeremy. The Lamborghinis continuing to show pace here, in the race as they did all week.
Yeah, those cars have been fast, haven't they? Really strong. It's taken really strong. It's taken Bortolotti no time at all toward the front of the pack there. Toward the front of the pack there. Number 63 car. Number 63 car. Dorian Pan, she's just doing super job. Last time I looked, it was over 5 seconds. It's now 6.5 seconds. It's now 6.9. Back to Jack Hawksworth, second place GT second place, of course, the Iron Dames car. Of course, the Iron Dames
Israeli
car.
GTD, not GTD
Israeli
Pro.
GTD, not GTD Pro.
That car,
that Lexus and Chevrolet moved up Lexus and Chevrolet Antonio Garcia. Antonio Garcia looking for his first win here. Looking for his first win here at Petit Le Mans. Behind him is Aaron Telitz and second. Behind him is Aaron Telitz and second is Lexus. And then the best of the Ferraris. That's Daniel Serra. Ferraris. That's Daniel Serra and Alex Riveras. And Alex Riveras in the hard racing Aston car number 23.
And a warning for Ben Keating for an entry after that spin. But only a warning right now. Only a warning. He's going to have to keep his nose clean. Keep his nose clean.
It was an unsafe exit. It was an unsafe exit.
Let's take a VP fuel in-race update. In-race just under an hour complete. It's about an hour complete. It's leads the race after a fractious first 55 minutes. First 55 minutes with the BMW X50M safety car on the circuit, three times the lead for the 01 Cadillac Racing, V Series R. V-Series tries the Paul Sinner in second, tries the Paul Sinner in second in the number 10 black, and a blue Connington and Alder Acura. I'm Connington and Alder Acura side-by-side action. We've got side-by-side action going down to Cadillac and BMW, Pete Porterani back at it again, and Nick Tandy closes in on them as they battle for 6th, 7th and 8th position. Behind them is Mike Rockenfeller in the bright yellow Porsche. Here comes Tandy up the inside into turn 1. He'll take 1 position here and gets right up onto the back of Pete Porterani, who's slightly blocked by Corey Lewis in the number 1 BMW GTD car. Tandy squeezes round the outside, starts to attack the Brazilian ahead of him. Mike Rockenfeller right in this fight as well. We'll get back to the VP Racing update in a moment, but let's stay with the action going through to turn 5. Farfus now looking at the red and white rear of the Porsche number 6. They jink left to avoid the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing. Farfus thinks about the inside at turn 6, that banked corner. Now to turn 7, clean exit, that's what he'd be thinking. Oh, he took a little bit too much curb, Augusto. And the Porsche just ekes out maybe half a car's length, and Mike Rockenfeller starts to come into play here. He's in the slipstream of the BMW ahead of him in the all-yellow JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche. He's closing, but he's not going to be close enough to challenge Pete Porterani then in the holds his position of 5th. Porterani defended last time down the hill into the final corner, and my goodness me, Augusto Farfus dropping the rear left Michelin onto the dirt as he turned in for the final corner. Talk about using every inch of the racetrack there. So I'll keep an eye on that. Let me finish this rundown. Cadillac 01, Cunningham and Alder Acura number 10, then the number 60 Acura, then Felipe Nasr for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Pete Porterani in a little bit of isolation at the moment on his own, with Nick Tandy trying to close him down, and he is doing so in the number 6 Porsche in 6th. Then Conor De Filippi and Mike Rockenfeller and Augusto Farfus and Neil Jarney for BMW JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche, BMW Proton Porsche in the top 10. Ben Keating, despite that spin and that time lost, continues to lead and has pulled out 3 seconds from the TDS Racing twins, Stephen Thomas and John Falb, 11 and 35. John Falb's just in his fastest lap of a 15.4. In LMP3, Cameron Shields for Performance Tech, number 38, leads by round about 8 seconds from Bijoy Garg for Junior 3 Racing, and Jared Andretti is 3rd in the 36 black and white car, 2 seconds further back. Dorian Pan, 7 seconds ahead of every other GTD or GTD Pro car. Iron Dames, Lamborghini Huracan, the number 83, leads it. Then it's the Pro battle. Vassar Sullivan and Jack Hawkes was in the 14 car. Antonio Garcia for Corvette in the number 3 is about a second back now. Second in GTD, and the 4th of the GT cars is the 2nd Lexus. That's the number 12 of Aaron Telitz. Then Daniel Serra for Risi Competition in their Ferrari 296 GT3. They loaned a subframe to Chetala to get them back on the track earlier on this week. Great Ferrari teamwork there. Behind them, it's Heart of Racing with Alex Riberas in the Pro Car for Aston Martin. Team Korthoff, Mike Ski, number 32, third in GTD. Next up, then Misha Goldberg for Lamborghini, the 78 bright green Forte car. Then Phil Ellis for Winward, running in a different colourway this weekend as Dennis Anderson comes out of the pit lane in the number 20 High Class Racing prototype, LMP2. Yeah, Phil Ellis and Winward Racing running black and pink for breast cancer awareness and raising money for that foundation as well this weekend, trying to raise at least $57,000 from each of their two, $5,700. Hey, $57,000. Somebody could donate for that very good cause from each of their cars.
Yeah, such a cool initiative.
Very cool.
And particularly having both those cars having won their respective races last time at Indianapolis. To change a winning formula, to change the colours of a winning car, I always find that tricky. Race teams, superstitious.
Highly superstitious.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I used to be superstitious, but not on wood now. I've given that up. And that's your VP Racing in-race update at the end of the first hour, with Sebastian Bourdais leading by 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point, 3/4 of a second. And right behind them now is Tom Blomqvist. I mean, only, 5 laps ago, there was 3 seconds between first and second, another 3 seconds between second and third. Now, they're pretty much nose to tail. So all of a sudden, as we're not that far away from our next pit, so, a little way to go yet, but we're getting well into a stint now, and those 3 cars have been closing up. Tom Blomqvist has been getting closer to Louis Delatraz closer to Bourdais.
If you are just joining us, welcome along to the 26th running of our WeatherTech IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship finale. It is Motul Petit Le Mans, Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. Never looked any better. The grass is green. The sky with some clouds and the wind blowing in the opposite direction, actually, as it has been most of the week. It's blowing behind the cars as they go down the front straight. It was on the car's nose as they went to turn 1 for most of the week, but we've got sunshine here at the moment, a pleasant 22 Celsius in the air, track temperature now up to 27. That's 72 Fahrenheit in the air and 81 Fahrenheit. No rain forecast today.
Apart from the early part.
I am confident.
No more rain being forecast.
I am absolutely confident that we are going to go well today. 465 laps, by the way, is the distance record. So you can split that down into hours if you will. We've had an untidy first 60 minutes, so we'll be a little bit behind here, but these GTPs are pretty quick, and if they get some long green flag runs, then they'll start clocking the laps up pretty quickly.
Yeah, the most cautions we've had in this race, I think it was 13. The fewest was in the very first race back in 98, when there were only 3, I think. 78 laps of caution, I think, is the biggest we've had in 2021. Correct. Last year there were 65 laps of yellow. Of course, we had 40 starters last year. We had 43 starters last year, so 9 more this year. 43 both in 21 and 22. A massive 52 car field this year. Equals the most we've started, I think. Yeah, it does. That's right. Back from 2011, there were 52 starters in this race. 51 cars in 2014. The average number of cautions in this race is 7.8 if you go back to 25 years the race has been run, and an average of 52 laps during the entire event. Yeah, exactly. Top 3 together on the backstretch and going for the lead. Louis Delatraz, who put the car on pole position with a stunning 1 lap, wonderful lap. Goes through down the inside at 10A.
trying not to get too excited because we've still got 8 hours, call it 9 hours to go. Yeah. But that was a stunning move again by Delatraz. Used the draft, no pass flaps here, no DRS, good old-fashioned drafting down the back straight. And Delatraz back to the lead, which he lost at about corner number 1 the first time around. Still in 3rd position. Oh no, now up to 2nd for Tom Blomqvist. Side by side down the S's, the 2 prototypes. They are 2.1 metres wide. That was very tight indeed as Bourdais claimed 2nd place back with the gold-fronted Cadillac. You'll notice that the normally pristine white paintwork on the nose of the number 60, if you're here at the circuit or have access to our global TV, World Feed TV, it looks like people have scrolled all over it. That's because people have scrolled all over it. All of the team have signed it, and in a tradition that goes back a few years, the spectators here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta were invited to put their name and their message. It's the last time we'll see the car in these colours. For the moment, Mike Shank telling us it's a pause, not a step away in the sports car programme. And Elio telling us that as well. Elio Castro-Neves, part of that team. And we wish MSR the very best in their expanded IndyCar programme for next year. There will, however, still be two Acuras in the field as Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Global will run a 2nd car in this championship next year. And Louis Delatraz will pair up with Jordan Taylor, who's having his last run in the Corvette. So again, bittersweet for a number of people up and down the pit lane. Through turn 1, the GTD red Acura. This is the 93 car of Kyle Marcelli, Racer's Edge car. And Shea Adam has an update. Easy for me to say.
When that car came back out from behind the wall, I went up and checked with the crew. I said, did you find what the intermittent problem was? They said no, but we changed everything that we could think of. So Kyle Marcelli is still back out there. Let's hope that the steering doesn't give out for him. Let's hope that maybe it was steering that was the issue.
A couple of laps off the ultimate pace of the rest of the GT field, but there is an opportunity to gain laps here with pass around. That is the IMSA and the American way. Gagler GT cars together with some prototypes on the long back straight, and that includes the battle for the lead in that category at the moment, which is now where, Tonio Garcia's got through on Jack Hawksworth. I was just about to say, where's Jack Hawksworth? Because I can see Tonio Garcia's view, and there's no yellow in front of him. He's got a clear track. So where's Jack Hawksworth?
He's right behind, he's not far behind him. He just made the pass.
Yeah, there he is. There's the yellow coming past in front of us now. So on that lap.
Previous lap, I think.
So new leader at the front of the GTD Pro field. However, they are still 10.5 seconds behind Dorian Pan at the Lamborghini.
Wow, and she pulled
Not been here before.
Yeah, that's remarkable. And Daniel Serra right there in 3rd position in GTD Pro as well, pretty close behind the Lexus.
What I find incredible about the Iron Dames, all of them, but particularly Dorian, in this early stint, all the heavy traffic, a tricky racetrack. She's never driven here before in a race, and they haven't even tested there. And the 2 Lamborghinis have been mighty this week from Iron Lynx and Iron Dames.
They have, and the number 78 car, Misha Goldberg, he's right there as well. He's in 4th position in GTD. Is Misha in that Forte Racing powered by US Racetronics car. I was talking to those guys this morning. They've been talking to Patrick Liddy, who's joined the regular pairing of Misha Goldberg and Laura Spinelli. They've been struggling with the balance of that car a little bit, but it clearly is working very, very well in the early stages of this race, and Misha is working his way up nicely.
Shea Adam is noticing one or two people getting a little bit twitchy. And I know why now. I've got a Konica Minolta Acura coming past my window, and it's not on the track, Shea.
Well, that's a relief, because the crew has been waiting up on the wall for a lap for this car to come in. Louis Deladra is bringing the car down the pit lane. They've got the fuel nozzle ready to go. They've got tires up on the wall as well, but I don't think those are going to be utilized because they're not completely up on the wall and the mechanics are not holding them. So that's sort of an emergency store of tires. Use if you see anything wrong on the ones that are already on there. Yep, just energy replenishment, fuel, and energy replenishment for the driver as well. New drinks bottle for Louis. Now, Ricky Taylor told me the other day something about if you want to think about the energy being replenished in the car in terms of calories, it makes it a lot easier to stomach, pun intended. He figured it was about 27 pizzas that they use per stint. No, it's more like 300 pizzas per stint, but 27 large Papa John's pepperoni pizzas per lap is what this Acura eats. Just waiting on the energy at this point. Very clean stop from Wayne Taylor's Boys and Girls.
And what Shea's talking about there is that there is a value, a calorific value, if you will, of energy. And remember what we were saying earlier on about the balance between the hybrid power and the internal combustion engine power. That means that you may have refilled your fuel tank, but you haven't hit your full energy target because you've been using your hybrid efficiently. So then there's a little bit of time added on at the end to balance that out. The idea is not that the hybrid boosts the performance of the car, neither does it make it much more efficient in that respect. It is another tool in the toolbox. So the stop time has to be balanced between petrol, gasoline for the ICE, and energy replenishment for the hybrid.
And that of course, is the first stop of the race for the number 10
Good
car.
point.
And the number 01 yet to make its first pit stop. So retakes the lead here, does Sebastian Bourdais, but his first pit stop must be coming up pretty darn soon.
2 laps is what I'm hearing from the pit lane.
That's pretty good then.
Very, very annoying for everybody in that the Cadillac is not only fast, but it's efficient as well.
Yeah.
And still has the fastest lap of the race.
Interesting, last time around for the race, they did 1 minute 17.7. They're doing 12s and 13s regularly, but 1:17.7, so 4 or 5 seconds lost to traffic on that lap. And it was a similar story when he lost the lead a little earlier to the number 10 car.
And the leader in GTD Pro is into the pit lane as well as Antonio Garcia comes in. This will be fuel and tires for the Spaniard. Staying aboard, still looking for his first victory in Petit Le Mans. He's been second 3 times, and he's joined by a teammate, Tommy Milner, who also has never won Petit Le Mans. Jordan Taylor knows how to get it done, though, so hopefully for the Corvette racing fans all around the world, Antonio and Tommy can finally get their first victory. It was 4 tires, windshield clean. They're not doing tear-offs yet at this stage of the race. There were only 8 on the car, or at least it went to the number 8 is what I saw when they were on the grid. Waiting on fuel, another perfect stop from Corvette Racing.
And the first of our LMP3 runners in. It's the number 38, the Performance State Motorsport car. In for tyres and fuel. Currently leading LMP3, certainly was when he came in the pits. Not sure how that'll pan out, but he's back in the race.
And we're going to have a full course yellow with a huge crash at the bottom of the hill. Cars involved include the 023 Ferrari, the number 6 Porsche of Nick Tandy. We've got one of the Ferrari 296s in there as well. And there's at least one other car, that 7-0 involved in there, I'm being told as well. That's the Inception McLaren that I saw. Actually, not one of the Ferraris in there. Dorian Pan in the pit lane. Came in while the pits were closed, but has driven straight through, so she won't get a penalty. High Class Racing, number 20 in there as well. And this has brought out our 4th full course yellow.
Third.
Third, is it? Sorry, Jeremy. Yep. Okay. And good news is that we've got a very damaged McLaren. That's not the good news. The good news is that the driver is out of the car. And that car got a penalty earlier on in the pit lane. That's Brendan Erebe. Already Penske and the Porsche Penske Motorsport team are in getting ready to get involved. There was a Ferrari involved in that, the 023 Ferrari. Joe Bradley has that one. Nick Tandy is trying to tell the marshals that he just needs pulling out and he'll get the car back to the pit lane, where the Porsche mechanics are already trying to fix it. All right, let's see if we can pick the bones out of what happened here. Oh, was it a tap from
the 20 car,
high-class car onto the 70?
I think it was
Inception.
It was one
McLaren.
of the GTV cars for sure.
And they then came back across the road. Tandy got picked up because he was braking in front of that, and the two cars that spinning weren't.
He was coming around the outside of them.
So he comes through. Oh, yes. So
jolly lucky he didn't take out the other Porsche as well, actually.
Yeah, absolutely right. Race control would be looking at that. Inception McLaren. The high-class car goes through. Porsche goes through. And then we just lose the picture for a moment from the onboard. That will be through the G loading. The 023 Ferrari, very fortunate to miss that, as Nick Tandy literally had nowhere to go, got clipped from behind.
He was pretty much past it, and
correct.
As the car spun around, he would have known nothing about that whatsoever.
BMW was Augusto Farfus just in behind that, and masterful avoidance there.
Yeah.
Just had a car and a half's length to be able to go through. Still trying to work out how this started. Oh, yeah, it was the high-class car that moved across onto the 023, was it? Yes, it was. And then that picked up the Inception car, and then that picked up the Penske Porsche Motorsport. Joe Bradley's had that Ferrari, or has that Ferrari, into the pit lane.
Yeah, he came in, John, very, very quickly after that accident. That's why I was suspecting he was guilty by association, but no, he was involved. Front of the car was slightly damaged. All it's done is put a front bumper on and a new bonnet, and it's gone straight back out. Not really any extensive sort of damage that would delay the car.
Shea Adam is down at Penske Porsche Motorsport. Nick Tandy's been told he's got to get out of the car by the AMR safety crew. He's out. He's on his feet. He's saying, well, I think you could have just pushed me out of there and I would have driven it back. And Porsche Penske Motorsport, Shea, already getting ready, getting set up to fix that car.
Yeah, they don't know that Nick's out of the car. They're holding an engine cover on the wall. They've got a new tail on the wall as well. It's right below where Mr. Penske normally sits. And now they're bringing the engine cover out onto the pit lane. They're going to maneuver it so that they can take it back behind the wall. This car is going to go back to the garage. I hope that they can get it fixed. Remember, this is one of our championship contenders.
Nick having a discussion with the AMR safety crew there, because he wanted to stay with the car and have them pull it out. He's not happy. The car comes back. What's the rules on outside assistance here, Jeremy?
There aren't any, basically.
Right, so if it gets back to the paddock and they fix it, it can come back out again, yeah?
Yeah, sensible. My book.
Nick being taken back to a different type of Porsche. He's in the back of the new AMR rapid response vehicle. Great to see the V8 engine back in the 2024 Cayman S. 4-litre twin turbo, 468 horsepower for the S, which gets that beautiful V8 engine back again. I thought we'd seen the last of that, but Porsche deciding to get that back into the Cayman S for 2024. And if you see a Dolomite Silver version of that going around, give it a wave, because it's like to be Nick and Joe.
God, that was really unfortunate.
It was the lightest of touches between the high-class racing prototype, which just pitched the 23 Ferrari round. That picked up the Inception McLaren, and Nick Tandy gets hit from behind on the right rear and pitched into the wall. Who was in the 20 at the time? Was it Dennis Anderson? Yes, it was. So. Yeah. It's the big hit was the biggest hit there, Jeremy, was on the Inception McLaren and Brendan Iribe. That was driver's side onto a concrete wall. And Augusto Farfus was so good at avoiding that. If Nick had been half a second before, half a second afterwards, he'd have been through that.
Yeah.
And I mean, that is when I know racing drivers will say there's no such thing as luck. You make your own luck. That's a luck situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was, as you say, so close to being free of that. But by the same token, number 7 car that was, directly ahead of him, almost got collected as well. I mean, it could have been absolutely...
That could have been carnage, yeah.
Yeah, disastrous for that Penske team. Of course, going for the championship is the Porsche teams.
Just a note there, I'm looking at the Porsche and the Inception cars. They took quite big hits. The Porsche number 6, the G-force sensor light is on. That's why Nick would have been asked out of the car, and he'll have to go and have his mandatory check at the medical. We've swapped ends. Joe Bradley is at the GTP end, and he's got the leader with him.
And it's a very, very busy pit lane as we anticipated. The leader, the 01 Cadillac comes. Sebastian Bourdais looking like he's not getting out of the car. Tyres have gone on. We're now fueling. Just behind him on pit road is the number 5 Porsche. No driver change there as well. I look to my right. I've got the Meyer Shank racing car just to my right. Again, no driver changes at this point, just fuel and tyres.
Alexander Sims behind the wheel of the number 31. This was the first car off the pit lane when they did those initial stops. Let's see if they can jump everyone once again. First car rolling is the number 60 from Meyer Shank, but the first car back off the lane, yeah, it's the 60, the Acura with the best advantage here, then the 7 Porsche, and then the 31 Cadillac.
So that's the GTP, the front end of the field. Ben Keating in, taking fuel, waiting for that to be completed. He did hold on the lead after that spin and pulled out a little gap again to Stephen Thomas, around about 3 seconds as they crossed the line. And as he goes out, let's see how that goes. Jared Andretti and Andretti Autosport, the 36, have jumped to the front of that, ahead of Ben Keating. Jared Andretti's a P3 car, John. Don't worry, I just saw that getting out in front of Ben. So I think Ben was still out in front of Stephen Thomas. Yes, he was. So of those cars that pitted, Ben still in the lead as the clean-up continues down at turn number 10. The full complement of machines. Now, Dennis Anderson still in that number 20 car. Difficult to see, but they've lifted it straight up. The lights are still on that car as the GT cars come in, led by, well, presumably led by Dorian Pan. She will have come in first of all.
No, she wouldn't, because she made that drive through effectively. She came into the pits but drove straight through, so lost about 5 or 6 positions.
Let's go to share, Adam. So down in the pit lane, it is a driver change at Lexus for the number 14 car, and just a confirmation that Dennis Anderson still is in the number 20 car. Joe Bradley is at Aston Martin Racing.
Both cars in, the 23 in the GTD Pro and also the 27 in the GTD. We've also got the 62 Ferrari in. Everything is... And now we've got a flurry of cars out off the apron and heading out. And I think the winner of that one was the WeatherTech Mercedes, first out of this GTD pit stop phase.
Huge number of cars going through, and the Porsche on the flatbed going down the front straight probably was asked not to come into the pits because the pit lane was full. I don't know, because the pit lane was open, but that's an odd one, as that flatbed and the Porsche goes through. He can't get into the pits from the other end, so he's going to have to do a lap effectively now with that Porsche on board, isn't he? See if I can pick up the transponder for the 6. And still the clear-up goes on. Considerable, and the concern will be for debris as well, because the initial impact was a couple of 100 yards away from the corner, and in fact we've got the jet blower and the sweepers out there at the moment. So when this shakes out, I think we've got Louis Delatraz back in the lead, have we?
It's going to be, he did not stop. He'd made his pit stop right before the caution period, so was at the back of the train, therefore stayed out and moves to the front of the train when everybody else makes their pit stops. So of everybody else, good stop there by Meyer Shank Racing to get up into second position. The loser there, interestingly, was Sebastian Bourdais, but of course he needed a lot more energy than everybody else because that was his first stop of the race. Everybody else, other than Louis Delatraz, who made his stop previously, had already made a pit stop earlier in the race, so they needed less.
We'll give you a VP Racing in-race update in a moment after we've welcomed Nick Damon back to the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky, just before I get here, you will kind of ruin the race, don't you, with a massive accident. One of the cars involved, the 20, the high-class racing LMP2 car, was just finishing off getting some service. They're currently now sweeping away 2/3 of the gravel trap, which it left as they cleaned out the innards of the car. But it did seem actually to be remarkably unscathed apart from that, so a plus point for them. The 85 JD Miller Motorsports, that's the P3 car, goes past me as well, and into the pits comes the P2 number 8 car that's had all those problems prior to this already. So they are all rotating through now, but the track still obviously needs to get cleared away entirely.
There's also a bit of restructuring of the line behind the safety car. Sheldon von der Linde is being asked to move ahead of Alexander Sims in the 31. So let's do a quick update. This is how they should restart behind once the BMW X50M pulls off. Louis Delatraz leading for Konica Minolta Acura in the black and blue number 10 from the white and pink number 60 Acura. Tom Blomqvist aboard that, as he has been from the start. Those are two starting drivers, as is Felipe Nasr in third in the number 7 Porsche, some of the black pinstripes and the black fin. Then it's Alexander Sims who's taken over the number 31 red and grey Cadillac. But he's going to be asked to allow Sheldon von der Linde to go through in the BMW Team RLL hybrid that he's taken over from Conor De Filippi. So it's going to be 25 and 31, 4th and 5th. Then Sebastian Bourdais for Cadillac in the gold-fronted car. In fact, that change has just happened as they came across the line in front of us. And then it will be Mike Rockenfeller in the all-yellow JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963, the number 5. He's been in since the start too. Marco Wittmann has taken over from Augusto Farfus in the number 24. He's in 8th. Jimmy Bruni has taken over the 59 Proton Competition Porsche. In LMP2, Ben Keating in the wins, PR1 Matheson's Motorsports number 52 car ahead of TDS number 11 Stephen Thomas. Those two both been in from the start. In third, Emmanuel Collard. In 88, the AF Corsa LMP2. Then John Falb, he's also been in from the start for the TDS 35 car. George Kurtz, CrowdStrike Racing. Now, I don't know if he managed to take his penalty before we got through that situation. Yes, he's been down the pit lane 3 times, so I would say probably yes. And topping out the top 6 in LMP2, Dwight Merriman for Era Motorsport in the 18. In LMP3, Cameron Shields leads for Performance Tech Motorsport in the 38 Ligier. Then Andretti Autosport, and it is Jared Andretti in the number 36 car ahead of Bijoy Garg for Junior 3 Racing in 3rd. In GTD Pro, Antonio Garcia took the lead of the GTD Pro class just before the caution came out, and with that slight misstep by the Iron Dames, now is the best of the GTD cars. He's got Gilles Gounon in the WeatherTech Racing number 75 AMG GT3, 79, excuse me, in second place. Then it's the lead of the GTD field. Russell Ward is taking over the black and pink Winward Racing 57 ahead of Corey Lewis, who replaced Madison Snow quite early on in the piece. I think the first, maybe the second of the pit, of the full course yellows, actually, Corey got into that car. Then it's the 2 Lexus, the Pro car with Carl Kirkwood on board and Frankie Montecalvo in the AM car. That's how they stand in the VP Racing Fuel in race update. And some big movers there, Jeremy, particularly in GTD.
Yeah, particularly in GTD, and those top 3 cars that you talked about, the number, well, actually not the Corvette, but the other cars behind that, number 79, 57 and 1, those cars had already made a stop earlier, so this stop was considerably shorter. That's what enabled them to leapfrog their way forward.
As the Porsche comes back the pit lane, Nick Tandy is there to help unload it, so he's obviously been cleared. Let's hear from some of the drivers who started the race. Jack Hawksworth, champion with Joe Bradley.
Right, mate, you've got 2 lads from the north of England now, so you might need to translate Hindhoff. Jack, that looked even more chaotic than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. The driving standards are so poor, like, I mean, I can only speak the GT class, but what was going on there in the first hour of the race was just so stupid. It's a 10-hour race, and, you know, there's going to be caution, so I don't know what was going on. Yeah, mad. So I'm glad we're still in the fight, and we still got the car and all 4 corners on it and all dive planes and everything, so happy with that, and yeah, continue on. But I could not believe what the driving, the people around me, I didn't understand it, but whatever. At the end of it, it was like it was the end of the race or something.
Crazy, I know. Championship in the bag, you guys have got a simple mindset now, you've got to win it.
Yeah, mega, obviously, super. Once we get to the end of the race, we'll talk about the championship and everything, but right now we're full focus on this, and yeah, obviously we're in the hunt, and we're just going to keep trucking and see what we can do. Cheers, mate.
So that was quite a damning comment from Jack Hawksworth there. Nick Damon.
Very quick one. The 92, which is the Kelly Moss Dual Spin Care Porsche, it's been in 3 times in the last 3 laps. First time it came in, it got down to its pit box, moved 2 meters to the right to say hello, I'm here, and then didn't stop and carried on going again. Second time it seemed to get a full pit stop including tyres. Just coming for a 3rd time with some more fuel, so they seem very, very attached to the whole let's be in the pit part of things.
Who is in that car at the moment? I wonder if what they are doing... Let me just scroll down my timing screen. You said that was the... Which car did you say that was, Nick?
The 92. Julian Andlau is in it now. I'm not sure whether he may have got in it last lap.
Right, OK. Yeah, that might be just... That's why they brought it in for the driver change, just trying to get their AM drivers' time up a little bit. We're back to green flag racing, 8.5 hours still to go. He said 8.5 minutes there, because that's what it sort of feels like. And a much better restart than the start for Louis Delatraz, and he's got Tom Blomqvist and Felipe Nasr behind him. News of a penalty for the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari working outside of the pit stop, of the pit box, and that will be a drive-through for Giuseppe Risi's team, very unlike them. And also more than an emergency service in a closed pit. Oh, now this will be a long one. This will be a very long one indeed. And this is for the 35 LMP2 car of TDS Racing. That's John Falb and his car. So a moment or two ago, down into 10. An attempted pass for the lead in GTD Pro from the number 79 of Jules Gounon. Ends up with him losing a couple of places. And that means that Russell Ward has gone through to the second spot of all the GTDs. He's leading the green number panelled cars. That's the GTD, effectively Pro-Am category, the Pro class led by the Corvette at the moment. So everybody with that sort of end-of-term feeling. Jack Hawksworth said that he felt the driving standards early on was very poor. Stop plus 60 seconds, by the way, for the John Falb TDS racing car. They've come in straight away, and too much fuel added to that car. Stop plus 60. You're only allowed 5 seconds of emergency service. They've got that car in and serving that penalty as quickly as possible, just in case another yellow comes out. I think that's fairly sensible. You can't serve penalties under full course yellows. Pick up some of the battles on the track at the moment. Russell Ward leads Corey Lewis in GTD. They're just going down to the braking area at turn 10A and B. Ahead of them is the battle for GTD Pro, and that accident that happened there relatively recently, which set the wheels in motion for the last appearance of the safety car. Incident responsibility has been placed firmly at the feet of Dennis Anderson, and that will be a stop plus 120 seconds for the car 20. Wow. Now that's interesting, because normally contact would be a drive-through or a short stop and hold. Is that penalising the...
That's making a statement, isn't it?
See, I'm not sure I agree with that, and I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you why. If it's incident responsibility, you penalise the act, not the consequences. Yeah. And because 4 cars were taken out, should it be any more penalty than if you took 1 car out? Or if you tapped 1 car?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not as if he did it on purpose.
Well,
I mean, exactly. You take out the guy, he made a mistake and should be penalised for it. Yeah. But is that any different, as you suggested there, to any other mistake?
If you bump someone from behind and take the place on a bump and run, I'm not sure.
Anyhow, it was a bad mistake that has ruined the race for one of the championship contenders, that's for sure.
Isn't that true? Pit lane speed violation is a little easier. That's an absolute drive-through penalty for the AF Corsa number 88 Orica. I'm not saying it shouldn't be a penalty, by the way. I think you've got to make a statement, and that is a very big statement to make. What we now, if this is like a referee in a football match. Now we've got 8 hours and 22 minutes to go, and is other contact going to be penalised in the same way?
I mean, everybody knew coming here is going to be tight out there. It's going to be. We've heard all sorts of descriptions of how treacherous it is out there with so many cars on a racetrack. So it's been drummed into drivers at all the various meetings and the team managers meetings. You just got to take care, and the drivers have done all the way through the practice sessions. We've seen remarkably few incidents, or at least incidents that have had consequences. There's been various sort of comings together and very, very, very near misses. But in the early stages of this race, we've already had a couple of incidents that probably could have been avoided. Some great racing going on here in GTD.
So we've now got another penalty. This is for Paul Miller Racing, as there's a little bit of rubbing. 3 wide underneath the Fox Factory 120 bridge, and almost a huge incident there as the Lamborghini was leaning on the Aston Martin. My goodness me. Now, How's that going to be looked at? That was the Forte Patrick Liddy-driven car with Marco Sorensen, and right in there as well, I think was Patrick Gallagher for Turner Motorsport. Yes, he was. And that was coming 3 wide under the Fox Factory Bridge. Nobody wanted to give way. And that was extremely dangerous. Now, it hasn't resulted in anybody going off the track. We're also hearing, by the way, as I said, a penalty for the #1 BMW from Paul Miller Racing. Failed to meet the minimum full refueling time. That will be a drive-through. I'm glad I put no penalties on Porsche keys to the race. There's barely anybody who hasn't been penalised yet. We've still to get to the darkness. That's when it's going to count. Tyres have not been an issue yet, but then again, we've not had a full stint of green flag running in terms of tyres. And we're still a little ways away from the Michelin Endurance Cup first points. So back timing to that with all these yellow flags might be a little bit interesting. GTD battle, absolutely superb, as one would expect. The leaders coming through it at the moment. Louis Delatraz by half a second at the line, but he's taken a decent bit of gap from Tom Blomqvist as he's got the better of the traffic. That's been brilliant driving from Delatraz. What a last few years Louis Delatraz has had. Really put himself front and centre as far as prototype driving is concerned. Did some P2 work as well, which caught the eye of a number of people and rewarded with this accurate drive with Konica Minolta. Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti Global. Tom Blomqvist trying to get back to him, and Felipe Nasr sniffing the opportunity there in the #7 car. Still in with a chance of the championship, that #7 car. The 6 was the better placed of the two Porsche Penske Motorsports, and here's the run down to turn 1 as Nasr goes to the outside. He'll cut back and go up the hill, try and get alongside Tom Blomqvist before the braking area for turn 2. Can't manage that. More traffic. And Blomqvist goes past the Pfaff Porsche in the first part of the S's. Nasr can't get by, so Sheldon van der Linde is right there in the BMW now. Traffic gives, traffic takes away. And the flashing of the headlights from Sheldon van der Linde, I'm sure, absolutely appreciated by Felipe Nasr in the GTP car he's trying to pass.
Always works that, doesn't it?
Always. Oh yeah, hang on, I'll just pull over and wave you by. Fastest lap last time around by George Kurtz, who's now back up to 2nd position ahead of Stephen Thomas. And there's just 8 seconds between the top 3, all championship contenders, or at least all contenders for that Le Mans spot in Ben Keating, George Kurtz and Stephen Thomas.
Yeah, tied for that Jim Truman Award coming into this weekend. George Kurtz has just overtaken Stephen Thomas just a lap or so ago, and as you say, just turned his best lap having done so, but Ben Keating had a little bit of traffic on that last lap, but the gap was 9 seconds on the previous lap, so he reduced it by a couple on that lap. Did George Kurtz getting close a little bit to Ben Keating, but Stephen Thomas now again down to 3rd place.
Down in the paddock with the remains of the McLaren with teammate to Brendan Uribe, the exception McLaren. It's Freddie Sherlock. Freddie, a lot of damage for being completely innocent in the incident.
Yeah, really unfortunate, but I'm just super glad that Brandon is all right. I mean, we're all super passionate about racing, but I mean, first of all, we're just really glad to see everybody could walk away from this. It's not nice to see watching these big crashes happening.
Did you just see it as a racing incident, no real blame for anyone?
I mean, the problem is just P2 in the front just squeezed the GT car a bit in front of Brandon. And it's just a problem when there's such a big speed difference. And when the GT cars can actually brake super late compared to the LMPs, but he was just not aware that there was still a GT car on the right-hand side, and then he just squeezed him off. So, and then the GT car was just a passenger. Then he hit Brandon and also the Porsche GTP. So it's just really unfortunate that people like that have to retire from this cool event here. So we really wanted to win this one. It just means that we have to come back next year and hopefully do that.
Thank you, Freddie Shandoff there, the secretary number 7. Just so you know, it is 3 corners damaged, and a couple of those corners really badly damaged. I take it apart, but this is the chassis is okay, but anything else that sticks in the chassis, not so much.
Thank you, Nick. Frederick Shandoff there. And here's an interesting point on that penalty. From the rain line at IMSA Radio, totally fine with it. It wasn't for position, it wasn't within the same class, and it wasn't necessary. Plenty of room for him to carry on in a straight line. Horrible racecraft, worthy of the penalty. Don't disagree with that at all, rain line. But that was a stop in 120 seconds. Write that down, and let's see what other penalties get handed out during the race to see if it's consistent. That's all I'm saying. He hit one car, it had big consequences. So the next time somebody gets hit, will they get a drive-through, will they get a stop in 10, or will they get the same penalty, the stop in 120 seconds? And that is my only point for that. Unless you're giving out extra seconds for how many cars you take out, that means that you're penalising the consequence and not the action. As into the pit lane comes Corey Lewis to serve the drive-through for Paul Miller Racing. And this was short filling the car, or short fuel time for the car for what should have been a full fuel stop. And so that will push it down.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a full fuel stop because they'd already stopped earlier on, hadn't they? So
I think that's what they may have been talking about, to be honest, Jeremy, because that car didn't come in straight away after the yellow. So I think they may have been putting their case to race control there.
Yeah, but it's not. At each stop, it's not I mean, all the pit stops for all the cars are supposed to take 40 seconds. I think it is nowadays to refill the cars from empty. But that is prorated, so to speak. So if you're only taking half a tank of fuel, it should take 20 seconds. So if it was a little bit less than that, then that's why the penalty would have been assessed.
Nick Damon and Joe Bradley in the pit lane as we have completed another 15 minutes of racing. 8 hours and 13 and a half minutes to go. The traffic is still, I mean, the concentration that must be required here is outstanding. Be there in the dark, that was our another Porsche keys to the race. Sunset is 7:05. Official dark starts at 7:30. The big news, one of the title contenders at GTP is out of the race at the moment. The car is back behind the wall. Nick Tandy was at the wheel. Our Nick Damon is with him at Porsche Penske Motorsport at their trailer.
Oh, Nick, well, I suppose it rhymes with Nick. It's sick, isn't it? I suppose that's all you can say.
Yeah, I saw a replay as I was sitting there trying to get us out of the gravel, but yeah, wrong place, wrong time.
A well-known driver who is actually a multiple winner of this event and is Scottish and quite short has said there's no such thing as luck in motorsport. Well, that was just bad luck in motorsport, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. You know, just another 5 mil from the side of the P2 touching the GT, or if I was a tenth behind or a tenth in front, they wouldn't have caught the rear. But yeah, what can we say?
Quick question: are you okay? I mean, obviously you're feeling absolutely gutted, but are you actually physically okay? Because they did ask you to get out of the car. We wondered why they asked you to get out.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. So I'm fine. The car I drive. We have a medical light that goes off in the car if it triggers, a warning situation, which didn't go off. The hybrid system was safe, so I was trying to get the car pulled out onto the grass so I could bring it back to pit lane. But yeah, there was a lot going on with cars stuck in the two cars together. So I understand the track worker situation. They're obviously there to make sure we're safe and everyone else on the track is safe first and foremost. But I mean, it's in the tent now, full of gravel. It's repairable. You know, whether it's worth doing anything, I don't know, but bit of a shame.
Oh yeah, desperate bad luck. Generally, everyone, we all feel for you. Everyone listening feels for you. It's just one of those things that makes you love and hate endurance racing.
Well, exactly. It's part of racing. You know, you get good days, you get bad days. It makes it bitter that, you know, we should have come here and won a championship by starting the race effectively if things had gone different in other situations, but we gave it our best shot, and that's all we can do, really.
Nick, thanks for talking to us. Thank you very much, mate. Cheers. A very, very understanding, disappointed man, and they are working feverishly. I suppose they'll make a decision about where to put the car back on the track again, but they are going to repair it enough. It is all, I suppose, down to that loss of the win at Watkins Glen for a slightly worn-out plank, which was not of a performance advantage, but of course broke the rules, John.
The number 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin is still out on track, and the driver that will take over that car is David Pittard. I'm with David now. David, I've just seen you do some stretching and stuff, and I just wanted to ask you, you're about to get behind the wheel of that Aston Martin, so what is the preparation process that you're going through right now?
Yeah, it's a funny thing. Everyone always says, oh, you just sat down driving a car, pushing some pedals, but the intensity out there, especially on an event like Petit Le Mans, 52 cars out on track with such huge speed differentials out there, you've got to be on it on top form. And in IMSA, you can't ease yourself in for a couple of laps on such a short lap either. You've got to be on it from as soon as you drop the clutch, basically. So for me, it's about just raising my pulse a little bit. That gets the adrenaline going, and so yeah, like I said, I can nail my marks as soon as I leave the box and to return to the box.
Thanks, Dave. I'll leave you to Downward Dog.
I've been doing it wrong all these years. I always try and get me breathing down and get me pulse rate down before I get in the car. I should be jumping around and drinking a cup of coffee. Thank you very much. Battle for the lead on the back straight, coming through GTD traffic. I suspect we'll be saying that quite a few times in the next 8 hours and 9 minutes. Louis Delatraz side by side. Whoa! And the touch there from the number 1 machine, and that is Corey Lewis into the wall, and that was a contact with the number 60 Sirius XM Auto Nation Acura as they were battling for the lead. Oh my goodness me, Tom Blomqvist straight into the pit lane. Now, how's that going to be seen by race control? Faster cars coming through battling GTs. It is the responsibility of the faster car to find a way through without affecting the other cars. A stop plus 120 seconds is the benchmark that's been set for putting people off track. Joe Bradley.
Well, Tom Blomqvist has already made it to his pit apron. He's taking on tyres and fuel. He's not getting out of the car, and I'm on the right-hand side of the car. Can't speak for the left-hand side of the car. You guys might be able to shed some light on that. That's probably where the damage is. I'm trapped behind the tyre mechanics now. He's dropping down the order that we can't see. The fueling is done. The car is staying stationary, and the rear deck is coming off.
And Joe, we have a full course yellow for that number 1 BMW in the barriers just before the Fox Factory Bridge. Well, look, I think the damage is on the left rear. So the leader had gone through, and okay, so that's interesting, because I think that was the GT car running into the back of the prototype, and that's not normally what happens here. And that's what got Blomqvist squirrely, and then as the car came back the other way, in fact, they got blocked by, who was that? Was that number 20 again? Yes, it was. Yeah. It's the number 20 high-class racing car that was in front of Tom Blomqvist, which made him check up. That's fine, because he's passing as well. So the leader gets through. Then it's side by side, Blomqvist and the 20 car. Blomqvist gets clipped from the rear, and the high-class car is the car that slowed Blomqvist down. But I don't see that was anything wrong there. He was just taking his line. And then the BMW ran into the back of the number 60. And I'm pretty sure it was Corey Lewis that was in that car. Yes, it was. And that pushed the car sideways, which then ran into him, that banged him into the tyre wall. Joe Bradley, how's the damage control exercise coming on, the damage assessment exercise coming on down at Maishank Racing?
Well, I think it's bigger than they anticipated. Tom brought the car in, as I said. He sat there in the car for quite a while. He's now gotten out. He's handed the car over to, I think it's Helio Castro-Neves. He's tweaked a track control bar at the rear of the car. That's the bar, the piece of suspension that controls the toe in and toe out of the rear wheel. And that's kind of standard practice. When you have a sideways impact on the rear end, that's the first thing that really tweaks. And that's exactly what's happened here.
Nick Damon is also in the pit lane.
I am. I'm back, and I just hopped off from the wall. Very convenient now. Inception Racing aren't there anymore, so there's a lovely open slot with a nice ladder up to stand on the wall and watch the cars coming in. And the first car I saw coming just 2 pits down, which is the 04, the CrowdStrike LMP2 car. George Kurtz at the wheel. They came in. Now, I think they may have beaten the yellow flag, because they certainly came in and took a complete full tank of fuel. No tyres. Clean up the fuel tank and fuel back out again. So that could be a very good way of them moving right up the field to the front of P2.
He was slightly behind it. Full course yellow was called by race control at 33 minutes and 20 seconds past the hour, and George Kurtz came in at 33 minutes and 21 past the hour. Now, if he was at the commit line, that's fine. That will be being looked at if he'd already got to the commit line, because obviously as the pits close, Marcus Sorensen entered a closed pits, but I think he just drove straight through. So we'll have to wait from race control.
Number 9
to work
and
that.
79 also came in, I think, trying to beat the yellow. Don't know whether they made it or not.
Well, I can tell you that.
79 and 9.
79 would have been
And
Gilles
13.
Gounon, and Kevin Estra was in the Porsche number 9.
Yep.
Race control called full course yellow at 33.20. Gounon was in before that, and so was Kevin Estra. So they're fine. George Kurtz right on the bubble. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, job done, and Helio Castro-Neves rejoins the race. Very, very quick job. It was just the tolling, the bar that's basically just 2 bulls. So very, very speedy work from MSR Racing.
Not the end to the championship season. Another championship winning season for Paul Miller Racing that they wanted. Jeremy came here with championship with the championship under their belts, and that car's going to have to get some remedial work, I'm afraid, from Paul Miller.
Right, so we're down to 8 cars on the lead lap now then, with that number 60 car finally leaving the pit lane. Helio Castro-Neves aboard that car now, but it'll be, I think, 2 laps down. Yeah. Plenty of time to make up that ground.
Let's go to Tom Blomqvist and see what he's seeing as the GTP cars come in. Nick and the rest of us will watch that as Tom talks to Joe Bradley.
Explain what happened there. Very crowded track. We can all see that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's obviously there's so many cars, 50 odd. Yeah, I got a little tap from behind. You know, it was all carnage there with the traffic. I was trying to, you know, drive back past the P2 guy. I think one of the GTs hit me on behind, which gave me a, you know, big tank slapper. And then I think he tried to go left, and the car, you know, when I was correcting the car, he hit my back again and bent the rear left tow rod. So, yeah, we had to come in and change that. Guys did a good job. I think we only lost 2 laps, so you know, it's not over yet.
Cracking job. I mean, give us an idea. I mean, it's way past the open top sports car days. These GTP closed top cars, your vision is very impaired.
Is what?
Your vision, very impaired in these cars.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of, but I think that was just, you know, obviously you're trying to look forward and look back. You know, I think which was a bit of a, you know, the BMW or whoever it was, obviously didn't expect me to go where I was going to go. I mean, we were at super slow speed, and in that first contact that I had from him, you know, got me sideways and then, you know, collected. We hit each other again, and I think that's what broke my car, and obviously, I don't know what happened to him, but yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Incident at pit out has caused some significant damage to the 31 Whelen Cadillac. Left rear damage there. There was a BMW involved there as well. I think the red light was on at the end of pit lane, and that's it confused what was going on. Yeah. Oh, and they ran through it. So the 31 ran through it and then realised it had to stop, and the BMW was driving through it and didn't stop at all. It was the number 25 BMW with Alexander Sims in the 31. Sims had run the red light anyway. He was over the line, but then he was obviously being shouted at to stop. He's the last pit stall there, and he was trying to get out ahead of the number 25 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde. They clearly were saying to him, stop, stop, stop. He ran the red light. The red light's behind him. And then van der Linde was never going to stop and drove straight into the back of him. So it could be double penalties here. More penalties than a European Cup final here this weekend already. In comes the GT field, and Joe Bradley and Nick Damon have the latest. Here's Joe.
I've got the number 3 Corvette, and also just gone by me is the number 14 Lexus Corvette, though they're changing driver. So tyres, fresh set of Michelin's going on, fueling going on, and now the new driver being put in that car down to the number 14, which is blocked by the number 12. So very busy as we expect. And, that's a beautiful soundbite of a Corvette there.
Well, at this end, we've had a lot of cars coming in, mostly doing full service. A couple of fuel, the 47 Cetilar Ferrari is just done fuel. There's been a problem with the 97 BMW, the Macintosh car that had a kind of, it was ready to go, and they stopped, had a bit of a conversation about it. So whether they had a slight issue, it was running, just didn't go anywhere, was a bit surprising. The red Ferrari had the recent Ferrari actually held up the Cetilar Ferrari for a while, but on the whole, it's quite opposite. We already have a situation where the GTDs aren't on the same strategies, because we had some doing tyres, some doing fuel, and I didn't see many driver changes, so we're obviously not on that rotation just yet.
Well, we've just had 2 hours of racing behind the BMW safety car again. So it is Cadillac Racing that leads. No, it's not, because I'd have to scroll back up to the top of the screen. More mouse action required there. Alexander Sims with Whelen Engineering leads in this 31 car, but that car is damaged. And I expect to see that car come back into the pit lane. It needs a new rear deck. So he pulls out, Alex pulled out of his pits. He's desperate to beat Sheldon van der Linde. He runs through the red light, realises he's done so or is told so, jams on the brakes. Sheldon van der Linde wasn't stopping either, so he's run the red light as well. So they're both going to get a penalty for running the red light, and then you're going to have to give Sheldon van der Linde a penalty for running into the back of the 31 car. Oh dear, oh dear. These are professional race drivers, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Bradley, you've got Alexander Sims coming back down towards you.
Yeah, Alex Sims has already made it round to the pits in that Whelen liveried Cadillac. Comes to a halt. Let's have a good look at, the left-hand rear corner completely demolished. That'll be a rear deck. I'm not sure whether that's tweaked the suspension that we've witnessed before. Certainly the MSR Acura had been tweaked, but this is a rear knock. 4 new tyres going on. The deck's still there. They'll put the tyres on first. Now they'll concentrate on the rear deck coming off. So we've got the T-bar that's into action. That's basically a quick release device. Off comes the rear wing. So it's not the engine cover part I'm talking about. It's the actual rear deck part, which has the diffuser on the bottom of it and the rear wing on the top. Kicked into place quite agriculturally, actually. Not quite seating right. They're not happy with it. Now, when it is seated right, they put the T-bar back into action, and it's basically a 90-degree turn or a 180-degree turn from that. Very, very quick release. They're happy with the suspension. This car's about to go back onto the track. It's off the jacks, and it's away. So that's all it was, just a rear deck damage.
Modular design on the back there. This time the light is green. Alexander Sims goes out. Meanwhile, at Porsche Penske Motorsport in the paddock, the floor is coming off the Nick Tandy number 6 963, and a small beach of gravel from under there as well. They were looking at the right front suspension as well on that car. That car came into the championship as the better placed of the two Porsche Penske Motorsports machines as far as the championship was concerned. That is down and out now. I'm sure if they can't get it back, they will, because they'll want the miles under the Michelin tyres. As into the pit lane comes the 25.
The leader.
This is the car with Scott as the leader. This is Sheldon von der Linde. Now, this is the car that ran into the back of Alexander Sims as the prototype clash split is going on. Let's go to Nick Damon for an interview. Where are you, Nick?
I'm with the 96 Turner BMW, and it's Patrick Gallagher just got out of it. Patrick, I've only got one question to ask you. Just how crazy is it out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly crazy when the prototypes are coming through. I mean, I'm kind of surprised at how many GTD guys are just bouncing off of each other this early into the race, but you know, I don't know why I'm shocked. It's been like that all year. So yeah, guys at Turner Motorsports have our BMW M4 rolling good. We'll see if we can't get a good result for Liqui Moly and Belhaven today. Obviously a long way to go, and we're just plugging away, waiting for the nighttime, and hopefully we get to the front.
Do you think there's more pressure on some of these drivers because it's one of the Blue Ribbon races, one of the big races of the year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, once you get into the rhythm of the race, no, you're just doing your thing. But certainly that first hour, everyone's been ready to go all week. And at a track like this where it's real narrow and fast and you got, you know, so many cars out there, I do think, you know, it kind of calms down after that first stint and people settle into a groove. But, you know, a good thing for the fans' sake sitting out there with probably 4 hours to go, it'll ramp right back up.
Has the constant yellows been a problem? You haven't been able to get into a rhythm because it's been constant stop and go.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in the car very long. I think I did half a tank there, and then I got fully in, and I'll get back in after that. But, yeah, it's tough to get into a rhythm in a way, but that's just the nature of this place, and you're going to have yellows with this many cars here, and, you know, you got to be ready to rip at any moment. It's really no different.
Is there an issue? This is suddenly today, after a very overcast week and rain as well, we've got glorious sunshine. I mean, is this putting cars out of their windows?
I don't think so. I mean, I think everyone's set up for the night regardless, so maybe it puts them a little bit out of the window during the day, but, you know, everyone up and down the pit lane is obviously setting up for the nighttime finish, so maybe a little bit, but our car was pretty good, and we'll see where we end up.
Thanks, Pat.
Yep.
Yeah, very good point. Joe Bradley?
Yeah, the 25, the BMW has been in, the matching pair, so to speak, and it's just the front section that was replaced. You know what? They're very, very robust front ends on these BMWs. There was barely a scratch. There was a scratch, of course, and they've changed it. They'll go in and inspect it to see if there's any of the dive planes missing. There didn't seem to be any, but you can never be sure. And it was a matter of, you know, 2 bolts, again, T-bar, 2 of them, off, on with the new one, and it's back out.
Joe and Nick in the pit lane. Well, Jeremy, we had a tight championship in GTP. That's, by my count, it's not massive arithmetic or quadratic equations. I reckon we're down a couple of major contenders there.
Yeah, I mean, one certainly is pretty much out of the reckoning now. That was number 6 car. The problems then also for the number 31 car that came into the weekend, or into the week, leading the points. Currently second in the points table because of the pole position for number 10 car yesterday that earned him 35 championship points to the... Where did the wheel engineering car qualified 8th, didn't it? So they leapfrogged ahead of the number 10 car leapfrogged ahead, number 31 car in the points table coming into the race. But yeah, at least the 31 car is still in there on the lead lap, no problems there. Just particularly galling, having come out in the lead there.
Yeah, what do you make of that? I mean, there's a mistake by Sims to start with because he runs the red light.
Yeah.
He then tries to stop the car, pulls the car up, and then Van der Linde, also running the red light, smacks straight into the back of him.
Pretty unfortunate that neither of them was paying attention to the red light. But for Alexander Sims, look, he's already gone past the red light, so I guess with the benefit of hindsight, I'm sure he wishes he'd gone a bit further up the track and then pulled out of the way in case anybody else was doing the same thing. But look, in the heat of the moment, you realise you made a mistake, you're going to get on the brakes. Unfortunately, the guy behind him had made the same mistake. Just really unfortunate. Not sure that you can really blame Van der Linde for hitting the number 31 car, but you can blame him
for running the red light. Yes.
Yikes. So
work
really
that one out, race control.
Yeah, have fun
Get
with
the
that
coffee pot on up there. You're going to be busy again.
As a result of all that, guess who's back in the lead? The car that led in the early stages, number 01 Cadillac, still with Sebastian Bourdais at the wheel. He's remaining aboard that car. He's done over 2 hours now already, and will be out front again for the restart. So we've had now 4 different cars leading the race: the 01, the 10, and then the 31 and the 25 very briefly.
Yes.
Before they came in to have some remedial damage after that little incident in the pit lane. So the 6th change of lead sees Sebastian Bourdais and that Cadillac Racing number 01 car back out in front.
23 laps has been led by the BMW X50M safety car since the green flag, that is. Obviously they did a couple more before that, for over 1 hour of the just over 2 hours that we've had so far. Now, it's not great. It's not a great advertisement, really, at the moment.
True.
And a lot of that has been, or some of that has been, through contact car to car, where we saw some incidents and even some red flags during practice and qualifying in the early part of the week. That tend to be driver mistakes in difficult conditions. We've seen much more car-to-car contact in the start of this race. You're listening to IMSA Radio around the circuit on 98.1 Road Atlanta FM, around the world on RS2 and here in the US on XM207, as well as on the World Feed TV.
And when all the other leaders came into the pits in GTP, the number 60 car was able to stay out and get one of its laps back. So Luke Castroneves now in car number 60 is just 1 lap down to the leaders, and having been behind all the LMP2 cars, is now ahead of them all. Right. So that's really good news for Meyershank Racing after that little drama just a little while ago that cost it 2 laps, but now just 1 lap down, and with plenty of time to have opportunities to make up that 1 lost lap.
We're going to go back green in a second, Jeremy, just talking about championship contenders that are out. Paul Miller Racing, of course, have won a championship, but they were in for other ones, and that's going to put dent in their championship aspirations as well in this race.
Yeah, true.
In the GT category. The BMW safety car rolls to a stop right in front of us so that we can get a really good look at the 22-inch rims that it rides on. Here comes Sebastian Bourdais. Goes across the start-finish line to take the green flag and has pulled out a decent margin to Marco Wittmann, who is the BMW driver in second place. Third now, Mike Rockefeller for JDC Miller Motorsports in the Porsche, ahead of Matt Campbell in the remaining Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7. Still with a chance of the championship, that car. Then Ricky Taylor in the Konica Minolta Acura, Paul Sitting car. Jimmy Bruni for Proton's Porsche, the WeatherTech car in the 59, and then Alexander Sims for Wheeling Engineering, with I'm sure a penalty coming in a moment. A couple of fueling penalties that have been assessed. That is the AWA number 13, Ori Fadani. And that then takes the second place LMP2 car down the pit lane, plus the number 38, Brian Thienes, Performance Tech Motorsports car. Same answer for that one. So that's the fourth place car. Heavens above. 31. Number 31, Whelan car, number 25 BMW, and the 36 car running the red light at pit exit. That's a stop at 60 for those cars. Wow.
So that is more than a lap.
Yeah. And also for, what's the third one there? Was the number 36 car. So that's Jared Andretti's car. So that's another. So second, third, did I say, sorry, third, fourth and fifth, I think, in LMP3 have all got penalties of one sort or another. And the 27 car, more than an emergency service in a closed pit, and that's a stop in 60. We're not going to have enough room in the penalty box. Already the two GTP cars have come in to be joined by the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing. So the three cars parked up in the penalty box. We've actually got the Whelan Engineering Cadillac is parked, I think, in its own box rather than the penalty box, and then everybody else is lined up behind it. So if either of the Lexus, the Vassar Sullivan Lexus come in, they are not going to have anywhere to park. That is very, very tight at the end of pit lane. Let's now another penalty. This for the number 88 car, the AF Corsa LMP2. This is the Francois Perraudot, Mathieu Vaxvier, Emmanuel Collard car, spinning the wheels whilst on the jacks. That's just a drive-through though, so we don't have to add them to the car park at the end of pit lane. Let's get back to some, shall we get back to some racing? I feel like I'm doing a bingo card of penalties at the moment. If someone hasn't got a line or all four corners at the moment, I'll be very surprised. It's like the meat raffle down at the local working men's club. Sebastian Bourdais leading.
Look who's in second position.
Mike Rockefeller has just gone through. And Matt Campbell is in third ahead of Marco Wittmann. So Wittmann's lost a couple of places there. As when we restarted, Marco was in second place ahead of the two Porsches. Yeah. Alex Quinn goes through in 8th position overall as the best LMP2 car. A lap off the lead, but that's a 13.9 for the LMP2. They slowed down LMP2 a few years ago, so that's a decent lap time from Alex. Yeah,
so he's just taken over from Ben Keating and has regained the lead from George Kurtz, who stayed at the wheel, I think, of the number 04 car. Yes, he did the APR, CrowdStrike by APR entry. So Alex Quinn, the youngster there, has moved back into the lead, number 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsports car. But now, all of a sudden, we've only got 6 GTP cars on the lead lap because the number 31 and 25 are finally underway again, but are a full lap down to the rest of the GTP leaders.
So now another penalty for the BMW number 25, just serving its penalty. In fact, it's just served its penalty at the BMW for running the red light, and has got the instant responsibility for the contact with the 31.
Yeah.
So that'll come down. That's just a drive-through, and a warning for another car there. That was, I think, the number 78 Forte US Racetronics. So that was instant responsibility warning, just a warning there to say I haven't been keeping as much of a note as I should have of all these penalties. It's probably a good job I would have run out of paper. So just to recap, Alexander Sims out of the pits from that last pit stop, was in the lead, ran the red light, realised it, stopped, slammed on the brakes, It was Sheldon van der Linde, also ran the red light, didn't slam on the brakes quite as quickly, and therefore ran into the back of the number 31 Whelen Cadillac. A comedy of errors. Just play the Benny Hill music, and that'll get on the show reel at the end of the season. Just goes to prove what stresses and strains and pressures these pro drivers are under in these big races. They are racing for championships. They are potentially always racing for their careers, particularly as works drivers. It's all on the line. Another spin for the high-class racing number 20. That's coming out of turn 7, I think. And that car just reversing back to the wall. It's been an incident-packed.
Dennis Anderson.
Still Dennis, is it?
Yeah.
He's already had 2 minutes parked in the penalty box. So he's probably read a chapter of whatever book he's going through at the moment. Gets first gear and carefully, without spinning the Michelins too much, gets back out. So he's looped it coming out of turn 7. The car looking a little less than pristine now, that red and white machine.
And honour restored for the Penske Porsche factory team, because Matty Campbell has managed to find a way past Mike Rockenfeller, so up into second position now for Matt Campbell, and right behind Sebastian Bourdais as they complete their 87th lap. Those three leaders pretty much nose to tail. Short gap back to Marco Wittmann in 4th position. He's got Ricky Taylor hot on his heels, having finally taken over from Louis Delatraz, who drove a tremendous opening stint. And then Jimmy Bruni is in the 6th position, as we see Sheldon. Is that Sheldon van der Linde?
Yeah, it is. It's the drive-through for running into the back of Alexander Sims, as they both ran the red light at the end of pit lane. Shea Adam back in the pit lane and has taken over from Joe Bradley, I believe. So it's Nick and Shea in the pit lane at the moment. Not sure how they managed to get the radio mic pack belt in between those two. That was a bit like having the driver change from Pat Long to Jörg Bergmeister, wasn't it? Let's be honest. Put that to one side for the moment. Bobbing, weaving into turn 1, and Matt Campbell goes for the lead, gets the right rear Michelin on the grass and goes through into the lead. And a Porsche leads Petit Le Mans. And it's Matt Campbell in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. Picked his way through the traffic. Mike Rockenfeller following him through and beginning to pressure Sebastian Bourdais. Mike Rockenfeller announced as a Ford performance driver in GT3 next year, with Harry Tinknell in the GTD Pro category here in IMSA. A long chat with Mike earlier in the week, actually, at a Porsche event, and thoroughly enjoying being back involved. He's done some test and development, of course, for the Hendrick NASCAR to Le Mans programme. Let's go down to Shea Adam, down at Paul Miller Racing. It's not been a good 40 minutes or so for the car that wears the number 1 on the side, Shea.
No, and the good news is they are still the 2023 GTD champions. But Brian, there's work going on in the background. This is Team Never Quit.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys refuse to quit. It's a shame that we have to be in this position right now. You know, I felt like we were having a pretty good race. Obviously, it's very early. Obviously, a lot of things can happen, but you know, we're in the lead. I think, unfortunately, had a pit stop infraction, had a drive-through, but that definitely wouldn't have taken us out of this race. This, unfortunately, does. You know, I think when you look at the race so far, it's unfortunate what we've seen. You know, we've seen a lot of yellow flags. I would say not the highest of driving standards, and I think that that's disappointing. It's disappointing because we're a professional series that's supposed to put on professional racing, and it doesn't look like that right now. You know,
the worst part of this whole thing is sitting here watching the guys fix the car and not being out there. So I feel so bad for them. You know, today was their kind of day to shine and to enjoy it and to embrace it, and instead we're stuck in the garage repairing it. So I'm super hopeful that we'll be able to get back out and at least run some more laps and finish the race, because I know that's what the fans came for, is to watch a bunch of cars go around. So fingers crossed they get things back together.
You guys took Madison out of the car very early on, about 40 minutes into the race, and put Corey in. What was the thinking behind that?
Well, I mean, it was a strategic move for us. It's so early in the race, and we were still in the running for the Endurance Championship. So with undercutting early, it kind of timed us to the 4-hour mark. So as soon as that yellow came, it gave us the opportunity to do that. And then it actually worked out even more to our favor, because as the second yellow came, we were much more full on fuel than the rest of the field. So then not only were we able to kind of like fill into our window, but we were also able to jump to the front just behind the 57 car. So things were working according to plan, and it's something we had talked about from the very beginning. The only kind of bullet we had left in the gun here was the Endurance Championship, and you know, we wanted it pretty badly, and we were going to do anything we could to get there. So that was the risk there.
Looks like the record of 5 wins is where it's going to stand on the season. Thanks, Brian. Now, Nick is down with another car that looked very strong earlier on. That's the Aaron Dames Lamborghini.
Yeah, the car which led the whole of the GTD class, both normal and pro, early on, has come into the pit lane. Looked pretty normal. They came in, they took a full slug of fuel, they changed all the tyres. No driver change, but then a problem on the rear right. The wheel did not go back on again. The engineer was looking, they were staring, and then the sign you never want to see in an American racetrack, the finger of fate, or the arm of fate, pointing back towards the paddock and to go behind the wall. And once they got the wheel on, they went behind the wall. It's quite obvious there's been a suspension failure in that rear right. It's not sitting at all correctly. This is not, I wouldn't think this is going to be work of a long amount of work, but they're going to need to change something they can't change on the pit lane, probably a tow arm or perhaps even a top link. But yeah, bad news for that Lamborghini that was going so well.
So suspension problems for the number 83 Lamborghini from Iron Dames. And Jeremy, that car was a rocket ship with Dorian Pan earlier on.
It certainly was. They had a tremendous opening stint to this race, a great qualifying yesterday as well. So really disappointing for that another crowd favourite team here. I think no doubt about that. The car looks great. The girls are doing a super job. Have done all week long. Yeah, they had that minor miscue where they came into the pits earlier on, just as the pits were closing, so had to drive through. It cost them the lead in the class. Since then, still running strongly, but now this problem is going to set them back a long way.
Yes. So right rear suspension, as reported by Nick. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll get our colleagues at Charlotte to pass that along to our TV booth. Although that's only next door to me, I'm not quick enough to write that down and stick it on the window. So at the front of the field, Matt Campbell leads by 3/4 of a second from Sebastian Bourdais. It's Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7, the 963, leading the new GTP category. From Cadillac's V-Series R number 01, the gold-fronted car, Sebastian Bourdais, been in that seat since the start of the race. Mike Rockenfeller for JDC Miller Motorsports, Jeremy in third, and the top 3 separated by 1.6 seconds. Marco Wittmann only another 3 or 4 seconds behind. Where is he? Coming down the hill now and comes through. Yeah, 6 seconds away from the lead, and he's got just 0.2 of a second on the Konica Minolta Acura, and then Jimmy Bruni's another 4 seconds further back.
Yeah, so it's still, you know, those top 3 pretty much running in tandem here as they work their way through slower traffic, and against a good example of the patience that has to be shown by these GTP cars. Much quicker than that LMP3 heading into turn 5, but they had to just be patient, wait till the LMP3 car came out of the corner, and then jump on the throttle and blast past them.
Ricky Taylor right with Marco Wittmann through turns 5, 6 and 7. Now onto the long back stretch. 2 little kinks in that, 2 little rises, and then the big drop down the hill to turn 10A and 10B. The BMW then holding on to 4th position. Marco Wittmann having taken over the car from Augusto Farfus. 2 cars recently behind the wall. We mentioned the Iron Dames, also the Andretti Autosport car going behind the wall. We'll keep an eye on that in the paddock with our intrepid pit lane team. Last year's winner then behind the wall for Andretti Autosport, and their season of bad luck, Jeremy, continues.
It does, doesn't it? And they've been running really strongly. Jared led the early stages. He fell back and around the pit stops, but was working his way through again, and yeah, that'll be disappointing for that team. So we're down to now 5 cars. One of them actually on the off the lead lap in LMP3.
There's just no respite for the drivers here. You get through a clump of traffic, and then you hit another clump of traffic, and if you're lucky, you get 2 or 3 corners where if you're one of the slower categories, I'm not sure you're getting a clear lap at all. And if you're one of the quicker cars, I'm not sure you're getting a full lap online at all. They have had the sweepers out during the yellow flags. The battle for 4th goes underneath us. I'm trying to rack my brain to remember what happened to the Andretti 36 car. I think they did take a penalty at one stage, but I can't remember what else happened. So we'll task one of our pit lane reporters to head to their... Shea Adam is at the pit box. That car's gone behind the wall, Shea. Has everybody gone with it? Oh, hang on 1 second. Battle for the lead and a pass for the lead, I think. Pass for the 4th place, rather, I think, with Koenig and Minolta's Acura using the traffic. But is the BMW still on his inside? No, he hasn't been able to make it. No. He got side by side for a moment. Sorry, Shea, go ahead. You're at the pit, in the pit lane for the Andretti car, are you? I'll try and fade you. No, you won't fade it up. Hello, Shea.
I did just get an answer. Broken left rear upright from contact with another car. They have the Michelin that, well, let's put it this way. If it was battered and bruised, it definitely would stand out from everybody else I've seen today. This poor little Ligier back in the garage. They're trying to fix it, but it looks like another bad race for them.
Really have had no luck but bad luck this year. Stepping up to GT, or into GTD next year, Jeremy, with the Aston Martin. And I mean, fair play to them for wanting to come back, because actually it's been a season to forget in some respects.
Boy, hasn't it just? I mean, everything that can go wrong has gone wrong with that team this season. Yeah, the first 2 races, we talked about it several times, the last few races, the first 2 races they did, Gabby Chavez didn't even get a racing lap under his belt, because Jared Andretti was taken out in 2 consecutive races before.
Not of his own making as well.
No, exactly, taken out, completely innocent victim.
And it sounds like that might have been a similar issue with contact at the rear there for the upright. So Campbell leads by 2 seconds from Sebastian Bourdais, Porsche number 7, from Cadillac 01, from Mike Rockefeller. What a run this is for JDC Miller Motorsports. And back onto the pit lane, the purple number 83. Nick Damon, you'd been watching that one. That was suspension problems as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it has just gone past its pit, flashing its lights, so thank you guys. Yeah, it was obviously a relatively easy fix, either a toe link or an upright, but they decided to do it in the paddock rather than actually doing it on the pit wall, as we saw earlier with the Acura.
Nick?
Yep.
Did it stop at its pit?
No.
That's going to be a penalty then.
Really?
Yeah. You have to stop with your pit when you come out back from behind the wall.
It waved it. It's a kind of, all right, it kind of moved about 2 yards towards the pit. And kind of go, look at me. It was more like an aircraft dipping its wings, you know, as it goes to say hello as it goes over an airfield.
Yeah, the pattern is full though, sorry. Request for flyby denied. Negative Ghost Rider, as Shay's just said about it. I'm right in saying, Shay, that when you come from behind the wall, you're supposed to stop at your pit stop?
Well, I thought that was the case, but when the 93 came back out earlier on, that was the Acura. They went straight from behind the wall out onto the racetrack. So either they got away with one.
Well, keep an eye on that. That might have been a rule that's changed. It certainly used to be the case. 7.5 hours still to go. The leader crosses the line now underneath my feet and heads down to turn 1. When I say underneath my feet, we are here trackside at the Global Broadcast Centre, is pretty much aligned with the stripe up on the second floor of the magnificent Michelin Tower. If you've got iRacing, by the way, it has been modelled in iRacing, and you can actually view around inside it on iRacing as well. You can actually get inside the tower and move around. Great view from the roof, particularly when the sun starts going down tonight over the Fox Factory Bridge. There'll be plenty of photographers checking out the wonderful vistas that are to be had here. Great. I mean, as I said earlier on, Jeremy, the infrastructure's been improved. Whether it's the internet, whether it's the Michelin Tower we're standing in, the character of the track and the character of this race is exactly as it was back in 1998, 1999, which is full on, head down, no nonsense, let's get to the end of the 10 hours. And this is a proper track that has proper consequences for mistakes.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's pretty daunting around here, particularly in inclement conditions like we've had earlier this week. But thankfully, right now, the blue sky is pretty prevalent. So it's a gorgeous day right now, and a big crowd here enjoying some exciting action. And we're now 99 laps completed by Matty Campbell. 100 next time around, and he's stretched out a lead of almost 2 seconds now over Sebastian Bourdais, but yeah, still very early stages for these GTP contenders, and all of the top 6 at least will be happy they're keeping their cars on the lead lap and in contention. But hats off particularly to Mike Rockefeller, number 5 team for JDC Miller Motorsports. Privateer Porsche getting absolutely zero help from the Porsche organisation himself, which seems bizarre to me, but confirmed to me by several people, and it's the same for the Proton team as well. Porsche not working with its customers, oddly, very different to the old regime at Porsche, but that's the situation, and there is Rockefeller hanging in 3rd position.
Let's go to Shea in the pit lane. Dwight Merriman's brought the Aero Motorsport number 18 in. We've also had the 04 CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing and the TDS number 11 in. Both of their starting drivers have got out. Shea, what's going on down at the number 18, the Aero Motorsport car?
They're trying to change the tail, but it's not really working. The damage to the right rear of the car was pretty minuscule. Dwight Merriman jumped out, walked over to the wall. It is Ryan Diallo who has taken over. Ryan, who has won this race twice before. The new tail is not seating properly onto the 18 Oreca, though, so this is a lengthier stop. And yeah, you mentioned George Kurtz coming in and getting out of the car. Does that mean we've had 2 hours, 30 minutes, and then some time elapsed, because that would be minimum drive time for each of these bronzes?
Nick Damon is watching the pit stops at the other end. We'll get to him.
Oh.
Go on, Nick.
No, I was all kind of breathing in, ready to go. I'm going to grab weather with Stephen Thomas, just finishing a chat with his engineer. Well, that was a very, very busy 2 hours and 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. We have a really good car. We have the best crew. It's a lot of fun out there. A lot of traffic, and that's a lot to navigate.
I mean, it's interesting fun. We've seen a lot of people who've not had fun. We've had a lot of people coming together. Is that people being over-optimistic, or just a result of how many cars there are on the track?
Well, I mean, there are cars everywhere, and you see the traffic, and you can see the other P2 cars are around you and how they're getting through traffic. So you have a pretty good idea. But, you know, sometimes you hit traffic right and sometimes you don't. And you just have to stay patient and try to get them out of the corners.
Are the GTP cars being polite? There's not a massive speed difference between you and the GTPs. Are they being polite as they overtake you, or just pushing past?
No, I haven't had any problems with the GTP cars all year, honestly. They've been pretty good. I mean, we're actually a little faster in the corners, so they get us on the straights. And, I mean, to me, those guys are professional drivers, and at least in the first stints when I'm out there, you know, they're respectful. And I'm trying to be respectful of them. They're doing this for a living, so I give them some room.
Is this you done, or will you get another run later?
I'm not sure. I think I've done my full drive time, but honestly, I just got out of the car and I'm not sure.
Great stuff, well done, mate.
Thanks a lot, man.
Great drive by Stephen Thomas early on in that mayhem.
Yeah.
And, you know, those cars are quick cars that he's driving, the LMP2s. These aren't pro drivers, as you heard him alluding to there. I like that attitude, Jeremy. And, you know, you mentioned it in qualifying. He came to racing fairly recently, so he hasn't got the racing background and the experience, but his attitude has been superb this year.
Yeah, absolutely superb. I mean, it's 2018, he did his first track day. It wasn't until 19, I think, he did his first race. So, you know, he got on board with Ross Bentley as his driver coach back from the very, very start. And Ross is here with him again this weekend. And he's just come on in leaps and bounds, Stephen. Did a fabulous job yesterday to qualify within 0.02 of a second of Ben Keating. He was a little bit more circumspect in the race today with Stephen. Quite happy to run, you know, to slip down at a place or two and not run the same sort of pace as Ben Keating, knowing that there's a long, long way to go in this race. And his pro drivers from here, Mikkel Jensen and Scott Huffaker, are more than capable of taking to the fight to the other LMP2 cars.
Got a word with George Kurtz once he's finished his debrief with the team, and he's working with them there at the moment. It's IMSA Radio and TV together from the 26th running of the season finale of IMSA's WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It is Motul Petit Le Mans, Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, playing host as tradition dictates. And it's been interesting so far. If you are just joining us, here's a recap. Cars going off on the warm-up and formation laps. We have already lost the number 6 Porsche, although I'm hearing that car will be coming back shortly, but out of contention. That was a championship contender for GTP, for Porsche and Penske Motorsport. Nick Tandy at the wheel when he was collected in a multi-car accident triggered by the number 20 high-class racing car driven by Dennis Anderson, for which Dennis received a stop and 120 seconds, a stop and 2-minute hold. He and 3 other cars damaged in that incident. The Inception McLaren, I don't think, will be coming back. That was the number 70 car, 023. A Ferrari did make it back into the pits, and that car has continued for the Triasi Competizione organisation.
I saw the race engineer for that car a little while ago before the start, and they've been struggling with that car this weekend. Some of the other Ferraris have been fairly stout, but conjecture there that those cars have had to add 20 kilos of weight to the Ferrari since the last race that the Triasi Competizione team did, which was Watkins Glen, just doing the Michelin Endurance Cup this season. And so it's just kind of taking the car out of the window.
4.5 minutes to the first tranche of Endurance Cup points. It's the end of the lap after the 4-hour mark. Championship points as they run. Sorry, what am I saying? It's still a wee while before that, but as they run in the championship, as of right now, there's an 11-point gap between the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura and the number 7. This is in the Drivers' Championship. The number 7 Matt Campbell and Felipe Nasr Porsche. Then the 31 Cadillac of Sims and Durrani, Alexander Sims and Peter Durrani. That's GTP drivers. In LMP2, Paul Loop-Chatton and Ben Keating on 2045 have a 53-point advantage over Mikkel Jensen and Stephen Thomas, with Ben Hanley and George Kurtz 137 points down. That's the 52, 11 and 4. Bit of damage, I think, on the Lexus number 14 at the front. And let's go down to the pits. We'll give you some more championship updates throughout the race. Nick Damon, first of all.
Yeah, it was the Paul Miller, the championship winning BMW, has rejoined the race, and he did stop its pit. It did actually come in and stop its pit box. That was mainly because they wanted to put some fuel in it. So I'm not sure what that rule is or not, but they haven't fallen foul with it, Paul Miller. They stopped, put some fuel in, made sure the nuts were tight, and off they went out again to try and catch up some many laps there behind.
Shea Adam.
That's the update I was going to give you too.
Yes. Okay, sharing information as well. Now, 7 hours, 15 minutes still to go. That first tranche of points for the Michelin Endurance Cup, by the way. That will come at the 4-hour mark, then the 8-hour mark, and then the 10-hour mark. So a little way to go yet before we get down to that. Jeremy Shaw has got a guest with him. Sneaked in behind you there.
So he has. Yeah. Jagger Jones. Great to see you, Jagger. You had your introduction to sports car racing this weekend. Of course, from a very famous family. His father is Parnelli Jones. His dad, PJ, who had a lot of success in sports car racing. You're following some illustrious footsteps. Jagger, you've been doing Indy Next this season. You've got an opportunity to drive an LMP3 car in the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge for this first weekend. You almost woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? Describe your weekend.
Yes, we had a very productive weekend.
There it is.
Yes, we had a very productive weekend. First, thank you guys for having me up here in the booth. It's a pleasure to kind of tell you a little bit about my experience in my weekend in the VP Challenge Series. Yeah, like I said, first time driving an LMP3 car. It was quite the experience, and I'm super grateful to Remstar Racing for choosing me and trusting me with the car this weekend. We had 2 really close races. On Thursday, I was making a pass for the lead with 3 minutes to go in a really heated battle. It was great, my first multi-class race, and a little incident kind of caused me and the leader to both get penalties and took us out of the contention for the win. But I learned a lot that day and applied it all to Friday morning. We had a really successful race, pulled away from the field. I had about, I think, a 14-second lead with 2 laps to go, and a mechanical issue stopped us from getting the win. So we showed the speed. We were the ones to beat. I learned a lot. I really appreciate this type of racing. My family does have a lot of history in sports car, and I've driven everything from NASCAR to IndyCar stuff, off-road, and now getting to show my skills in sports car racing is super cool.
Did it live up to expectations? Is this what you were expecting? I mean, you only had one brief test here in that LMP3 car before you raced it for the first time.
Well, I can say the multi-class racing was a lot more intense than I expected it to be. Us there with the GSX cars, we're about 11 seconds quicker in the LMP3, so that was definitely something for me to learn, and I learned a lot of that in the first race. And I feel like I grew a lot as a racing driver this weekend, and hopefully it can lead to some more opportunities in sports car racing in the future.
You've been watching this race, I take it, Jagger. You think that was intense yesterday? What do you think this has been today?
This is insane. With 20 cars on the racetrack was a lot, and with over 50 on the racetrack, it's crazy. The traffic and the different speeds of the cars and they have to deal with through the S section is so tight and it's so hard to pass. It's like the bull ring of sports car racing.
Is this where you aspire to be in the WeatherTech Championship or in the Michelin Pilot Challenge?
Yes, I still, I'm kind of exploring my options right now. I would love to obviously be kind of further my career in the open wheel side, and I think along with that, I really look up to guys like Scott Dixon and other IndyCar, Elio Castroneves, Pagano, all these guys that are running up front in IndyCar and then come here and they're super fast in sports cars. So I would love to be here in the future.
I was very interested to hear what you said there about multi-class racing. I have often contended that you can't learn multi-class racing unless you've done multi-class racing, and it doesn't matter whether it's LMP3 and GSX, whether it's GS and TCR, or whether it's GTP and everything else in here. There is something there that is just different from racing either single manufacturer or single formula.
Yeah, it's definitely different. And I did a ton of laps and tons of multi-class racing on iRacing and different simulators just to get ready for this weekend, because it was a box I haven't ticked in the past, and that's what the VP Challenge Series is great for, is for drivers like me to be able to, learn that multi-class racing and dealing with the different speeds before I do get an opportunity in the WeatherTech Championship. So I'm grateful for IMSA putting on that series and allowing drivers like me to come in and be able to learn at a lower level and then apply what we learned once we do get those opportunities.
So what is the plan for next year? What is the hope for next year? I know nothing's settled yet, but what would you like to do in 2024?
We still have some time in the off season, and I've been working really hard. Along with me graduating college in December, I've been really working hard on what I'm going to be racing next year. It takes a good financial situation and good partners behind me, and that's what we're working on right now to really iron out the details. I have some opportunities in Indy next, possibly for next year, maybe some more LMP3 and VP, maybe some LMP2. So nothing official yet. We're really exploring our options and kind of see where the best place for me to develop as a driver is going to be.
Out on the circuit at the moment, gentleman who was at the first race behind the wheel of the number 88, Emmanuel Collard, the AF Corsa LMP2 car, just rounding turn 7 and heading off down the back straight. He wasn't just here, he had won the race with Eric van der Poel and Wayne Taylor in the Ferrari 333, and still racing, still enjoying himself. So you could be setting yourself up, that's 25 years ago, so you could be setting yourself up for a big career here, Jackie.
Yes, I see there's a future for me in racing, and that's all I've wanted to do since I was 2 feet tall, and it's all I want to do to this day.
I know before you started your road racing career just a couple of years ago, you had to sit out a couple of years, didn't you? So how galling was that?
Yeah, it was tough. I didn't have much racing going on in my life through COVID. Unfortunately, some deals we were working on didn't come together. It was a tough time, and I went to college, and every day though I was working on how do I get myself back in a race seat, and that's really when I made the transition into the road course stuff.
Got a problem at turn number 5, car off the circuit, and let's see if it gets going again. Looks, I think it's the Volt Porsche. I think it is moving again though. No, it was the 36 that car again with trouble, and we've got a full course yellow. It is the Andretti Autosport number 36. This our 5th full course yellow now, Jeremy, is that right?
Yes.
And, well, we were just getting in towards having a full stint there and getting some sensible data, and it's well beached in the gravel for a car that had been going well, then had some mechanical issues. It was reported as suspension issues, wasn't it, for the number 36, Jared Andretti, and he will get towed out. Was that a mistake, or was that further issues? Here's how they run before the safety car changes everything. Matt Campbell for Porsche Penske Motorsport in the 963. The number 7 leads from the 01 Cadillac. That's Sebastian Bourdais in the gold-fronted machine. JDC Miller Motorsports all yellow Porsche, the 963, Mike Rockenfeller, the number 5 car, is in 3rd. Then in 4th, it's Acura the Acura number 10, and the top 6 made up by Marco Wittmann for BMW and Maishank Racing, the number 60 from Elio Castro Neves. Let's hear from Jimmy Bruni, who's out of the Porsche from Proton Racing. He's with Nick Damon.
Jimmy, you've come in just before that yellow flag. That must play into your hands.
Yeah, I mean, We had, honestly, because we only changed one side of the tires, and we didn't have so much time on practice to explore this strategy. So it was a bit on the edge in terms of grip. So I tried to come early and change the tires, full tires with the drivers, and yeah, I mean the race so long. So anyway, it's I'm happy that we did it because he was getting not very good on the safety side from the rear left tires. So all okay.
How are you finding the traffic out there? Because we've had a lot of coming together. We have a lot of incidents with the GTP cars, sometimes with themselves.
You know, I'm coming from Rome. It's a big city with so much traffic, so you have to play around the Rome to survive. So it's a similar situation with such a high-speed cars. No, it's part of this championship. It's also something good that we will maybe mix next year with not anymore the P3 cars.
Jimmy, I spoke to you at Le Mans and you were very, very excited about getting into this car. Has it been everything you expected it to be?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's a fast car, completely different than what I used to drive the last 15 years. And obviously we get the car very late in July with not so much testing, actually nothing. But we get used to, all three of us, and the team especially, all the boys on board are getting used to. So I'm looking forward for the last race of WC and next year for sure.
Next year with this team?
Of course.
Fantastic, thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Down at the other end of the pit lane with George Kurtz. George, you've gotten out of the 0-4 crowd strike by APR. Your job is done now, effectively. How much more nerve-wracking is it for you now that your championship and potentially your Le Mans entry is in someone else's hands?
Well, the good thing is we had a very good first stint. We put our time in. We didn't have any issues, and the car was very good. So, you know, worked through traffic well and got it to where we needed to be to put Ben in. And really, we're right on strategy. We're just dealing with the yellows, dealing with the chaos of all the traffic and so many cars. It's just crazy out there at the moment. But we feel good where we are, and now we've got two great drivers that hopefully are going to take it home for us.
Well, and the good news is the last time we had an endurance race was you and your two co-drivers who came home first. So 130-odd points out of the lead of the championship. That's not daunting to you, is it?
Well, you know, we didn't have a great Road America, even though we were pretty fast. So unfortunately, we're a little bit behind there. But we've still got the Endurance Cup to play for, and we've also obviously got the Le Mans entry. So that's been our focus, and however it shakes out after that, we'll see what happens. But so far, we're just heads down.
You got to run this race last year, but now you're back as a Le Mans winner. So is Petit Le Mans any different when you have that honor?
Well, you know, it was a great honor, and something I'll never forget. Now, you know, it's always about your next race, right? Only as good as your next race. So we'd love to win this one and put this on the resume, and then we'll focus on next year.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure talking to George Kurtz, another one of the non-pro drivers who thoroughly enjoys his motor racing. Been working with Colin Brown for a few years now, getting on for a decade, actually. And Colin Brown, of course, there's another driver who we want to know where he's going to wash up next year. As to rock up into which team, we do not know. LMP2 at the moment, PR1 Matheson leading for the number 52. AF Corsa, Emmanuel Collard has just gone back out in second place, but of course they've made their pit stop before the yellows, so that's good news for them. Then Ben Handley in the 0-4, the crowd strike that he shares with George.
Did the number 88 car come in before the yellow, or was that emergency service?
No, they've changed driver, so it can't have been emergency service. Let me just check.
No, Collard was already at the wheel.
Stand by.
Sure. Because the car's just gone out of the pits. I think that came in after. The number 52 car was in, I think, right before the caution period, I believe.
Sorry, yes. Yeah. It was the Jimmy Bruni car that came in beforehand.
And the 52, which was leading in LMP2.
Yeah, let me scroll through the race control. It's funny. Can't say. Oh, yeah, Collard entered the pits. So 88 and 36 entered closed pits, but it would have been emergency service for Emmanuel Collard then. Yeah, because he's just on his out lap now. All right, pit stops for GTP.
Back from second place.
Nick
Here
David.
Here they come menacingly towards me. Actually, only 5 of them have come in. the 01, we got the 24 BMW, the 7 Porsche, the 10 Acura, the JDC Miller Motorsports car, and of course the leading, or car have been oscillating in the lead, the 01 Cadillac Racing. At the moment, it is full service for, say, the Cadillac. Rutger van Zander's went to that one. Been a driver change in JDC Miller Motorsport. They've not put Jensen in the car, I can see him watching over. At the moment, everything seems to be just about okay. The fuel fill is so long, and also apparently we have the six Porsches returning to the race and away, and the first car away is the 35 Wheeler Cadillac won that sprint from the pit lane. The 10 was second, and then the 01 Cadillac was third.
Well, the 52 had such an advantage over the rest of the P2 field that PR1 Matheson was able to give a splash of fuel to that car and send it well before any other LMP2s managed to hit their marks in their boxes. We also had a driver change for the number 74. That was Gar Robinson's car that he started, where I believe now it has gone to Josh Burden behind the wheel of that one. Fuel and tires for the 74.
Jagger Jones with Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre.
So just very quickly there, John, as Nick was saying there, just 5 cars came into the pits in GTP. They're the only 5 cars on the lead lap right now. The 59 car that came in right before the caution period had fallen off the lead lap, so he stays out. Also, the number 60, the number 31 and the number 25 car that had their problems earlier on. Number 60 car was hit, and the 31 and 25 made contact at the end of the pit lane, had lost a lap. They've stayed out once they will get the wave around, because before we go back to green, the field will be reset behind the safety car, and those cars that are between the safety car and their class leader, in their case the overall leader, will be allowed to go past the safety car and then pull into their rightful position, because they have not been lapped at that stage by the race leader, because he has been into the pit lane. Then they will pull it to the back of the field, and then they will make their pit stop, and they will be back on the lead lap.
Here come all the leading GT cars. We've also had a new visitor, number 6, that Penske Porsche car that was very unlucky at the incident a couple of hours ago. That has been repaired. They've come, stopped their box, taken its full set of fuel. Both Lexuses, Lexi, Lexu, whatever they are, they're both stopped in their position. They're leading there through. We have the final race and one of the final stops, of course. A few more to go for the Corvette. The number 3 came in 4th place, and a complete plethora of machines all the way up to Shea, who's got even more GTDs than I have.
Important from down here, from the lead of the GTD class, Indy Doncha has taken over the number 57 Windward Racing Mercedes. We've got Laura Spinelli in the number 78 Lamborghini. That was chasing him on the racetrack, now chasing him down the pit lane. Another big driver change, number 97, Bill Oberlin. So if you're standing next to the racetrack, take half a step back. And the other big driver change I noticed, a guy I'm going to have to go and get a word with, because I think Alan Brynjolfsson has just gotten out of the 77 Volt Racing Porsche for the last time. He's handed over to Trent Edmonds.
And I believe it was the Corvette that won the race off pit lane there, and almost contact as well as they were going out. Huge amount of work for the Porsche Penske Motorsport team to get that number 6 back out on the track, and that is Mathieu Jaminet behind the wheel of that car. As it is back running again. They lost the best part of an hour, didn't they? Or thereabouts. They are 67 laps, an hour and a half that is, off the lead now. So let's see how many they can pick off back. They'll stay out there because it is essential for them to get as much data as they possibly can for these still relatively new cars. The wave-by is ongoing, and that means you'll see cars going at speed. You're listening to the 26th running of Motul Petit Le Mans, IMSA Radio, IMSA TV, Sirius XM 207, and around the circuit here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, on 98.1 FM. Let's head to the pit lane. Shea Adam.
With Alan Brynjolfsson, who just drove since the start of the race. And Alan, your crew said you're on a racecation now because you get to sit back and enjoy the rest of this one. But how much did you enjoy that opening stint?
It was by far the best stint of my life. Had a ton of fun, going for 3 straight hours, and I kind of felt like I drove the best I have, and I really enjoyed every moment.
I hope that's not the last time we see you in a race car, just the last time for a little while.
Just for a year. We'll see. I'll be back.
At the pit out part of the pit lane, a very unexpected stop for the 01 Cadillac. He's come down the pit lane again. They put a bit of extra fuel in Renger van der Zande's car, which they just do anyway. But the main thing was they opened up the passenger door and had a good old fiddle about in there. Now I think that maybe that's where the radios are contained, or maybe it's the electrical side. I'll see if I can find out what it was. But Shane probably knows better than me what's on that behind that right-hand door. But we'll go from there and we'll see if we can find out what that problem was.
Okay, mark that one down. An extra run down pit lane for the 01. Renger van der Zande, though, will still get the GTP class split. So he's just doing that now and trying to get his way through the GTD cars. It's actually quite a stressful time for everybody concerned as Renger took the opportunity. But, of course, you can do that nowadays because of the GTP class split. Also in the pit lane, we've got the 31 Whelen Cadillac as well. Before we go back to green, let's have a quick word with Sebastian Bourdais, who'd been in that 01 gold-fronted Cadillac since the start of the race. Mega move at the start of the race to take the lead.
Sebastian, you've been in that car since the start. It was a very, very good start by you to take the lead.
Yeah, we seem to be able to turn on the tires pretty well. This Michelin's been pretty high performance for us. Maybe a bit higher on the tire deck than we'd like so far, but sun's come out, the wind's picked up, so that's not a huge surprise. We've really tried to put a strong point for the balance at the end of the race, where Renger should be able to take us to the front. So yeah, trying to stay out of trouble, I guess measure the risks in traffic. You know, we want to run up front, but we don't want to run up front at all costs. So definitely a lot of guys willing to take a lot of chances out there. So yeah, just a little bit difficult as well to follow in the rhythm because the race has been so broken up so far with all those yellows that makes it hard. You keep being on the right and the wrong side of the fence strategy-wise, depending whatever you do, because every 20 or 30 minutes it keeps getting reset. So it's a bit hard, but we're all running laps right now. It doesn't really matter what's happening. So we'll try and keep the car, that 01 Cadillac, in one piece and keep those Michelin tires under us and see what happens when it's money time.
It's great to see you out the front, leading the race, but has it been a difficult transition to these new cars, these brake-by-wire hybrids?
Yes and no. I mean, it's definitely a bit of a trickier car to drive than the DPI, mostly because it just doesn't have the downforce. The systems now are obviously helping a bit. Car behavior. It just took us a bit of time to figure it all out, just to debug the system and make sure that, you know, unintended things didn't happen. We've had a few of those. Unfortunately, it cost us a bit sometimes, but it's all part of the learning process on the team side and on the driver side.
So therefore, it must be. Do you now think, well, we're going into next year? This is the year we can really start going, drop on the ground at Daytona, ready to go for 24.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it kind of feels like this is the start of 24 for us. It's been such a crappy season, honestly. I don't know. I thought last year was bad with all the incidents we've had. It was kind of win or bust, but this year has been mostly bust and not much to show for. So, you know, we'll keep digging. Obviously, we've had pace. We've done some good things, but we just need to be a heck of a lot more consistent and maybe a bit more things going our way as well, not getting hit so many times.
Great stuff, great stuff. Cheers, Sebastian.
Great to hear from Sebastian Bourdais. As ever, considered. He spent the better part of, 3 hours in the car there, but considered, brought it all down, understands what's going on, sees the big picture.
Yeah, exactly. Great. He's got a really, really good attitude. Especially, there's a problem for one of the AWA cars. That was only fourth in the class. Number 17, that's Wayne Boyd at the wheel of that car right now. That's the car that won the most recent LMP3 race at Indianapolis.
And it's dead stick. He's had to turn it all off. The lights have gone off, the position marker lights, and the panel on the side is switched off. He's doing it the old three-fingered salute, isn't he? This is Control-Alt-Delete from Wayne Boyd, who second in the championship. Anthony Mantella, Nico Varrone, his teammates. Oh, this is frustrating for him. This will feel like a year. Might actually delay the restart here. Jeremy, whilst we're hearing that interview, just working out who got back on the lead lap there for the GTPs. We saw the 31 Whelan car come into the pit stop to get topped off. Yeah, that car, by the way, that number 17 car for Wayne Boyd, that's just died on him. That's absolutely died, and we will stay under full course yellow. I saw him come into the pit lane, Alexander Sims. I think, though, he got out before the safety car, so they got the way by. So they're back on the lead lap. Have we got all 9?
9, excuse me, yes.
9, yes. Only the number 6 car, which is many laps down, the
Correct.
Porsche. So the top 9 are back on the lead lap, are they?
Yeah, they are. They were with the pit stop for the number 59 car right before the caution period, just on schedule for them. They
was Harry Tinknell, wasn't it?
That was Harry Tinknell to taking over the wheel from Jimmy Bruni.
Yes, exactly.
They fell off the lead lap, making that stop, but now with the wave around, they're back on the lead lap again. So that's good news. And there's the other 4 cars that had the problems early on, number 60, 31, and 25, or 3 other cars, excuse me, have all regained the lead lap. So game on again for all those contenders, and very much, all of them. Well, 2 of them, and you have championship aspirations.
So we've stayed under yellow, and BMW are taking the opportunity to come back in again. Nick Yellerly is the 9th of the 9 prototypes, and he's going to top the car off. Also coming in is the number 18 Ryan DL, Era Motorsport, running 6th of 6 P2s at the moment. They're going to top off as well. Hearing from the pits that Wayne Boyd's car will need help to get it back to the pits. So the team have let race control know that will need assistance to get back to the pits. And now, in fact, Shea, it sounds even worse than that. Shea Adam.
They don't know why it stopped working, so they don't even want it to the pit lane. They want it to the garage to see if they can even get it to turn on again.
Oh, wow, it's that bad?
Yep.
Oh, dear. Iron Dames back into the pit lane after that suspension failure. Dorian Pan was driving away from a quality GTD field and had the GTD pros behind her as well, but that car sadly gave up the ghost, so they're on a comeback trail at the moment. And there was a couple of other cars followed in there as well. Heart Racing Aston with damage to the front end of that car. Obviously got that a bit earlier on, and still waiting for race control. Well, I can see that the 17 is moving. It's coming down towards turn 10, but it isn't moving under its own power, and it's being towed. I can see on the tracker that it's just coming down the braking area. And good towing etiquette being showed there by the recovery. The driver sticking his hand out and doing the old hand flapping. That's proper old-fashioned hand signals. It used to be in the highway code in the UK for your hand signals. And if you're being towed, you should try and keep the tow strop as tight as possible. Jeremy's just done the circular motion, which in a right-hand drive car would have meant I am turning left. You stick your hand out if you're turning right. Obviously changed over for a left-hand drive car. I'm really impressed to have seen that from the tow vehicle. And Wayne Boyd obviously knew exactly what he meant, because he kept going nice and slowly into the pit lane again for the much delayed and damaged and banged about number 6 Porsche Penske. And that car, we put Mathieu Jaminet in that car, didn't we? So he's coming in. They were 67 laps down, and they've actually dropped another lap by doing what they've just done, but they're going to top that car off as well. And actually, in fact, Nick Damon can give me more on that, because this is not just a top-up.
No, they've taken the rear deck off. It's, I suppose, the advantage they've got is they've been able to run a couple of laps at medium to full speed. And of course, the thing's been completely mucked up, so they've got to make sure that the bits they put back in again are to the actual same dimensions. You know, they've got the right length on the third shock, and the second shock that is bent. So they're giving it a very precautionary look around and a bit of a waggle about as well, which I like to see. And I'm going to get a bit closer and see exactly what they're doing. And then we'll go out to Shay.
We should be going green the next time around, but we did just have a pit stop from the number 52, PR1 Matheson. Now, I remember calling a pit stop from them not very long ago, but they brought the car in. They did full service, fuel, tires, and Paul-Loup Chatin is now behind the wheel.
Shea Adam and Nick Damon in the pit lane. The examination of that number 6 that Nick has just described. That's as much as I've seen of the underneath the back end of a 963. Nick Damon, there's a hole appeared in the roads and the local council are looking into it. I mean, it is a bit like that at the moment, isn't it? There's a bit of staring at the back of the car.
Yeah, my feeling is that the driver's gone round and gone, this doesn't feel quite right, lads. It's not quite on. And they've had a good old shake at everything, making sure the various... Because everything moves. Making sure everything that moves is in tolerance, nothing's a bit loose. I didn't see them actually tighten anything. There is a complete set of very advanced, very expensive spanners on it and everything else on the side. But they seem to be okay. They seem to be happy with it. And now all they've got to do is make up 69 laps in, 6.5 hours.
It's doable. It is doable. Thank you, Nick. Jagger Jones, thanks for being with us. Enjoy the rest of the race and good luck with whatever you're doing next year. Nice to have you.
Thank you guys for having me.
As we go back to green with 6 3/4 hours on the clock. 2 yellow cars side by side into turn 1. And that is a position being made up by the number 01 Cadillac on the restart. That was on the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963. That was the battle for third, and Timon van der Helm gets overtaken by Renger van der Zande as they started. They are chasing, however, Matt Campbell, who got a phenomenal jump off the line. Ricky Taylor in second for the Cunningham and Alder Acura. Then that's that battle for third, Renger versus Timon. Then Philippe Eng for BMW M-Team RLL. Then Proton's Harry Chingle in the white WeatherTech 59. Then Whelen Engineering with Alex Sims. Elio Castro Neves in the 60, the pink and white Acura. Then Nick Yellerly in the ninth position. Right, let me go through all of the penalties after the pit stop. This is, I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah. There's every pit stop cycle now.
Yeah,
so I've never seen this before.
No, exactly.
No, exactly. I wouldn't normally just do the numbers, but I could be here all day. 88 penalty, more than emergency service in a closed pit. So that will be a drive-through for that car, and that is the EF Corsa 79, which is the WeatherTech EMG. That's fuel infraction. That's a drive-through, and the 23 outside their pit box. So that means Heart of Racing Aston Martin number 23 will be driving through as well, and that's in fact is being served right now. Oh, Porsche keys to the waist, no penalties. Unbelievable.
No one's listening.
No, clearly. And also car 17, he's another one outside of the pit box. That's AWA.
Well, that was the one that had the problem out on the racetrack too.
Yes, good point. Good point. Now, looks like the FAF Porsche has got damage as well. Front left on that number 9 car. Shea just spotted as it went through. Aaron just told me in my ear as well. And that sounds like there's something scraping on the floor, as Shea mentioned, as it went by. So we'll keep an eye out on the left front of that number 9 Porsche as it comes through this time around. Here it comes. Oh yeah, it's thrown the front wing off again. We've seen this with the 992 RSR, the GT3 car, and it's the left front wing fender wheel cover, call it what you will, has gone completely. We've seen a couple of loose ones in the past. It's tended to be the right rather than the left, in fairness, but that one has gone. That's made its bid for freedom. At the front of the field, Matt Campbell leads now by nearly 4 seconds. Great restart from the young Antipodean, Jeremy.
Yeah, he got absolutely flew away at the restart there and extended his lead by another 0.4 of a second on that lap as well. Entered the 0.3 on the previous lap, so he is absolutely flying. Change of the lead there in GTD Pro at that restart, with Mauro Engel now taking over the lead in number 79 WeatherTech Mercedes from the erstwhile leader Jordan Taylor, making his final start for Corvette Racing before moving back to his family team.
But a penalty, as we mentioned, coming for that 79 car. So that's going to be a drive-through for the fueling infraction there. That's going to hurt them. That's annoying, isn't it, when you're leading the class? At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, thank you for all the kind words. Beautiful sunshine here. Track temperature, the warmest it's been all week. Similar weather to when I first arrived here on Tuesday. Perhaps a little warmer. Air temperature 23 Celsius, track temperature 33 Celsius. That's 91 Fahrenheit on the track and 73 in the air. Other cars that we are keeping an eye and an ear on as they come past us. We think either the 47 Chetelaar racing machine or Kelly Moss and the number 92 Porsche.
Just talk about LMP2. You were mentioning a little while ago that quite a few of the gentleman drivers have completed their minimum drive time in this race. Among those, however, I think is not Ben Keating. He didn't. He made a switch before that 2 hours and 30 minutes. So Ben, I think we'll have to get at the wheel of that car a little bit longer. Number 52 car. Stephen Thomas, we know is done in number 11 car. George Kurtz, we heard from number 04. I think the same for him. And so interesting to see how that.
Engel pits in the leading GT from WeatherTech Racing, and that is for that fuel infraction drive-through. He's serving it now. Battle for second place coming down to turn 10 in GTP in the overall. The blue and black number 10 has Ricky Taylor on board. It's the Acura being chased by Renger van der Zande, who's had a great restart in the Cadillac V-Series R01.
And took at that the Mercedes coming into the pit lane in GTD Pro. Leading now in GTD non-pro is number 78 car. That's the Lamborghini Huracan of Forte Racing, powered by US Electronics. It's Loris Spinelli who's now taken over from Patrick Liddy, who drove this the last stint after an excellent start by Misha Goikberg. And that car now running up front again in GTD. And ahead now of Indy Doncia. They made that pass after the restart because number 57 car was ahead, I think, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So they made that pass the last couple of laps. And then Kenton Cook in third position in GTD for Team Courthoff Motorsports. That's number 32 Mercedes. And then Frankie Montecalvo in the Vasser Sullivan Lexus, car number 12. And Robbie Foley in the Turner Motorsport BMW. What a week it's been for Turner Motorsport. Yesterday won 2 championships. The VP Racing Sports Car Challenge with young Francis Seldorf, and also the Michelin Pilot Challenge yesterday in somewhat dramatic fashion for Robbie Foley and Vin Barletta.
Dramatic and controversial fashion, yes. With another team helping them out to win the championship. Damage to the left front of the Porsche number 9 that we mentioned. It looked like there'd been a little bit of bumping on that car, and the whole of that left front wing that I mentioned has come off, leaving it sort of looking like almost like a late model grass tracker on that side of the car, and the whole wing's come off in one piece, and it's sitting just at the exit of turn 12, just off the circuit, I should mention. Maybe we need Blur Fiends, a qualified Porsche technician who, not content with taking Porsches apart, putting them back together again during the week, is tuned in, watching and listening whilst assembling his Lego 911 RSR. Hello, Blur. At IMSA Radio, what are you doing whilst you're watching and listening. And where are you in the world for our international feed? Live, uninterrupted and free. Good to have your company wherever it is. With a bit of luck, we'll get a bit of green flag racing now, and Jeremy and I will feel a lot better about that.
True that.
I think the teams will as well, Jeremy, and so will the drivers. It's, you know, you want to find out as much as you can about where you are, and we've not had temperatures like this at all through the early part of the week. We've not had the sunshine as such. The FAF car, by the way, still circulating, and Klaus Bachler is behind the wheel. 1:21.1 last time around. Most of the cars around him going a little bit quicker. Dakota Dickerson just putting in the fastest LMP3 lap of the race for Junior 3 racing as he leads that class, a 1:17.427. GTD Pro Corvette from Vassar Sullivan from Iron Links, and those three are absolutely together as they come down under our feet right now, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's fun, isn't it? And that Lamborghini running in third position right now. The Corvette leads, Lexus second, Lamborghini third, but Lamborghini started right at the back of the field. You remember that was the car that had qualified second fastest yesterday, but got a penalty afterwards, had to start dead last on the field, so he's made his way past 24 of the, or 23 I should say, of the 26 cars in this class.
It's Jordan Taylor, Corvette Racing from Ben Barnicut, from Vassar Sullivan. Those are the two yellow cars at the front of the class. And then Jordan Pepper in the green Iron Links, number 63. Behind that, actually, is the class leader in GTD, Laura Spinelli, in the 40. Number 78 car, another green car, but this time with a bit of black, the Arrow sponsorship on there. Race leader coming round on his right-hand side, goes through.
Very impressive run by that team as well. The Lamborghinis are certainly strong this weekend, no doubt about it. We saw the Iron Dames car was fast as well until it had its problems. So dropped it a long way back down the field. Meanwhile, up towards the front, Harry Tinknell in number 59 Proton Porsche has just got past Philip Eng in number 24 BMW, so that's a past 4 position. Proton car up to 5th position.
Stunning effort from Proton. And from JDC.
Absolutely, yes.
So taking delivery of those cars relatively late, very limited amount of testing, particularly for the JDC car going over the top of turn 2 and 3 right now, the bright yellow number 5, and they did their shakedown in an adjacent car park to their facility, didn't they?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the race car drivers had never sat in the car before they got to the racetrack.
Francois Perraudin, by the way, has come in to serve that penalty for too many crew members working on the car in the AF course in number 88 Orica. And we still have 6.5 hours to run here of the 26th running of Motul Petit Le Mans. You're listening and watching on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, as well as Sirius XM 207 if you're in North America. RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network, a 24-hour channel devoted to IMSA racing. Get it via imsaradio.com or radiolemans.com.
So now just over half an hour away from the first lot of points that will be awarded for the Michelin Endurance Championship, and that's certainly been on many of these teams' minds. For the prototype cars, we went green with at 3:14, yeah, so they should be able to stay out. They don't need to make a pit stop, I don't think, before that 4-hour mark in this race. The LMP2 cars, however, will need to make a stop before the 4 hours.
A couple of things to note on the track. Francois Perraudin did not come in to serve that penalty within crossing the line 4 times, so he'll get another drive-through for that. That's a massive error from AF Corsa. And also there's some concern from the trackside marshals and from race control about some liquid out of the back of the Jordan Taylor driven Corvette, which leads GTD Pro. Clearly visible on the windscreen and the camera of Ben Barnicott's car, and he's been talking to the pits, to his pits as well in the Lexus RCF, and so that is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. And if it gets any worse or doesn't clear it up, there is the opportunity for race control to throw the black and orange flag, often called the meatball flag, because there's a black background and a bright orange circle in the middle of it. Matt Campbell, 4 seconds to the good from Ricky Taylor, who has a bit of a battle on his hands with that Cadillac. Renger van der Zande still only 3/4 of a second away in third. Then Timer van der Helm for JDC Miller Motorsports in the first of the customer Porsches. Harvey Tinknell in the second one. That's the Proton 59 car. He is in 5th position in the WeatherTech car. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhoff in the Global Broadcast Centre. Nick Damon, Joe Bradley, Shea Adam, our pit lane team. And we say good evening to those of you who are joining at just after 9 o'clock Central European summertime, 8 o'clock in the UK. What is it, 8:10? And hello to Kerry Cobb, who's just joined Enos, our producer in London.
Change for second position now with the number 01 Cadillac, Renger van der Zande finding his way ahead of Ricky Taylor.
That was on that, that was on the last lap. He was closing down on him.
Yep. So I was just about to say that you talked a little while ago about the kind of championship points as they stand, with the number. Which car were you talking about would have taken the lead? Anyhow, that puts the number 10 car still now, I think, would be in the best position in terms of the championship points. But long way to go.
Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane in this segment of the race, as we mentioned. Joe, Wayne Boyd, whilst well up in the category, had a car that just died on him, had to get towed back. This is the number 17 AWA machine we were talking about that he shares with Anthony Mantella, the Canadian, and the Italian-Argentinian Nico Varone. What's the news from that car?
Well, it's a fuel pressure issue. What we saw, Wayne wasn't exactly control underneath. What Wayne was doing whilst he was trying to get the car back to life was changing to the secondary fuel pump. Still no fuel pressure when he did that. So that's why the car has had to be towed back, and now the team are working on that number 17 back in the paddock.
Mayhem at the restart, with more penalties coming, jumping the restart. 2 cars here. The number 63 is the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, and the number 78, that is the other Lamborghini from Forte Racing, powered by US Racetronics. So GTD leader and third in the GTD Pro classes. Extraordinary. Both pinged for jumping the restart last time around. Jeremy makes a note of that on his impeccably kept lap charts.
That is bizarre.
I honestly have not seen this many infractions of all types, possibly ever. And fair play first of all to the corner workers and marshals for spotting this, to race control for running the replays on their own machines upstairs and working with the TV company. This is it's just poor from the teams and the drivers. It really is. We must be well into the 20s of penalties. so far in this race.
Yeah, you've got to be right. I mean, just half of what you've been talking about is penalties, it seems like.
Shea Adam will have that number for us in a moment or two's time. Just going to come and talk to one of our pit officials, Richard, who is actually down at the penalty box. And
he hasn't had any rest, has he?
No. He hasn't been able to sit down, put his feet up, read a couple of chapters of the latest novel that he's going through, has he? No. Neither of race control. Now, and listen, all of that, whatever you think about the decisions, whatever you think about race control, they have turned these decisions round very quickly indeed, and that is really important to do so. Oh, off for at the top of the hill for the number 92, and there's problems with the right rear of that Porsche. This is the Kelly Moss machine, and it is moving again for the Brille skincare machine. And now, is the tyre completely gone there? It's not quite, not quite, but there's very little of it left, and it's almost a full lap to come all the way around, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for David Brule there, because he's got to limp his way all the way around. Not quite sure what the cause or effect was there on that puncture. Just noting, Renger van der Zande last time around. Let's have a look at
contact with the 88, yep, absolutely. Yeah. It's the Emmanuel Collard car, but it's Francois Perrodo in that AF Corsa Starburst Chrome car, and just sticking the right front ailerons, if you like, on the front, the canards on the front left of his car into the right rear of David Brule's car. That's going to be a penalty for that car. So the 88 will get a penalty for incident responsibility. Now, the penalty we got for incident responsibility earlier on was a stop at 120 seconds. We then had a penalty for incident responsibility in the pit lane, which was a drive-through. So where on the spectrum does that come? Because that has absolutely crippled that car, and he's having to do basically a full lap bar 2 corners on 3 wheels.
Yeah, that's going to cause a lot of damage potentially to the right rear corner of that car. Not just the tyre going down, but that rubber flailing around in there as well. Was just the rubber.
Just a drive through for that one, apparently.
Tell you what, Matty Cabell's got his got the hammer down again at the front of the field. He just had a bit of good luck through some traffic on the last couple of laps. All of a sudden, that gap has extended itself to over 7 seconds between himself and Renger van der Zande, who just turned a lap within 0.2 of a second of his best lap of the race just a couple of laps ago.
Hearing from Shea in the pit lane, that was the 29th penalty called in 2.5 hours of this race, or thereafter. Joe Bradley is watching that number 82 Kelly Moss car come into the pit lane. Afternoon, Joseph.
Yeah, afternoon, guys. Yeah, the 92's made it back to the Brule, I believe. Is the driver, you can confirm that?
Yes, it is.
It's right rear. Right rear, he's done a great job getting that car back, because the carcass of the tyre has moved to the inside edge. They're just checking now for damage. What the problem can be, of course, is as that tyre starts to disintegrate, the carcass of the tyre can then start flailing. He hasn't managed to do that. He's done a cracking job, and they've basically just put a wheel and tyre back on, and he's been given the nod to get back out straight away. Just getting waved off, just finding the gear. Just finding the gear still. He's been told to go. He's been told to go. He can't quite get the car moving. Now he does. Great stuff. Great job by David Brule, bringing that car back at a pace that hasn't caused any further damage.
Not letting it phase him either, Joe. That's the point. You get attacked by a prototype, and it was the barest of contacts. No more or less contact than caused the 4-car incident down towards 10A. But it cut the tyre. Well, no, not the initial contact. I think it was probably more contact that Perrodo put on that car. It's the consequences are slightly different. I accept that, but David did it. I think David did a very good job there. Got back on the track without interfering with anybody else's race. Stayed off the racing line as much as he could, which is never an easy thing to do. And they've had a good look at that car and sent him. So fair play.
Yeah, hats off to David there. And my hat's off to him in any case, because he's 75 years of age, and you wouldn't know it looking to him, talking to him, watching him drive even.
No.
So
we all want to be David Brolé when we grow up.
Yep.
Hope for us yet. Matt Campbell continues to control the race for Porsche with a 5.5 second lead now in that number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsche 963 from the Cadillac V-Series R of Renger van der Zande.
The two privateer Porsches have exchanged positions on a couple of laps ago. Harry Tincknell now moving himself up to 4th place. He's absolutely flying in that Proton car. It looked like Jimmy Brewery was struggling a little bit. We heard from Jimmy. They only put on 2 tires, I think, is his previous stop. He was struggling a bit towards the end of it, but Harry Tincknell absolutely not. He's flying along there now. Made that pass on Tymon van der Helm and get himself up into 4th place in that car, number 59.
LMP3 battle heating up, and Felipe Fraga now leads for Riley there, the number 74 from Dakota Dickerson for Junior 3 Racing in the 30 in second. Those are the 2 Ligiers. Then Lars Kern in the Duquesne in 3rd position.
Right. Fraga, I think just on that last lap, actually, that Fraga got past Dakota Dickerson.
Correct.
Yeah.
Lars Kern, of course, famous for driving cars from Porsche very quickly indeed around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Also, a very decent race car driver in his own right. Yeah, that's just happened. And Felipe Fraga holds a scant 1/10 of a second advantage. Meantime, in the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th, Alexander Sims has Helio Castroneves and Nick Yellerly behind him in the GTP. So Alexander, the Wayland engineer, in the 31, sorry, is what I was trying to say. Helio Castroneves for Maishank Racing and Nick Yellerly for BMW MT. Now, something happened recently at turn 4, and that was the high-class racing car and contact with the Magnus Racing machine, the Magnus Flexbox Aston Martin. However, that's just a warning at this stage. It does come up as a penalty, but it's a penalty, it's a warning. But it is, it's a yellow card in soccer terms, that one.
Keeping an eye on Ricky Taylor here, because he's dropping quite a bit of ground all of a sudden to Renger van der Zande, and coming under increasing pressure now from Harry Tincknell. So that number 10 car that was running so strongly not so long ago was overtaken by Renger van der Zande, and now he's almost 8 seconds behind him. He's pulled out that gap in the last 9 laps.
We're joined in our Global Broadcast Centre by head of BMW M Motorsport, Andreas Rus. Andreas, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you that I have the chance to be here.
Well, thank you for joining us. And what a cracking race. It's a bit too exciting, perhaps, for some of you manufacturers at the moment.
I mean, again, Road Atlanta Petit Le Mans shows that it's one of the greatest races. We had already, I think we are now not even 4 hours into the race, and we saw already a lot of spectacular things outside on track. Also some, let's say, moments for us manufacturers, as you said, but it's incredible to see the cars out there.
Augusto Farfus in the 24 car avoided that big accident that took out Nick Tandy in the Porsche. Heart in mouth moment for all of you guys.
Yeah, for sure. This was a bit. We have to say we were lucky to avoid this and to get through. But these are things which can happen here with so many cars on track. I think somebody told me that in ideal world with all the cars, it's every 77 meters we have a car on track. and they are for sure not always ideal, so they are packed up. We have a lot of traffic on track, and everybody is fighting, and for sure then things like this can happen. But unlucky moment. Unfortunately, it took quite a lot of cars out, but that's how it is.
Battle going on at the moment between your Nicky Ellerly and Elio Castro-Neves. They're scrapping over 8th and 9th, but crucially still on the lead lap here. You used the opportunity of the last yellow to get one of your cars back on the lead lap.
Yes, for sure. With the 25 car, we were, let's say, a bit unlucky with the pit stop and then the red at the pit exit, where we did a mistake. It was our fault. And but we managed to come back. We are back in the lead lap. That's the most important thing, and now we have to go through the next hours, keep it clean, try to stay with the pack, and then hopefully we see some exciting moments at the end.
A little bit of bodywork has come off the number 60 MSR Acura from the right rear behind. It's either the cheese wedge behind the wheel or the inside of the wheel arch. I think the former rather than the latter. It's fallen off the car coming out of turn 7, and it's on driver's right there, so it's not causing an issue. Andreas, it's hardly believable for me that about a year ago I was standing on the roof of this building watching the first public-ish test of GTP cars, which your cars clearly were at, and seeing how everybody was struggling through turn 12 and watching the pace of the cars, and I went out and watched up the back to see what has happened in less than a year, because you've been racing since Daytona. It's scarcely believable for me. Have you ever experienced anything that's happened this quickly?
Yeah, it's really crazy, especially for us at BMW. I mean, we developed the whole car in 18 months before the first race in Daytona. And when we see, like you said, the struggle we had during testing phase, and there were also some throwbacks where not everything went well, but we all managed, all LMDH manufacturers, to have all the cars ready for Daytona, for the 24-hour race there, where everybody still struggled. But when you see now how much exciting racing we see outside there, it's incredible. And how much development we all did, all manufacturers also, together with IMSA, with our partners, with the spec parts and everything. So it's really incredible.
The fastest lap actually been put in by one of your competitors, 1:11.317, but all of them are roughly similar. That is faster than Alan McNish's lap record for LMP 900 that was set back in 2000. That was an 11:7.82 in the mighty Audi R8. This is a car in its first year of development. How much more performance have you guys got to find?
As you said, we are still in the development phase of the car. For sure, we did already some big steps from the beginning of the testing phase until the first race, and also in the races we had until now. But we all pushed the limits on manufacturer side, on driver side, on team side. We everywhere pushed the limits, and I think there's still a bit to come. For sure, the steps are getting smaller, but I think we are not there yet, that we exploit everything from the cars.
You concentrated for the early development on the car here in the US, and with your partners RLL, of course. You've just started, or relatively recently started, in Europe with Vincent Voss at WRT. I saw you at Spa testing there. How's that coming along, and how important is that for the whole programme that you've got extra data coming in?
Yeah, there are two things for us. We clearly decided at BMW and Motorsport that in the first year of running the LMDH car, that we said we concentrate on the IMSA championship. We concentrate on one championship with two cars, with one factory team. But then we were lucky that we also decided, let's say, to go to the WEC championship. And for us, it's perfect now to have also the car running in Europe, generating a lot of data. We generate just more mileage, more data, more information. And this helps us to develop the whole program. So at the end, we are happy with the situation that we can run here in North America. We can run now in Europe the testing program, and this should speed up our whole, let's say, process to find more performance in the car.
You've been involved in sports car racing for a long time. You and I have known each other and seen each other at racetracks for a long time. I've not been as excited as I am now at the end of this season, looking forward to the next season here in IMSA. I think probably since I came here in 1998 for the first time. Full grids here in IMSA with a backup list, 57 cars for the bigger races. WEC having to turn people away. I mean, it's not great, but it's a great problem to have. Are we starting another golden age here, Andres?
We definitely started. We definitely started a golden area of prototype and endurance racing. As you said, here in the IMSA Championship, we have already now 4 manufacturers competing. We see great races. I mean, at the end, we are here in the last race of the year. Everything is still possible for everybody. So it's great that we have such a competitive championship. We have a very good relationship between all us manufacturers, because at the end we want to have a good racing and we want to bring everything forward. Next year we have even more manufacturers coming to here in the WEC Championships with all the hypercars. I mean, it's incredible to see so many brands and so many big manufacturers involved in the program.
BMW, down through the years, with all forms of their motorsport on 2 and 4 wheels, have had some phenomenal partner teams. You've got RLL here, you've got WRT in the WEC and in Europe. Is there an opportunity for some of your other teams to step up into the LMDH category, assuming there's even room in the championships, considering what we've just talked about?
Yeah, generally there's a big interest in prototype racing at the moment, because, as you said, all manufacturers are involved. Everybody wants to join this, and for sure we have also teams and also partners who are asking us. But we clearly decided that in the first year we do the IMSA Championship with the 2 cars. Next year we continue with 2 cars or come on top with 2 cars in the WEC Championship. So we run in total 4 cars worldwide. I think we have enough to do in 2024 for this, but we are open to discuss, and because there's also 2025 coming, and so maybe we do it step by step and hope to do it well.
And all this without neglecting your GT customers as well. We've had a championship won by Paul Miller Racing. They've won 5 out of the 10 races, which equals the record. They're not looking in such good shape here after that incident earlier on. BMW clinching the Manufacturers' Championship in GTD as well. It's a good time to be boss of BMW Motorsport.
Yeah, for sure. We have good time at the moment, but as I said, in motorsport everybody's pushing, and we still keep to push, and everything you can do, everything better, and for sure there is a big motivation, because also results help for the motivation. But I have to say there is a general a big motivation in BMW and motorsport, but also with our partners, our teams. It's great to work there. It's great fun, and as you said, we are successful at the moment with our GT4, GT3 car, also with the LMDH prototype, and yeah, it's fun. But we have to keep pushing and keep there.
BMW Motorsport and the BMW M in your street cars are, well, you can't pull them apart. There's nothing between them. What happens on the track is benefiting the street, and in some ways other ways as well, because I know that there's a technology transfer going both ways, and that's really important for BMW.
It's really important for us, and I mean, the M in our BMW M motor cars is coming from the motorsport. So at the end, this is where the DNA is of BMW M, and this is why we also like to race and like to promote. And for sure, we have this technology transfer in both directions. We have great products on the street with our street cars from the M GmbH, and we like to convert them into very successful race cars, and also vice versa. We develop things on the racetrack, which maybe at one stage you will find in our road cars. So at the end, this is very important for us to have this road relevance and this link between the M GmbH and the motorsport. So we are one family, one part.
And here we've seen, if you don't mind me saying, we've seen rather too much of the beautiful X50M at the front of the field. But my goodness me, what a machine that is, for a car of that size and that comfort, to be easily usable as a safety car. That's incredible.
That's incredible. And when you see our BMW XM here, I mean, we talk about it's a V8 hybrid. What do we run in our LMDH car? A V8 hybrid. So there are synergies what we use in. For sure, it's not exactly the same drivetrain, but there is an exchange. There is exchange between road cars, race cars, and this is what we like, and where we hope that we can get always better products on the street.
Chetala Ferrari was going slowly a minute or two ago, and I'm not convinced it's quite back up to pace. The voice you've just heard is Andreas Ruiz, who is the head of BMW M Motorsport. We had Philip Eng right up the tailpipes of Timon van der Helm as well, battling for 5th and 6th a moment or two ago. That's the bright yellow JDC Miller Porsche 963 and the BMW M Team RLL M Hybrid. Meantime, Harry Tinknell in the Proton WeatherTech car, Jeremy Shaw, has continued his advance.
Yeah, he's got past Ricky Taylor. Ricky Taylor clearly is struggling with something right now, whether it's older tyres. I don't know what they did on the last tyre stop. I didn't hear what our pit reporters told us, but I'm guessing he's on an older set of tyres. He's been slipping back quite rapidly, well, very rapidly actually, from Renger van der Zande, and he's now already fallen 5 seconds behind Harry Tinknell, who's still flying along in that number 59 Proton Porsche.
It's Philippe Albuquerque and a set of stickers for that car when it comes into the pit lane. I've just been told by Shea. Penalty for TDS Racing number 35. That's the 4th place car in LMP2. Guido van der Garde. And too many people over the wall working. That'll be a drive-through there. We set it out keys to the race, Andreas. No penalties. You've had a penalty, but not as many as some people. But mainly get to the darkness on the lead lap. Is that what you guys are aiming for?
That's definitely the goal. That's definitely the goal, to keep it clean now, to go into the dark time, let's say, of the race, and then we have to keep fighting and hopefully have a good result at the end. At the moment, everything is quite open because you don't know exactly who is on which tire strategy. People are double stinting, some people are fuel saving. So this is all a bit of a mix now, I would say, but we keep pushing. We try to keep pushing to stay in the lead lap, and hopefully at the end we see a nice battle.
How's the tyre wear going? Because we've not seen temperatures like this on the track all week.
Double stinting here, the tires is for sure a challenge for us. You see that the drivers have to manage really then the pace, that we keep a good lap time over 2 stints when we have to do it, and but we have experienced drivers, so at the end it's they have a lot of work to do, but it's good.
I think it's 2 maybe stints, so they have to do doubles on sets.
Yes, for sure you have to, because of the limitation of tires. But sometimes you double stint, sometimes you split and change just half sets, and so this is at the end a strategy topic, and how you feel most comfortable, and at the end where you have the quickest lap times.
Andreas, thank you very much for coming to see us. All the best to your BMW teams. We wish everybody all the best, of course we do. We have to be impartial here. It's been a cracking year and a half just watching this happening, and to know that we're just at the very start of this is so exciting.
Yeah, at the beginning of the season, as we said, everybody was struggling a lot, and it was difficult to get everything together, but I think we saw incredible races. We see here the final as an incredible race, and also we from BMW side, we can be super happy with the season until now. I said it before, we had in the 8 races until now, we were 5 times on the podium, so you can't be disappointed with something like this, and a year like this.
The president of IMSA, John Turnan's just joined us. All right, I should have asked you this before he came in, because now you'll have to be nice to him. What's it been like working with IMSA as a manufacturer and a manufacturer group?
It's like working with a family, I have to say. We are always in exchange. It's very good. As we said, we have a good exchange between all manufacturers. There is really, we try to move it forward and push it forward. We have a very good exchange with IMSA, with governance, to really bring this prototype sports forward, and I think you see it. We are on the right path, and there are for sure some great years coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you.
I know what an enthusiast you are, so I know how important this race is to you. Andreas Roos joining us in the Global Broadcast Centre ahead of BMW M Motorsport. Jeremy Shaw just a few minutes away from the first tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points.
Yeah, and somewhat surprisingly, a number 5 car coming in to make a pit stop. I wouldn't have thought they quite needed it to do it just yet. I think we're going to see everybody else trying to stay out until the 6-hour mark in the race. But it's going to be a busy pit lane right after that, 4-hour mark in the race, 6 o'clock. 6 hours. 6 hours to go. 6 hours to go. Yeah. So
you were right.
Yeah. Absolutely, you're close enough. But I tell you, the pace at the front is really good. 2 laps in succession, low 12s for Matty Campbell. His best lap in that car during this race, he did said it, was a 11.9. So 2 other laps just in the last 3 or 4 laps have been within a tenth of a second or 2 of his best lap of the race. With all that traffic out there, that's pretty amazing.
And it is the lap after the top of the racing hour. Side-by-side action going down towards turn 10. That is the battle for position between the BMW and I think it was it was the 24 BMW. No, it was. I thought. I actually thought it was the JDC Miller car. It was, but it wasn't the Porsche. Meantime, into the pit lane, Ricky Taylor, who's been losing a bit of pace, we think on double-stinted tyres on the Konica Minolta car. Let's head down to the pit lane where our reporters are watching this one. It is exactly now 6 hours to go.
Meaning they are not going to get the endurance points that they would have gotten had they stayed out on the racetrack, but they needed this pit stop. Waiting for fuel, tires, and the driver change. Philippe Albuquerque taking over for Ricky Taylor, so hopefully we'll be able to get a chat with Ricky once he's had his debrief with the Wayne Taylor Racing crew. Waiting on the refueling and left rear tire, right front tire. There we go. Tire change is now complete. Now we're just waiting on the fuel.
Jeremy.
Yeah, the reason for them coming in a little bit earlier than we had perhaps anticipated is the fact that that car did not stop during the previous caution period because it had stopped right before it. So it stayed out to get the lap back, and they would have liked another full course caution to get those Michelin Endurance Cup points. But of course, that car's not in contention for the Michelin Endurance Championship, so no big deal for them. But finally now, Philippe Albuquerque, who's really been struggling in number 10 car, does come in and make that. Ricky Taylor, who's struggling, has come in and handed the car over to Philippe Albuquerque, who now has a fresh set of Michelin tyres.
So the number 18 Era Motorsport Orica has now got the reigning Indy Next champion, Christian Rasmussen, at the wheel. It was Ryan Diel who's handed the car over. Ryan, small grid in LMP2, you guys have got to be thinking about staying out of trouble and being there at the end.
That was our goal, but I guess we got hit a few times with GT cars. The P2 cars they struggle to get out of their own way, out of the slow speed corners. So we kind of get tripped over by the P3 and the GT. So I think we're on our 3rd rear bumper at this point. So that's how we ended up a couple laps down. We had to change the tail. We have some damage, but I think we're 2 or 3 laps down. But
the GTD car just hasn't quite got the performance of the old experience of racing against. So is there is there more disparity between the classes? Because you guys shouldn't be tripping over one another on paper, that is.
No, we shouldn't be, but that's the package that we got from IMSA this year, which is the cars are fast in the corners and they're slow on the straights. So, I think the GTs get probably just as frustrated as we get. But yeah, we can't out-accelerate a GT3 car 2nd or 3rd gear, and unfortunately, a couple of the GT guys got a little bit impatient and give us a bit of a ram up the butt to get us going. So. It is what it is. We'll keep fighting. We already got one of our laps back, so a couple more to go, and we should be in at the end.
Ryan DL with Joe Bradley and John Doonan with Jeremy and me, John Hindorf, in the booth. Good afternoon, Mr. Doonan. How are you?
Hey guys, so good to be up here. So good to see you. finally, I haven't really seen either of you all weekend. We've all been so busy. You guys have been calling every session, it seems, since we opened the front gates here. And hello to your audience around the world. Really appreciate everybody tuning in. And what a week it has been. And who would have thought we'd come down to today with such an anticipated and last minute, down to the last lap, I bet, championship.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, John. When this all came together, IMSA were all, I mean, if we go back a little bit, and we've got to go back before COVID for this, to set this up, IMSA were already planning to move from DPI to what was sort of internally called DPI 2.0. And those are the regulations that pretty much unaltered have become GTP, as in comes Alexander Sims. We'll keep an eye on that. COVID, in some ways, slowed things down, but in others, proved that convergence was probably more important than ever.
Absolutely. January 24th, 2020, we sat at the Rolex 24 with our partners at the ACO and the WEC and announced that convergence was coming. Ironically, with my old shirt on, the Mazda shirt, I was involved in some of those meetings about what DPI 2.0 was going to look like. Of course, we ended up with LMDH regulations. We brought the GTP name back. And again, if someone had told me back in January that we would show up here at Motul Petit Le Mans with 4 teams eligible for the championship, I would have told them they were crazy. But you're exactly right. COVID, I think, slowed us up a bit with supply chain issues and that type of thing. But when we got there, and you and Eve and the team were here last October on Monday after the race, and these GTP cars were testing. And as you know, I walked the whole track and was filming with my cell phone because I just couldn't believe we were there. And now look at what we've had all the 2023 championship.
Shea Adam has been watching a pit stop. More from John Doon in a second. Shea, what was going on there?
It was fuel and tires only for Alexander Simpson, the number 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac, but left sides only for the 24 BMW, which is just waiting on fuel.
Thank you, Shea. Look, after that voice, we've still got a ways to go yet. That said, the confidence and the enthusiasm with which the current manufacturers and those yet to come in have attacked, and I use that word absolutely advisedly, attacked this project has been impressive. Yeah. And what we're reaping the benefits now of something that in some ways actually goes back to 1998 and Don Pino's here. You knew Don, you know what a sort of character he was, and if somebody had told him that convergence couldn't have happened, he would have went, really? Yeah. Just hang on a second. And, you know, he created something now that this convergence in some ways has brought it all round full circle because he wanted to pull the whole community together.
Don did 100%, and I said on the stage before the race, one of his famous sayings, as you all know, was "for the fans," and I think we believe that. Jim France believes that. Ed Bennett, myself, we all believe that, and that's what today is. And the fans are the beneficiaries of this great racing.
Let's go down to Shea with the leader in the pits.
Into the pit lane also came the number 60 Myers Shank Racing actor Elio Castroneves is out, and he comes over looking at the left rear of the car. They actually decided to put a new body piece on it because there was that much damage. Also into the pit lane was the leader, the number 7. It is Matt Campbell out of that car, 4 tires and fuel, and also in right behind me the number 01 Cadillac Racing entry. This is 4 tires, fuel, drinks bottle change, but it looks like the driver Renger van der Zande is staying aboard.
Joseph Newgarden in the number 7 Penske Porsche Motorsport. A little bit of steam coming off the front brakes of that Porsche, waiting for the fuel and the energy replenishment. And it takes such a long time. He's not used to this as an IndyCar driver. He'd have been down and away by now. Now he gets to go
and
on
the electric power. That's
Just
so special.
It's incredible.
During that stop, the points championship, as they run, popped up.
Yeah.
And the top 3 separated by 49 points, John. Can you imagine what's going to happen when the sun goes down?
Well, we can make that happen again because Aaron, who's up at Charlotte, is listening to us. Can we have the GTP points as it stands back up on the screen whilst we're watching the erstwhile leader coming back up. Aaron is the little voice in my head that we talk to at NASCAR Productions, and we'll get that up in a minute. So a slick stop there. Now let's go down to Shea Adam down in the pit lane for an update.
I'm not going to throw out which team it was, but I just heard a new one. Working outside of the box, being argued as, yes, but the guys working on the car were inside of the box. Sorry, that's not what it says in the rule book.
We were leaning over a very long way, honestly. Yeah, fantastic. John, as you look back on this season, it's in some ways, there's change. There's always change. So we lose in LMP3. Some drivers are moving over from one thing to another. We're losing the current Corvette, but we get the new one next year. There's a little bit of churn going on. What do you look at with most pride that you and the rest of the IMSA team have achieved in 2023?
Well, I said earlier, as I watched who was leading in the GT categories, 18 auto manufacturers choose to race with us. As of yesterday's Michelin Pilot Challenge race, 16 of those 18 automakers have stood on top of the podium with a race win this year in either a Michelin Pilot Challenge or in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Depending on who wins in GT today, you could go to 17 or you could even go to 18 manufacturers winning a race. I'm super proud of that. And looks like you guys have some
This is the Lexus number 14, and it's been around, and it's pulled up just outside of turns and lost just out of the pits. This is an outlap. The front end of the car is gone. It looks like it should be on a dirt oval somewhere, right at the top of the hill. It's gone straight on, wiped off the front splitter, and that is severe damage. I'm not sure that car is coming back under its own steam. Frankie Montecalvo in the 12 has immediately dived into the pits in the sister car. This is the car that took the championship as they went across the line, and they've been so careful all week. Jeremy Shaw, a whole host of cars diving into the pits before we go full course yellow. If we go full course yellow, because we've got a safety team there. Is he off the side of the circuit at turn 5? Seven. And he's on the exit of turn 7. I thought that was my original. They might be able to push him back there under local yellow. Yeah. There's an exit road there from the skid circle, isn't there, at the top of it at turn 7.
Yeah. No, I think he's out of harm's way at the moment.
Well, great work.
That was the car that was leading the class.
It was indeed. Great work by our hard-working marshals, and Ben Barnicat will be absolutely gutted by that. He's got a little bit further around the track. Stairs, he's got the 1,000-yard stair on. So what happened at the top of the hill? He was recently out of the pits, takes the curb. Oh, big slapper. Got a big swapper on. I don't see he did much wrong there. Took the curb. The back wiggled. It went right, it went left, and then he was into the downhill as a passenger.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what happened? The splitter just dug into the dirt and just dug up all this dirt and destroyed the front of the car. Really unfortunate, actually. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, and that is game over, I'm afraid. Not the way they wanted to end the season. It's been a successful season, Jeremy, for Lexus in both of the categories, and particularly for that car.
It has. It's a fantastic season. I mean, they've had a huge long string of podium finishes. And
it is a full course yellow. That must be for the debris. And in fact, there is some debris on the track. I thought it was confined to the grass between the car circuit and the motorcycle circuit, but there's some of that debris has gone a very long way indeed, so no choice but to go for yellow.
We just had a change of lead. Did that happen right before this caution period came out? I think it probably did.
Yeah, you're right, Jeremy. So slinks to the left, slinks to the right.
Yeah.
What's happened is, actually, I think the back wheels have popped up off the ground, and as you say, Jeremy, the splitter popped into the dirt. The whole of the front of the Lexus is like a clamshell, and it's pushed it right up and over the top. Bits of the car going all over the place. Very spectacular from the roof-mounted onboard camera. and not the way they wanted to finish. They're going WEC racing with that car next year as well in private hands. New car coming for Lexus/Toyota in 2025. What we now know is the Lexus RCF could do a decent job at a ploughing championship, because that is a decent divot that they've pulled out of there.
I just want to go on record that when I was on the air with you all at Le Mans, there were several safety cars that came out. I want to go on record that I'm not responsible for this full course yellow by being in the booth with you, because I think people are tying my presence in the booth. It's a creator of full course yellows.
Yes, absolutely right. We'll catch up with what's going on in the pits in a moment. John, we talked about change. We talked about cycles. When I first came here, it was a one-off event. It became a series. The series created the ALMS radio web. When the two series amalgamated, we had then a United Sports Car Championship. We came back after the first year of that in a different capacity as a co-production with RSL, and that's been the case for the last 9 years. The broadcast landscape is changing. I'm getting a lot of questions on Twitter, as you might imagine, and I know you won't shirk this, and you know why I've got to ask it, but I'm not going to put you in a difficult position. Things change, and the whole landscape of broadcasting changes. What, if anything, can you tell, in particular, our international viewers and listeners about how they will be able to follow this championship in the biggest year that it's had probably in its existence next year?
Well, appreciate the question. On Thursday, we had our State of the Sport. We talked about our ongoing discussions with NBC. NBC, of course, will be our broadcast partner in 2024. We plan and hope to have that extended for a long time to come. We see a 20% increase in television viewership on linear television. We see a 45% increase in folks watching on Peacock, which we're really proud of. And as you know, our IMSA fans take in the content in a variety of ways. And of course, our relationship with you all, long-standing and has reached a massive audience as well. As you all know, we're continuing to have discussions about what that looks like going forward. We have opportunities, and we showed that broadcasting remotely. We have opportunities to broadcast on site. We have Concord and Charlotte as broadcast opportunities going forward. So we're going to continue to work on that. Our audience, both domestically and internationally, is critically important to us. We're not going anywhere with an IMSA broadcast platform. We'll certainly keep everybody informed, but what you, what Jeremy, what Shay, what Eve, which everybody in the pits has done for our sport and telling the stories over the years, obviously a critical part. We worked together a lot when I was on the Mazda side. We're going to keep doing that, hopefully for many years to come, best we can.
Does that mean that the international, particularly the live flag-to-flag free international feed, will continue as a world TV feed?
That's certainly our hope. There's no question that the international audience, especially with convergence, is critically important to us. So we need to work on what that format looks like, what the back end of that looks like, to be as efficient as we possibly can in telling those stories. You know, you asked me also about what I'm proud of. Obviously, Thursday was a huge day for us at IMSA to be able to announce that WeatherTech will continue as our entitlement partner through 2030. What David, Melissa, Devin, Rory, and Cooper McNeil have done for this sport and the WeatherTech brand, Pat Womack, Fiona, is remarkable. And we're thrilled to have that stability for many years to come. The same for VP Fuels till 2030, the same for Michelin till 2028. So the stability that you mentioned is critically important.
We've got the president of IMSA, John Doonan. We've asked for questions. They're flooding in. Right, let's do some other stuff, because I know there's lots of moving parts in what we've talked about with that broadcast, and it's not really fair for me to be the one having to ask those questions, as well as you having to answer them to me. So we'll move on. Do you see a future for hydrogen cars in IMSA? We've seen the H24 project, the new iteration of that announced actually this week in a stunning looking machine. Where do IMSA sit on that and working with Pierre Fillon and the ACO?
Well, convergence is critical, as we mentioned earlier. With 18 automakers here, we need to continue to have a pulse on the automotive industry, and they are our pulse. They tell us directionally what's relevant, comparing it to what's happening in their road car programs and in their powertrain programs going forward. That's how things like LMDH and a common hybrid system have come to be. And so as we work with those automakers, they're going to help us determine what's next in terms of the platform and the powertrains and what's most relevant for them. We'll continue to talk to Pierre and his team about what looks like relative to hydrogen, but you know, we've got the most sustainable racing series in North America here with the GTP cars. From a hybrid standpoint, from an 80% renewable fuel standpoint, and obviously lower tire allocations from Michelin. So I think we're in a pretty darn good place.
With your Mazda hat on as well, because I know you're still a big Mazda fan. Idemitsu Mazda MX-5, there's another relationship that continues, by the way. Mazda announced that this week. We've had an increasing interest from drivers from other series. Ben Keating most recently.
James Hinchcliffe,
part of Kligerman.
Exactly.
We've had a couple of listeners and a couple of teams who have said, you know, we could be up for that. What about a Mazda All-Star, an MX-5 Mazda All-Star race? Would IMSA sanction that?
I like your thinking, John.
That's right. It's not, it comes from the audience, John.
I like the audience's thinking. Then I grew up in the era of IROC in the U.S. You remember that? The Porsche RSRs,
could be the
Chevy Camaros. Exactly.
Love it.
So you never know. I've always been akin to doing something like that with All-Stars. But yeah, to see Ben run this weekend, to see Hinch run back at Watkins Glen, to see Parker run at Road America, it shows you, and I know you guys know this better than anyone calling those races, you can't just show up and immediately run at the front. Hinch did a great job, Ben, of course, Parker, but these kids know how to run, don't they?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. tested the car on an oval.
Yeah, that was great. I was there that day at Martinsville. When
Did you drive?
I tried to get in, but all honesty, the seat they had in the car was too small, and I literally had the steering wheel in my teeth. So we decided that I should wait for another day, but I really wanted to get in the car and run some laps.
I think it's a great idea if the teams can be persuaded to do it. The drivers, I'm sure, would take it seriously. We don't want it to be a crash fest, clearly. What was the reason behind that oval test at Martinsville? Is there a thought that you could take something like MX-5 onto an oval?
There's no doubt. That car is so versatile, very well balanced. They're small enough you could probably run 40 of them on that oval. I think they run 36 NASCAR modifieds when they run there, but such a great platform. I was at the banquet last night. Shea did an amazing job on the stage. They announced Whelen as their new entitlement partner. They'll be switching from BF Goodrich to Michelin tires. Same family of company, but new Michelin brand, and we'll sanction that series for another 3 years.
Aaron's our producer up in NASCAR Productions in Charlotte. He reckons Bristol night race for an all-star Mazda race. On dirt. Yeah, absolutely. In the dark.
Anything's possible.
With only half the lights on.
There you go.
So that you have to have the headlights. Okay. Anything's possible. John, I've had a technical question here, and I'm not sure you can answer it, but just something to think about. This comes from Dave Alcock, who's one of our long-time listeners. He said, can the IMSA app be brought to an Android TV platform at some stage in the future? There's so many TVs that run this currently that can't use the current IMSA app. Is that part of the review of how people enjoy IMSA racing? Technology changes all the time, and although people will watch on their phones, on their tablets, on their PCs, so many more so-called smart TVs already have certain things pre-installed.
Yeah, I think David Pettit, as as you know, leads our efforts there.
I've just given him another job, haven't I?
Yeah, good. I hope he's listening across the way and listening to the broadcast. But David McSpadden has joined us as our sort of chief technology officer, so he's playing a role in that. Obviously, Steve Stum and the whole team and at NASCAR Productions, Brian Herbst. So we got a whole group of people, but you know, as these audiences grow, it's certainly our intent and probably in our best interest to find a way to make sure people can watch in as many platforms as possible. That's our goal. And man, this race, every time I look, something new is happening on the screen.
I'm going to let you get back to doing what you need to do. It was the same with Scott Atherton, who preceded you in this job. I always actually feel a great deal of sympathy for somebody in your position and in Scott's, because you are race fans through and through, the pair of you. And Scott has told me that he's seen much more racing since he stopped having to do the job than he did when he was in the job, ridiculously so when he was at the track for all of them. I suspect it's the same for you, John. It's slightly frustrating.
Yeah, it is. My staff does an incredible job. I'm so proud to be a teammate with the best motorsports professionals in the business. And I've shared with a lot of people during the week, once the race starts, things have a tendency to calm down in terms of meetings and things like that. Today, perhaps, is a little bit of an exception because I've never seen a championship, and I've been going to IMSA races since I was 9 years old, that has been this anticipated, and we've never come into a season finale with a scenario like this with so many teams eligible for a championship. So you're right. I want to go watch a little bit. I can't imagine what's going to happen when the sun goes down based on what we've seen so far this part of the race. But thank you all so much. Thanks to all your listeners for tuning in. And I cannot wait for what's going to happen this evening, but also what 2024 is going to bring.
Well, you know from your own figures that the international audience really appreciates what's going on in this championship. Let me pass on their thanks and ours for all the hard work that you and David Pettit have done with us in the last few years. It's been an absolute pleasure. John Doonan, thank you very much indeed for joining us here in the RSL Global Broadcast Centre.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. Appreciate the opportunity. And God bless everybody tonight, tomorrow, and in the off-season.
Jeremy Shaw has been watching a myriad of pit stops. Let's go down and find out the headline news from our pit lane reporters, starting with Shea Adam.
I'm not Shea Adam anymore.
Oh, are you not? I'm sorry,
No, I've
Nick.
stopped being. I can try and sound husky, but I just can't do it.
She's got a huskier voice than you at the moment, mate. Yeah.
I was thinking, my God, this is a special treat for the last race, isn't it? Anyway, back to the racing again. Yeah, there's been a plethora of stops. Most recently, I've had some of the P2s in my end. I've been doing these run-through and top-ups. The 88 car, in fact, did a driver change as well. But I think I joined the pits just a bit late to miss the GTP stops, of which there is one going on right now, Mr. Bradley.
A GTP stop. I was with. I've been waiting to try and get a word with David Brule. However, David Brule, as you remember, brought that 92 Porsche in earlier in the stint with that puncture. Did a fabulous job. He got out of the car. He looked absolutely fabulous. But very, very fit. And considering, as Jeremy reminded us, that driver is 75 years old. He's just literally walked off to get cool in the truck. Give him his dues, and he was telling me that it was quite a dramatic stint for him, and especially picking up that knock. He's not quite sure how it happened. He's not quite sure if he had picked up some damage from another car. All he did was feel the car go a little bit wobbly, and he did a cracking job bringing that car in without damaging it further.
Yes, he absolutely
brilliant
did.
stint from him.
We're just getting the restarts order correct from race control. That's why the extra lap or so of full course yellow. How it stands at the front, I don't think is going to be affected here, Jeremy, with Renger van der Zande leading for the 01 gold-fronted Cadillac from Joseph Newgarden, recently installed into Porsche number 7 for the Porsche Penske Motorsport team. Harry Tinknell, star of the last hour and a half or so in the 59 Proton competition. Christian Reed's WeatherTech branded 963, the number 59 car in third. Then Philippe Eng, the best of the BMWs. They've had a good last hour and a half or so as well. Philippe Albuquerque with new-ish tyres just before that yellow flag came out in the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura is in 5th position. 6th is Alexander Sims for the Wheeling Engineering Cadillac, the red and grey car. Then it's 7th place, number 25, Nick Yellowleaf for BMW, the bright yellow JDC Miller Motorsport, number 5 in the Porsche, and Colin Brown has been installed in the number 6. And now I'm being told that the 25 BMW has to go ahead of Philippe Albuquerque. So that is one change that will have to happen. So that will move up to 5th position. Philippe Albuquerque is 6th, Alexander Sims to 7th. Jeremy, do we have some points for the first tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup? He nods knowingly.
Yes, we do. We just got the final, the unofficial results, because they remain unofficial to after the end of the race.
Because you've got scrutiny of the cars, etc. Yeah.
But after 4 hours, and in GTP, the leader, as we saw, was number 7 car of Matty Campbell. He was out front at the time. In second position was the Cadillac number 01. And in third position was the BMW car number 24. As far as the points are concerned, the Wheeling Engineering Cadillac team came in with a pretty handy 7-point lead that will have been trimmed just by 1 by Cadillac Racing, which now move on to 29 points to the 35 of the Wheeling Engineering Cadillac team. In LMP2, the leader coming into this final event was CrowdStrike Racing by APR, the car number 04. They extend their lead because they were out front at the 4-hour mark. They have now 35 points to the 31 of PR1 Matheson Motorsports that were in third position at the 4-hour mark. And 1 point behind them, TDS Racing Camera 11, which was second at the 4-hour mark. In LMP3, well, guess what? Riley Motorsports leads the way in car number 74 on 30 points. They extend their lead by scoring maximum 5 points at the 4-hour mark. In GTD Pro, that's getting really, really tight. WeatherTech Racing Mercedes had a 3-point edge over Corvette, which was 2 points ahead of Lexus, but Lexus was out front at the 4-hour mark. Of course, that was before the accident just happened. So they now will score. They will score the 5 points, 4 points for Corvette, and 2 for Mercedes. So now WeatherTech Racing leads by just 1 point over Corvette Racing. Vassar Sullivan is only 1 point farther back in third position, but they've just had the problem.
Yeah.
So, and then finally in GTD, out front at the 4-hour mark was the Winward Racing Mercedes. They had 20 points, they now have 25. The Harder Racing team Aston Martin led the points coming into this weekend. They had 31. They had 29. They will now have 31. Team Korthoff Motorsports, however, second place at the 4-hour mark, will move 1 point ahead in GTD team. So Team Korthoff will have a 1 point edge now going into the final 2 lots of points being scored.
We're going green at the end of this lap, but I very quickly want to introduce another guest, and then once we've got the restart over and everything settles down, he says, hopefully, we can have a proper chat. Jason Antelon from Michelin. Very quickly, what have you guys learned this year, particularly with these new GTP cars? Because I could only imagine it hasn't been a curve, it's been straight up.
Yeah, John, first, great to be back here this afternoon talking with you. So GTP's been, I would say a roller coaster in some ways. We've certainly learned a lot, but we've had to be adaptable to the changing situations of weather on multiple races this year. We have to kind of expect the unexpected. All of the things we've known and have seen from a condition standpoint at certain racetracks, we had to throw that out the window. So we just had to really buckle down. We've certainly learned a lot about the tire, and as I've talked before, we're already working on the 2025 spec. So we're working on those developments here based on what we're learning this year.
I've probably just got time to ask you one more quick question. You did use 2 compounds at Daytona. Has there been any further discussion about possibly using 2 compounds here in IMSA as you do in the WEC if the weather conditions so dictate?
Yes, John, that's an active conversation with our partners at IMSA, our team and their team collaborating on what do we do next year. This year, like I just mentioned, we've seen some weather patterns that we didn't expect at certain racetracks, Road America, Indianapolis, for example, and truthfully, we would have probably been better suited to have a second spec. And so we're going to potentially address this next year, but through collaboration with our partners at IMSA.
Can you hang around for 5 or 10 minutes?
Absolutely.
Are you sure? Right. We're going back to green with 5.5 hours still to go. And here comes Renger van der Zande. He'll take the green flag first for Cadillac Racing. Gets a good jump. All of the restarts, other than the original start when the pole sitter was a little bit caught up, all of the restarts have been advantage the car at the front of the field. Joseph Newgarden takes the restart in second, current Indy 500 champion, of course, and he's got Harry Tinknell right up his tailpipes. Then the 2 BMWs, ENG and Yellowly, Philippe Albuquerque, Alexander Sims, Timon van der Helm and Colin Brown. They are the top 9. They are all on the lead lap. Mikkel Jensen took the green flag of the lead for LMP2 TDS Racing ahead of Nolan Siegel for CrowdStrike Racing by APR, and then PR1 Matheson Motorsports Ben Keating back in the car. As Jeremy suggested, he was a little bit short of his time, maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes of his full driver time at the start of the race. However, try and keep Ben out of the car at this race anyway would, I think, have been fairly difficult. Good restart then, as I said, from the lead and down towards 10A, maybe 5-6 car lengths before they all get on the brakes and turn in the beautiful evening sunshine. Track temperature as warm as we've seen it this week at 34 Celsius. That is 93 Fahrenheit. Car peeling off. This is penalties, so this is going to be the 60 Acura working outside the box, and that is being assessed and it is being taken immediately. And also the 97 Turner Motorsport car, that's a fuel infraction again, fuel time infraction for Turner Motorsport and the BMW and the black and blue number 97 BMW, the Macintosh sponsored car, into the pit lane. Nice smooth start for the leader, and he'll be delighted to see that Joseph Newgarden has got, well, 6, 7, 8 angry cars behind him, because that's allowing Renger van der Zande, who is no slouch, but he's taking advantage of anything he can. Joseph Newgarden with his hands full, Jeremy.
Indeed he is, and Joseph there, he's just taken his first stint at the wheel of a GTP car now, having taken over from Matty Campbell. Did a great job. That car had been out front from lap 89 through 166 during that round of pit stops. Number 01 car, though, beat them out of the pits, and that's why Renger van der Zande leads right now. That's the 8th lead change in this race.
Perfect conditions at the moment, and Joseph Newgarden. Jeremy, I can hear you talking to Joseph when you were working with him at Team USA. He is hitting every mark. He is hitting his breaking point. Focus forwards. What's behind you is behind you.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he's a consummate professional these days. Always was a smart young man, and he's relishing this opportunity to drive this GTP car. A lot of pressure on him, of course. This is a car that's contending for the championship. To have your first race it's not his first sports car race, because that was at Daytona in an LMP2 car, but his first race in a GTP car at Road Atlanta in Petit Le Mans, with the championship on the line. That's a lot of pressure, but he's used to that, and he's doing. He's going to do what he can now just to keep that car where it is and in contention.
We're coming off a yellow flag that was caused by the problem for the Lexus. Ben Barnicat in the number 14 car getting a swapper on, hitting one of the advertising hoardings, and they're held down with a sandbag. And it was the sandbag that went up inside the air intake and popped off the clamshell hood, and that was the cause the turn, and off goes the WeatherTech Porsche. That is Harry Tinknell. Well, sorry, Harry, did I course you? Exactly the same place, but managed to get back onto the hard standing where the motorcycle chicane is. Has he held on to third place? No, he's given up third place, but he's held on to fourth place. So Nick Yellerly has gone through, and now Philippe Eng is right up behind him. So we've got a leader, then a pair of cars, then another half a dozen or 7 cars in a line as they are heading down the back stretch. And Newgarden for the moment has a tiny little gap. Looks to me as though the JDC Miller car as well, and Timon van der Helm is looking very racy at the moment. Alexander Sims fighting back from the Wheeling Engineering Cadillac. Bizarre penalty for him when he blew the pit lane red stop light and then got rear-ended by the BMW. Meantime, in GTD, we have the usual street fights from the street cars. Tommy Milner leads for Corvette from Indy Donchi for Winward Racing. New colours this weekend for that car, mostly black with the pink on it for breast cancer awareness. $5,700 the aim for each of their cars this weekend. Then it's Daniel Serra for Risi Competizione, so not the same class, but still battling for track position. And I suspect that Indy Donchi would want to keep Daniel between himself and the next one, because that's Michael Grenier for Team Korthoff Motorsports. Those battles continue. Jason Anselone with us in the studio. I mentioned the temperature there, Jason. Oh, come on. I've seen nothing like this. It was down in the teens and early 20s Celsius with 34 now. That's a huge difference. Were you guys expecting this?
No, I could say honestly we weren't expecting this type of temperature swings. Certainly we talked about what are the scenarios. We brought 1 spec of tires here for this race weekend, just assessing the situation. So we brought the medium compound tires, and so far so good. They performed quite well. We've had wet weather, we've had dry weather, cool weather. The tires are certainly working, but thanks to our hardworking engineers, we brought great product to the paddock.
And how much are you taking that information back from the engineers who are working either with a number of teams or embedded with individual teams in GTP, when you set the standards and the pressures that are mandated now, and that's very, very important for safety races.
Yeah, correct, John. We're taking all that information from the teams, the feedback, and understanding what's happening with the tire. And of course, as we develop that 2025 spec of tire for GTP, all of these inputs are going to play into that. How do we make a better tire? Maybe a tire that has a larger operating window. Things like that. That's what we look at and we learn from what we're doing here at the racetrack this year to help feed that information for 2025.
Does that feed back to you? I mean, this is home ground for you because your headquarters is, an hour and a half, 2 hours up the road at Grainfeld. So does that feed back into street tyres as well? Are you learning things now that I will benefit from the next time I need to get a set of tyres to replace my Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's?
Yeah, absolutely. What we do here at the racetrack, we use this as a test lab for innovation. How do we work with materials, making tires last longer? That's what's important to the consumer. So we take that type of learnings from the track and put it into our street tires.
And what's the trickle down time? Oh, you'd think I didn't talk for a living. Yeah. Trickle down timeline for that. Does it depend on what the innovation is?
I think it depends on what we're trying to achieve. I don't think there's a certain approach that works for every tire. We just need to use racing as a test lab and innovate for our passenger tires.
One question that I'm going to finish with here. Is it possible for you guys in the IMSA series to provide the sort of tyre data that we see in the WEC and that one of your competitors was providing last weekend in Formula 1, where everybody was on used tyres, so that we can see what tyre is going on the car from the RFID chips on the exit pit lane?
Yes, John. We've had a project being worked on all year. A little bit of a delay versus where I'd probably want to be, but at the end of the day, we're working on this. I think there's a great story to tell. With 1 spec of tire running in a race weekend, maybe not as interesting, but still important to understand for the consumer.
If you have to double stint, as we saw the number 10 Acura there towards the end of the stint. Is the driver getting tired? Oh, hang on a second. He's still doing good lap times, but we now know he's double stint at that time.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the story.
That is the story from a single spec. But next year, as we potentially evolve into multiple specs and the double stint, now you have an even greater story to tell. So we're working hard with our partners at IMSA to develop this and get this going. Disappointed that we didn't get it here in 2023, but expect something different in 2024.
Are we going to be talking about coloured sidewalls as well?
Yeah, it remains to be seen. You might see a sticker on the sidewall talking about soft, medium, hard.
Well, that was a boon at Le Mans. Yeah. I'll tell you that now, and we learned them all off by heart, so that at least our pit lane reporters could see that. What's been the biggest surprise, either positive or negative, for you this year in what you've had in all through? It doesn't have to be with the GTP, because let's not forget you've renewed as Solus tyre supplier again, and you're looking after all the categories here.
Yeah, I think it's we now are here till 2028, and I think we've learned a lot this year. What we've seen in GTP has been very exciting. We're very pleased to see the success of those cars. Next year in GTD, I think we have a really exciting story with a new product coming to GTD. So things that we've learned through testing that product here in 2023 with the GTD teams is going to be really, I think, an exciting story for us in 2024.
Well, one thing I'll know, you guys never stand still, and you certainly never go backwards. So if there's something new for GTD next year with the influx of more teams and more manufacturers, I guess we're going to be crossing more lap records out, are we?
Yes. Yeah. You know, we like you say, we're here to innovate. We never stand still. We're going to bring double stint technology to GTD, so reducing allocation, but while maintaining high levels of performance. So that's what we're all about, because it's easy to make a tire last longer, but if the performance isn't great, well then that I don't know if that's a great story. So this is going to be tires lasting longer while delivering great performance.
Jason Antonon, thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you for Michelin support through many years. In fact, all 9 years that RSL's been involved with IMSA, in IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. You guys have been our partners. Thank you very much. It's appreciated by us as individuals and by the audience all around the world. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks so much,
Have
John.
a good off-season, such as it is.
Thanks, John.
Brilliant stuff then. More innovation for next year? Oh, yes, please. That's exactly what we expect from Michelin. They've been in the motorsport tyre game for well over a century. And the race at the front of the field, hotting up again. Renger van der Zand has cleared out by about 2.5 seconds. Nick Yellerly for BMW now second. He's dealt with Joseph Newgarden a lap or two ago, and Joseph now with Harry Tincknell right in his wheel tracks.
Yeah, that's right. The customer car is right on the tail of Joseph Newgarden. He's working his way through traffic. He's not going to be concerned in the slightest about losing one position. He's still showing really good pace here, running in the third position at the moment is Newgarden, but right behind him once again Harry Tincknell. Since he got behind the wheel of this car from Jimmy Bruni, this car has really turned up the wick, and it's going really well in this stage in the race, and putting the pressure on the factory car.
Well, we've been charting the LMP3 battle, and what a roller coaster that had been. The AWA number 17 has been right at the sharp end, but has disappeared from our timing screens. Nick Damon has the story.
Well, whilst you've been chatting to the various guests, he's come down the pit lane 3 separate times, I think, to perhaps do a close-up bit of broadcasting to the pit lane, have a chat, see what's going on. The final time, a couple of minutes ago, it came in, it stopped in front of its pit. There was various, we can't do anything, and they just rolled the car down the pit lane and right behind the pit lane into the paddock again, behind the wall, and an engineer said, look, we're just not going to risk it. It's out of contention now. We're not going to risk the car, so I think that's probably the last we'll see of the 17 car.
Thank you, Nicholas. Down the inside for Harry Tincknell on the number 7 Porsche, and Tincknell goes up into thirds. Turn 10A, easy as you like. This is Joseph Newgarden playing a role here that he probably isn't that used to. He's normally all about himself. He's a single driver in a single seat car, has some sports car experience, but right now, the experience that he has got from IndyCar, when particularly you may be on a fuel-safe portion of the race or something like that, the battle was not the battle with Harry Tincknell right there. His job as the third driver, and let's remember ourselves, and my goodness, it's busy out on the circuit, as the M&Ms will tell you as we're swirling them around the soup ball, the Road Atlanta shaped soup ball, or the dancing ants as Brian Till calls it. His job now, Jeremy, is to treat that 963 as the most expensive hire car he's ever had, and he hasn't got CDW or any insurance on it, so he's got to take it out and bring it back in exactly the same shape that he took it out of the lot.
Almost agree with you. I think treated like it's his car.
Well, no, that's
very
good. Yes.
Yeah. Look, I mean, look. He and Harry Tincknell, they were edging away from Philippe Eng when they were those two cars the other way around. So he'll be happy now if he could just tuck in behind Harry Tincknell. Then that'll be absolutely perfect as far as he is concerned. There's a gap of about 5 seconds or so back to Philippe Eng in the second of the BMWs, because the other one is running in second position yellowly at the wheel. So it's been a good middle part of the race here for BMW. No question about that. And all of a sudden, the Acuras that were running so strongly early on in the race are kind of, they're running 6th and 9th at the moment.
Temperature's still going up on the track, Jeremy. It's up to 37 Celsius, so we're now almost in triple digits Fahrenheit as far as the track's concerned. The good news is that if that is track heat related, that track will cool down. When we get to 7:05 is when it's officially sunset. That's the sun going down, and 7:30 is official darkness. So any drivers who didn't get their night laps in on Thursday, they have to be out of the car before 7:30. Nick Damon with more news from the pit lane.
Yeah, more P3 rows. This time it's the 38 Performance Tech Motorsport car, the Ligier. Came in, parked, up went the rear deck. They had a go look at it, and then they got the high-powered air hose, and so they tried to blast out every single air intaking orifice on the car. So I think it doesn't take too much to work out that thing's running a bit hot at the moment, but they have sent it again after probably about a minute stationary.
Well, you as an owner of a classic British sports car know all about that.
Well, I just melted the brakes the way back from the respray. That was completely different.
I know, I remember. We're hearing, by the way, Nick, that the number 17 AWA car that you were talking about earlier, that car is heading towards retirement. I'm not sure if they put the paperwork in or quite given race control and the officials the nod yet, but that's the word coming from the team at the moment. Coming down to half distance, get the beams ready, and here's a VP Racing update in race. It is still Renger van der Zande by 2 seconds. 0-1 gold-fronted Cadillac from now. BMW coming alive in the heat of the afternoon. Nick Yellowly with the number 25 from Harry Tincknell. And the Proton Competition Porsche 963, the number 59 WeatherTech car. Harry Tincknell, another Porsche driver this year, who is heading to Ford Performance. He'll be partnering in one of the two Ford Performance GTD Pro cars with Mike Rockenfeller next year. Joseph Newgarden is having fun in the number 7 car and doing a cracking job for Porsche Penske Motorsport. That is the remaining Porsche in championship contention now. Philippe Eng is in 5th position, another 5.5, 6 seconds further back for the BMW number 24. Then Philippe Albuquerque for the Acura number 10. Alexander Sims for Whelan's Cadillac. Tymon van der Helm in the number 5, bright red, bright yellow. Red, where did that come from? 963. And then Colin Brown for Meyershank Racing's Acura. It is still Mikkel Jensen for TDS, who leads by 10 seconds in LMP2. That's the number 11 car, the yellow and red car. Then Matt Bell for AWA. So good news, bad news for them with the 17 car in strife. The 13 car leads by just half a second in a cracking battle between Matt Bell and Garrett Grist for Junior 3 Racing. In GTD Pro, Corvette and Tommy Milner lead by 3/4 of a second from the leading GTD car. That Windward car still going very well. And just 3/10 of a second further back, Daniel Serra for the second of the Pro Cars. Then it's 5 seconds back to Mick Grenier in the second of the GTDs. That's the Team Korthoff car, who are sneaking up on Michelin Endurance points. Nick Damon with P2 stops.
Yeah, we've had a few of them. We have the 20, the high-class racing coming in from the back, still trying to make up for that long stop and hold it had. But then we had our two championship contenders, the number 11, the TDS Racing came in with a simple stop. And then we had the 52, which is the Ben Keating PR1 Master Motorsport. I'm pretty sure that's a driver change. Ben's got out, Paul Loup Chatin's got in. But these slightly smaller tanks on the P2. These keep us entertained in between the stops caused by the yellows.
So the sights and sounds of a Saturday afternoon, just after 4:30 here at Road Atlanta. 10:30 in Europe, 9:30 in the UK, and still more than half of this race to go. And still, Jeremy Shaw, in all of the classes, plenty of questions to be answered, not least at the front of the field. These hotter temperatures are changing the balance of power at the front of the field for me.
Yeah, I mean, look, no one I don't think is pushing particularly hard at this stage in the race. As you say, we're not even halfway yet. So all they need to do is keep themselves in the contention, not do anything silly. But clearly Harry Tinknell is very happy at the wheel at number 59 car. That's been the biggest mover over the last hour or so in this race. The number 7 car there with Joseph Newgarden, the rookie, at the wheel of it. He's just biding his time.
12.8. He was the fastest of the lead runners last time around.
Within a second of that car's fastest lap of the race. Yeah, that's a really good lap. And talking of best laps there, that's Colin Brown has just turned his car's fastest lap, a 1:11.383, which is only fractionally outside the fastest lap of the race. It was set by Sebastian Bourdais. So Colin Brown, having served that penalty for a pit lane infraction right after going back to green, returns to quick laps now.
So there are the battles out on the circuit. Well, Harry Tinknell has caught Nick Yellowly, and we'll keep an eye on that as Nick Damon is heading down to, in fact, he's at the 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsport LMP2 pit. They're third at the moment. Alex Queen's just got back in to the 52 wins car. That means that Ben Keating should be available for a word, Nick.
Well, Ben's taking off the world's most spangly helmet. I've got a close look up at Ben's lid, and it's got more kind of metal flake in it than the most garish of custom cars, I would say. Ben, second stint for you. You were out at the start, then out a bit later. Have driving standards improved over the last couple of hours?
No, actually. I was just saying that I was pushing as hard as I could push, but I couldn't match my lap times from earlier. I don't know if it's the oil dry that was down on the track that was causing a little bit less grip or what it was, but for whatever reason, I wasn't able to do as fast a laps as I did early in the race, so who knows?
I mean, we have got a lot more temperature in the track, which I suppose theoretically makes it slower.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the sun's come out, the temperature's gotten hotter, and in terms of lap times, the track or the car doesn't necessarily like to be hot, so that may have something to do with it.
Looking at the team as a whole, the 52 team, how do you feel you are overall in the race at the moment?
Yeah, we're feeling really good. It's been a crazy race so far. It's hard to believe that we're about halfway. There have been so many yellow flags, so many incidents. This track is so difficult for traffic with 5 different classes out there at once. And, anything can happen, but, there's a big race between the 52, the 11, and the 04 for several different, awards. And, golly, it seems to be that we're the 3 cars up front battling with each other. So, it's going to be a long 5 hours is what I would say.
And of those 5 hours, will you be getting back in, or are you going to leave it to Paul and Alex?
No, I just did my 4.5 stints, somewhere around 3 hours in the car. I'm done. I'm going to let the 2 fast guys battle it out for the end.
I don't think you're not fast, Ben.
The 2 faster guys.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Barely, in fairness. Just extraordinary story from Mr. Keating there. I know I say this a lot, but are we not blessed, Jeremy? Are we not blessed to have so many characters in this paddock that are prepared to have a, you know, he's just jumped out of the car in the heat of the race, but had a laugh and a joke with Nick down there, and that's among a number of drivers who would have done exactly the same. Even poor Nick Tandy, in the depths of his despair with the championship being snatched away from him, happy to stand and talk to our Nick and even try and raise a smile and a joke. I mean, the quality in this paddock, on the wall, on the spanners, behind the wheel. Impressive. We are really fortunate.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. It really is. And just to change of position there for 5th position, the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura, Philip Albuquerque at the wheel, just getting past Philip Eng in the number 24 BMW. So we'll see now whether Albuquerque can close up on Joseph Newgarden, who's the next car ahead of him on the racetrack. Took him a while. I guess he lost a place at the... No, he didn't lose a place at the restart. He maintained his position at the restart, did Albuquerque. He'd had to give up a position, I think, for maybe the order as they came out of the pits, perhaps, before we went back to green. But he's maintained that position since we went back to green, and that's 20 laps ago now. And he's up into 5th position. He's going to try and track down the number 7 Porsche ahead of him.
That's Jeremy Shaw. I'm John Hindhaugh. In the pits, Joe, Nick and Shea. And they are splitting the 10 hours between them. We're about two minutes away from half distance. And hoping to get a bit of green flag running in. We have had 6 full course yellows for the better part of an hour and 50 minutes and 41 laps, if you prefer. Our longest green flag was before that last one, and that was barely an hour. In fact, it wasn't. It was 57 minutes. So we've not really had a full run yet. The lap distance record since this became a 10-hour race, 1,000 miles was 394 laps, but the lap distance record is 465. The computer says at the moment 396. That will change if we continue to be green for a reasonable amount of time. The computer effectively updates as we go forward. Half distance then, Jeremy. Untidy beginning. Very untidy beginning. Way too many penalties, right into the 30s already. But when we have been green, the racing has been good, and I'm really intrigued. Obviously, we're looking at the front of the field, but I'm really intrigued by this GTD battle, which is for the race win and still, of course, for the championship.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, hasn't it, really? I mean, we've seen... we haven't seen a BMW... Yeah, BMW led one lap.
Yeah.
So all 4 manufacturers have led during this race then. And, one of the BMWs running in 2nd position now. Only a couple of seconds behind Renger van der Zande. That Cadillac's been strong pretty much through the race, but it's just... the balance, not balance necessarily, but the pendulum has been swinging according to when they're putting on fresh tyres and when they're not. And I'm sure they're trying to get the double stinting of tyres out of the way now, so for the final 4 or 5 hours of the race, at every stop, or every full stop, they will be putting on a fresh set of Michelin tyres.
And that is how they've planned it out for the week. Stand by for the second half of the 26th running of the Motul Petit Le Mans Championship deciding race for IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car in 2023. Part 2 starts right now. So into the second half of the race. And Renger van der Zande's lead is cut to just under a second. Nick Yellerly, 13.1 last time around, 14.3 in traffic for van der Zande. Oh, this must be, the concentration levels must be absolutely incredible here. Sun not quite in the eyes of the drivers yet, but dirty windscreens, dirt being thrown onto the track. Certainly heading up towards turn 5 and over the brow before turn 6. It's going to be starting to become an issue. Then through turn 6 to turn 7 on the left-hand side of the car. Checking on some of the other battles. Matt Bell for AWA leading Garrett Grist as they come across the line by 3 cars lengths. Up to turn 1 now for that battle. And that's the 13 AWA and the number 30 Garrett Grist Junior 3 racing car. They're battling for the lead of LMP3 through turn 5. Is that a slightly better run? No, I don't think so. The Lamborghini of Iron Lynx right ahead of them if they come into turn 7. 1, 2, 3. 3 different classes all together as they head through and onto the backstretch. Nolan Siegel for CrowdStrike Racing by APR leading in the 04, coming through that little battle as well. And this is, I mean, this is the thing, Jeremy. You're catching cars, you're battling for your lead of the class, you're catching cars that are maybe on the second stint of tyres and hanging on, and then you're coming up and then catching you are potentially quicker cars having their own battle. It is proper head on a swivel here.
It is, and there's just not a moment to relax. I mean, it wasn't so long ago that Renger van der Zande had a pretty comfortable lead of 3, almost as high as 4 seconds, but that was 5 laps ago. Now, well, the gap's just gone out a bit on this lap. It was less than a second last time around. Just completed 201 laps, the race leader, Renger van der Zande, in that number 01 Cadillac. And it struck me earlier on that the car was really good on early in the stint, but after that maybe struggled just a little bit, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as the race progresses. But now Harry Tinknell is close to within a second again of Nick Yellerly, so the top 3 cars covered by just about a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and they'll be in traffic again very shortly indeed. In fact, they are in traffic coming onto the back. The huge scrum of cars going into turn 10A now are just ahead of the overall race leaders. They've got a couple of stragglers in between them, so within a lap or so those 3 race leaders will be right on the battle that's just gone across the start-finish line, which is LMP2 and LMP3 all having a scrap going around the GT cars, including the number 80 Seb Prior driven AO Racing, the green Rexy car, 5th in GTD. That's easy to spot out there. They're going to have a prototype next year as well, and Gunnar Jeanette was very coy about telling us what livery that might have. Just looking at the front end of the field and when next pit stops might occur.
Yeah, we're in the leaders. They were covered by 1.3 seconds. Wow. The trio as they came past to complete that last lap. Going over the top of the crest of the hill, I think, at turn 2.
I don't think this has been a good day for Lexus in terms of racing. We saw what happened with the championship car, the number 14, earlier on. And now, Nick Dearman tells me that the GTD car is having some woes.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the car coming towards me. I knew which one it was. The other one hasn't got a bonnet, so it's kind of an easy guess. But it came towards us. There's a 12 car. There's a Franklin Monte Carlo, Aaron Tennant's and Parker Thompson machine. I thought, with Parker driving, I thought, oh, fine, coming in for some fuel. But no, went right down to the end of the pit lane and turned to the right. And that was it. It's behind the wall, so we'll try and find what it's all about. John.
And in GTD Pro, the leader is off the track with dead stick. And there's all kinds of head-in-hands moments. Full course yellow, 4 hours and 54 minutes to go. Pratt, Miller and Corvette Racing, it would seem, will not be sending the C8R GT LM car now running in GT3. They won't be sending it off with a victory. Tommy Milner has ground to a halt just off at turn 3. Now there's dirt on the car, so is that mechanical or has he had an incident? The answer is I can't tell you just at the moment. He's off at driver's right at the top of the hill. His door's open, he's fine. He opens the door, I think, just to get a bit of breath of fresh air through there. So this is going to throw GTD Pro wide open, and Risi Competizione will lead that. Indy Donchi from Winwood Racing leading GTD. Who does this affect in terms of laps? Well, all the GTPs will come in, surely. See if we can work out what's happened. Across the line, the Corvette was fine. Coming down to the end of the front straight, gets past. Now got passed by the Winwood car, and I think he's he's got no drive.
Yeah.
Now he was leaking fluid earlier on in the day. Is that part of the equation here? And Tommy's just pulled off. That's dead stick, I reckon. I don't think he had any drive. There's no damage. The dirt on the front of the car is tyre debris and various other stuff. And they're packing up. Or at least they're not getting ready for any work soon on the pit wall. As Tommy Milner, with the door open, has put the thumbs up to the AMR safety team who are already with him. Now he's asked them to give him a push. I think he's going to try and bump start this now that everybody is behind the safety car. He's got it out of gear, which is the first thing to do. Not an easy thing to do, bump start a race car, because they tend to have quite high compression engines. So you've got to get it in a higher gear than perhaps you would think. Now, he's out of the car. Oh, I know what he was doing. Sorry, that was very sensible by Tommy. He was asking them to rock the car backwards and forwards and give it a push so he could engage neutral so that the recovery can move the car. That very good indeed. Before he got out of the car, that's smashing work. The flatbed is there, and the roll back on that will be the way that this car comes back to the pit lane. Race control have asked all cars to pack up behind the safety car. Well, Jeremy, another one bites the dust. And Daniel Serra now leads GTD Pro. GTD Indy Donchi is ahead of the full GT field.
Yeah, the two top contenders in the championship then are both out of the race, it would appear. Number 14 and number 3. And in terms of the Michelin Endurance Cup in GTD Pro, the number 79 car was, after the 4-hour mark in this race, number 79 car led by 1 point from number 3 Corvette and by 2 points from number 14 Vasser Sullivan Lexus. So right now, it's looking very, very good for WeatherTech Racing and number 79 car.
Yeah,
because they lead by 1 point, and looks like the other two cars are both going to be out of it. The next up in line in the points is the Harder Racing team Aston Martin, but they're fully 8 points now behind the number 79, and won't be able to make up that deficit.
Where did Winwood vault themselves up to at the 4-hour mark?
They were leading in GTD, but they were quite a long way. But they were 9 points behind. Harder Racing Team's number 27 car was also leading the MEC for GTD. But they came into the weekend 9 points behind them, so it's going to be a tall order to overcome it, but it's not impossible.
Well, we're getting everybody behind the safety car. Let me give you a quick rundown, as we tend to do. VP Racing in race update. Renger van der Zande behind the safety car. The 01 Cadillac leads it from Nick Yellerly and BMW number 25. Harry Tinknell, Proton Porsche. That is the WeatherTech number 59 car. Joseph Newgarden. Yes, that Joseph Newgarden. Porsche Penske Motorsport in the number 7. Still championship contender there. Philippe Albuquerque, the number 10, leading the championship after the pole position points were added on yesterday for the Acura ARX 06. That is 5th position. Then Philipp Eng for BMW in the BMW number 24. Alexander Sims, Wheel and Engineering, 2nd in the championship. The number 31 car in 7th place. Timon van der Helm, JDC Miller Motorsports, Porsche 963. And Colin Brown, Meyershank Racing, at the back of the field, but still on the GTP lead lap. In LMP2, it is CrowdStrike Racing by APR and Nolan Siegel that lead from TDS, and Scott Huffaker in 2nd. Let me just check. Now, they're showing a lap between them at the moment.
Yeah, I think there's a wave around.
I think there's a wave around too. Alex Quinn in 3rd for PR1 Matheson, and then another gap of a lap back to Josh Pearson for TDS. That's your top 4.
No, I don't think there is, actually.
Well, the pass around's happening at the moment, and I'm just trying to see the numbers that are going through and to see if the 52 is among them. Has the 52 just come past us? Oh, no.
No, I think Nolan Siegel is a lap ahead now of the... and I think the reason for that is, when did the 04 cars last pitted on that 168? Right, that was under the previous caution period, so they've stayed out. The other 2 cars have pitted, and they have been lapped by making that pit stop.
35 laps under the tyres of the CrowdStrike car that leads. TDS 15.
No, I'm wrong.
And PR1 40 laps, coming around to 15 laps this time as he crosses the line.
So the number 52 car is a lap down. Number 04 and the number 11 are on the lead lap, I think.
That's the 11. I think, the 11's just got the wave by, Jeremy. The 11's just got the wave by. The 4 is about halfway down the safety car crew, and the TDS car, the number 11 car, excuse me, has been led through. Yes, the TDS car has been allowed through. In LMP3, Matt Bell for AWA and Garrett Grist were having a cracking scrap, and they continue to do so. Gar Robinson, I think, is on the lead lap as well there, so 13, 30 and 74. We've mentioned Indy Donchi leading GTD, and Team Korthoff in 2nd in GTD. Between them, they've got Risi Competizione leading DGD Pro. Then it's Wright Motorsport next up for GTD. Mauro Engel for GTD Pro for WeatherTech, 2nd for them. Then Patrick Gallagher 4th in GTD for Turner Motorsport. James Collado 3rd for GTD Pro. They are all mixed together in that on that GTD line. Pits have been opened for GTP, so that means Nick Damon. It's better get the company, Nick. You've had a little quiet period.
I know,
there.
A quiet period, no Joe, and now I've got no the car. There's a huge amount of anticipation. There's probably about 120 people on the wall actually now, just standing. It's waiting to greet some sort of like Taylor Swift turning up or something. But there's an eerie quiet now. Ooh, it's quite spooky. You can hear himself on the PA. It's even worse. But so any minute now, there will be a number of driver changes. Some obvious, some more surprising. But I'll tell you when they happen. I'm going to keep it in suspense.
Okay. At IMSA Radio, if you like to get in touch. I love this race. The long races are just fantastic. And this race down through the years has provided us with so much entertainment. Quite a bit of tangential nonsense as well when we've had rain delays, etc. Who will ever forget Nick Damon dancing down the pit lane in the pouring rain before finding...
Here we are.
Which was the aerodynamicist that you filled 25 minutes with on the pit lane?
Nick Worth.
Nick Worth, yeah, it was Nick Worth. All right,
here we come. I've got them now. It's fantastic. Here they all come. It is a procession of the... I must say, one thing I will say, these are fabulous looking machines. They really are. They look like racing cars. They're like prototypes. They're all coming in to stop together. The 01 Cadillac stops in front of me, and it's Scott Dixon getting into that one as Renger van der Zanne gets out. The WeatherTech car, that's seen Harry Tickle get out, and Julie Breeze getting back in again, which is interesting. So we haven't seen Neil Yarney yet. I think Jason Button just got into the JDC Miller Motorsports car. Tom Blomqvist has got into the 60, and then my eyes go off a bit. But everybody is was doing a complete service. I don't think anyone's kept their driver on board. Possibly the 7 Porsche, but I might just have missed it. The rest of them had the doors open, all firing up. First car away from its pit box is the 01 Cadillac, and that is the winner of pit row. Second is the almost coming together. There's the Whelen Cadillac car. Almost had another accident in the pit lane, but got ahead just ahead of the number 10 Acura, and the 2 BMWs getting each other's ways, which is very clever. And they go off in that order, with the last one off the WeatherTech car. But yeah, so they have all got away again after making massive amounts of changes.
I think it was Scott Dixon that got into the
it was Scott Dixon, yeah. It was Scott, yeah.
And going out, I think in second, was Jack Aitken. I think it was the Whelen car.
Yeah, the Whelen literally kind of barged its way in. And the number 10 Acura went, yeah, all right, perhaps not with this amount of time left in the race. I won't make an argument about this start-finish straight.
They came in all 1:25, 59, 7, 10, 24, and I reckon they've gone out all 1, 31, 10, and possibly then one of the BMWs. I'll have to see them when I get it. No, it's the 5 that's in 4th position. So it's been, it's going to be all 1. Then the 31, then the 10, then the 7 Porsche, and then the 5 Porsche with, as you rightly said, JB for JDC. Thank you, Nick. Damon in the pit lane. The rest of the pit stops for the GT cars coming through, as we've got cars coming through at speed on the way by. Nick Damon is now watching GT cars.
Yeah, and the lead car sort of is the 62 Reese car. I think some of the other cars further may have been stopped slightly ahead. The noise you can hear is the 79 GT3 Mercedes. It was the other Mercedes, the Winwood car, actually, the 57 car, that it was leading on the trail as they went out. Both Hartler racing machines are now in, both the GTD Pro and the AM. Again, quite a few driver changes. No driver change in the 63 Lamborghini that I can see. The door is open on the Reese competition car. The Iron Dames car not arrived yet. They're waiting there with their insert. They're many laps behind, of course, after their problems early on. Most of these stops now are just coming to the end. The tyres have been done, and it's a 16 car. That's the right Porsche rolls away first by quite a long way. And then there's 3 Mercedes back to back, which is the 57, the 32, and the 79. And I think the Lamborghini has got off 5th, 5th and 6th. So Heart of Racing, the 2 Astons, and what I will say is that the Reese car, it definitely came in the top 3. I think it's rolled off about 9th. So not sure what happened to them, but it could just be that they went really, really quickly.
Track position, short fueling, possibly, might have happened. So all of the GTPs came in there, Jeremy, just for your chart as you came through. Scott Dixon has got in the 01. Yeah. Jack Aitken came out in second after a brilliant pit stop from the Whelen Engineering Cadillac. He's taken over that number 31 car. Philippe Albuquerque stayed in the number 10 Koenig Minolta Acura. He is now in 3rd. Tom Blomqvist back in the Acura for Meyer-Shank Racing with Kerr Vakajanian in 4th. That's the number 60. Joseph Newgarden stayed in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. Jenson Button, JB in the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche. It's the number 5 in 6th. In 7th position, Connor De Filippi, BMW. 8th, Augusto Farfus back into the BMW M Hybrid V8 that he started. And Jimmy Bruni back into Proton competition. Nick Damon will grab some drivers, not literally, but at least stick a mic underneath their name. Tymon van der Helm out of the JDC Porsche.
Tymon, your first experience in the race itself, how'd it go?
I think the first stint went pretty well. Just had to warm up the tires a bit in the beginning, but after that it went pretty. We closed the gap a bit to Renger van der Sande and Acura. Then I was a bit stuck behind the Acura and I couldn't pass it till the last lap I pitted. Second stint and the rest I was a bit struggling with the tires just overall. But I think we should be happy to still be in the lead lap, and I think we have all the chances still the last moment of the race.
Were you struggling because you double stinted the tyres?
Yeah, it looks like, yeah.
And of course it's much warmer than you thought it would be, so I suppose that's another reason, yeah?
Yeah, I think we never did 2 stints on the tires, so that was a new experience for now with this tire. So yeah, we know that, but still we had to do it because we had no tires left.
Do you now have enough tyres to go new, or will somebody else have to do double stint?
Yeah, you have to double stint because we only have 9 sets, and we have more than 9 stints. So be it.
But you're still talking about it's hard to get past cars that you're stuck. Are these cars really evenly matched, despite being many different manufacturers?
I think they match, quite a lot. Of course, there's a lot, some small difference in between, but I think it's not too far off. And I like that all the cars are competitive to each other and that we can make a nice race for everybody.
Great stuff. Thank you, Timon.
Thank you.
Timon van der Helme, very good stint for him. Interesting there. Interesting comments from a very young driver. He is a young driver. He looks even younger. I keep thinking the paper boy's popped up in the pit lane. He is very youthful.
Well, yeah, he is. He is young. He's not 20 yet.
I was going to say he's 18 or 19.
No,
Has he turned 19?
No, he's 19. I think he's. When's his birthday? His birthday is January. Yeah, so it'd be January 26th. So just 19 years of age. The 2 BMWs then came in for a second time, did they?
They came in with everybody else.
Okay, well, it just come in again in that case.
Oh, okay.
So
Nick did say they'd rather got in each other's way there.
Oh, okay.
So maybe they didn't quite get as much as fueling as they were expecting. I've got both the BMWs out on the track, Jeremy.
Yeah. No, they're back out again now, but I think they made an extra stop.
Oh, okay. The number 25 has been through the pit lane 12 times.
That's exactly right. In that case, it was a second stop, yeah.
Well, let's find out what the strategy was there, because Nick is down in RLL BMW land with Philip Eng.
Philip Eng, fresh out of the 24. It's obviously quite hard work in there.
But it's so much fun. It doesn't matter if it's hard work. It's just those cars around this track is phenomenal. And I enjoyed every single second of it, even though the fighting was very tough, but very fair, I must say, across all categories, across all classes. So much good fun. We seem to have quite a good package, and it's still a long way to go, but it's very good fun.
It seemed that the two cars got slightly each other's way at that last pit stop.
Yeah, I haven't seen the images yet, but we lost 1 or 2 spots, but it doesn't matter. It's still so long to go, and as you can see in this race, anything can happen. We just need to stay out of trouble and hope for the best in the end.
And were they brought in again did you bring them in again for top-off?
Yes, that's correct. It was planned. I actually came immediately here, so I need to follow up on that one.
I mean, it's easy to say great fun. I mean, what is it like, are you going to go back out again for the darkness? Do you get the good darkness one, which is even more fun?
The first 2 laps I did in night practice felt very fast. The eyes need to adapt to the speed. There is very little lighting. How do you say lighting around the track? So it's pretty difficult to see, but then your eyes adapt to it. I'm pretty sure I will get back in, because I think I didn't embarrass myself in my 2 stints. So fingers crossed.
You did a great job. Thank you, Philip.
He did not embarrass himself at all. Philip Eng. Great interview again. I'm loving this. Fantastic. We're back to green. 4 hours and 35 minutes to go. Scott Dixon led them through with a very nice restart. Battles going on further behind, with Ricky Taylor looking at the back of Jack Aitken, and was very close to the back of Jack Aitken's Whelen Engineering Cadillac for a moment or two. The leader gets away. The battle for second, third and fourth group goes through turn number 5 over the top of the brow. Sun just beginning to sink into the eyes of the drivers as they come to turn 6 and turn right-handed towards turn 7. That's where the sun will be setting in a couple of hours' time. Sunset exactly 2 hours away. Official darkness starting at 7:30. Why is that important? I'll tell you. Because if you're a driver who hasn't done your night laps and qualified, then you cannot drive beyond 7:30 this evening. There's a couple of cars that have drivers who have not done that. So back to green flag racing. The last green flag session was only 33 minutes.
Wow, so they've got in LMP2, the Era Motorsport team has got themselves back on the lead lap. So we heard from Ryan Dale a while ago. At that stage, he was 2 laps behind. Now he's back on the lead lap with the other leaders in LMP2. So we've got 4 cars now on that lead lap in LMP2. Number 04, number 11, number 52, number 18, which is a fair way behind because it got the wave around but hadn't caught up with the back of the pack when we went green. But he is back on the lead lap, so that's great news for him. And then the next car up is Josh Pearson, car number 35, the second of the TDS cars. He is at 1 lap down to the leaders. Yes.
Yeah, where is he?
And then 1 lap behind him is number 88.
I'm just trying to find that 35 TDS racing car on the track, and I haven't seen him for a little while. But he's out there.
It's in the thick of it, I think.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
When the cars are so close together, which is pretty much all the time, even our tracker struggles to get them apart. It's just a clump of colour that we have on the screen. Yeah. What a run by the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche today. He's been right up at the sharp end of the field. Jenson Button, JB, for World Formula One Drivers' Champion, of course, in behind the wheel of that car, was given the 52-page manual to read. 52-page manual for the steering wheel controls, by the way. Now, this is a man who's driven in Formula One and won in Formula One, but not for a while has he driven something this complicated, and freely admits that this is probably the most technologically advanced car that he has driven. 6 different panels on the steering wheel, 5 sets of thumb wheels, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, and a partridge in a pear tree. The team trying to help him out because everything's colour-coded. So it literally is bronze thumb wheel to number 3, press the green button twice, and then twizzle the blue dial round to D or whatever it is. I mean, and so that's how they're talking him through it, because he hasn't had that much time in the car. In fairness, though, they have tested here. I think that's about the most testing they've done, Jeremy. I think that was only their 2nd day of testing since they got the car, and that was here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta.
Yeah, they might have had 1 extra test day somewhere, perhaps. Otherwise, that was it. Yeah, it's a steep learning curve for him, as it was for Joseph Newgarden. I think I had a little bit more time in the car than Jensen did. Just wondering, we heard from Philip Eng there in the BMW camp. I'd like to know what happened to the 25 car, the sister car, because that was running in 2nd place prior to this round of pit stops, and now they're right at the 2 BMWs at the back of the pack. So they gave up a lot of track position there, and I'm thinking something might have been slightly awry at that latest pit stop for number 25 car, because they had come in during the previous caution period, which they should have needed a little bit less fuel than some of the other contenders.
That's a good point. Kirk has tweeted at IMSA Radio how many laps behind the BMW X50M, sorry. 48 laps for 2 hours and 6 minutes. Hello to Phil Wayne. And he would like us to mention Ewan Wayne, who's in Budapest tonight, running a marathon tomorrow, raising money for Marie Curie UK with other students from Loughborough University, Loughborough University. A very good cause there. And Dave Alcock, hello Dave, he's been with us all day, I think. Says, totally agree with all the characters. It's an absolute joy, isn't it? Yes, it is. Let's pick up some news from the pit lane. Drivers who are recently out of the car. Jack Aitken now in Whelan Engineering Cadillac. That means Alexander Sims can talk to Nick Damon.
We're just going to move ourselves into an easier position. Alexander, once again after that pit stop, we saw a massive race off the pit lane to get in the position. But it did go a bit wrong, didn't it, about 2 hours ago?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're so close to the pit exit here that, when I got told to launch, I was fully aware, having been looking in my mirror, that the other cars were coming right close to me. So I was focusing on making sure I didn't touch them when I pulled across. And then they were right close to me, and yeah, I saw the pit close light at the last moment, but it was just too much risk to slam on the brakes, and in the end we did actually get a little tap from behind as well, so It is. It's where it is. Yeah, thankfully it was all served and we're back in the race. All good.
Luckily, early enough to get it all out of the way, because it was just obviously a misunderstanding. The car's still absolutely fine after that tap at the back. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we changed the tail on it. Car feels the best it's been all the time we've been here at Road Atlanta this year. Honestly, we've done a couple of test days and all 3 practice here. It's now in a really nice window, and yeah, very little balance issues.
Well, I think Jack's actually the fastest lap of the day so far, so it's obviously going all right. What are the tactics moving forward now?
I mean, try and beat our rivals, standard thing in racing. Try and do the best job as we can without any mistakes. I mean, Jack and Pipo have been on fire all weekend, so yeah, hopefully they can keep the car up front.
I mean, we all know that it's all about 7:30 onwards when it gets dark. I mean, how do you drive these couple of hours in between? Do you try and do it to keep the car in the best condition, really conservatively, or do you want to be leading at 7:30?
Well, honestly, no. When I was in the car, knowing that it was just the middle of the race, and frankly, you're not going to win the race by over doing a do or die move. With 5 hours to go or whatever, so I was just trying to be smart, save fuel as much as possible, so that when the inevitable yellow comes, you pack up and then boom, you can jump people in the pits. Seems like it's worked quite well. That's got us back in the race from the issues earlier on. So yeah, it's going to be fun in the night though for the other guys.
Great, thanks, Anna.
Cheers.
Down by Corvette, unfortunately there is a C8R getting no work done to it back in the garage area. There's a little bit of a powwow going on with the drivers. Some of the bigwigs from GM, Gary Pratt is over here waiting for an official statement as to what has taken this car out of the race.
Thanks, Shea. The car came to a halt whilst leading its class and seemed to go poof. There were, I don't know if you heard this earlier, Shea, so this might help with your line of questioning. Sounding like Bradley here. Inform your questioning to the team. There was some reports earlier on from trackside marshals and indeed from the number 14 car when sitting behind it, the Lexus, that there was some fluid being thrown out the back of that car. Not sure if that has had a bearing on the demise of the C8R. Onward and upwards, new car next year. Purpose-built GT3, and it will have been built with purpose as well, knowing Pratt Miller and Corvette Racing.
So this, you talked about that fastest lap of the race set by Jack Aitken just a couple of laps ago. Also, within the last couple of laps, best lap times for the car set by number 60 Tom Blomqvist and number 5 Jenson Button. Didn't take him long to get up to speed, did it? Did it?
I would have expected nothing different from Jens. He wouldn't have come here without knowing that he would be competitive.
Yeah.
Because if I know anything about Jensen, if it was a shopping trolley race around the local Publix, he would have had a test day first to make sure he's going to be okay.
Yeah, and he was it Nick asking the question early on the grid as to whether he would he be back here next year, and but basically, I was, well, if I enjoy it was really what he said.
Yeah.
I hope I enjoy it. Well, I think he's enjoying himself right now. It hasn't taken him long to get up to speed. So yeah, that's very, very impressive though. Very few laps, just half a dozen laps, and there he is, right on the case in that number 5 car.
Another guest, Jeremy, behind you.
Neil Verhagen, great to see you.
Which way is it, Neil? Now, come on. Which is it, Verhagen or Verhagen?
It's tomato, but I guess I would say in America Verhagen, so we're going to stick with Verhagen.
Okay. I'll come back to you in a second. Shea Adam is down in the pit lane with more news. Shea, what's the news?
Well, I'm back with the number 12 Lexus now. It is in the garage. It's up on the high stands. There are 5 mechanics underneath it with a jack underneath the gearbox. They are working as if they feel like they're going to be able to get this changed, but clearly it's a transmission issue for the number 12.
Thank you, Shea.
Boy.
Sum this race up so far than Neil. You've been watching it. Come on.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty chaotic, I think, is a good word to describe it, with a little bit more incidents than I was expecting to see so early on in the race. I mean, we're only just a little over 30 minutes past halfway, so I was expecting to see some more cars on track. But yeah, the nature of this place is so difficult with the closing speeds of the GTPs, with the LMP3s and the GT3 cars. It's so challenging for not just the GTP drivers, but also for the slower categories to manage that always in the mirror, because they come fast.
Tell me about your season personally so far. How's it been for you in 2023? You've been a busy lad.
Yeah, it's been very busy. So this year, starting off with the Nordschleife for the 24 hours, and then the GT World Challenge Endurance with Spa 24. Unfortunately, couldn't get the result in either of those. It was, yeah, heartbreaking. Ran up front in both of those. Unfortunately, guess it's racing didn't come together, but we'll hopefully have another opportunity to attack that again. And just recently coming back over to the SRO America, running in the GT World Challenge America with Samantha Tan Racing. That's been very successful, so big thank you to Samantha and her team there to bring me on board. That's been super nice.
All with the blue and white of BMW, of course, and the M Sport stripes, which,
of course,
as
yes.
I've always said, you can't make any vehicle look worse by putting M Sport stripes on it. When you look at this championship now and the opportunities here, and you've been close enough to BMW, M and Motorsport to have seen the GTP as well as the GT3, GTD progress in the last couple of years. How excited are you to be part of this BMW family?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, BMW is at the top level of IMSA racing now, which is exciting for everybody inside the company to see. Like, for example, at Watkins Glen, fighting for the overall win there. You know, had great run of races this year so far. Some ups, some downs, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's been very successful. And, yeah, to see that as a driver and to see the potential of where you could, you know, end up at the pinnacle of sports car racing is super cool for myself. Yeah, for me personally, I love the IMSA paddock. It's a super nice place. I think the racing's awesome. It's always super exciting. It always has something going on. Yeah, can't really say any much more good things about it.
I'm probably one of the luckiest people in the world, most fortunate perhaps in the world, because actually I'm not lucky at all, but I've certainly been fortunate. But I get to travel around the world and talk about motor racing, watch a lot of motor racing. This race, because it was my first US race, Petit Le Mans back in 1998. How old were you? No, you weren't born then, were you?
I wasn't even a thought back then.
No. Oh, dear God. The Nürburgring.
Terrifying.
I know. I think we thought 18 drivers who weren't born when Petit Le Mans first took place are in this race this weekend. The Nürburgring Nordschleife is a magical, terrifying, wonderful, awesome, lots of superlative places. Do you ever get used to driving around that place? Do you ever feel totally comfortable?
I don't think anybody will ever feel totally comfortable around that place. I think every lap you do, you figure out something new, you learn something new, which is, I think, what makes the place so special. You have an incredibly talented level of factory drivers that race there, competing for the 24 hours, mixed with a mix of not so competitive drivers that are doing it more for fun. And the aspect of mixing those two racing profiles as well as different speeds of cars, man, the place is so difficult, but yeah, there's something so special about that as well too. The challenge. I mean, the track itself is already a challenge, but to factor in all of the above with weather conditions, other drivers, traffic, it makes, I think, the race one of the most difficult in the world.
Got the last 2 hours here tonight in the darkness. Do you like racing in the dark, and do you find it easier or harder to race something like the Nürburgring? There's less to distract you in the dark because you've just got your headlights pointing at what you need to see. Does that make life easier or harder?
Yeah, especially in the Nürburgring, you get like this tunnel vision with the lights, because you only have, there's no lights around the track. It's completely pitch black for almost 20 kilometers of racing there. So, once you turn on to the Nordschleife, it's, all you have is your headlights, and it, creates kind of a tunnel vision, and it's there. It doesn't seem to be, always so bad. But, for example, like Spa this year, with so many cars on track at the same time, you have people flashing the headlights. You have, so many people that are so close as well too, all around the track. I think that makes it a little bit more difficult on the eyes, where in Nordschleife you kind of just focus on what's ahead of you, and the concentration though required is very high around the Nordschleife.
What have you got planned? NLS season's finished now. What you got planned between now and the holiday period, and more importantly, what do you think's on the cards for next year?
Yeah, that's all being figured out right now. So I wish I actually would know myself, but no, it's
staying with BMW.
Yes, staying with BMW. So that I don't know if that's actually officially been announced yet, but maybe I just made that public now. So. Yeah, no, staying with BMW again for...
Edit that bit out later.
Staying with BMW for next year. Incredibly happy with the opportunities that they've presented me this year, and everything that they've done to support me through the junior team, and now my first year as a full factory driver. So, yeah, no, it's been an incredible journey, and definitely, yeah, look forward to what we have in plans in the future.
And been fun to race over here again this year as well. Do some racing at least.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's been refreshing. It's been very nice. I've enjoyed every bit of it. So always a pleasure to come back and race in America, and hopefully can do some more of it next year.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming to see us. Hang around for a little bit. We might need you to do a little bit of driver analysis if anything anything happens here. Let's just remind everybody here in the US and around the world, we're on 98.1 Road Atlanta FM, XM Series 207, commercial free all the way through for the next 4 hours and 18 minutes. RS2 around the world as part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and video channels. And if we're talking about video, the World Feed TV, all free if you're outside the US, with no interruptions whatsoever, and we'll be right through to the end of the race on IMSA.tv and also on IMSA Radio. Just have to go to the little menu button at the top left, and it's on the first part of the drop-down menu. Shea Adam down in the pit lane
with an old friend, and Kenton Cook. We've been in a position before where you have a chance to win the Michelin Endurance Cup. Now you're back at it again. But hey, when you were driving, you got to the points lead. Should we just stop the race now?
Yeah, no, it's been good. So I'm very fortunate to be a part of this team and be the third driver in these endurance races to help this team get an NAEC championship. Obviously, a long race to go here. We'll see what happens, and hopefully we can be on the top step of the podium and then also get a championship along with it. So. Yeah, I hope you sound better. Yeah, you're always working hard, so I can understand why.
Thank you, my friend. Does the attention ever shift away from the race win when you are in for another championship?
Well, right now it's about the 4 hour, the 8 hour, and then ultimately where we end up finishing after that. Just trying to maximize the points that we get in those sectors of the race. So it's just one step at a time, and then whatever comes our way at the end is what comes.
Good luck. It is one of the coolest trophies of the year.
Yeah, it's really freaking cool. It's so awesome to be here. So finishing it at the lights is going to be fun.
Language, Kenton, language. 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. Pass for second place in GTD. A moment or two ago, Michael Granier, the team Courtoff Motorsports, had a goal coming up to turn 5. That wasn't going to work, and then made it stick going down into 10A. So Russell Ward goes back to third for Winwood Racing. It's Jan Halen now leading for Wright Motorsport in the 16 Porsche. And last race for a little while for Alan Brynjolfsson in the number 77. Max Root actually in behind the wheel of that Wright Motorsports car. Team car to the machine that's just made the pass has got Catherine Legg's car right in behind. Now, is that Catherine who's driving that car at the moment? It's not, it's Mark Miller. It's Miller time then. And the green and white NSX just trying to make up another position. Great scraps all the way down that GTD and GTD Pro field as they're mixed pretty well together. 3 GTDs, 2 GTD Pros, 2 GTDs, 3 GTD Pros, and then a whole slew of GTDs. At the front of the field, Scott Dixon leads by just 3/4 of a second now. And in fact, the top 3 are within a second and a half, with Jack Aitken and Ricky Taylor having just closed in. And
Yeah, all of a sudden that number 10 car closed. It was 4 seconds behind last time, or a couple of laps ago. He's got a bit of good luck through the traffic, whereas the leaders, Scott Dixon, just held up just a little bit. But yeah, Scott Dixon, he is amazing, isn't he? This is his first into the race today, and was he pulled out a little bit early on in his stint. It's been reeled back in again now as he's worked his way through the traffic. But again, his goal is to keep that car in contention, really, because it's the regular season drivers Renger van der Zande and Sebastian Bourdais who've been the stalwarts of this season, really, of this team for the last couple of years, and they've had a difficult campaign. We heard from Sebastian Bourdais earlier on, but he knows he's got a fast car here today.
Jenson Button closing in on Joseph Newgarden. Battle of the single-seater drivers then in 5th and 6th, the red, white and black Porsche number 7 and the all-yellow Porsche number 5 cutting their way through traffic. Jenson at the moment just closing in. Mick Grenier, lap or two ago, going down the inside at turn 10A. Classic Road Atlanta overtaking manoeuvre. Neil Verhagen with us now, and that is exactly what you want. Nice and clean, respect by both drivers.
Yeah, for sure. That's a textbook move there. Lamborghini's very good on the brakes. I think that's definitely a strong suit of their car. Was able to get down the inside, make a clean move, and you can see they have a little bit of pace now. They're pulling away from the Mercedes now, and it's looking very good for them right now.
How much opportunity when you're racing on a busy circuit like this do you get to size up those overtaking manoeuvres, or do you just basically have to take them when they present themselves? How quick is the decision-making process?
Yeah, I think that's, all about the risk management, because, with multi-class racing and, even like right there, it's just a cluster of cars at one time. And, with the faster traffic that, we'll check up the slower cars, and, with a slower car, we'll also check up the faster cars as we see as we see a GTD car getting stuck in between some of the GTP cars. But, I think the main thing there is like, sometimes you can get checked up and it helps you. Other times you can get free and it also helps you, or you can be on the losing side of things there. So for me personally, I mean, yes, I wouldn't take so much risk before the last couple of hours, but sometimes there's crunch time and it needs to be done.
I know this isn't the same length of circuit as the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but the traffic density actually is quite similar to what you get in the Nürburgring 24 hours. There's in some ways an even bigger performance difference, speed difference between the front and the back of the field, despite the fact that you don't have prototypes there. So are you feeling for these drivers now? Can you associate with what's going on here?
Yeah, for sure. My fellow colleagues that are racing on me on the Nordschleife are also here this weekend as well too, and I've been speaking to them, and everyone has just been saying, wow, the traffic is so difficult to navigate, because there's so many places that are so difficult to overtake. Like if you cannot get by before the S's, then it's very difficult to get by before the S's. Also, if you get stuck in the last corner, it's just as a GTP driver, you're just a sitting duck then to the cars behind you. As I said, you'll get held up, but you'll also be able to make some time on some people. So, I think this really brings out the best traffic management in sports cars.
It's a heck of a battle going on between Joseph Newgarden, Jenson Button, then another 3 seconds further back, Jimmy Bruni, Conor De Filippi, Augusto Farfus, all carving their way through traffic, sort of concertinaing in and out as the sun for the moment goes behind a quite dark cloud, but the track temperature has started to drop. We got up to 33, 34, 35 Celsius. That was triple digits. Now down to 77 Fahrenheit and 25 Celsius. That track temperature, are you feeling that as a driver? Do you feel that kind of difference between 100 Fahrenheit or whatever it was, 33 Celsius, and now 25 Celsius?
Yeah, I don't think you feel it as much in the car. You'll definitely feel it a little bit, but you really start feeling it on the tires. Like the tire life just starts coming towards you. You can start pushing a little bit more on the tires. Degradation on the tire becomes a bit nicer as the temperatures start cooling down. And I think, that's when you can really start to extract a little bit more out of the cars as the, race starts winding down as well too. When we start getting into the last couple of hours where the temperatures will start to drop even more, then, you'll start seeing these more quality lap performances coming out.
Yeah, I mean, at the Nürburgring, during the 24 hours there, how much does the temperature drop overnight compared to during the daytime?
Yeah, I mean, it's always cold in the Nürburgring, so there's not a really high starting temp, but no, for sure, yeah, when the sun comes down, it gets very cold very fast there. So, that's something that, changes even for, like, the aero cars. Like, the GT3 has some aero, but, the air becomes more dense. You get a little bit more downforce as well, too, then you're able to push a little bit harder.
It went down to freezing this year at the Nürburgring.
During 24 hours?
Yeah, it was just above freezing point because the heating came on in the house that we were staying in, and it was really and it was 28 or 29, maybe 30 Celsius was about the high point just before we started the race, if I remember rightly, on Saturday. But I remember it being really cold and there being a bit of frost. We've had snow there before for the 24 hours and for some of the earlier races. Just want to say a quick hello to the founder and original editor of dailysportscar.com, Malcolm Cracknell, who's been trying to tear himself away from this race since it started. What is it, 10:30 back in the UK. Hello, Crackers. Sending our best to you, and I know you'll be absolutely loving this battle at the front of the field. We send you all of our best from the motorsport community here, enjoying this one wherever you are around the world at IMSA Radio. The class lap times dropping, with particularly the Lynx Lamborghinis have gone back to the pace they were doing at the start of the race, and that's what Neil was talking about there, about the track. Effectively, you wait for the track to come back to you. You're setting the car up for the end of the race here.
Yeah, for sure. The balance of your car can be very different from the start of the race to the end of the race, and it's all about management. That's why we have night practice before and the weekend, so you can start to get a feel for where the car is going to be. Obviously, you need the car to be good during the whole race, but at the end of the race, I think, is a little bit more crucial than the beginning of the race. So, it's trying to preserve your material. It's trying to keep your car in the best condition so that when the conditions do suit and you're allowed to push, then you have the best package available.
And the ambient temperature now, I think, is about 72. It's supposed to drop by at least 10 degrees by the time the end of the race comes around.
We were up over 100 Fahrenheit. Officially now it's 77, but that's going to drop a whole host more.
Track temperature.
Yeah, the track temperature.
Yeah, ambient.
Ambient. Yes, my apologies.
No.
73 it says here, but that's still pleasant. It's 23 Celsius. That's a summer day back in the UK. Hence why we're all wearing t-shirt and shorts in here. Setting the car up for the Nürburgring Nordschleife for any race, never mind the Nürburgring 24. So what weather conditions and what temperature conditions do you set your car up for? All of them.
Yeah,
that is it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think in the Nürburgring you don't set it up for the conditions. You just try to set it up as the most drivable race car possible, because you might have snow in a quarter of the racetrack. It might be completely dry and sunny in the other part, and it might be raining on the back half. So it just is such a challenging event.
Do you enjoy that challenge as a driver though? Because sometimes it is survival on the Nordschleife when it's raining particularly heavily or it's freezing cold, or you hit a bank of fog. Every lap is an adventure there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, it's, as a driver, it's very difficult because with all the cars on track as well, too, with, different cars with different tires, different rubber, some cars dropping oil as well, too, at some points, dirt, grass, rain, whatever. The track is never the same. You never approach the same corner twice in the Nordschleife. So, you always have to be reactive and adaptive on the Nordschleife. It's not something that you can just, be robotic in every single lap, do the same thing, because it's just not possible around there.
It's almost more like being a rally driver than a race driver, because you're feeling for that grip every time you turn the car in. Yes, of course, you know which corner you're coming to, so you know what optimum it should be, but you're never really sure, are you?
No, I think, it's not a huge swing, but, there's definitely some laps where, something was possible the lap before, which is just not possible the next lap. So, that's where the experience of guys that have done it for so long have, where they excel. And, I love learning from guys like that.
Well, this race on your bucket list must be.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is one of my favorite American tracks, so this would be a racetrack that I would love to race at. I think this is a very prestigious event as well, so to be able to hopefully participate would be amazing.
You're listening to the voice of Neil Tomato for Hagen Verhagen, as he said. You're always going to be Tomato now to me. You know that, don't you? Coming down to the 4 hours to go mark, Jeremy. So that's another swathe of points to be handed out for Michelin Endurance, isn't it?
No,
I'm 2 hours away. It's a 10-hour race.
Yeah,
it's not a 12-hour race.
It's after 4 hours and then after 8 hours, not 4 hours from the end.
I extended this race by 2 hours. I was thinking it was a 12-hour race, which would just mean more darkness running. I think we've, just don't tell anybody. We'll just keep going. Scott Dixon leads by 2.2 seconds now, and this is a decent long run we're having. And Scott doing his job. He will be saving fuel because he always does. Scott Dixon has the ability to make fuel by some kind of osmosis. That's what he does. Jack Aitken in second for Whelen Engineering has a 1.3 second gap to Ricky Taylor in third. He's pushing really hard in the Konica Minolta Acura. The second Acura of Tom Blanc raced up into sixth position, another 4 seconds further back. And it's Joseph Newgarden and Jenson Button still having that scrap, and Jimmy Bruni just closing in on them as well to make it a three-car battle. 2 seconds further back, Conor De Filippi running in lockstep with Augusto Farfus. They are the top 9. They are all on the lead lap. Nick Damon down in the pits.
Well, after an incredibly quiet period where no one wanted to come and see me, the number 9 FAF car, the
it's
Porsche.
Not personal, you know.
Well, I realise. Well, you say that. The FAF car came in for a fuel and tyre stop and then disappeared away again. Interestingly, because they've had so many problems with the front of the car, bits were falling off. There was a kind of a loose strip again at the bottom of the the grille in front of the air intake just above the splitter. So obviously the front of that car is finding it very difficult to stay attached to the rest of that car.
Not what you want around here, I would have thought. LMP 2 points as they run. Ben Keating and Paul-Loup Chatin are 3 points the champions to Mikkel Jensen and Stephen Thomas, with Ben Handley and George Curtin another 57 points further back. But don't forget, they're also racing for the Le Mans entry. They came into that tied this weekend, so basically that is winner take all at the moment. Ben Keating already announced as a United Autosports driver in one of 2 United cars that will be competing in LMP2 next season in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. A dozen cars in that class, as Performance Tech number 38, the 4th place car in its category, has gone off at the top of turn number 3, 4 hours and a minute, and they've high centered the car. It's stuck. They're not going to get that car off. That is an out lap for that car, and the full course yellow comes out with exactly, Jeremy Shaw, 4 hours to go. Now, who got into the pits in time? Brian Thienes on his out lap. He was going slowly, but maybe not slowly enough. Oh, he got a touch. He just got a touch from the Ferrari, and that was the 12th placed GT car, and I reckon that was well, which of the cars was that? That must have been the Onofrio Triazzi driven 023. Yes, it was. So that's going to be a penalty there. Proof again of just how difficult it is to get heat into the tyres on the way out. Pit stops for LMP2. Shea Adam.
The 04 from CrowdStrike Racing came in. Nolan Siegel got out of that car. Ben Hanley took it over and beat out onto the fast lane the number 52, PR1 Matheson, which also came in. That was Alex Quinn driving it into the pit lane. Paul-Loup Chatin taking it out.
Yeah, there was about a couple of seconds between those two in that same order as they came into the pits, and I think they just about beat that full course caution.
I will check, because we can do such things. At the 04, yes, Nolan Siegel, he was in about 3 or 4 seconds before it was called.
Ooh, in that case, the 52 would have been very, very close.
The race control. Let me see. Race control called it at 40 minutes and 6 seconds past the hour. Nolan Sieg came in at 40 and 3. However, Alex Quinn came in at 40 and 7. So a second afterwards. But again, it will depend whether they were at the commit line and already in the pit lane. There's a camera there for precisely that, because there is a good second or so before you hit the pit lane speed marker, which is where the timing tells me that they're in the pits. I think he's probably going to be okay on that. That incident under review at the top of the hill. Neil Verhagen's with us. So difficult on cold tyres coming out, and the prototype driver there really struggling, trying to keep out of the way. Brian Thiens is underway again with some damage to the left rear of that car. How much can you've driven here before, haven't you? You must have driven here.
I have, yes.
Yes. How much over the top can you see, because the pit lane comes out and then the car disappears over the top? What would that Ferrari driver have seen as he turned into turn 2? Nothing at all?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one. I'm not sure where he was relative to the LMP3 coming out of the pits. I don't know if he would have seen that the car was coming out slow. This I wasn't really seeing too much. I just saw the back end of it where the LMP3 was in the wall. But, yeah, it's a tricky one, obviously, because you don't expect sometimes, and I think what really catches people out is the GTPs when they go so slow coming out of the pits, because, you know, they're fighting for their life just to stay on track, but they're going so slow that, you know, they're essentially the slowest car on track at the moment for however long it is until their tires get warmed up. So I think that can really catch some drivers out, you know, especially if you haven't spotted that and you've came flying over the hill going into turn 3.
It's pretty committed there, isn't it?
And it is a very committed corner, and all of a sudden there could be a stopped car, and that makes life very difficult, yes.
Is that an eek moment?
Yeah, that's, I think, a lot of moment there.
So we are under 4 hours to go. We are in another period that we see the... Oh, it's a different safety car. We've changed the BMW X50M to, well, at least a different colour as we're working our 8th full course yellow. That brought to an end a 34 minutes green flag run. Very nice dark blue with copper highlights on the BMW, the big BMW safety car, with the twin turbo V8 for hundreds and plenties of...
But let me correct you, that is the XM with the hybrid V8.
Yes,
so
the hybrid
it is the
XM, yes.
same engine as in the GTP car that we have here. So that is the significance of the new XM, which is, quite the road car.
We had a little turning born earlier in the week, or at least Nick and Joe did, and they brought us into the circuit on Thursday in it. It's very, very comfy inside. Nick Damon, talk of polygonal areas of the sunroof from that XM BMW, which you liked a lot, but you've got some BMW prototypes coming out.
I've got every sort of prototype, all kinds of prototypes, as Dana might say these days, rather than everything. They all stop. Now, I don't think that anybody is going to take a driver. Oh no, I tell you a lie, there's a change on the 10 car, so that's changed. But look at the other side, the 60, no, that's that other Acura's not stopping. The two customer Porsches have pulled in, there's a button staying aboard, but no, Jimmy Bruni's got out of that after just half an hour, and it looks like Neil Yarney is taking over the Proton car. So Yarney has got into the Proton car. Sticking the same, we have the two BMWs again. They are actually having a bit of a sort of a look at the driver's belt. So it's possibly the 24 change driver, the 7, the only Porsche still in competition. That's also now sitting down, but that's just tyres as well. And the amount of wheel spin and going nowhere on the 25 as it tried to leave its pit box was unbelievable. One final point, just before this mayhem started, the 38 Andretti car, the P3 car, came down the pit lane with a very deranged rear left and went straight behind the wheel.
We had 3 P3s come into the pit lane and take sticker tires during that stop. Riley was one of them, the number 30 for Junior 3, and the last one was AWA with their number 13 machine.
Thank you, Shay. We're pit back timing shares voice to the end of the race, by the way, this evening. Neil, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure to talk to you, young man.
Thank you so much for having me.
Seems like a while since I've seen you. I think I have seen you since you were in the UK for Team USA. I must have bumped into you in some stage.
He's come into the booth in Daytona a few times.
Yeah, of course. There you go. Keep the good work. Enjoy the holiday season, and when you can, let us know. Come on Midweek Motorsport and talk about next year's plans, okay?
Perfect. Thank you very much for having me, per usual. Thank you, Jeremy. It's a pleasure to always be up here and talk with you guys.
Let's go down to the pits where the GTs are in. Whisper, Shay, whisper.
You can see 3 of the GT leaders. We've got the number 16 Wright Motorsport car into the pit lane. Looks like Jan Halen is staying aboard for now, but getting new tires. For Rexy, she's in. Seb Prio staying in the pit lane. Ergenet taking over. New tires there. The new tires also for the Windward Mercedes, but a track change at Bolt. It's now Trent Hitman aboard the number 77.
Both harder racing cars in, both the Aston Martins, and both of them have changed drivers. Then we had the 62, the car is carrying on, so they're all come through. There's the weather check, the state of the 79. Oh, the 16 car, which was the first off the pit lane last time, the Porsche, that's only third this time. So there has been some excitement in the pit lane, a change of order. The Wright Motorsport car along with the first car, and a phalanx of machines now going nose to tail, apart from, of course, the Risi Ferrari, which is, again, slightly off the back. Oh, I said that, and then the Magnus Aston Martin brings up the rear. But they are going particularly well, but actually still in the pits. I think is that the Paul Miller car that's had so many pit stops so far.
Thank you, Nick. And so the drama continues. I think we've hit our drama quotient, Jeremy. Possibly peaked a bit early here. We have had some cracking racing. I just want a bit more of it. I'm sorry, I'm greedy. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, look, we've got to change the lead for the first time in a while again, haven't we? We've got number 10 car now, so that'll be another change in the lead in the virtual points, particularly for manufacturers at this stage. This number 10 car led the points coming into this race, so with this forward here into third position, third to first, they're looking good right now. It's our 9th lead change of the day. We've got 5 different cars have led the race at this stage. So Louis Delatras will be leading at the restart in the number 10 car, the Acura from the 2 Cadillacs, Scott Dixon and Jack Aitken, number 01 and number 31 respectively. Then the second of the Acura is Tom Blomqvist in car number 60, so he maintains that 4th position from before the stop. Philippe Nasser now at the wheel of car number 7 from Joseph Newgarden. So back to the starting driver in that number 7 car.
In the pit lane, and this has been a bit of a pattern now, Nick Damon. If the BMWs are at the back of the GTP field, one or both of them, well, one is in 7th, that's the 25, Conor de Piloti, so they've stayed out. Was that Marco Whitman coming back in for the second stop?
And he got 4 seconds of fuel. There's a very convenient county number thing, isn't there, on the side of the car?
A what?
A county number thing.
That's that a technical term?
It is now. It's officially it's in the dictionary.
Excellent.
Oh, we haven't had a dictionary for a while, have we?
No, we really haven't.
There is a Porsche rolling down towards me. I'm not sure if that's the 6 out sequence. It's a 6 out sequence, obviously, because it's 60 laps back. And there's a few of the P2 cars, I think, also getting a slurp and a dash of fuel. And there is the Iron Dames Lamborghini, which is also, of course, out of sequence as well after that problem they had earlier on, after that fantastic first half hour or hour by Dorian Pan.
I love the idea that Lawrence Vanthoor has been told to stay out and then come round and get one of the laps back. They're down to 67 laps behind the wheel now. But, I mean, it's good practice. It's exactly what they should be doing, and the Iron Dames car as well has done the thing. That was Dorian Pan who brought it in. She's getting out the car. They're back to within 3 laps. Let me check that. No, 4 laps of the lead in GTD, I think. Dorian helping her teammate into the car. And I think that is Sarah. Is there? Who's that? Who's got into the car? I think it was Michelle Gatti who got into the car there. I'll tell you in a minute. Looked slightly too tall to be Ryle Fry. Actually, that's unfortunate for them. They've had to stop at the end of the pit lane. Spotted the traffic light though. Well done. Some others have not today. So, as Jeremy rightly said, there's been a change at the lead of the field, as the lights have just gone out on the safety car. It's the Acura ARX06 of Louis Delatraz. Now, if you had been watching yesterday and seen the fight for pole, you would see Louis Delatraz, who absolutely blitzed it on a single lap on a drying track on a set of brand new tyres. And if you maybe haven't watched the previous hours of this race, you might think, come back, no, nothing's happened. The poleman's still leading. There's been a lot going on, and that was another lead change. 8 different cars at the head of the field, Jeremy, on actually a heck of a lot more than 8 lead changes as well, of course.
No, actually, we've only had 9 lead changes.
Oh, have we?
Yeah, because the number 7 car led from lap 89 through 166. That was a long stint in the lead, and then from 167 to 241 for the number 01 car. So 2 long stints out in front for those 2 cars, number 7 and number 01. So we'll see the number 10 car that led, of course, earlier in the race can maintain its position. Louis Delatraz back at the wheel of that car.
Here we go for another restart, and this time it's Louis Delatraz. Didn't get the best of starts when we went green for the first time this morning. He's done a better job here, but Scott Dixon's tracking him all the way, and behind Scott Dixon, Jack Aiken in the red-fronted Cadillac for a moment. Dive to the right-hand side, just a little feint there. Dixie covered him, 4th position. Tom Blomqvist, and they are breaking away nicely as the leading car. Sun's starting to become a problem for us even in the booth now as the shadows lengthen. Track temperature down to 75 Celsius, 73 in the 75 Fahrenheit, 73 in the air. It's 24 Celsius and 23 in the air. It's beginning to balance itself back up. Will the Acuras come back into play as the track temperature drops? They were much better when it was cooler this morning. And the restart has been clean this time, waiting to see if there is anything that comes of it, or indeed of the pit stops. Race control have been exceptionally busy today. They'll be putting in a proposal to be paid on decisions made, I think, the way it's been going at the moment. They have processed an inordinate, we're getting up towards 40 penalties now, and they've processed them all in a very timely fashion. Hearing from the RWEC Discord group that Shea Adam has gone behind the wall for problems with her voice, but not listed as a DNF as yet. Very good. Very good indeed. Delatraz still leading in the classes. Ben Hanley leads for CrowdStrike, and Paul Luke Shatner in second. They're battling for the championship. Nick Damon has found the fabulously quick French driver Dorian Pan, who led the whole of the GT class earlier on and drove away to a 10-second lead before the first full course, or one of the major full course cautions. Nick, down there in the Iron Dames pit.
Dorian, let's go right back at the beginning of the race. Your first hour was unbelievable. Where'd that speed come from?
I don't know, the car is really good. We had good setup, good balance throughout a full stint. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about the pace. Well, I was able to overtake the 2 Lexus, so it was good fight with them. And then it was was quite simple.
It was going really well, then of course then you had the suspension problem. What caused that, do you know?
You mean the pit stop?
Yeah, and then your suspension broke, you had to go behind the wall. What?
No, I was in the car. Apparently the P3 diving a bit too late, and the suspension rear right was broken, so we had to stop in the tent to change it.
The Iron Dames team doing brilliantly and obviously looking to move into different classes for next year. Do you see yourself in GTD, or do you see yourself in P2, or do you see yourself perhaps in an LMDH car next year?
I really don't know. We have discussion right now, but yeah, of course my goal is to be in a hypercar next year, but we still have some discussion to decide what is the best, and we will see.
And just finally, are you going to get to drive the car in the dark when it's even quicker?
Say again?
Are you going to get a chance to drive the car when it gets dark and when the car gets even quicker?
Yeah, we'll do the end of the race.
Great stuff. Thank you, Dorian.
Okay.
She's a force of nature, that driver. Absolutely incredible. Really did well. Been a couple of things going on. There's a penalty, the incident responsibility for the Ferrari, of course, the Triazzi car, when it hit the performance tech number 38. That'll be a drive-through. Also, the number 77, Trent Hinman, driven Wright Motorsports Porsche, was being asked to give up a position on track. That was to do with coming on the pit exit, so that's been sorted out by race control. Rather than issue a penalty, they've swapped two cars around for that one. On the circuit at the moment, battles going on as ever throughout the field, with Louis Delatraz leading by 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, and just to reset the fastest lap of the race as Louis Delatraz, 1:11.245 for the Swiss.
Well, that is interesting. I was just wondering if the pace was coming back to the Acuras, and albeit with a new set of tyres, but also with quite a full fuel tank. Louis Delatraz, who was sparkling in qualifying earlier on in the week, has answered that question.
Yeah, and his next lap was the best lap was a 1:11.245. The next lap was a 1:11.275. Not bad, huh?
Hello to Jack Topolsky, who's enjoying IMSA Radio live and free from San Diego. It's on the beach out there. That looks really rather splendid, to be honest. Thank you for choosing to carry us with you to that lovely looking location at IMSA Radio. If you want to get in touch with us, still 3 hours and 41.5 minutes to go. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindorf in the booth, and it's Nick Damon on a solo stint, coming to the end of the solo stint at the moment. Joe Bradley will be in the pit lane in a few minutes time, as it's coming to the rotation for not quite the evening session yet, but certainly teams will be looking to the next set of Michelin Endurance points. They come up in an hour and 40 minutes time, with 2 hours remaining. These championships, Jeremy, are still far from resolved. Okay, we've lost a couple of championship contenders, particularly in GTP, that number 6 Porsche, but my goodness me, bit of a shake-up in LMP2, but now we've got crowd strife from PR1 Matheson from TDS Racing.
Yeah, we've got the 5th car is now back on the lead lap. That's the number 35 car.
Yeah.
The second of the TDS cars has managed to get back on the lead lap now as well. So we've got 5 cars back on the lead lap in LMP2. And
P3
just
as well.
Top 3 cars there are all within a few seconds of each other. The number 25 BMW Colin De Filippi just managed to get past Jenson Button a lap or 2 ago. That's for 6th position. And 250 laps, actually 251 laps now completed by the race leader, Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, it's been a fairly frustrating this to me. We've now had 8 yellow flags for 53 laps, and still we've not had a full hour of green flag racing between any of them. And I want to see the relative speed of these cars over a longer time.
Haven't had a clear page yet.
Have you not had a clear page?
Not quite.
Of the Jerry's talking about his Jeremy's talking about his lap charts. I think you're right.
We nearly had one. We very.
Yeah, we got the 57 minutes.
Yeah.
In which that was started
from 122 to 167.
Yeah, agreed.
Laps.
So no talk of a record distance here.
No. Number 3 officially retired.
Yeah.
I see a note there.
Thank you. That's the Corvette. Meantime, the number 12 Lexus, which had the transmission problems earlier on. A couple of people asking about that, so we got Shay to nip around and talk about it. Parker Thompson behind the wheel of that Lexus has gone back out onto the track. So the never say die attitude from Vassar Sullivan. The usual, as you would expect, spirit of endurance. Della tries with Scott Dixon trying to close him down, and then Jack Aitken. They're all separated by a couple of seconds. The sun now is an issue at turn number 7. It's right in the eyes of the drivers.
Yeah.
And right in the eyes of Jeremy Shaw as well.
Exactly right.
As he's looking across the track. I can drop the sun blind.
It's always a major problem. That's fine. I'm quite happy to try. There you go. It's always a major problem there at turn 7, and that's one of the nice things about the last couple of days. It wasn't an issue for the drivers because there was constant cloud cover, but that is an issue now, and the sun sets directly over the trees as you are entering turn 7, because you're kind of on a high point there, and the trees are sort of dropped down. It's a major issue for drivers here. It's the LMP 3 leader Dakota Dickerson driving that car. He's been out front now for quite a long time in that Junior 3 racing, car number 30. And he's got a narrow lead over Josh Burden, 1.5 seconds last time around. And there's been nothing to choose between those 3 cars. The Ligier of Dakota Dickerson, number 30, number 74 Riley entry, also a Ligier. And then Lars Kern is driving the number 13 AWA car right now.
Yeah, you mentioned Josh Pearson, by the way, and being back on the lead lap for TDS. He's actually just put that car's fastest lap of the race in with a 13.7. And last time around. We're sort of in a happy hour now, aren't we? Because the track temperature has dropped a little bit, but not too much. The air temperature has come down a little bit. So 23 in the air, 24 on the track. That's 73 Fahrenheit in the air, 75 Fahrenheit on the track. I suspect we'll see some decent times coming in if you're in a chase mode. If you're in a consolidate mode, maybe not so much. BMW and Porsche there. Connor De Filippi's just gone past Felipe Nasr, I think, across into turn number 1. Got a better run out the final corner, and despite some fairly stout defence from Felipe Nasr, Connor De Filippi had the momentum and went round the outside in turn 1, and the BMW then goes up a position, and that is now 5th for the number 25 BMW. Jenson Button in Felipe Nasr rather in 6th, Jenson Button in 7th. He's got Neil Janney in another customer Porsche fighting with him at the moment. So it's the bright yellow car from the white WeatherTech sponsored machine. They're having a scrap for position at the moment. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us. I think what are we at the moment? 6 o'clock, so we've got an hour to sundown and just under an hour and a half to official darkness. Let's go down to Joe Bradley, who has Christian Rasmussen in the pit lane.
Well, firstly, I want to talk to you, Christian, about your first stint in the heat of competition in the number 18 era Motorsport Oreca. Let's talk about that first, and then I want to talk to you about everything about 2023. No, it was a good stint for me. You know, I started, we had a little bit of damage, so, and a little bit of trouble in pit lane, so we went 2 laps down. But after my stint, we were back on the lead lap. So can't complain about that. We've just been kind of like fighting our way back. We're sitting 4th right now with a fast car, so hopefully we can do something at the end.
Yeah, it's all about being there at the end. It's kind of like, I love these 9.5-hour qualifying races for the 30-minute sprints.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's something completely new to me, you know. I've obviously done this season here in IMSA, but my main stuff is in the IndyCar world, so a little bit different, but I'm loving it.
Christine, I want to talk to you about your highly successful 2023. We've watched the Indy Next series across in the UK, and it's building up quite a fan base. We get live coverage of all your races. It looks intense. It reminds me of karting.
Yeah, it is intense, but yeah, it's been a great season, you know. It's just come down to consistency and the pace we've shown all year, you know. Showed great pace on the ovals as well as the road and street circuit, so it was just, we had a good package everywhere and we really put it together. So I can't thank HMD Motorsports enough for providing me the package to go win with, and yeah, just got it done.
What's the, give us a bit of insight about the difference in driving discipline, road courses in comparison to ovals?
Yeah, like road courses in terms of ovals?
Yeah, well, you know, you have to drive, it's a bit different, isn't it, on the ovals?
Oh yeah, it's way different, you know. It's actually, I've really learned to love the ovals. It's a little bit of a different strategy to game, you know, but I think some of the coolest racing that we have is on the ovals. You know, you can go side by side, like for 2 laps, you know, sometimes. So it's crazy, but definitely a little bit of a different mindset in terms of how you approach the race. But at the end of the day, it's the same goal, right? Get from point A to point B the fastest way possible.
You make it sound simple. Lastly, I'm English, you're Danish. How do you say your name?
Christian Rasmussen.
That's the way we say it. Yeah, thanks, Christian. Great to meet you.
That's the way he says it. Well, then, that's fine. Christian Rasmussen is been talking to Joe Bradley there. That's a young man with a future, I reckon. Hopefully we can tempt him back into sports cars again as well. 3.5 hours still to go. Just starting to see at some points of the circuit the headlights, which have to be on the cars when it gets dark. Just starting to see them make a little bit of a difference as they head through some of the more shadowy areas. Now at the front of the field, starting to get interesting again, because Scott Dixon is hunting down Louis Delatraz, and the gap is under 1 second. Jack Aitken about a second further back in the number 31 red-fronted Cadillac. Top 3, Jeremy, all on the front straight at the same time, separated by just on 3 seconds.
I mean, it's just ebbing and flowing, isn't it? This whole battle. I mean, they've turned into really fast lap times lately. I mean, when all 2 of the cars have just turned their best laps within the last few laps. Conor De Filippi just 4 or 5 laps ago. Louis Delatraz a little bit before that. Jenson Button a little bit earlier than that as well. I mean, look, there's good pace out there right now, and the sun going down. It's getting a little bit cooler now already, and the track is really, it's still in surprisingly good shape, despite the fact we had so many cars on it and so many incidents on and off the track. It's still in pretty good shape, so we're seeing some really good lap times now, and the 2 leaders working their way through. It's still just less than a second between Louis Delatraz and Scott Dixon. Jack Aitken just got a little bit of traffic last time around, so he's fallen back just a little bit in 3rd position, but not far. And you know, they're all running very similar lap times.
Quality drivers at the front of the field. Louis Delatraz, up-and-coming driver, was Shea's driver of the year, I think, last year. Young driver of the year last year. It must have been the year before. Scott Dixon, Jack Aitken, Tom Blomqvist, Conor De Filippi, Felipe Nasr, Jenson Button, Neil Jarney, Marco Wittmann. That's your top 9, Jeremy. And that's, I mean, that is a snapshot of 3 drivers per car. That's your top 9 at the moment. That's a top 9 that would grace any championship around the world.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Yeah, I mean they've all shone in open wheel racing, and they're doing the same in sports car racing as well. No surprise. I mean, these are very, very accomplished drivers. There's no make weights in this field just now. Most of the pro-am cars have got their AM drivers completed their minimum drive time, so it's all down now to the pros until the end of this race. We've got, 3.5 hours remaining. It's going to be non-stop excitement. Just constantly working through the traffic. Here they are coming down the hill to complete their 260th lap. And again, less than a second between the first two. Jack Aitken's just over a second behind them.
Danger time for the leader, Jeremy. Had to brake right in the middle of the uphill to turn 2 as he went past the heart of racing, Aston Martin. He just got offline a little bit, and that's an opportunity for Scott Dixon, who comes right on the outside and is now right on the tail of the leader as they go through to turn 5. The Volt Racing Porsche is ahead of the leader now, stays to the right-hand side as Delatraz is on the ideal racing line, got onto the turn of BMWs, the Macintosh car through 6 and he can't get by. Here comes Dixon, swings wide, will try and diamond off the corner and get on the throttle earlier in the Cadillac. That Cadillac's got lots of grunt, big, normally aspirated engine against the smallest engine in GTP, the V6 in the Acura, headlights flashing madly, and here comes the Wayland Cadillac as well of Jack Aitken, either side of the Forte Lamborghini. Oh my goodness, that was Hakkinen and Schumacher all over again on the Kemmel Straight down towards turn 10A. Marvellous stuff by all of these drivers. And by the way, when I say all of these drivers, I mean the guys that are being passed as well, Jeremy, because you've got to keep your heads about you when these cars are coming through so quickly.
Yeah, they come on the straights. They're so much faster. Through the corners, they're not as quick as the old generation DPI cars because they're heavier and the bigger cars all the way around. So they're a real handful through the corners. But boy, they line it up and they go down these straights, and they are significantly faster on the straightaways than the old DPI cars.
Tom Blomqvist is not that far behind here. He's only another 2 seconds or so. I do think that the Acuras are picking up a little bit of pace as the temperature comes down on the track. And Louis Delatraz now has 3 cars behind him in the space of 4 seconds. So it is closing up all the time. The next group of traffic, there's 2 cars. It's the Winwood Racing car and the Courtoff AMG. They'll get them on the back straight, I think. And then there's a wee bit of a gap before they catch up to... Oh, and as I say that, he hasn't got past the Courtoff AMG. I was expecting that to be rather easier for the leader. I'm sure they thought that as well, but he's cleared that group of traffic. And that has actually worked out all right in the end for Louis Delatraz. It's Dixon that's under pressure now as Jack Aitken goes up the inside of the other Cadillac but couldn't make it stick. Dixon caught out coming down the hill, couldn't get off turn 12.
That was a bold late move there by Delatraz on Kenton Cook. It was at the wheel of the Courtoff Mercedes going into the turn 10, the chicane there, and hats off there to Kenton Cook for not getting flustered at all. He just let Delatraz sort himself out, gave him plenty of room to go around the outside of him of 10A, and it pulls off the pass. But the previous lap for the races was a 1 minute 16.8. You remember we were talking, they were doing 11s low 11s and low 12s over the last few laps. So 4.5 seconds in traffic on that last lap, or the lap before the last one, for the race leaders. And there's the battle for second position in LMP2. Ben Hanley leads now for CrowdStrike by APR, car number 04, about 6 seconds behind him. This battle heading into turn 7 with number 52 car Paul-Luc Chatin just ahead of Mikkel Jensen in car number 11.
Hello to Simi and Aaron, who are on the backside listening to us on 98.1 Road Atlanta FM, enjoying their 4th Petit Le Mans, and listening to us courtesy of Dave Miller's excellent FM service here. Hello to Alex, who's listening in, not sure where you are in the world. Also, this is this race and as well as the Bathurst 12 Hours, actually, it's very much a racer's race. So a lot of people who aren't racing here but will generally be racing at the weekend are tuned in. Austin Hilliard Racing back in Europe. Thanks for the kind words there. And we've got the Porsche number 6 off. It's not been their day today. More damage to the rear end of that car, and that is some serious damage that they'll have to go through and fix that again. Lawrence Vanto has not had a great weekend. That's not that far away from where he had an issue earlier on in the weekend. Actually, it was at the top of the hill at turn 3. I thought it was at turn 5 for a moment there. Left rear puncture, rear clip damage, rear aerofoil gone, and yeah,
dragging debris all the way around the racetrack.
He wants to get it back.
Yeah.
And now we know what the Porsche would look like if they'd gone the Peugeot route, if no rear wing. As he comes back. By the way, just in that as well, I've heard that the Paul Miller Racing BMW is now an official retirement.
Wow.
So was he on his own, or did he make a mistake? Got through. Ooh, now there was an Aston Martin that he was trying to go by there, and I wonder if he just closed the door on him a little bit. The Aston, all of the GTD cars are very quick through the centre of the corner, and it's pitched him off sideways at turn 3, and he's now off the track at the exit of turn 7, and he's clear there in terms of the car. The question will be how much debris is on the track and whether we have to go full course yellow with 3:22 to go. We have had 8 full course yellow periods, and we've been green for 23 minutes. And at the moment we are staying green. Wow. I was just about to say thank you to Chris Hook Racing as well in Germany, watching, where it is just past midnight there, and watching and listening. Got the world feed up there, so following along. Might as well stay up now. Might as well stay up. Come on, push on through. It's not a work day tomorrow, hopefully. I think we're going to stay green here, if I'm honest. And that's good, so long as there's no debris on the track. Lawrence Vanter has had an horrible weekend. Now, this is going to be another issue. Yes, it is. It's TDS in the wall, and that's big damage to the front. Now, this will be a full course yellow. That car's not going anywhere. And this is huge. Local yellow at the moment, 3:21 to go. That is turn 5, and it's the 11 car,
the championship leader.
The championship leader in 3rd position in the class. Mikkel Jensen has stuck it in the wall at turn 5, and that's not going to have been a small impact. I can't see the right front wheel, but I think it's tucked underneath. And oh no! Well, it's not at the approved angle in terms of suspension, but he's found a gear. Well, we've stayed green. I apologise. We have stayed green. Now, the thing is, he's not going to want to park that car. Lawrence Vanto parked the car at turn 7, but Mikkel Jensen, he's not going to want to park that car. He's coming up to turn 5 behind traffic, and the back end again gets him a huge air across the curb, and he's actually cleared some of the gravel, and the Bealed tyres have done a phenomenal job there. As they run, right now, Ben Keating is leading the class by 11 points, and that was Mikkel Jensen right up behind Ben Keating's car, and just overdid turn 5 with huge consequences for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, those two have been nose to tail since the restart. Number 52 and number 11. They're a little bit behind the number 04 car of Nolan Siegel, who's pulled away a little bit, doing a fantastic job at the wheel of number 50. Number 04 car, but the 04 car has just made a pit stop. I think they anticipated perhaps a full course caution and brought that car in for service.
Just had a brilliant tweet in from Kashiti Venkatarashar. Says, sleep is for the weak, IMSA is more important. Excellent. We need that's a t-shirt. That's a t-shirt there, Kashiti. Excellent. We're staying green, I think, at the moment. Meantime, let's check out some of the other battles around the circuit. Still the GTD Pro leader is Jordan Pepper for Iron Links. From 5 seconds further back, it's Faf Motorsport Patrick Pile. What an up and down day they've had. Shilgoon on WeatherTech Racing. See above comment. Kenton Cook for Team Cortham leads by a second from Russell Ward. 32 Mercedes from 57. Then we've just had the number 62, excuse me, the Risi Competizione Ferrari
scenic route.
And as it looks like the Mikkel Jensen car is going straight behind the wall. It's just driven straight past Joe Bradley. Mikkel Jensen being told straight to the paddock. Man, that is a huge swing for the championship, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely right it is. I mean, there's no way you can come back from there and win the class, I don't think, unless something really bizarre happens. And what a shame for Stephen Thomas. Yeah. He had so much confidence in Mikkel Jensen, and Mikkel, I mean, he was riding along there behind Paul-Louis Chatin. He'd been following him for a long time since we went back to green, which had, 23 laps or so. Maybe he was just getting frustrated behind Paul-Louis Chatin. I mean, he was on his own there. It wasn't as if he was going for a pass, but he just lost control of the car going into turn 5. It's an odd incident.
It really was. He was, I think he was about half a car's width, if that, offline. He was trying to chase down the Wins car. That was the car in front of him. I can't imagine that he was close enough for that to have been air or push. It looked like the back end of the car that went out. Meantime,
kind of a tank slapper, didn't he? Through the
Scott Dixon is right with the leader again, and they're cutting through traffic again past the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing down to turn 10A, and Delatraz has negotiated that little danger zone as they were, for a moment, I think Dixon got a little bit of an overlap there as he came over the brow of the hill between 8 and 9. And across the line, it's back out to 3/4 of a second. Jack Aitken, who was right with them, is another 2 seconds further back, flashing his lights, trying to get through to a bit of clear track so that he can track these two down. This is they might not be side by side, they might not be banging wing mirrors, but this is a phenomenal fight between Delatraz, Scott Dixon and Jack Aitken. And add into that, by the way, Tom Blomqvist, whose car is coming back to him. He's only another second further back. Conor De Filippi, another 1.5 seconds further back in the BMW.
Yeah, I mean, they've all been kind of closing up there, all of those cars now, because there's only 7 seconds covering the top 6 right now. And they've all turned very similar lap times. What's interesting is looking at the last lap times. 1:16.2 for the leader, 1:15.7 for Dixon, 1:17.1 for Jack Aitken in third place, and then 1:15 for Tom Blomqvist in fourth, 1:14 for Conor De Filippi in fifth place, and then a couple of cars behind him, they're doing 13, low 13s for Jensen Button. So it's just constantly ebbing and flowing as they depend on where they come across the traffic. It's fascinating.
3 and 4 seconds a lap is the difference quite easily that traffic can make. So this is why we say about all multi-class endurance races, but particularly about Motul Petit Le Mans here at Road Atlanta, the layout of the track, the amount of traffic that you've got, the density of the entries here on the circuit, having 6-7 seconds lap of a lead, that can evaporate in a lap and a half.
Yeah.
It really can.
Yeah, I mean, look, 1 minute 12.8 last lap around. The previous lap, 1:16.2.
Yeah. Della tries for the moment with breathing space. And it will be that. He will be like, phew.
Yeah, he will.
What am I looking at now? Right, I've got the 44 Magnus Racing car. Next up, it'll be talking to the pits. Maybe the pits talking to him. They'll be saying, right, you've got a GTD car ahead. It's Andy Lally. He's in 12th. He's not racing anybody at the moment in that car, and it's Andy Lally. He'll know you're coming. He's a pro. That's the sort of information that we're talking about coming through at the moment. It's just battles everywhere. BMW flashing its lights as it comes 3 wide over the top of the brow at turn 9. That is the 24 car that sits at the moment in 9th position, last of the GTPs in that lead group, with the number 6 car not being recovered, by the way, I'm hearing. That will be left at turn number 7. Ooh, little touch on from the Risi Competizione Ferrari onto the all-yellow Jensen button-driven JDC Miller Motorsports.
Weren't pleased, Jensen.
I'm sure that's not the first time that Jensen's had a little tap from behind by a Ferrari.
Fair point. Cost him about 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He had to lift right off. Joe Bradley, I may have misheard that message. Are we seeing that the number 6 Porsche, the Lawrence Vanso car, are we seeing that's being left at turn 7, or it's being recovered from turn 7?
I was told by the pit lane official that it was going to, because it had found an access gate, they were going to be able to recover it back to the paddock from that location. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for that clarification. My apologies. Misunderstanding that message coming through. Well, what a day for championships. Shea Cole said hello this morning to people and saying happy championship day. This is still not over.
It certainly isn't, but Acura leads right now, and the Manufacturers' Championship is such a tight battle in GTP. It's been an absolutely fascinating contest all the way through this season, and far from over.
Drivers' Championship as well.
Well, yeah, of course.
I didn't even look at that.
No.
Actually, and that's all right to put it up on the screen for us in a second or two. The Drivers' Championship as it stands, Louis Delatraz and the Koenig Minolta leading. Now, they were leading after they got some extra points from qualifying yesterday. They were 10 points to the good. But how close is it? That's the question.
Yeah. In the manufacturers, though, right now, it would be in favour of Cadillac. I think coming into this weekend, Porsche was leading, but right now, with the best of the Porsches, Porsche would fall all the way to 3rd position as they are right now. Because Acura is leading the race at the moment. Cadillac is 2nd and 3rd, but you only count the 2nd place car, and then BMW is ahead of Porsche. So it would be pretty much all changed there in that fascinating manufacturer championship.
Welcome to the broadcast, Alan Prosser, who's tuning in on the world feed, watching and listening, just coming into one of the most spectacular parts of the evening, the transition from light into dark. The sun will be officially setting in around about 35 minutes time, and it's official dark in about an hour's time. So again, worth remembering, any drivers that didn't qualify through darkness qualifying on Thursday must be out of the car before 7:30 this evening. Race control reminding everyone there is debris on the exit of turn 10. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. WeatherTech number 79, Jules Gounon, 3rd position at the moment, 2nd in that class, but about 6 seconds up the road is Patrick Peele, and he's 10 seconds behind the leader, Iron Lynx's Jordan Pepper. Those three have spread out a wee bit.
Yeah, they have. They're absolutely right, John. I mean, Jordan Pepper got into the lead just after the restart, I think. I don't think he wasn't leading at the restart. was he was in second position behind a number 9 car, which is the FAF Porsche, but he made the pass for the lead. I don't know, 7 or 8 laps after the restart, maybe less than that, and since then he's pulled away. We've seen how good the Lamborghini has been all day long, and now 10 seconds that lead. All of a sudden, it's the whole gaps now in GTD are really all of a sudden, I say relatively all of a sudden, during this stint, have grown dramatically.
Can't say the same for the GTD class. That's GTD Pro, but Kenton Cook and Russell Ward have been at it hammer and tongs. Kenton has inched his way almost literally to a 2-second lead. They've barely been half or 3/4 of a second apart. It's just gone out to 1.9 seconds. And it's a 10th here, a 10th there between those two. 2 Mercedes-AMG GT3s leading GTD. And Russell Ward keeping Kenton Cook and the team Courthoff car honest at the moment. Now about 16, 17 seconds back is Misha Goikberg. That one interesting as well. Hearing now from Porsche Motorsport that the number 6 Penske Porsche Motorsport car coming back in the pit lane officially retired. So that is the end of any championship implications for that car. They came in as the better placed of the two machines, and that is such a shame for all involved in the number 6 car. Louis Delatraz then by 1.2 seconds from Scott Dixon. Still looking at the P2 battle as well, where Paul Loop-Chattan's just gone back out of the pits, as has Ryan DL. That's the number 52 car that was leading. And Ryan DL, the Aero Motorsport car, they've pulled back 2 laps. That's really impressive. And, sorry, Ryan DL's just come into the pits as Paul Loop-Chattan has come out. But my point there, still that Ryan DL and the rest of that Aero Motorsport 18 car team, Jeremy, they were 2 laps down earlier on after that car went off at turn 5.
Absolutely. I mean, they've played the strategy perfectly when there's a full course caution, and the cautions have been timed nicely so that the leaders need a pit stop, so they come in. If you're a lap down, you stay out, you move past back onto the lead lap as your class leader is in the pits, and then you get the wave around, and then you make your pit stop and you're back on the lead lap again, and on the same fuel strategy as well. So they've called that absolutely perfectly so far, and got into the lead of the race. And that car comes into the pits right now in the lead, and that's a really good comeback for that number 18 team.
A few people coming back to the race or joining us for the first time. It has been a fairly fractured race, I'm afraid. We've had 9 changes of lead between 8 of the GTP cars, and it's been short bursts of action punctuated by accidents, I'm afraid. Either mistakes from drivers or cars coming together. The longest run we've had between yellows was 57 minutes, right in the middle of the race, or right in the middle of the race we've had up to now. Some 53 laps spent behind the BMW XM safety car. Either of them. We've had a white one and a blue one out there. It's the V8 hybrid. And really difficult to see much of a pattern going on, except for the relative performances of the GTPs in particular, and some of the GTD cars as well, as the track temperature went up in the late afternoon and now is starting to drop again. And the track temperature, which was 35 Celsius, now down at 23. And so that's equaled up the air and track temperature, 73 Fahrenheit across the board, was up into triple digits on the track earlier on. That seems to suit the Acuras a little bit more. Also seems to suit the Lamborghinis. Jordan pulling away at the front of the GTD Pro field.
To be honest, the Lamborghini's been the class of the field all week, arguably. It's certainly been very, very fast, and it was quick at the beginning. It just started at the back and worked its way forward. But the other two cars, we saw the Iron Dames leading very convincingly in the early stages, and also Bishop Goikhberg in the Forte Racing GTD car running in the lead with that car as well. So the Lamborghini's all looking good. The 78, where's the 78 car? That's it's running in fifth position. Mish is still driving that car, and you know, he's not a pro driver, although he drives like one. He's got massively experience, of course, and doing a really, really nice job in that number 78 car for Forte.
Now, all the leading cars stopped at the last yellow, so they've been out since then, which is
getting pretty close now.
Must be getting close now. They've completed 3 yellow flag laps, and for a total of 39 laps in total. That's all of the ones.
Yeah, within the next 5 minutes or so, we should expect the GTP cars to be making pit stops.
Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane. Any sign of movement down there, Joe?
Yeah, quite a bit actually. Certainly the number 31 Cadillac team, the Whelan livery car, they're already on the pit wall, fresh tyres and the crew ready, and also the number 10, the Acura team, the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti team, they've woken themselves up and are ready. In fact, their car must be due on pit road because the board's just come out. You guys can probably see it coming down the hill. Here it is. In fact, it's come into my view. So the car making its way down, speed limiter on. You can just hear the engine speed limiter kicking in, engine making as if it's like protesting the speed. Please let me go, but no, the car making its way down now. It'll peel right any moment now, right at the very last minute actually. These drivers peel to the right and then swing left into the box. Very accurate driving is required here. It's all about where the driver positions the car, and it's got to be in line with the fuel hose going on to the fuel filler. It's a scrubbed set of tyres that's going on, so we're already beginning to tactically use the tyres. So a scrubbed set of tyres for the number 10. When the tyres come off, they go back to the team engineers, the tyre engineer, and the tyre engineer will decide how much usage you're going to get. You then mix and match what tyres have come off the car. The fueling's still going in, the driver's staying on board, and the fueling is still going in. So we're now getting into the realms of that, and with the cooler temperatures, it's not going to take so much out the tyres. That's the Acura just silently. All I can hear there as it pulls away, and call me old-fashioned, I much prefer the roar of a Corvette. But all you can hear is the actual rubber straining on the concrete as it pulls away. The squeal of the rubber. You can't hear the engine because, of course, it's on electric.
I quite like the whine of an electric motor. But,
really?
You know, yeah,
seriously?
I've been driving one for 10 days, so I'm kind of getting used to it now. Nothing. I was driving a V8 the week before that.
There you go.
And I'll be back in a flat 6 next week. So, but you know, I still think there's a place for it. So it's never going to be the whole answer.
Oh, it's cool.
I love the technology.
Yeah.
I love the fact that we're trying things out here at IMSA. Talking earlier on about the hydrogen fuel cell car that's going to race at Le Mans. What a spaceship that thing looks like. Weaving left and right then for the Louis Delatraz driven Konica Minolta down the back straight as he's trying to get heat up into the tyres. He's come out behind the number 60 of Tom Blomqvist.
And I was saying I was expecting GTP cars to come in the next 5 minutes or so. I wasn't expecting them to be coming in for right away, though, I must admit. I came in a little bit earlier than I would have anticipated. We're now 3 hours to go in this race.
Spot on 3 hours.
Yeah, spot on 3 hours. And of course, the next tranche of points for the Michelin Endurance Cup comes in 1 hour's time. These cars can do just a little bit less than an hour of green flag running. So they put themselves in a slightly dodgy position in terms of whether they can get to that 4 hour mark without needing another pit stop, unless there's a full course caution.
So This green flag period started 50 minutes ago. 3 laps of yellow before that. Just to reiterate, I think we said this earlier on before we went down to Joel, but if we didn't, I apologise, I must have dreamt it. That we have got another retirement, and that's the TDS car.
Yeah, we saw that. Oh, I see, officially retired.
Yeah, it's now officially retired. So Stephen Thomas, Mick Jensen, Scott Huffager for the TDS car. That has now been retired to the officials. So that's massive championship implications right there. And we'll get points for the back of the class. You still get points. Well, now, how much will they have covered?
Oh no, that's not an issue. You get points.
Into the pit lane for Winward, and that was a driver change there as well. Russell Ward getting out, and Joe Bradley has Jenson Button for his pit stop.
No, yeah, I have, and he's gotten out the car as well. So he's handed the car over. It's I can't quite see whether they're scrub rubber matching what the number 10 is as put on. I'll get to the car in a moment, but Button has popped out. He's jumped out. Was it his third flying lap that he broke he got the fastest lap of the race
for that car?
For the car, right? Okay. Okay, we've also got the number 01 in, the Cadillac's in, as is the 31. We were expecting that, but the number 01 Cadillac has come in. The number 5 gets out in front of the Whelen Cadillac. We've also got the number 60 Acura in, the MSR car. The WeatherTech Porsche has gone by. The number 7 Porsche comes in. Bourdais is getting into the 01. It's, again, scrub rubber, so we're getting into the realms of tyre management. Van der Helm, I'm not quite sure who got into the number 5. You guys, Van der Helm, I'm being told, is in the number 5. Just behind me, looks like the MSR, number 60, didn't change driver. Can't quite see that. Now the 24. It's quite a flurry, isn't it? There's the 01 on its hybrid. Then the Cadillac motor bursts into life. Big tyre squeal there from the number 60 Acura. Right, we seem to be coming to GTP pit stop phase conclusion. So I'm going to dive in and try and get a word with Jenson Button and get his thoughts on his first race stint at Petit Le Mans.
25 BMW leading the race. Conor de Philippi on the pit stop cycle coming into the pit lane to complete all of the top 9. And we've got a problem for Heart of Racing, number 27 Aston Martin heading up to turn number 7, and it was a Control-Alt-Delete, and the car has restarted for Roman De Angelis, but he's lost second place to Bill Oberlin in the Turner Motorsport car, so panic down there. Meantime, it's a scrubbed set of rubber going on to the number 25 BMW. Didn't see whether Conor de Philippi got out of the car. And now, I've said a scrubbed set. Is that a scrubbed set? It's very lightly used, I think. I saw one of them on the right-hand side that said 25 OK, which suggested to me that they had put a mixed set on. Let's get down to Joe Bradley, who is with Jenson Button. It was Sheldon von der Linde who took out the number 25 car. Joe Bradley has the world champion with him.
Well, he's got a smile on his face. That looked fun from where I was. I bet you had a smile on your face doing that.
Yeah, I did. We were offset with other people on tyres. So my first stint, I had new tyres, or scrub tyres, and then the second run I didn't. Oh, what a difference! Wow. So no, I had great fun out there. I had a great scrap with Joseph Newgarden. I think it was Joseph, right?
It was, yeah, absolutely. We were talking about, Battle of the Champions, like IROC.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was very cool, but yeah, enjoyed it, and you know, just fighting with any of these guys and keeping up with them, my first time in the car, I'm pretty happy with. So yeah, I had a lot of fun out there. Sometimes it's tricky with traffic, it really is. But I didn't get overtaken by anyone while I was, because of traffic, just because I wasn't quick enough. So I think my traffic control was actually not too bad, but I had a couple of little scary moments where I went through the middle of two cars. No, having a lot of fun, and you know, my first experience of IMSA, it was a pleasant one, but a pretty manic one.
You said, we heard your thoughts about Road Atlanta as a track. What's your thoughts on Road Atlanta as a racetrack, having raced on it now?
Yeah, it's good, but I mean, you've also got to remember that I know what the controls do in the car, but it's the first time I've really experienced. I've never done more than 10 laps, so suddenly I'm in a run where I'm doing 40.
Yeah, but you're Jensen Button, man.
But I've also not driven an aero car since 2009.
You're Jensen Button, man.
So yeah, I was happy with it, but there's still so much more to improve. There really is. But it's good knowing that it went all right and I didn't hit anything. I had a lot of fun and the pace was all right.
Has that kind of pushed the button to talk to whoever you need to talk to get you back here for a full season?
Was that, excuse the pun, push the button, or?
It wasn't actually, but that was a good one, wasn't it? I'll take that one.
Well, it was, except you didn't realise it.
No, I didn't, yeah.
But it's my name, I'm gonna. No, it's, yeah, I really enjoyed it, so, you know, I'll look at the data after and see where I gain, where I lose, and hopefully come back a little bit stronger in the next run that I do, if I get out again. But the trickiest thing is, when it cools down, the tyres go away from you. You're looking up fronts, you're looking up rears, you've got all these adjustments on the steering wheel, like so many. Lateral TC, straight ahead TC, and then you got all the braking options and the migration options on braking. And I'm fiddling with everything, and every time I change something, it feels massive, the change. So I'm like, all right, I'll go back on that one and I'll try something else. So it's a massive test session for me, and yeah, but a lot of action out there. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, we enjoy having you here, Jensen, to do what you need to do, because the fans want you back. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Never mind the fans want me back. We want him back, because he's a great interview and he's a quick driver. The 27 Aston Martin from Heart of Racing was hit by another car, which was the number 78, and incident responsibility given to the number 78 Forte Lamborghini. So that will be a drive through for that car, and that's why we saw the 27 Aston going slowly. They need to keep going to the end for the Michelin Endurance, and they need to be ahead of the 32 Courtois car to be able to win by 1 point the Michelin Endurance. Shea's doing charades at the back, you see. Apparently it's a film. Into the pit lane for Pfaff Motorsport from the lead of GTD Pro. Working on the car outside the box as well for the number 78. Oh dear me, Forte not having a good 5 or 10 minutes. What do you always say, Jeremy? Don't compound the errors. Make one error, don't make 2 or 3.
Yeah, don't make another one, yes.
Inside 2 hours and 51 minutes, just about. So what have we got? We've got about another 15 minutes till sunset, although with the trees here, the sun's actually, I think now, down behind the trees towards turn number 7. That'll be a sigh of relief from most of the drivers. At the top of turn 2, there's still a little bit of brightness in the sky there as the leader. I check that as the number 10 third place car of Louis Delatraz goes through. In the pit lane now for Jules Gounon, who had taken over the lead of GTD Pro, and Alex Riberas for Heart of Racing 23 as well. So let's see where Patrick Pilet is on the circuit. The number 9 Porsche should come through and retake the lead in that class. Keep an eye on him as he comes past us. I think I'll probably wind that blind up a bit now in our studio.
Yeah, the sun's gone over the trees from our perspective, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now
beautiful evening, just gorgeous evening.
It's been a great day, hasn't it? In every sense of the word. We've just gone over an hour of green flag running. 53. Oh, not quite. Got about 2 minutes.
Green at 6:12. Yeah, about a minute and a half to go. Yeah. Interestingly, that pit stop by the number 10 car, they were leading when they came in after on that 281. Now come out of the pits into, well, okay, they've made up one position. They've got past number 60 car. Then Della has got past Tom Blomqvist a lap or two ago. So he's up into third position, but it's interesting to see how that balance changed then during that stop. The longer run, surprisingly, by the number 01 car. Perhaps not surprisingly, because he's able to have hot tyres. We do lose a lot when you come out of the pits on fresh tyres. So I think staying out longer really helped number 01 car, and to the detriment of the number 10. And in terms of the number 10 car's aspirations towards the Michelin Endurance Cup, I don't think they're going to be able to get to the end of this hour without coming onto the pit lane again. In the Michelin Endurance Cup in GTP, number 31 car has a pretty stout lead, so it's not. Well, actually, in actual fact, now they are at this juncture 7 points behind, so they cannot win it. Okay, fine. So that's not a factor now anymore for the number 10 car in terms of winning the Michelin Endurance Cup. They don't have an opportunity now to do so.
At IMSA Radio for the last just under 3 hours of the race. We've got Michelin post-race tech to come. So let's have your submissions at IMSA Radio, hashtag Michelin PRT, and we'll go through some of your questions at the end. The incident that's got the penalty for the Forte Lamborghini was at turn 6, and that's what turned the Aston Martin around. I only saw the Aston Martin standing still and refiring. I thought it just stopped there because everybody had left the scene.
I mean, there were 4 cars in the space of about a car length there, so a little bit unlucky there, I think, to have that contact.
Also working on the car outside the pit box for the Arrow sponsor machine.
That's even more costly.
Jenson Button having a chat with his good mate Mike Rockenfeller down in the pit lane. They drove the the Camaro ZL1 at Le Mans, and I think Rocky instrumental in getting Jenson interested in coming here to drive the Porsche. Jenson Button in Porsche race overalls. Now there's a thing. There is a thing.
Tell you what, Sebastian Bourdais, someone's lit the fire there. 1 minute 11.492 last time for Sebastian Bourdais. That's about a tenth of a second away from his best lap of the race. 1:11.317 was his best. 1:11.4 at this stage is not hanging around. That's a pretty impressive effort. He's all of a sudden now, not only has he jumped from the second place into first at that round of pit stops, but now he's pulling away pretty rapidly from Jack Aitken in the other Cadillac. So things are looking at this stage very promising for Cadillac in terms of the inaugural GTP Manufacturer Championship.
And indeed for the 31 car, Jack Aitken's doing his job. There are 11 points, so his 2 teammates, Alexander Sims and Pipo Tirani, are 11 points to the good as it stands now, with the 3rd place car being the 2nd place car in the championship. Another 100 points, or 100 points back, Sebastian Bourdais. Bourdais and the rest of the 01 team, they need to win the race and have some kind of issues before the 10 and the 01, but even then, I think with only 9 cars left running, I'm not sure that they can get quite enough points to overhaul them.
No, no. Bourdais, you mean?
Yeah.
No. They pretty much need everybody else to finish last, all of them.
Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane for this beautiful part of the evening, and trying to pick up with some of the teams we've not spoken to, and believe it or not, we've not spoken to the Turner Motorsport 96 car so far, so let's put that right.
Yeah, let's talk to Michael Dinan, who is sharing the car with Robbie Foley, to mention one of his teammates. But the 96 BMW, Michael, you know what, the GTD class is turning into a bit of a fist fight. It's all to play for very much still.
Yeah, these IMSA races, they tend to get quite intense, especially as we get later on in the race. Obviously, this track, it's not too big. There's a lot of cars out there, a lot of prototype traffic. It makes it quite difficult to manage, but the goal here is just to survive, keep the car together, and hopefully we have a good race car for the last 2 hours.
I mean, you make that sound easy. It's a lot different. There's been a lot of drama already in this race, as ever. How do you do that, though? How can you keep out of trouble?
Yeah, there's always a lot of drama, but big thing is, just to keep the bigger picture in mind. There's a lot of times where it's easy to kind of get sucked into something where, giving up a spot or, letting a prototype by and giving up a little more time is the right decision, even though it's hard to do in the moment.
Now the sun's gone down. We're invariably going to get a bit cooler. The track temperature's going to subside. Does that have a massive effect on how the car feels?
Yeah, for sure. The balance has a pretty significant shift once the sun goes down. Air temp's going to get cooler. Obviously, that's how it's going to be for the end of the race. So everyone's just hoping that they have a good race car for the last 2 hours, and you just need to be on the lead lap, I think, going into it. So hopefully it comes to us a little bit, and we'll see what Robbie can do to take the finish.
Do you know when you're next in the car, Michael?
I think I'm done for the day. So I believe Patrick's out there right now, and then we're going to change over to Robbie, who will take it to the end.
Yeah, we're at that stage, aren't we? We're almost there. You can see it on the horizon.
Yep, so hopefully we have a good end of the race, and we'll see where we end up. Thank you.
Thank you for talking to us, Michael.
Michael Tynan from Turner Motorsport. Coming up to 7 o'clock local time. Nick Damon is rejoining us in the pit lane right now after his refueling. Here's how it stands then, with 2 hours and 42 minutes to go. So we're talking a standard length IMSA WeatherTech sports car race to go now, Jeremy, pretty much.
Yep.
All bar about a lap. Sebastian Bourdais by 8 seconds over Louis Delatraz. That's Cadillac number 01, the gold-fronted car, over the black and blue number 10 Konica Minolta Acura. Then it's Jack Aitken in the 31 Cadillac, the Whelen Engineering machine.
With that pass for second place having just taken place.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Tom Blomqvist then a further half a second back. So 3 cars within a couple of seconds there for second, third and fourth. Delatraz, Aitken and Tom Blomqvist. Now what does that do? What's the points differential between second and third?
Well, this would put the number 10 car back ahead of number 31.
Yes, exactly right, because it was only 11 points as it stood the other way around.
Yeah,
so
and second and third is a 20-point differential.
And this is why we have to keep an eye on these positions and whether any car get between the championship contenders. So now it's Taylor and Albuquerque who would take the championship by 29 points over Simpson Durrani, with Bourdais and Van der Zande in third position. Remember, these are the substantive drivers.
Must have been a lap chart of how the championship positions might have changed during this race. Would be rather interesting.
You'd need lots of colours, and it would have lots of peaks and just as many troughs, yes. I suspect. In LMP2,
Sebastian Bourdais is absolutely flying out there.
In LMP2, it's a little more clear-cut at the moment with that problem and subsequent withdrawal for the number 11 of Mikkel Jensen and Stephen Thomas. So it's between Ben Keating and Paul-Loup Chatin in the 52 car. They at the moment have a 57-point advantage over George Kurtz and Ben Hanley. Of course, the other thing that's important is the invitation to Le Mans, and basically whichever one of the 3 non-pro drivers that we've mentioned there, Keating, Kurtz and Thomas, finishes first, finishes ahead, should I say, they will take that championship. So at the moment, take that invitation. At the moment, that's George Kurtz. But that is a 1.7 second lead between the two co-drivers. So the two co-drivers there in the 04 and the 52, battling for the race victory at Petit Le Mans, at Motul Petit Le Mans, and to get their gentleman driver an automatic invitation to Le Mans 2024. So not much on the line there at all, Jeremy.
No, not only a gentleman driver, most likely themselves as well. So
exactly
there's another incentive.
Exactly so. Well, I did the last stint for you there, George. Yeah. I'm sure you'd want to take me in France, wouldn't you? Yeah.
This is brilliant.
I love it. That's Nolan Segan, just still a teenager.
Really talented young man is Nolan Siegel. I think he'd led the Indy Next Championship for a little while in midsummer. Had a really, really good run of results. Then had some really bad luck, couple of things, including at Detroit. He was leading a race on the last lap and the gearbox broke. I mean, a real talent is Nolan. Just a fine young man. He really is impressive. From Palo Alto in California. And he's got a big, big, big future ahead of him in whatever type of racing he chooses to do. He's still just 18 years of age. He'll be 19 next month.
Does he have the potential backing, Jeremy?
Yes, he does.
I mean, the unfortunate truth is that talent will take you so far, but ultimately you've got to have a bit of backing. Either at the beginning or at some stage of your career to get you up to the next stage.
He does, and he's there's other possibilities there for him as well. He knows a lot of people. Great family. Look at this battle here now going on for second, third, fourth, and fifth place are almost tied together. There's some move being made by the Porsche of Maddie Campbell. Are they three? No.
That's Matt Campbell going by Tom Blomqvist with another car in the middle, and that is the change made then for fourth place. Jack Aitken just a little bit further up the road as he's carving his way through traffic. They're going past the Iron Dames Lamborghini down through turn 12. Wave to us in the tower on the left-hand side. Now down to turn 1, and that autographed front end of the Mershank Racing with Curb Agajani and ARX06 bearing a few scars of battle now.
301 laps now completed by the race leader Sebastian Bourdais, and he is just decimating the field right now. I mean, look, the gap is now 13.6 seconds.
44 Magnus Aston off. I was just about to say, so you can't blame me for this one. I was just about to say we've actually now gone over an hour of green flag racing. However, the 44 and Andy Lally at the wheel on the exit of turn 10B has gravelled it. He's beached it. And I don't think that's coming out of there. A little bit of smoke coming out the back where I think he tried to spin up the rear wheels to get him out. So 2 hours and 36 minutes to go, and everybody diving for the pits before the full course yellow comes out. In comes Bourdais. Does Delatraz get in to the pit lane, or does he come through? No, he's in the pit lane. He's made it. Still green at the moment. Aitken is in. Matt Campbell's gone through. Matt Campbell's gone through. He might miss the pits here because race control will give everybody, I think, here at the front of the field one opportunity to get in. And Porsche Penske Motorsport have sent Matt Campbell around. Meantime, the rest of the field have come in, and whilst the car is on this speed limiter, Nick Damon, the number 10, which is getting a driver change, the Cunningham and Alder Acura, doesn't have any headlights.
No, everyone else had headlights, including the other Acura, the 60. But the number 10 is Ted Fastly not on. Now, whether it's the case he's flicked a switch or knocked something in his hand, but of course the lights are supposed to be on the whole time. But it's apparently only means on the speed limit, and it's weird. Because it's obviously a unique feature then, let's say, of the number 10 Acura, because the number 60 doesn't do it. We've had a few of the P3 guys in as well, as I watch now the rest of the GTPs running past as well. Oh, a bit of a revving at the far end.
full course yellow, and Matt Campbell has missed the opportunity, and off goes the number 10 car for Acura on the outlap and has lost at least one position. And as the yellow is out, he's saved. It was Tom Blomqvist who went through on Philippe Albuquerque, and that means that Matt Campbell has stayed out. Tim Cindric's on the box there. In Tim we trust. Porsche Penske Motorsport, they're only 18 laps into a stint, so that's halfway through the stint or thereabouts, maybe a tad more than that.
No, less than that.
Less than that, sorry. So stretches this stint maybe closer to just doing 2 more pit stops. Now, what happened with Andy Lally? Unusual for him to make a mistake. He was right by the Risi Competizione Ferrari. Did he get a tap on the left rear? Can't tell you. Certainly don't have the evidence on that basis. Oh, now, maybe I do, because there's damage to the front of the, sorry, it's the AF Corsa Ferrari, not the Risi car. They were running 5th and 6th in GT Pro. Miguel Molina has some damage to the right front, and that is being looked at by race control after they've had just over an hour off from having to make decisions. Still a good crowd on the banksides and in the amphitheatre, the Natural Amphitheatre at turns 10A and 10B. Great place. That was absolutely chock-a-block. I don't think there was a space there at the start of the race. It's been a cracking event here. Track surfaces out there already to try and retrieve Andy Lally. There wasn't an RV space to be had coming into this race, and we added some new RV parking on driver's left down the back stretch a couple of years ago. They were all full again this year, all through the turn 6 and 7 area on a skid pan, the skid circle up there, all taken up as well as the BMW XM. We're back to our original car now as the pass around begins. This for cars that are trapped between the safety car and their leader. Get this one wrong at your peril, by the way, because there are punitive penalties to be applied. Right, under full course yellow, all of the GTPs except Matt Campbell have pitted just before that. So Matt Campbell's not going to come in. He's going to stay out. And he's going to go another 25 minutes. He's going to go to somewhere near 2 hours to go and try and make it on 2 stops, I reckon, if we stay green. Tim Cindric maybe has worked that out with a bit of yellow, which you're going to get now. That'll push them into 2 more stop strategy, which the other cars will have to do as well. They just won't be necessarily at the same time if we stay green. If we don't stay green, things balance each up again. Come in with everybody else.
And I think with that number 7 car staying out, I think that was going to trap the number 5, 24 and 59 that came in right before the caution came out. Going to trap them a lap down. That was a mistake by those 3 teams to come in right then.
Sorry, which 3 teams?
Number 5, 24 and 59. They followed the other guys.
Yes.
But they were a long way behind. They were half a minute behind the rest of the pack in GTP. So
yes, they should have stayed out and got the lap back. Yes,
well, they didn't. They hadn't. By coming in, they lost the lap. It wasn't. They should have stayed out to stay on the lead lap. Yes, that's exactly right, John.
I wonder if they expected everybody to come in and Matt Campbell not coming in actually messed with them a little bit.
Except for the fact that they'd already seen, or should have seen, number 7 car not coming in. Correct. So it's a snap decision. I mean, the logical thing is to come into the pits, but it's a snap decision the team's got to make there. Those 3 cars that were half a minute behind. With the benefit of hindsight, the best thing to do would have been to stay out.
Yes, and
but still, plenty of time to go.
They would have leapfrogged up behind Matt Campbell, obviously not having made the pit stops that the other cars have made. But again, you've got, I agree. I'm not. That's a tough one, that. It's a tough call. The pits are open for the GTPs this time around.
Yeah.
Only Matt Campbell hasn't pitted, and he does come in. Now, actually, I'm quite surprised by that, if I'm honest. I thought they were going to leave him out, so maybe that was a missed communication. Might be worth having a chat, Joe Bradley, to Tim Sintrick up on the wall and see if that was just a missed communication or whether they were discussing strategy.
Well, the car's come in and he's going to take on tyres and fuel. Just see how much fuel he takes on. Usually the pit stops are limited by the amount of fuel that goes into the car, and the tyres are usually well done and off the jacks. And as the car came off the jacks, the fuel filler came off. So it was as the tyre guys were finished. That was the limit of the pit stop. He now gets stopped at the end of the at the pit exit on the red light, heads up. And with it, to be honest, with it getting dark, you cannot miss that red light now. It lights up the world in red.
Well, for a long time, the only other prototype apart from the number 7 Porsche actually was the 74 Riley Motorsports P3 car, the car that actually is leading in P3. He was later joined by the 13 and 3 of the P2s, the 18 car and I think the high-class racing car, and the other car is quite dark, can't see which one it is. Might be the AF Corsa machine. But yeah, not a lot of takers really at the moment. Not a lot of takers in the pits for some reason.
Yeah, well, all of the GTP cars other than Matt Campbell were in before the full course yellow. With Matt Campbell coming in, should allow the number 5 JDC Miller Motorsports machine, the BMW number 24, Proton 59, all to get back on the end of the lead lap. Joe Bradley has tracked down his good friend Wayne Taylor, and why, this championship's going back and forth at the moment. Joe, I hope they've got some kind of calculator up there to work out what's going on.
Well, you know, Wayne's just rubbing his brow here. I'm sure they're working out all sorts of things. Was it always like this, Wayne?
I don't remember it being this competitive. I said, you know, it's really unbelievable if you think there's only 2.5 hours to go, and literally there's still 6 cars, 7 can win this race. Track position is so important here. These cars seem to really have an issue when they get within 2 car lengths of another car. I think the air gets disturbed so much. You see very little passing between the GDP cars. And so track position is critical. So the pit stops are critical. The execution is critical on drive. And, you know, we won the last one. This one, we just lost it. And we're really racing the 31, but the 60 is also in front of us. But we still got 2 hours 26 to go.
Yeah, and anything can happen. I mean, it's been such a dramatic race. Again, do you remember it being this dramatic?
No, I don't remember a race like this before. I mean, it's a shame that the 6 car got taken out the way they did, because they would have been in the title fight as well. Things are cooling down. Cars are getting faster now. Tire pressures, everything track. And, you know, when so much is on the line, everybody's just pushing that much harder.
It's been a great season, 2023. The first season of the GTP era. I think everyone, you know, behind the decision to go to this formula must pat themselves on the back. Way back at Daytona for the Rolex, way back at the Raw. I think we didn't really envisage it being so fantastic.
No, I don't think anybody. I think everybody thought when we went into Daytona that all the GTP cars would be in the pit lane, but they weren't. And really, we've had very little mechanical issues throughout the year. I mean, our car, you know, with the HPD engine and stuff, we've not had a problem throughout the season. But, you know, this is the first season that we haven't won a race yet.
Yeah, I know, but you could win the championship. That's another thing. All right, thinking about...
And so the championship is the most important thing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's all right, let's park that for a second and think about 2024, as we do at the last race of the season. Here you are, you've got 1 car. and you're rubbing your forehead. You've got your head in your hands. Next season, the plan is 2. You need 2 heads to put in your hands?
Well, I'll have 4 hands over my head, you know.
It's going to be exciting, though.
No, it's going to be really exciting. I think having 2 cars just gives you that little advantage. Just to understand the car, understand the drivers, understand the strategy. You can go off strategy with 1 car. So there's a lot of positives with where we're going with this next year. So I'm very excited, but I need to win this championship.
Now that I've got you, for the fans that weren't listening the other night during night practice, you were the inaugural winner of this event back in 1998 as a driver, you know, in the Ferrari 333 SP. As I was saying to you the other night, I remember the Ferrari coming down the hill, the fireworks going off. Were you at the wheel of the car at the end, Wayne? Was it Eric?
No, I think it was Eric. I think I started. Yes, it was Eric. It was Eric. Yeah. Tell us about that day and the event itself and where it's got to. Well, you know, it was Don Panos's idea, you know, to start this Petit Le Mans and build it for the fans, and you know, just look at the competition now, somewhat 22 years later. It was nice winning the inaugural one, and I think I might have told you that in practice the first day Don Panos came walking past my car and he looked at the Ferrari and he said to me, "Your car's got the engine in the wrong side." I said, "Well, where should it have been?" He said, "Up front." And you know, that happened that weekend, so it was a great race, and you know, I'm just thankful that I was able to get that first win here, and in a Ferrari.
And you know what? The following year, he went and won it with the car with an engine in the front. I mean, he had such a vision.
I know Don Panos was a special guy. He had a lot of weird ideas and stuff, but some of them came off. Some of them didn't, but some of them did.
We're still doing it, Win. We're still doing it. Back to work, mate. Thank you for talking to us, Win, as ever.
Pleasure. Anytime. Thank you. Thanks.
Wayne Taylor and Joe Bradley. I feel a series of programmes coming on, to be honest. Wayne very generous with his time, right in the middle of this battle for the championship, which continues to be so tight. $2:22 to go, 2 hours and 22 to go on a beautiful evening. Not a cloud in the sky now. It's past sunset by about 15 minutes. And let's see if we can grab a quick word with Catherine Legg before we go back green in the Gradient NSX.
Catherine, some of the race so far for the 66.
Oh, that's a good one. I don't know. It's been eventful, honestly. I think we had a difficult car through the heat of the day, and now we're hoping that that's going to come to us, and this is the time where we can go and show them what we're made of and fight some people.
You seem a little bit kind of, what's the word for it, irritated by the situation. Why is that?
I don't hide it very well. I'd be rubbish at poker, wouldn't I? No, it's just silly little things and other people. And people who are laps down hitting other people. And it's just, you know, some of the driving standards are questionable, honestly. But it is what it is. And maybe I'll drive better angry anyway.
Go for it. Thanks, Kat.
Thanks.
Catherine Legg and Nick Damon. Lights are out on the XM BMW safety car, which uses its hybrid and V8 power to the best effect to pull away from the field. Bit of braking and accelerating going on from Sebastian Bourdais and from Jack Aiken at the head of the field. 2 Cadillacs. No team orders. Remember, they come from different pit boxes, different teams. Maeshank Racing in third with the number 60 Tom Blanc is behind the wheel. Then Philippe Albuquerque for the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura needs to get ahead of those cars to win the championship. It's a great restart from Philippe Albuquerque. I think he was already alongside the other Acura even before they got under the Fox Factory Bridge. Did he go through? Not quite. As they go down towards turn 1, Then a bit of a gap there, almost like a split restart. I'm not sure it was meant to be like that. Darkness falling now. It's 7 minutes away from official darkness, and that means anyone who didn't get their night qualification done on Thursday or wasn't pre-qualified cannot be in the car. So you'll have seen some changes going on at the last pit stops there in some of the GTD cars. The Chetelaar car, I think only had one driver qualified, didn't it? But that car's had its problems anyway. So 2 hours and 19 minutes to go, and now the shape of the car headlights is going to have to help us out. You've got a penalty for the cause of the last incident, and it's the Ferrari, the AF Corsa number 61, clearly making contact and spinning Andy Lally, and so that AF Corsa of Simon Mann, Miguel Molina and James Collado will have to come back through the pit lane, drive through. Top prototypes heading towards the far end of the circuit. The 0-1, Sebastian Bourdais, what a day he's had. We'll be discussing in the next couple of hours our nominations between the team members for the BDO Nose Strategy Award, our final one of the season. Could be any of the classes, any of the cars. It's going to be a tough one to call that, because there's been all kinds of strategies being played out. As it stands, it's the Whelen Cadillac that would take the championship by 11 points from the number 10 Acura, with the BMW 96 points back from the lead. That will change several times between now and the checkered flag.
Well, it's changed in the last lap, not positions, but the two Acuras have just exchanged places. After the restart, Philip Albuquerque has got past Tom Blomqvist, so he's going to set sail now and try and catch those Cadillacs. Because right now for the manufacturer championships, it's going Cadillac's way.
And for the drivers' championship as well. But places mean points, and points could mean the championship for both manufacturer and teams. It is that close. One place either way could make a difference between the 0-1 and the 1-0. It is a binary affair at the front of the field in terms of the championship battle there. Nice to hear Wayne Taylor, not surprising, but nice to hear him say it, that he's disappointed that the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 isn't in it. I know he wants to win the championship, Jeremy, but that is the voice of a wily old competitor, and he wanted to beat Roger Penske, I suspect, in a straight fight.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what he was thinking there. But it is pretty classy, isn't it? He just likes to beat the best. Tell you what, Sebastian Bourdais on a great lap here. Yeah, in fact, it's the new fastest lap of the race by our race leader, Sebastian Bourdais. 1:10.917, the first sub-1:11 lap in this race.
And that, of course, is a race lap record, because this is the first time these cars and this formula have raced here. That is the race lap record for DPI, was set in 2019 here at Petit by Felipe Nasr in the Cadillac. That was a 1:08.8. And the outright sports car lap record here is a 1:07 flat in the hugely powerful, hugely tired and downforced Peugeot 908 HDI FAP of Christian Klein to 1:07.0. I don't think we'll get down to that this year. I'll tell you what, I'm mightily impressed.
1:96.664 was the fastest lap last year. It was by Cadillac Little Bamba.
Extraordinary, these cars, and I am excited by what potential is yet to be unlocked by these GTPs and what additional competition might bring. We have the likes of Lamborghini and Alpine, Looking further down the road, Aston Martin. Very important for Hartner Racing that Aston Martin Valkyrie comes here. And they've made it very clear to us, Nick Damon did the interview with Ian James last week, that the ability for them to race in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship was absolutely part of the discussion when they were asking if they could develop the Valkyrie into a hypercar entrant. Bordet then, 3 seconds to the good. Philippe Albuquerque in second. Jacques Hicken in second, sorry. Philippe Albuquerque in third. Philippe ENG. The BMW a little bit further back. Sheldon van der Linde looking at the back of the Meyershank. Tom Blomqvist driven Acura. That's the battle for fourth and fifth as they go down the front straight and down towards turn one. Lap times around about the low to mid 12s for some of the competitors. 11.525 for Sebastian Bordet. He is trying to create a gap here.
He is creating a gap. 3.8 seconds. It's gone at the last few laps. It went from 1.4 to 2.6 to 3.0 to 3.8. And Tom Blomqvist slipping back in the fourth position behind that second place battle between number 31 and the number 10. As you say, Sheldon van der Linde is knocking on his door, as is Maddie Campbell in that Porsche 963. If they can get the track position, they're going to be looking pretty stout, I think, in this race as well. And right behind Maddie Campbell is Tijmen van der Helm in car number 5 as well, along with Philippe Eng and Harry Tincknell. We've seen very good pace from Harry Tincknell earlier in this race.
How much of a tail gunner will the 60 Acura play for the 10 for the rest of the race after they let it pass on the last restart? That's damn fly. I'm not sure they let it past, and those two are very much competitors, albeit MSR aren't back with Acura for next year. They weren't selected by Honda Performance Developments here in the US to run the car. So I'm not sure that that is the case at all there.
No, it's easy to be sceptical there, certainly, because I mean, it just seems a very odd decision that Acura wouldn't want to. I get that Wayne Taylor and Andretti want to run two cars, but one would have thought that getting an extra car after a full year of GTP wouldn't have been that much of a problem, and Meyershank desperately wanted to run it. So there's all sorts of weird politics. Politics in racing? No, surely not.
How much? I mean, it's a difficult question to answer because we don't know. But how much might the disqualification at Daytona have played into that decision? Because that's corporate. That's at the corporate level, isn't it?
Indeed.
That those decisions are made.
Yeah, yeah.
Japanese
politics again. Let's put it that way. Let's leave it at that.
Japanese company, honour, all that sort of stuff.
Okay, if I'm being honest here, I just cannot believe that somebody at HBD Acura didn't know what was going on. I'm sorry, but I know they say that's not the case, but I have a really hard time believing it, because there's so much information that is now available, not only to the team, but the manufacturer and IMSA as well. So, yeah, I don't know.
It was HBD that came forward with the information, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Yeah. I'm not saying that to support or question what Jeremy's saying. Let's go down to Nick Damon before we get the next piece of action and speak to the Geordie giant that is Matt Bell.
The recently relieved Matt Bell, who's run back from a bathroom break to talk to us. So, currently third in the class. Is it just on rotation, or do you have the pace to actually get in front?
think pretty much everyone is on more or less the same strategy plan now. So yeah, it's going to be the pace that wins it. We definitely want to try and take it to the Riley guys and the JR3 guys. So yeah, let's see what this race brings.
We're hearing from the GTP cars that they can't overtake each other. I think that's not actually an issue with the P3s. You can get past each other on the track.
It is one of the trickiest circuits to overtake around here. So, but we have a little bit of differences in the Ligiers and Duquesnes. Our strengths are in different areas of the track. So, I certainly hope I can overtake some people.
So you'll be in for the end then. You've got the Glory Night Run.
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, I hope I had enough carrots today.
And do you have nice fresh tyres as well?
Will do. Yeah. So we've got some good tyres to the end.
Very sad.
Cheers. Thanks.
Has a Risi car served this penalty, number 62 car? Or was that?
There was a 61 car actually.
Oh, 61 was it? I beg your pardon.
AF Corsa car. Yeah, I called it as the 62 when it happened, and then had to put it at that right. Unfortunately, race control actually saw the right car and didn't listen to me. Why would they? In fairness. So that 62 Risi car in 4th position. Down the GTDs, we haven't spoken about them for a little while. VP Racing in competition update. Garrett Grist in LMP3 leads from Philippe Fraga and the AWA car, so that's 30, 74 and 73, and the Iron Dames have gone off at turn 1, so trying to get that in before anything happens. Our VP update has rejoined, looks to be pretty straight in that car at the moment. Who is driving? Is the 83 car? Yes, it is in the darkness.
Yeah, Dorian Pan.
It is Dorian, who... It's a rare mistake by the French driver. GTD Pro led by Jordan Prepper and Iron Lynx, the team car. Yeah, just overcooked turn 1. Nice four-wheel drift onto the grass, lifted off, let the car come back to her. Actually, that's a pretty stout bit of driving. Yeah, again, Jeremy saying you make a mistake, don't compound it. Didn't jump on the brakes, didn't do too much steering, didn't let the car settle itself down. Very nicely done, Dorian. Jordan Pepper leading is the best of the GTs and therefore leads GTD Pro. 19th position for the number 63 Iron Lynx Lamborghini. By about 6 seconds from Team Korthoff in second, but that is the leader of GTD. Dan Alex Riberas is the next GTD Pro for Hartner Racing, the 23. Thomas Merrill, the Turner Motorsport, number 97 car, second in GTD. Next up, then 2 GTD Pros. That's Patrick Pilet of Faf Motorsport having the battle with Daniel Serra for Risi Competizione. That is 9 and 62. And in the top, finishing off the top 4 in GTD, Gunnar Jeanette for April Racing, who is half a second ahead of Marco Sorensen for Heart of Racing, number 27, Nick Tim.
With Mikael Greiner out the 32, currently leading with your Mercedes. I could ask you how it's going. It's pretty obvious it's going very well.
Yeah, we've had a good race so far. There was a safety car now, and we didn't box because we want to score points in 5 minutes for the Endurance Championship. So we will cycle back, but yeah, most important is that we try to win the championship tonight.
Will those points be enough, or will you still need a good finish in the overall race?
I'm not sure where we will cycle back with all the strategies going on, but I think if we score points now in around 5 minutes, then we are in good shape to win the Endurance Cup.
So you, in a way, you're sacrificing the overall race for the Endurance Cup.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying, but we have to do it because there's a point every 4 hours. So 4 and then now in around 5 minutes, so we want to score points there.
Looking to those final 2 hours, obviously you're going to have a lot of traffic to get past and move forward. Is it easy to get past with these cars? We've been hearing actually it's quite tricky with a number of machines to pass.
Yeah, with the MG, it's a really good car, but we're missing straight line speed a little bit, so it's difficult to overtake. There's really only turn 1 here and turn 10. We also have to manage the GTP coming really quickly at night. It's not easy. We don't see much in the mirrors, but it's the same for everyone.
Thanks, Michael.
And GTD Pro being led by the 63 Lamborghini, Jordan Pepper at the wheel. Mirko Bortolotti is sitting watching. Mirko, you guys are leading, but only 6 seconds. It's cracking for us. What's it like for you?
Yeah, it's been a great race so far for us. It's still a bit more than 2 hours to go, so I'm getting ready to jump back in. And yeah, it's been a tremendous recovery from basically last position on the grid after what happened yesterday. But so far so good. I mean, we are really happy with how the race is going at the moment, but we all know that can change really quickly in IMSA, so we will need to be up for it now in the last 2 hours to make the right calls, and yeah, we are ready to fight.
Mirko, we know about the limited tyre sets and the limited tyre allocation, and we've seen teams putting on scrubbed rubber. Do you have, as a driver, are you told by the team where you are with regards to tyre wear and what tyres they're giving you?
I didn't get the last part of your question.
Does the engineer tell you what condition the tyres are in when he gives you them?
Yeah, well, we planned it in a way that obviously we try to have the best tire and the best, in a crucial part of the race, and obviously we prepared the weekend in a way that, especially when you get into colder temperatures, we have a scrapped set of tires, so it's actually making life easier for the drivers on the outlap. From that on, looking forward to the last 2 stints now.
Great stuff, thanks.
Another position gained. That's 2 in the last couple or 3 laps for Matt Campbell in the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. The number 7, having dealt with Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW, has now dealt with Tom Blomqvist as well. Up to 4th position, outside chance of the championship, but really relying on other people to have some ill fortune.
Yeah, right now, Johnny, I mean, he's behind the 2 main protagonists that he's fighting against, number 31, number 10, and they're in the order now, 31, 10 and 7, so he wouldn't gain any ground on those 2, and he's behind them currently in the points table, but not by very much, as you suggest.
Well, there's all sorts of things have happened already in this race to suggest that everything will go cleanly all the way to the end. I think would be a fool's errand. Tom Blomqvist, Sheldon van der Linde, Tijmen van der Helm and Philip Eng come down in a lighted train.
Tom Blomqvist is really struggling again.
Yeah. Now what's going on with that? Did they put a scrub set on that car, or was it an older set? Not sure. Jumping the restart for Ferrari, the 023. That's the car. I always want to call that the Tifosi Ferrari Triazi. It is, obvious reasons, and that will be another drive through from that car. Seb Priaulx has been installed in a Porsche. Gunnar Jeanette getting out of that car.
Yeah,
sorry, Jeremy.
They've had a really good run.
Yeah.
Best of the Porsches in GTD, at least. The FAF car is ahead of them, but otherwise they've been running really, really strongly.
Side by side again, down to turn 10. That great overtaking manoeuvre, and it's Tom Blomqvist defending from Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW. Van der Linde tries to get up the inside so he could take the racing line in the final corner, has to drop back just a tiny bit down towards turn 1. That's quite a bit of coasting going into turn 1 for the BMW. They're still racing, but they're doing 12s and 13s over the curb for Blomqvist. Just got out of shape in the Weishang Acura.
Yeah.
He's pushing hard, is Tom Blomqvist. He's doing his best, but I'm not sure the car is playing ball with him.
I completely agree, John. Yeah, he's really struggling out there, and the BMW behind him just unable to find a way past him. He's no doubt he's faster, as is right behind Sheldon van der Linde, Tijmen van der Helm, Philip Eng and Harry Tincknell. There's a big long train there of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, or 4 of them lined up behind Tom Blomqvist, and he's doing the best he can, Blomqvist, but as is van der Linde, but he's not getting quite close enough to be able to where he can move. Is he going to dive to the inside here at turn 10?
That's his opportunity. Gets down the inside, and that's where the pass was made by Matt Campbell 3 or 4 laps ago, and it is repeated by the BMW driver. Very impressive indeed from Matt Campbell, by the way. He set off in hot pursuit of Philippe Albuquerque, who is right up the tailpipes now of Jack Aitken, just 3/4 of a second there between those two. We're into the last 120 minutes on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing the audio live and free around the world. No interruptions on the World TV feed. That's via IMSA.tv. In the US, if you're not listening online, you can be on XM207, and round the circuit here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, it's 98.1, our FM frequency. So a nice clean pass to take that position for Sheldon van der Linde, and he will now try and peg back Matt Campbell. He's already, Matt Campbell in those 3 or 4 laps has taken 7 seconds out of the guys behind him. Let's find out what's going on in some of the other cars down the field. Andy Lally was spun out of the race in the number 44 car earlier on. It caused a full course yellow when the Magnus Racing car got beached to turn 10B. Nick Damon's with him now.
And the obvious question, how upset are you with the person who punted you off?
About is, we've taken our level of driving this weekend, and we've just made it, we've lowered the bar. But, you know, it's funny actually, because we thought we were going to go yellow a couple hours ago, and we made a call to pit, and we stayed on old tires, and we just took a splash, so I was junk. And I got to give at least one shout out to the 32, I think it was Kenton in the car, because I was blocking the hell out of him trying to stay on the lead lap, and he did it. He raced me as clean as he could. I probably would have punted me, but the shit for brains that punted me in 10A, some of these guys just don't know how to run too wide. You know, it is what it is. It's kind of been our year. Tough one. It looks like we're rolling back now. We had some overheating problems. I think we might have stuck a stone through the radiator when we got stuck in the gravel trap there, but big thanks to this crew. They've been hustling. Big happy birthday next week to my girlfriend Lori and Spence's wife Lindsay today.
Thanks, most. Thanks, Andy. And apologies for language there as well.
No let up at the front of the field as Philippe Albuquerque. I'd said he got close to Jack Aitken. He's now gone by him, Jeremy. Yeah. And that's the number 10 car back ahead, and that takes them back, I think, to the top of the championship standings, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes,
by 29 points. Yeah. This is extraordinary.
Fantastic stuff.
This is extraordinary. Bordet, not really in the championship hunt. So he is heading towards a race victory at the moment, but still plenty of miles to do. We've completed 328 laps. Albuquerque was on an absolute tear and managed to track down Jack Aitken in the Whelen Cadillac.
Yeah, who has been doing a super job today. He's just not got the same pace that he had a little bit earlier on relative to the competition.
It was down at turn 10A again, Jeremy. Dodge out from behind the Jack Aitken car. There was traffic there. It was a lovely manoeuvre. Very late down the inside. Yeah. Let off the brakes. That's pretty good. And fair driving again by Jack Aitken. He could have turned in there, but that would have been probably disastrous for the pair of them, and they are fighting for the championship. So that is the championship battle, just heading down the back straight now, under the Motul Bridge, and now to the top of the brow, with a little bit of a gap ahead of them now. It's just the leader ahead of them as they go down into the braking area in that lit area of the circuit.
And Tom Blomqvist has fallen all the way to the back of that train of cars. He was leading it not so long ago. He was in the 4th position. He's now 9th in car number 60, really struggling. On that last lap, he was overtaken by the number 5 car of Thymen van der Helm, by Philip Eng in the BMW, and by Harry Tinknell in number 59 Proton Porsche. Wow. Meanwhile, some stunning laps again from Sebastian Bourdais. A 1 minute 12.0 last time around for him.
Best lap of a 10, 9:17. 9:17 1:17. Not a Porsche, but the Cadillac time there. Looks like there might be a pit stop in the offing for that number 60 car that has dropped back. You can't afford to lose. I mean, even if they've got more in the tank, they've done, what have they done? 27 laps in that car.
But the thing is now we're looking towards the end of the race. We've got to just under 2 hours to go, and you can make a pit stop now and probably just about get it to the end. It'll be a bit of a stretch if it goes green all the way, but I think they can probably just about manage it.
Yeah, I agree.
They'd like to do another lap or two, I would think, but he's struggling so badly that I think they're just hemorrhaging time.
Problem now is they're 35 seconds off the leader. They're in danger of losing the lead lap if they came in and a yellow came out. So they've got to be a bit careful here. What lap stints have we seen, Jeremy? Well into the 30s, haven't we?
Yeah, 40s.
Yeah. So this would be early. This would be a good 10 laps or so early. But as Jeremy says, back timing from the end of the race, and he's just losing too much time at the moment. 14.3 in traffic last time around for Harry Tincknell, ahead of 17.3 for Tom Blomqvist. Hemorrhaging time there, and that isn't just the traffic that's playing its part. Remember, he was heading that queue in 4th position not so very long ago. It's the 26th running of Motul Petit Le Mans here at Vigilant Raceway Road, Atlanta. We're in full dark now. Official darkness started 10 minutes ago. So everyone out there now is qualified to drive in the dark. 1, 2, 3 across the track, coming down into the primo overtaking spot at the bottom of the hill. Second place, P2 car, the number 18 of Christian Rasmussen. Just going through the corners at the end of the lap there. 9 seconds now for Bourdais. Alex Quinn in LMP2 for the 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsport team leads. That means at the moment Ben Keating has the invitation to Le Mans 2024. Christian Rasmussen for Era Motorsport in second. What a race they've had, by the way. I'm seriously considering them for the BDO No Strategy Award, because they were 2 laps down earlier on and they'd been hit by everybody.
Yeah, I mean, those strategic decisions were fairly easy, but Rasmussen is driving a brilliant stint right now. He's overtaken the 2 cars that are behind him now, number 04 and number 35, and he's all over the back end now of Alex Quinn in that PR1 Matheson car number 52. It's been a tremendous drive by him.
Yeah, he's closing that car down now within a second. Alex Quinn thinking, I'm sure, about the award of the invitation and the championship. Meantime, in GTD, the Pro-Am still mixed up. 2 GT Pros at the front of the field. I take that back. Team Korthoff is at the front of the field. In the 32 AMG, as into the pits goes Loris Spinelli in the 4th place GTD car, Forte Racing. Now, they should be able to get to the end from here with one more stop, Jeremy. The GTD cars can surely do 55 minutes.
Yep.
And Tom Blomqvist has also come into the pit lane. Looks like Tom Blomqvist is getting out. Which one of you guys are down there? Joe Bradley? No. I'll check that out for you. Can't quite see with the binoculars. Can't see round the TV booth down there. So I'll get that in a moment. I think that was the sensible thing to do. Colin Brown got into the car. It was a 4-tyre stop, so new Michelins for Colin Brown. Full tank of VP Racing fuel. and Colin Brown probably to the end now than Jeremy. And just hearing that Tom Blomqvist has had a warning for blocking in that stint. Now that goes to the car, not to the driver. So Colin Brown needs to be aware of that. But he now is one pit stop away from the end of the race. Let's go to Jeremy for the penultimate set of Michelin Endurance Championship points for the season.
Yeah, and in the GTP, I think we can pretty much crown Wheel and Engineering Racing Cadillac, the car number 31, as the champions in the MEC for the Teams Championship, and that would be Pipa Durrani, Alexander Sims and Jack Aitken. They were third across the line at the 8-hour mark, but they now can't be beaten. Cadillac Racing got the maximum points there, but they'll now have 34 points to the 38 of the number 31 team, and there are 5 points available for the winner at each junction and race, but there's 2 points for fourth position, so that's good job done there for the number 31 team. Congratulations to them. In LMP2, that's still up for grabs with the maximum points there, number 52 team, PR1 Matheson Motorsports, Ben Keating, Paul-Luc Chatin and Alex Quinn. They now have 36 points to the 37 of CrowdStrike Racing by APR. That's George Kurtz and Ben Hanley. So that's very much up for grabs in LMP2. LMP3, hats off to Riley Motorsports. Job done there in number 74 team. In GTD Pro, again, very, very close. None of the top 3 point scorers actually were among the top 3 at that 8-hour mark. So now, WeatherTech Racing car number 79 will have a 1 point edge over Corvette, which is out of the race, and number 35 car, number 14 car of Vassar Sullivan, which is also out of the race. So I think we can pretty much crown number 79 team as the champions. Even if they fail to finish at the end of the race, they should be good to go. In GTD, having scored second, having been placed second at the 4-hour mark, Team Courthoff Motorsports were leading at the 8-hour mark. That will give them maximum points. They now have 37 points to the 34 of Heart of Racing Team car number 27, the Aston Martin. So if the Team Courthoff car can finish ahead or within a position of the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, then the Team Courthoff Motorsports will win the Michelin Endurance Cup in GTD.
So, an hour and 3/4 to go. And still, even with those championships that Jeremy has just described having been decided, still plenty to go at the front of the front of the race. Thank you for all of your tweets and messages that have been coming in this week, and particularly today. Really appreciate the collective support and wisdom that we've been getting here on IMSA Radio. Been another great race. I've thoroughly enjoyed this. Still one major endurance event for us in RSL to cover this year. That will be the 12 Hours at Kuwait. Check radiolemans.com for all the details. 12 hours in the desert in the evening time for the 24H series. Partners with IMSA, of course, a few years ago down at Seabury. Rather hope that we can get another one of their races back. Did a race, 24-hour race at Kota as well. So Jack Aitken has just gone back by Philippe Albuquerque. Some of the championship points have changed around again, and Wheel and Engineering and Cadillac go. Jeremy, this is what we've got to think of at the end of the race.
Yeah.
This is extraordinary.
Yet another championship lead change.
I think we've had as many championship lead changes as we've had lead changes in the front of the field.
11
points the difference between Alex Sims and Pete Durrani, Philippe Albuquerque and Ricky Taylor. One of these teams will be desperate to get cars in between themselves and their other championship contender. Because at that point, you've got a little bit of a buffer, but at the moment, they're second and third in the race. And as I said before, the two Cadillac teams, one is Chip Ganassi run, one is Action Express run. So it's not as if they're running out of the same shop, so they're not going to drop Sebastian Bourdais back to put some points gap in between them. They're racing for the win. All three of them are racing for the win. Adding Matt Campbell, who's only 20 seconds away from the lead.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that, John, is that we thought he was absolutely charging there, and he got the gap down from 14 seconds to almost bit under less than 8, and it's now gone out again to over 12 over the last 4 or 5 laps.
Oh, it was a mistake, a rare mistake by Philippe Albuquerque, coming out at 10B. He was alongside the TDS racing car, and the TDS racing car didn't give him very much room, to be honest, on the outside, coming out of the right-hander before the Fox factory bridge. And it was a fairly uncontested pass then for Jack Aitken as he slipped through, whilst Philippe Albuquerque was getting back on the racing surface. Here we go again. I think there was a little touch on the back of the championship leading number 52, wins LMP2 car, which immediately comes into the pits. That's Alex Quinn, and that means he drops down the order here. Era Racing, Christian Rasmussen to the lead, TDS in second. I think it's a flat tyre, is it? There was certainly some damage on the right rear. The light is hanging down there, Jeremy. It was a light touch, but a touch nevertheless. This should be their penultimate stop. Actually, they might be able to go.
Yeah, no, they only 2 stops here,
yeah,
the
2 from
LMP2 cars.
Yeah, they only run 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes.
40 minutes or so,
yeah,
yes.
Sorry, yeah. So we've got 102 minutes remaining. They're replacing the light cluster at the back there. Hello to Adam Green. Thank you for staying with us all the way through today. At IMSA Radio.
Number 04 car also in the pit lane there, the CrowdStrike by APR, making the pit stop along with the number 52. And even with those two in the pits, as Christian Rasmussen's only 4 seconds ahead of Josh Pearson in that TDS car number 35. Pearson's done a nice job again.
Yes, again, for a young man, but a lot of experience now.
Yeah.
Josh Pearson, hasn't he?
True that, and Bourdais has extended his lead now to 10 seconds over Jack Aitken, who's having made that pass on Philippe Albuquerque, is now back in the preferred seat in terms of the championship chase. I think you can bet your bottom dollar Philippe Albuquerque is going to try his darndest to get that position back again. Matty Campbell now 15 seconds back in the 4th position. Boy, it's interesting how he's just lost a fair bit of ground lately, and he's coming under pressure again now. Well, will be shortly. By number 25 car, there's a spin.
I think it's the 50. Is it the 52 on the way out? No, it's not. Yes, it is.
No,
it is the 52 car.
Me.
So this is again on an outlap down at turn 10B, and this is the invitation to Le Mans. This is the championship. Possibly going out the window. Alex Quinn desperately trying to rally across his way out to the beach. I don't think he's going to do it. Straighten the wheels up, Alex. Straighten the wheels up. You might just get out. He has just got onto the grass. My goodness me, that is so close to disaster. So as they run, it was the 52 car leading as he comes down there. Oh, he was side by side with another car, and then he couldn't get restarted, I believe, and that's when he ran into the gravel. But that was definitely side by side action, and Alex trying to keep the car running. Possibly the 18. Was that the car? That was a TDS car. Or the 18. I think it was the 18. She's got better eyes than me. So the Era car is in the pit lane. So I think it was. So that was the leader in the class. So that was the battle at the front of the field and at the top of the championship standings as well. And they've had to come in. Now, how will race control see that one out in the darkness? And a couple of people saying, by the way, the lighting looks better this year. Have they improved it? I think the cameras are better because it's still very, very dark. And off has gone the number 59. And that has spun around the WeatherTech Porsche.
Just coming out of the pits.
That's coming out of the pits as well. And down through the S's. Oh, Harry Tinknell, how unusual is that? I don't think he's got any damage, but he's struggling for grip on those cold Michelin tyres. And going through on the outside, a P2 car, looked like the 88 AF Corsa to me, that was going by. Oh my, oh my. Bourdais, blissfully unaware. 11 seconds.
What's happened to Matty Campbell? I mean, he's losing a second or more a lap now all of a sudden. Has he burned the tyres?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. I tell you what, there was contact there on the wall with Tinknell when he went straight on over the top again at 3. It wasn't heavy contact, but I think he'll have to bring that car in, Jeremy.
Yeah.
He's shaking the nose a little bit. I wonder if Campbell did burn the tyres. Did they get their pressures wrong at the start? Was it not a new set of tyres last time around?
At this stage in the race, surely it was.
So, my goodness, how. Just hearing, by the way, the Magnus Car 44, Aston Martin officially retired. I think we'd realised that, but official, so get the Sharpie of Doom out. Pass for the lead a couple of laps ago when Albuquerque went wide. I think that was the TDS car that he was racing against, trying to get round the outside. And then moments ago, there was a little touch. It was the number 10 car that brushed the back. Now, Philippe Albuquerque brushing the back of the 52. So that'll be getting looked at as well.
Boy, they haven't had a dull moment in race control. That is absolutely for certain.
Well, keep an eye and see if race control are going to review that.
Bourdais continuing to extend his lead. Is now 12 seconds over the other Cadillac, with Philippe Albuquerque stuck behind him. And then Matty Campbell another 18 seconds back in the 4th position in that Porsche car number 7 that was flying not so long ago. Sheldon van der Linde tracking him about 3 or 4 seconds behind him. He's pretty much maintaining that gap. Actually closing in a little bit, actually, as Matty Campbell has slipped back from that battle between 2nd and 3rd. Tymon van der Helm fairway back, further back, 15 seconds or more back in the 6th position, and holding off Philippe Eng in the 2nd of the BMWs. Those are the only cars on the lead lap at the moment. Number 60 car is a lap down, and number 59 car, he's kept going again, so he's still just one lap down. He hasn't come back into the pits either, Harry Ticknell, so he's kept on going. Is he 2 laps down, or is he just on the tail end of that lap?
Tinkers, are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Tinkers in the 59.
Where is he in relation to 01?
01's just coming through turn 5 at the moment.
Yeah.
And
Tinknell's around there somewhere, I think.
He's behind the 01.
Is he? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So he is 2 laps down now.
Yeah, correct. Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
The number 10 Acura, has just snuck in the Wayne Taylor racing car, just sneaked in without anyone knowing. This looks like a full service of tyres, but no driver change. The tyres look simply shiny, which is probably good news, because that means they're new. But they will have to take heed of what they've seen from Harry Ticknell and take it easy the first few corners. This should be their penultimate pit stop, one more after this. Expecting to see the 25 BMW any minute now. With makers, you can do about 45 minutes on a tank, and they're within an hour and a half, just about. Ooh, it's an hour and 30.
So it could be nearly an hour, the GTP cars.
Yeah, the GTP cars. But but they're cutting it down to 2 45-minute stints. Sensible.
We're about to get a load. Here comes our leader. Sebastian Bourdais is going to come to the feet of the Cadillac squad any second. Now, Ringo van der Zende, as was exclusively revealed about 5 hours ago, is going to take that car to the end. So they got Van der Zande, Bourdais, who I think in both of his stints must have been in the lead just about the entire time. Jack Aitken comes in at the 31, right to the end of the pit lane, of course, as they were the team leading the championship when they got here a few days ago. That's a full service driver change. 31 getting into that car is going to be Pipo Derani to take it to the end. Still waiting for the BMW. The man with the BMW 25 sort of number on the waggly sort of lollipop. He's been waiting there for half an hour before the car turned up. Ah, there it is. And this is a full service as well. So whoever's in the 25 has got out, and somebody else is getting in. Who's in the 25 at the moment, boys?
Sorry, need to turn my mic on if I'm going to speak. So it was Sheldon van der Linde who was in that car.
Okay, well, Sheldon's got out. And to my left, the JDM Miller Motorsport comes to a stop. And it's going to be, well, it's not Jensen getting in. So I think, is it Mike Rockefeller getting in?
I would think so, yeah. Rocky to the end sounds right.
So Rocky's to the end on that car. And they are all now just trotting through quite happily. Very, very long fuel fill on the BMW. I mean, it could be an illusion. Just I look round, but it seems to be there for a long time. Door shut on the JDM car. No, no, door not shut actually. Door was almost shut on that car, and it unshut itself again. So they're having a door shutting issue. Oh yeah, give it an excellent amount of wrist there by the mechanic. And the number 5 car, the GTP car, is away. And that's our little flurry of excitement of GTP cars having their penultimate stops.
Coming down to 90 minutes, as Nick was saying. It's been a race in some ways of attrition, but attritional in the most part down to contact, although there's been a couple of transmission issues. We've had a couple of suspension issues, notably, although that was on the Iron Dames, that was caused by contact as well. It was a transmission issue, I think, originally on the number 12 Lexus. Early on in the piece, Nick Tandy taken out in an accident caused by Dennis Anderson in the high-class racing number 20, which involved that car and 3 others, excuse me. Took the Inception McLaren out early on, big damage to that, and the 23 Triazzi Ferrari involved. So that took the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car out of the race effectively, although they did come back out. But another accident for Lawrence Vantour sidelined that car for the rest of the race, and that was one of the championship contenders out early. Philip Eng now into the pit lane in the BMW M Hybrid V8. This will be his penultimate stop, and Nick Damon is watching that car trundle down the pit lane. Comes to a halt, and going to work, and that's going to be a driver change with new Michelin tyres going on there. All four being changed at this point, no sense in doing anything else. Philip ENG out, and Farfus getting in, yeah.
Yeah, so
Nick Damon?
Hear me now?
Yeah.
I think I thought I was talking over you there, which is a nightmare. Just saying it's a full service on the BMW, and also got the Acura, the 903s, and now we've got Matt Campbell, the Porsche. Don't forget this car managed to get itself out of sync by not coming in immediately in the last set of pit stops, then coming in a lap later, so giving up all the track position. As Jeremy's pointed out, it's been losing time recently. Here he comes
to find out from that whether when they eventually did come into the pits. I can't remember whether they took tyres or not.
The tyres going on are not shiny, but then they've all got a couple of sets that they have just run in deliberately. So it doesn't. No, the fronts are new, definitely. So they're definitely new at the front and almost new at the rear. Probably a lap or so at most on the back. Tear off. Having a little bit of a shifty at the front of the car, actually. It looks like they've got it's smoking like heck from the front left. That is causing the problem. That's why they're having a look. They've got some time while the fuel goes in, but they're having a real look at the air intakes, the air ducts on that front left. I mean, the smoking of a disc in itself isn't a major issue, isn't a major problem, but it comes in. Shall I do a quick interview as well?
Yes, please.
With Jack Aitken out of the 31. Jack, you brought the car where you needed to be. Great battle, and you brought the car effectively in with a chance of winning.
Yep, it was really, really tough. I mean, the 10's really quick tonight, and getting through the traffic clean is super, super difficult. We're getting to that point in the race where we're happy to take a little bit more risk, but yeah, I mean, he had a few moments, I had a few moments, and it was just, trying to keep the nose clean.
Is this the toughest race for traffic you've ever driven in?
It's up there, that's for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's just so busy, right? And we've got a lot of AMs that don't get a lot of seat time, so the speed difference even within the slower classes is pretty huge. So trying to gauge where the braking point's going to be is a bit of a lottery, but it's good fun.
End of the season, chance to ask you about next year. Obviously, you've been the endurance man for the Whelan team. Does that continue next year, or are you going to get a full-time drive with somebody else?
So now I'm signed up to continue with these guys on the full season. Alexander's moving on to pastures with Corvette, so that opened up a slot. And yeah, I'm really excited. There's a few tracks on the calendar that I can't wait to try, like Long Beach and Laguna. So yeah, really looking forward to that.
So another European driver is going to make their career in America?
We'll see. Yeah, I've got my toe still in Europe with some GT stuff. I might continue that next year. We'll see. But I love it here.
Thank you, Jack. And I hear we've got some problems in the back straight, John.
We have. It is Catherine Legg in the number 66. Gradient Acura has pulled off to the side of the road. Now, there's not much room there on the run down that back stretch to the top of the hill before you drop down to 10A. Driver's left. She's still got power there. I can see lights on. She's cycling through the power cycling the car, should I say, a handful. Course yellow has come out. All bets are off, ladies and gentlemen. 0-4. Ben Hanley beat it in. Alex Quinn beat it in as well for PR1 Matheson Motorsport. Alex in that number 52 car. This should be a quick recovery at the very least. So, new nose going on to the number 6 Porsche for Matt Campbell. So that's what, for the number 7 Matt Campbell when that car comes in. Now, Nick had said that they'd had a look at that, so maybe out of our sight there was some kind of contact for Matt Campbell in the Porsche. That would explain why he was off pace. The left front tyre looked much worse than the tyres that came off the back. Now, it does get a lot of hard work here, that left front tyre, but maybe he's lost a bit of front downforce and they're changing the nose for a slightly different specification to give him a little bit more bite. Total speculation at this point. Nick Damon, I'm sure, will nip down to Porsche Penske Motorsport and ask. Well, Jeremy, 85 minutes to go, so we'll be down to something around about 75 minutes by the time we go back to green flag racing.
Yep.
And
so they'll still need one more stop. I don't see anybody coming into the pits right now.
Other than that number 7 car to change its nose. And at least they have it there, so that is an option.
Yeah, it's going to cost them valuable track position, isn't it? And the good news for Harry Tincknell is he was just about able to stay ahead of Renger van der Zande, so he's still on the lead lap. So we still have the 9 remaining cars in GTP still on the lead lap, which is pretty amazing, actually. Well, I suppose there's been a lot of caution periods, but still.
52 has been given the initial pass around. That's the Wins LMP2. Paul-Loup Chatin now behind the wheel.
Still going to be a lap behind, I think. He'll get one of his laps back. I think he'd lost 2.
That was Alex Quinn, wasn't it, who was in the car. They've swapped him out for Paul-Loup Chatin. Ben Hanley had... hang on a second, Jeremy. Paul-Loup Chatin goes across the line now. He's only 1 lap back, isn't he? Or has he just?
Yeah.
Has he just had the wave by? Or has he not had the wave by yet? No, he must have had the wave by. He's in front of the safety car. Sorry, I'm going mad. It's
no, you're
10
not.
hours of
I think he's a lap behind. I think.
Correct.
I think.
He came out the pit and I think got the wave by straight away. He's just completed his out lap. He's down at turn 5 now on his second lap out of the pits. Paul-Loup Chatin got in that car. I think they got in just before the full course yellow. Yes, they did. And that's why he got the initial pass around straight away. Catherine Legg, not very happy and somewhat frustrated when we were talking to her in the pit lane earlier on with the JG Wentworth Gradient NSX coming back to the pits on the end of a tour rope. That is the car that won this race last year for Gradient, and coming back in that form to the pit lane. He's not going to help Cat's mood at all, I wouldn't have thought. So the pass around for the rest of the field is starting now as well. So don't worry if you're seeing cars going past the safety car out on the circuit. 82 minutes still to go. Waiting to see if the pits are going to open. We have had the longest green flag stint was the one before the previous caution. That was 1 hour and 12 minutes. This one was 53 minutes. We're now into our 60th, 60 laps of yellow. 10 stints of yellow, 10 full course yellows.
Yeah, that's not the record.
You said that with some resignation, Jeremy, as if you think we might not be finished yet. It'd be nice to think.
Yeah, I think the record's 13. I think.
Yeah. For how many laps? 60. No, in fact, I think this might be the record number of laps, though. Was it not 59? The record number of green flag laps. Prototype pits are just opening. So 78.
We've had the most number of cautions we've had was actually 14. That was back in 2017. Last year we had 9 for a total of 65 laps. The total number of laps record, wrong word, is 78. That was 2 years ago. How many have we had now, do you say?
60.
60. Okay, last year was 65 with 9 caution periods. We've had 10 cautions now.
And the average is just under 60, well, just under 55, 54.7.
52.2 is the average number of...
So safety car with the field behind it, and the pits have just opened for the GTPs. Nick Damon, I think, prototypes. Nick Damon, you have a caller, and that is the Acura of Colin Brown, and Mike Rockenfeller in the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche, and Harry Tinknell in the Porsche. Those were the three cars at the back of the GTP field.
Yeah, and they're arriving as you speak. Now, the JDC Miller Motorsport car did stop everyone else a while ago, so they're just taking advantage of a nice slurp of fuel. It's new tyre on the, 4 new boots for the Acura, the number 60, and a good old shufty at the nose, of course, of that Tinknell 59 Porsche, the Proton car, because he smacked that against the barriers, didn't he? But they're tough old things, these Porsches. It looks completely undamaged. He's got some tyre scuff, but that's not from another car, it's from a tyre barrier, and he leaves just a few, about 2 seconds at most behind the Acura, the 60 car. Also going past me was the Riley 74 P3 that's leading in LMP3.
So what's going on there, if you haven't worked that out, is they're just pushing their fuel window a bit further into the race there, Jeremy, aren't they?
Yeah, and therefore needing less fuel on their final stop, so it'll be a quicker final stop.
Yeah, it won't save them a stop because we're still too far out. But as you say, Jeremy, Joe's
another lengthy caution period, however.
Yeah,
and it's going to be a stretch, but hey, they're struggling, so it's worth the gamble.
And if you're at the back of the line, we've heard everybody talking about the track position being king. If you're at the back of the line, then you might as well do something a little bit different.
Yeah,
and that's what they are doing.
Yep, so it's, once again, the Cadillacs are looking very, very strong here. They didn't need this caution period, that's for sure. And it's a Cadillac 1-2 then at the moment. Renger van der Zande leading in car number 01 from number 31, Pipo Durrani. Pit stop here for the GTD Pro, all of the GTD contenders. They came into the pits in the order number 9, 63 and 79 for GTD Pro. Full service there for the FAF Motorsports Porsche.
Yep, they are just down the way, but actually the WeatherTech Mercedes is beating away, and they're having a real race with the 78 Lamborghini as well, so you get off the pit lane first. The interesting thing about that FAF car is that that was a very, very close with the 77 Volt machine in the 96 Turner BMW. The Porsche, the Volt car, was meandering, and he was trying to get almost level with the BMW, very nearly clunked the outside wall, which I was only standing about 2 feet behind, hence the reason why, as I saw a Porsche angling towards me. The FAF Porsche is interesting because it comes in the pits, and when it switches on the kind of the pit limiter, the headlights go out and they're replaced by kind of 4 deep blue lights. It was quite menacing actually coming down. You can't miss it, you can be very frightened of it.
Nick, did the number 7 Porsche come? Sorry, I was slightly distracted by doing something else at the time. Did the number 7 Porsche come in for the new nose?
No, that nose is sitting there, and they obviously decided against it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to give up the track position, I think.
You're right, Jeremy.
But for those 3 cars, 3 of the 4 cars at the back, number 60 car was ahead of number 24, so gave up that track position. But again, the fact they're going to need a little bit less fuel/energy at the final stop, make it a slightly shorter stop when they come into pits for the final time. Got to be good news for the number 60 car, but they've really been struggling of late.
2:30 in the morning in Central Europe. If you're staying up with us, thank you very much indeed. We've got just over an hour and 15 minutes still to go in the Sunday morning in the UK as well. Hello to our UK audience. What a season. I keep saying it, what a season. And still plenty of action to come as we move in to the final strategic opportunities. In again, Nick Damon, Harry Tinknell and the Proton Porsche.
Yep, he's getting a new set of boots this time, and obviously like half a second of fuel as well. But they are putting new tyres on. Interesting, really. I assume they think, well, we're at the back, and we'll still be at the back, so let's do something else and still be at the back by the time we've gone past everyone else.
Correct.
But yeah, they've done a new nose or anything. That nose is still looking scuffish, but still okay. 4 tyres on, and away they go. These cars, when they get cold tyres, just put the power down, they just spin for half an hour. It doesn't produce any smoke or anything. They just sit there because they're not gripping to anything. But he's gone away again now, and that is an interesting stop. The Porsche were expected to stop twice, which the second didn't, and the one we weren't expected to stop twice, which 9 did.
Hello to Nick Calhoun, who's trackside. His radio's died, but he's standing next to one of Dave Miller's superb speakers, so he's probably listening to us. Either that or he's burning a little bit of data, or he's in his car listening on 98.1 or an XM207. As it stands, he's asked for the GTP points. As it stands, 28.03 for Alexander Sims and Pete Durrani is 11 points ahead of the number 10, Philippe Albuquerque and Ricky Taylor. They are in second and third, and to all intents and purposes, it is whichever one of those two finishes first will win the Drivers' Championship. At the moment, Cadillac Racing have the edge on the Manufacturers' Championship in this first year of GTB, courtesy of Renger van der Zande leading the motor race. Anybody who thinks that's going to stay exactly the same as that all the way at the end? Anyone? Step forward. Anyone? Bueller? No. No one thinks that's going to stay like that all the way through till the end. I have no doubt it will change. Let's start your thoughts, please, for Michelin post-race tech. Hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radios. We've got a couple of GT cars coming through for a top-up. Look like is it a Ferrari and an NSX, or is it 2 Ferraris? Nick Damon might be able to tell me.
I think one of them was a Lamborghini.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Tells you how dark it is even on pit lane.
I'll tell you what, the pink Lamborghini in the dark just becomes a dark Lamborghini, which is called the Iron Dames 83 car. The number 12, the reborn Lexus, comes in for a extra fuel, and behind them, you're absolutely right, it was the Ferrari, which I assume was the recent competition Ferrari, the 61. It's coming backwards at the AF Corsa Ferrari. The AF Corsa Ferrari has come in. And they are just doing full services. I think obviously the Iron Dames car got out of sync a long time ago, and is now just really trying to see what it can get back up to. It's not going to challenge the lead, and away it goes the 61 after 35 seconds station. I think that's what that indication on the side tells you. That's the AF Corsa. It is the AF Corsa. I got those two rather right. AF Corsa car.
AF Corsa it is.
A lot of shuffling around in the GTD and GTD Pro, because number 9 car came in to the lead, into the pits in the lead ahead of number 63 and number 79. They leave in the order 79 and 9, and the 63 car is back behind the top 3 GTD cars, and all of a sudden Loris Spinelli has vaulted to the lead in the GTD, despite those 2 penalties he had, well, only an hour or so ago. So the Forte Racing powered by US Electronics Lamborghini is back into the lead of GTD non-pro, just ahead of the 2 Porsches. Number 16 car, the Wright Motorsports car, Jan Halen at the wheel of that one. And Seb Prio is right behind him as well. And then it's Mirko Bortolotti in the GTD Pro Lamborghini. So he'll work his way forward again.
BMW XM has powered away with the V8 engine and the hybrid, and we go back to green with an hour and 11 minutes to go. Van der Zande gets the start. All of the starts, Bob, right at the very beginning, the person at the front of the field has been able to get some advantage and take turn 1 on the optimum line. Matt Campbell in 4th position, looking ahead to Felipe Albuquerque. Albuquerque looking ahead to Pipo Durrani. Durrani with his left-hand indicator going at turn 5. I don't think he's going to turn left at turn 6 though, so he must have knocked that. Now, could be a bit off-putting. Albuquerque will ignore that. Brake lights on for turn 7. Turn in, take the curb. Getting the tyres back under temperature and pressure. Now on to the curving back straight. First through the little left kink at turn 8. Over the top of the first brow. Now to turn 9. Now, just hearing that after that wave by and everything else, the wins number 52 got 1 lap back, but not on the lead lap of LMP2, as Jeremy surmised. So Paul-Loup Chatin is still 1 lap away from the top 3 in LMP2.
Yeah, who are nose to tail.
Absolutely unbelievable. In LMP2, we'll check the point standings for that in just a moment or two, but it's all still happening at the front of the field, where Renger van der Zande has pulled out. It's not much of a cushion, maybe just a small lumbar support, actually, as you get in the back of the BMW. Rather nice to have that in the back seat. 31, Pete Mottarani, Philippe Albuquerque right on his tailpipes. Half a second further back, Matt Campbell, top 4 within 2 seconds. And a second of that is the gap between first and second.
Yeah.
Down the back straight then, down towards turn number 10. There's a bit of a gap before they get to the back of the field. And the first car that they will come upon is a Singleton car at the moment. It is the Dorian Pan-driven Iron Dames Lamborghini Huracan. And she's just coming to turn 5 now as the leaders go uphill, turning right at turn 1. Wow, this is a good restart by Renger van der Zande.
Yeah.
He's had his Weetabix. Other breakfast cereal are available. Is available.
It was a great battle going on also in LMP3, by the way. Those 3 leaders covered by a couple of seconds. Number 74 car has got himself into the lead now. He was leading before that yellow as well. Just had number 30 and the number 13 car. It's Felipe Fraga who won number 74. Garrett Grist right behind him, and then Matt Bell right behind him in the AWA Duquesne, number 13.
Hello to Chris Lemon, who's tuned in. He said, why the yellow flag length? Trying to watch with new people. Well, it's down to the fact that we've got 5 classes out there, Chris, and if you don't do the wave bys and the pass around, you disadvantage the cars that aren't in the lead lap, and you ruin their race. It's happened at Le Mans before. Le Mans have adopted the same principles now as we have here in IMSA. Otherwise, the race is over before it starts if somebody gets caught out between the safety car and their leader. They lose the lap immediately. It is a function of trying to mitigate the intervention of the safety car. Unfortunately, all of the safety cars have been absolutely required today. Race control have done their best to stay green, but I don't think there's been anything that's even been marginal, to be honest. Through the final corner for the number 79, Daniel Hunkadea. WeatherTech Racing Mercedes scraping the left front edge of the splitter on the ground, with the Porsche in behind. Pfaff Motorsport, Kevin Estre with the glow from the transverse mounted mufflers underneath the rear of that car. More sparks from the WeatherTech car. Danny Hunkadea over the top of the curbs at turn 5. What a run this is for Pfaff Motorsports. Their last run as a Porsche team, going to McLaren next year. Loris Spinelli and Jan Helen are having a bit of a scrap too in the Lamborghini and the Porsche for GTD honours. And that LMP2 battle, Christian Rasmussen and Ben Hanley have now pulled away from Josh Pearson.
Yeah, Ben Hanley got past Josh Pearson after the restart, is now chasing Christian Rasmussen. So those two are having a super battle for the lead in LMP2. And Felipe Fraga in LMP3 got about a second over Garrett Grist at the moment. And a whole bunch of people just hitting their best laps of the race, including Matt Bell in the 3rd place LMP3 car, number 13. Danny Ucadelo just said his best lap. Kevin Estra, right behind him in car number 9, said his best lap. Seb Prio, who's running right behind Jan Halen, he just said his best lap in this race, as did Trent Hinman and Robbie Foley, just a couple of positions further back in GTD. So the wick has very much been turned up now into GTD battle. And Mirko Bortolotti, by the way, John, having been so fast earlier on, having lost some ground during that round of pit stops, hasn't managed to get past either of those two Porsches ahead of him, either Seb Prio, who's directly in front of him, or Jan Halen directly in front of him.
Hello to our international audience in Europe, in Portugal, where it is just after 1:30 in the morning, and João Borges supporting Philippe Albuquerque with some friends there, still awake. Last hour's going to be difficult for the nerves, but let's go, he says. At the moment, it is Whelen Engineering, the Action Express run car of Pipo Derani, that has the upper hand in that battle between the two championship protagonists. And hearing from Gradient, thank you, Declan, for all your help this year as well. The 66 Catherine Legg issue was a gearbox. They are out. It will not be coming back. A somewhat ignominious end then to a promising programme, it has to be said. When the car has been at the right track, it has been quick. And Catherine Legg has worked her usual magic. Sheena Monk coming on leaps and bounds this first season in GT3. Here comes Albuquerque in behind the leader, goes left, goes right, in behind the 31 rather, and Pipo Derani through the first corner. Now up the hill. My goodness, that was very close indeed. And the top 4 are still only separated by 3.5 seconds, with Matt Campbell holding only a 0.3 of a second gap between Connor De Filippi. The two BMWs coming back to life now, Jeremy, in 5th and 6th place for De Filippi and Augusto Farfus.
That's exactly right, and Colin Brown right with them as well. A big long train there, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th positions. Nothing to choose between any of them last time around, and Albuquerque, yeah, he was only less than 0.2 of a second as they crossed the line behind Derani. That's the battle, of course, for the championship.
Almost ran into the back of Pipo as they went into turn 1. Pipo picked the right-hand side, stuck to it. Albuquerque weaving one way, then the other. The Winward car at the moment just slowing down the Acuras that went under the Fox factory bridge. Down through 12th. Oh, great run here. Looks like Derani's been held up a little bit. He's in the draft. Which way will he go this time? He goes to the outside, the left-hand side. They're side by side. This is the battle for the championship. And they're on the grass. And off goes the number 10. And that's it. The championship is over at this point. The number 10 is off. And Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Global will not capture the championship. We've seen this at turn 1 before. And Philippe Albuquerque, in the blue glow of the interior lighting, we've gone to full course yellow, went for the outside manoeuvre. He tried at the lap before and couldn't get alongside. He did get some way alongside, wasn't enough. That'll be down to race control. Wayne Taylor, eyes closed, knows that the championship has disappeared at this point with just on an hour and 2 minutes to go. 4th year in a row for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Global. And, well, even if there is a penalty for the 31 car, it's not going to put the number 10 back on the track. And Connor De Filippi and Nick Yellowly move up into 2nd place as it stands right now. A slightly smoking number 10 car with the heat from the front brakes. And a somewhat anticlimactic end to the championship race.
Yeah, no love lost between those two teams, is there, of course. And number 10 car, yeah, I mean, it's in a vulnerable position on the outside of turn 1 there, and Pipo Derani was having absolutely none of that.
The good news is that Philippe Albuquerque is out of the car. He's just being seen to by the AMR safety crew. Best in the business. Thank you, ladies and gents. been very busy today, rather too busy. And, well, both cars were held up at the end of the lap, but there was an opportunity to come round the outside.
Just pushed him straight off the racetrack. You've got to leave a guy room on the outside. I mean, they're absolutely alongside going into that corner. You have to leave him a car's width. And he didn't. Look, bam, straight off the road.
The racing line takes you out there.
Of course it does, but you've got a guy alongside you on the outside, and you're supposed to leave a car's width, aren't you, when there's a guy on the outside of you? Well, he's ahead. The number 10 car is slightly ahead.
Well, he's ahead.
There's the
he
contact, bang, there's the contact.
I think there's 3/4 of a car's width there before the... I wouldn't like to call it. I would not like to call it.
No. I mean, you know, as you say, a penalty doesn't make any difference.
It's irrelevant.
In any case. He had his nose ahead. Pipadrani knew exactly where they were. He knew exactly that he's not going to say he didn't see him. And he just drove him out towards onto the curb.
Where's Durrani meant to go at that point? Tighten his line?
Yeah.
Well, but you can't because he's on the ragged edge, Jeremy.
Yeah, of course
Physics
he is.
won't allow you to.
No, of course you won't. No, that's exactly right.
You know.
But when the guys are alongside you and actually with a nose ahead, you're supposed to be able to go through there side by side. That's the that's a heavy impact there, of course, for Durrani, for Albuquerque.
Helped away for Philippe Albuquerque. Never like to see that. No. The incident is being investigated.
It happens all the time, doesn't it, with these guys at the front? The problem is, they're allowed a lot of latitude.
Yeah.
And that's, I just think it's...
The championship's on the line in an hour's time. I'm not sure you put yourself at risk around the outside at that point.
Yeah, but how many chances are you going to get? That's the thing. And you have to respect the guy you're racing with and assume he's going to give you some racing room, which
if that was the last lap, I wouldn't argue with you.
Yeah.
But you've got another pit stop and an hour to go.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could see it. I could see it.
Yeah.
I could see it
Salve.
being a no call. I could see it being called against the.
Salve.
I don't think.
Buon salve.
For that. He was going very quickly.
Ciao Pozzi, grazie del radino.
And that's the only thing.
Buonasera ragazzi. Welcome all of guys that are watching this epic race. Welcome in my channel.
People who know the regulations exactly. It's complete desolation.
Scusate, mi paleso adesso. Chi c'è dei miei tincotti? Buonasera ragazzi, scusate. Arrivo adesso dal matrimonio.
You know, it's a year's work.
I'm arriving now.
It's more than that because the preparation
from a wedding
last year for this season.
So I need to know what is happening in this race. So please, if some of you can do me a recap.
And that's the case.
Comunque, buongiorno. Comunque, che cazzo è successo alla 10?
The Dennis Anderson car, 2 minutes, 120 seconds.
Incident under review, of course.
Still under review, yeah. Now, the other thing we're doing now, Jeremy, is that when the pits open, we are inside the window for the GTP car.
Da Silent Storm sei italiano?
So they will all come in. How far back in the championship?
Ok. Scusa, ho chiesto perché magari ti era partita la pubblicità anche a te. Momenti solo momenti. Ciao Potti, no davvero, grazie del redino Ciccio. Giorgione, ciao ragazzo, ben arrivato. Da Silenti, ciao. Sono contento che tu sia italiano e sono contento soprattutto che tu sia qui a guardare questa gara. No, ma aspetta, sei un italiano negli States? Ma davvero?
Over the number 7 Porsche
No, vabbè, fichissimo ragazzo, fichissimo ragazzo. Tu questa cosa qui adesso cioè, allora, grazie in primis di essere qua a guardare la live. No, davvero, allora, scusate, io ho fatto partire la live da remoto, nel senso che sono riuscito a organizzarmi, ho fatto venire qua mia sorella che ha fatto partire la live, poi c'era il problema del doppio audio che mi hanno fatto notare, quindi mentre mia sorella tornava a casa l'ho fatta tornare di nuovo qui per sistemare le cose. Io purtroppo ero a un matrimonio, sono arrivato adesso e non ho la più pallida idea di cosa sia successo, quindi vi chiedo l'enorme favore, dato che adesso siamo in Fucursiello, di spiegarmi, di farmi un riassunto di che cosa sia successo, perché non ho la più pallida idea. Cioè, io vedo le due Cadillac in testa seguita dalla Porsche. Che cazzo ha combinato Coso? Cosa ha combinato Albuquerque?
Michelin PRT for our Porsche Race Tech. That'll be on RS2 IMSA radio for the final time this year.
Lo so, Silent, lo so. Infatti, guarda, mi spiace che mi hai a sto punto trovato soltanto adesso, ma sappi, fatemi vedere un attimo. Accompagnato fuori così.
Was it in the middle of the road? It might have been, you know.
Cioè, erano in lotta per il primo posto? Cazzo De Rani, che stronzo. Che bastardo.
Definite contact. Albuquerque very wide and very fast. When Taylor deflated. And for
disperato.
an incredible fourth time.
Comunque, dicevo, Silent, guarda, mi dispiace che mi hai conosciuto adesso, perché cioè, io ho trasmesso tutte le gare dell'IMSA quest'anno, dalla prima all'ultima, comprese anche le formule minori, perché abbiamo guardato tutte le tappe delle Mazda, ovviamente tutto il Mission Pilot che io ho adorato quest'anno, e ovviamente tutte le gare del WeatherTech. C'è stato il problema. Grazie del follow, Ciccio. C'è stato il problema a gennaio della Rolex 24, che hanno avuto praticamente tutti i canali su Twitch che stavano ritrasmettendo la gara, che da quanto ho capito poi dopo praticamente la BCC ha rotto i coglioni, o la NBC, adesso mi ricordo che cazzo è, ha rotto i coglioni e ha detto a Twitch smettetela di permettere di trasmettere le cose. Allora praticamente tutti i canali che stanno ritrasmettendo la Rolex 24 le hanno tirata giù. Infatti non abbiamo preso copyright strike né niente, e siamo ancora qui attivi. Il prossimo anno ci riproverò di nuovo. Ho visto allora, se ti interessa, io lunedì sera insieme a un giornalista sportivo italiano, Luca Pellegrini, ci mettiamo qui e facciamo un resoconto del mondo motoristico, cioè noi parliamo di motorsport tranne la Formula 1, quindi se sei interessato torna lunedì sera ora italiana. Adesso effettivamente non so di dove sei e che ore sono da te, però sappi che lunedì sera noi qua parliamo di motorsport e facciamo il recap di tutti i vari GT World Challenge, IMSA, NASCAR, no? Parliamo un po' di tutto. E quindi l'ho ritrasmesso tutto. So che per il prossimo anno sembrerebbe che IMSA romperanno un pochino i coglioni, hanno rotto un pochino i coglioni per canali come me che ritrasmettono le gare. Spero non cacchino il cazzo, perché io alla fine della fiera quello che faccio è semplicemente mettere soprattutto gli italiani nelle condizioni di vedere l'IMSA, che se no non c'è nessuno che se lo incula, e quindi voglio semplicemente far vedere le gare dell'IMSA, perché è un campionato che quest'anno ci ha emozionato dalla prima all'ultima tappa e siamo qua che ce lo guardiamo, quindi tanta roba. Ma fai soltanto bene, ragazzo, fai soltanto bene. People defend o campionato? Allora, aspetta, aspetta, Sandro.
There will be a large reordering. Earl Bamber was involved, wasn't he? In that one as well, or was that another one?
We've had a whole bunch of close finishes in this championship, that's for sure.
Some reordering to be done further down.
Ma non è ancora finito, Sandro. It's not over yet. Non ho capito che cosa sia. Sì, ok, va bene, però a parte questa scena qui, a parte il fatto che è stata spinta fuori la 10, davvero c'è qualcosa di particolare che dovrei sapere? Le Dams sono in gara, come stanno andando? Le LMP2 come siamo messi con Keating e compagnia bella?
So don't think that race control.
No, io c'ho un'acidità, ragazzi, ma abbiamo bevuto tanto, mangiato benissimo, però puttana merda, c'è un'acidità che la metà basta. Fatemi vedere i meeting cotti, soprattutto se sono ancora attivi, se sono vivi.
In LMP2 land, that battle was still continuing. Christian Rasmussen was hanging on to that lead ahead of Ben Hanley. Still does so. Number 18 car ahead of the number 04. And number 35 car of Josh Pearson. Josh Pearson? Oh, they got the LMP2 cars, of course. They've got to make one more pit stop before the end of this race.
Ricky Taylor and Felipe Nasr,
as well.
Thanks David Raleigh. Same corner, championship, same teams, of course. The last lap lunge, it was Ricky Taylor that went down the inside of Felipe Nasr.
Non ho messo sulla musica in tutta la live. Scusa Sandro, chi è people?
Said, I hate this modern
Who
way of
is
driving
people?
too, just like Jeremy, just shoving people off the track.
No, comunque Silent, davvero tantissima roba. Io spero di rivederti prestissimo di nuovo qua in live. Ah, Pippo De Rani, ok, chiaro. No, vabbè, il fatto che tu sia italiano, trasferito, già mi stai montando il sapere da quant'è che sei lì, cosa fai, dove sei. Cioè, voglio sapere tutto,
Form of motorsport, that would be a penalty. Michael Girlish said, surely either way, when you're going.
Alejandro, direi Porsche 6, donde estás? Oh, è vero, donde estás? Aspetta, perché una cosa che non avevo fatto fare a mia sorella era sistemare il timing. Scusate. Ok, eccolo. Oh, bella. Abbiamo visto, Luca, quello l'ho visto. Quello l'ho visto. Ciao, Luchino.
Also Anthony Florio. Hello Anthony.
Ho visto. Ho fatto in tempo a vedere il replay di quello che è successo. Solo una cosa, Luca, a sto punto. Questi ultimi 48 minuti al solito adesso saranno di fuoco a cannone? Sì, per forza. Per forza, perché c'è la 01. Oddio, adesso non mi ricordo. Non mi ricordo com'era la situazione punti. Aspetta, vado a beccare. Effettivamente Emilia aveva fatto una cosa. Allora c'è la 10 che era in. Cazzo, la 10 era quella davanti. La 10 era champ leader, è stata sbattuta fuori dalla 31 in seconda posizione, giustamente. Quindi la gara rimane tra la 31 e la 6, che sono distanti di 2 punti solo.
Joe Bradley's rejoined us at pit in. And we'll go through to the end of the race. Post-race tech's going to be a little bit lively. Our Michelin post-race tech show live on IMSA Radio.
La 6 è fuori da 5 ore, quindi praticamente se la sta vincendo, se la sta giocando la 31. De Rani sta portando a casa la. Cioè, De Rani. Se la 0. Aspetta, la 01. La 01. La 01.
Just want to.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, settima in campionato, però ha un bel po' di punti a disposizione. Oddio, se va davanti la 01 e De Rani viene scalzato indietro. In ogni caso, quello che sta ipoteticamente vincendo il campionato è De Rani, giusto? Giusto? Ci siamo? Ok, perfetto.
Driving standards, says Brian Dawkins, should be addressed. Haven't we seen this too many times in IMSA?
Yeah, and there's been a fair bit of talk around the paddock, also in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, to be fair, but
ci siamo. E mentre nell'MP2, ok, che non è fondamentale, importante, però è giusto per avere un'idea. Aspetta, fatemi vedere come siamo messi con i timing.
would like race control to stamp down a bit harder, but then race control I think has made a fantastic point. The race like you want to be raced.
La 18 davanti alla 04, davanti alla 35, davanti
guys to respect each other.
Bob Barfield, a racer himself,
absolutely,
and to a pretty high standard.
Ok, nell'MPP2 ha anche completamente cambiato il. Ok.
Basically, he only wants to step in when there's something really egregious, and I respect that.
Beh, un'ora di gara, ormai siamo a 45 minuti, quindi ci sta. Oh, ma che bello, ma davvero, Silent, ma che bello sapere che sei. Comunque, Alejandro, gracias per tua presenza.
Lightning strikes.
I don't know if I speak correctly with you in this way. Alejandro, sorry.
Just gets a bit out of hand.
Madonna, quanta gente che ha messo il follow.
In my opinion, a racing incident, says Ben, at Ford Sunfire. Both going for a move that probably wasn't going to work.
It was definitely going to work. Well, he was definitely going to make the corner.
Cosa dite? Faccio in tempo a prendere una birretta per seguire o cosa? No, vabbè, che spettacolo. Allora, guarda, Silent, io te lo dico già subito. Non so quanto tu utilizzi Twitch normalmente, se stai utilizzando Twitch adesso soltanto per poter vedere le gare dell'IMSA, ma sappi che adesso io ti voglio qui intervistato, cioè io voglio portarti in live con me e ci racconti un po' che cosa, cioè la tua esperienza, la tua vita, è uno spettacolo. Tutto ciò è bellissimo, sapere che tu vivi negli Stati Uniti da 22 anni, che sei italiano, che devo sapere tutto. Lo so, sono un cagacazzo che si fa lì cazzi altrui, però hai smosso una curiosità dentro di me impressionante.
And this is what he said. This was Elliot Foles-Romans. Remember, the inaugural American Le Mans Series champion back in '99.
For all the non-Italian guys in this live, thank you so much for watching this race with me. I hope this stream is
kind of similar one.
Questo dice utile.
All right, not exactly going into the final lap, but going into the final hour. It's very similar in so many ways. But you know what?
I hope this live is useful for all of us. If you wanna write something in chat, please write something in your language. Is not a problem. There is think about. If you wanna speak with think about is a bot can do a translate for your language. So diventerà un'intervista comica per come parlo, ma chi se ne frega, Silent, dai, che cazzo, chi se ne frega. Comunque abbiamo ancora i pit chiusi, pit lane chiusa e dobbiamo ancora, madonna, no, ragazzi, nel mentre che sonno che c'ho, voi non avete idea di come è andata la giornata di oggi. È stata veramente una gran bella giornatona.
I'm going to check another timing screen in a moment. Yes, he's showing on both. Dick Damon, I think you watched that stuff.
Yeah, I haven't seen him get out.
Okay, thank you.
But he must be. What's the maximum drive time? Is there one?
4 hours and
4 hours in any 6.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
It's not
That's the one that normally catches people out.
Yeah, he got into the car at 7 hours into the race. Where are we now into the race?
Sandro, I come back now with my wife, with Marta, from a wedding. Okay, I'm empty like a bottle. I empty like an egg.
This is a standard yellow now.
From food, from drinking, from alcohol. I'm
still
empty.
waiting for your word of the decision. I'm not saying the decision hasn't been made there. That is a major distinction. I think we might wait until we go back to green for that to be announced. But Renger van der Zande will have the first opportunity to the pit lane.
Ok, pit lane.
Who stayed out? That's the 0-1 staying out. Van der Zande has stayed out. What is that? Surely he doesn't think he can go to the end from here. And even if he can, he'll be on all tyres. So Durrani, Campbell, Connor De Filippi, Augusto Farfus all in the pit lane. Also staying out, Meyershank Racing's Acura, Harry Tinknell's Proton Porsche, and JDC with Mike Rockenfeller. Let's go down to the pit lane. Nick Damon.
So we got both the 7 car has already been in and gone. That has the 24 and the 25. So they've taken short fills for the 24, 25 and the 7. A longer fill for the 31, which would have joined at the end, but they've been caught by a red light at the end. So they're all waiting now on a red light at the pit exit, but those four cars that came in, and they roll out now with the Whelan car actually in third of that list, the Porsche leading. No tyres for the 2 BMWs and the Porsche, and I only saw 2 tyres being wheeled away from the 31 pit stop.
Right, well, let's see if we can find out what happened there, because that's very interesting indeed. That was just a time stop to be absolutely certain on the fuel, and they bunged tyres on whilst that was happening, probably a pair, and made sure they got position coming out the pit lane. So Pete Durrani is going to come out 5th when we reorder the field. Meantime, Joe Bradley was watching the LMP2 stops.
Yeah, both the first and second place is what I could see. So the 04, the CrowdStrike car, Ben Hanley came in, took on fuel and tyres. Meanwhile, just behind them, the number 18, the Era car.
Allora sì, nel fatto che ci sia stato un po' di macello in pit lane allora, io ero a matrimonio, ho fatto partire la live da mia sorella, che era in videochiamata con WhatsApp, e ho visto che nei primi 3 minuti di gara c'era già una caution. Poi ho letto sul gruppo Telegram che c'è stato un po' di bordello in pit lane, ma non ho capito cosa sia successo. Cioè, come gara in sé, in queste 9 ore, sono successe robe particolari, o è stata una gara tirata, combattuta? Io devo sapere, perché sapete che non avrò modo di rivedere. Avrò modo di rivedere sta gara, perché c'è il VOD, però 9 ore. Standard IMSA, effettivamente, Silent.
They came in when the pits were opened in the last yellow, but the other guys didn't, as you say. They were in several laps prior to that.
Into the pit lane for the Winwood number 57, Mercedes AMG from GTD.
Preparati poi per domani. Ah, cazzo, lascia stare. Lo so, me la devo riguardare la gara. Me la devo riguardare. E domani sì, domani da vedere. Domani anche tu, Silent, se non sai che cosa fare, domani c'è a sto punto la finale del GT World Challenge Europe, dove praticamente si giocheranno il titolo la 88 e la 40, cioè il team di Raffaele Marcello da una parte e il team di Mattia Trudi dall'altra, e quindi tanta roba. Assolutamente. No, ma mi riguardo tutta la gara per i cazzi miei, Luca. O domani mattina ho finita qui, mi metto qua un'oretta e mi guardo tutta la gara. Sono curiosissimo di vedere com'è andata. Io guarda, ho aperto Instagram giusto per, e ho visto subito il post di Lello che scriveva: oggi non una grandissima giornata, solo P4, quindi sono curiosissimo di vedere com'è andata. Tanto reject weakness, welcome on board.
That was the old stuff, John.
Oh, okay.
No worries.
LMP2 wins 52, Keating and Paul-Luc Chatin, 1975.
Comunque,
George
che cazzo.
And Ben Hanley 17 points behind in second place as it stands right now. Did the Porsche out of its pit box hit the outside wall when it braked for the red light at the end of pit lane, Nick Damon? The number 7 car.
See it do that, but they were all a bit, again, crumpled up together with each other for no discernible reason. They seem to be very surprised by the red light. We're not quite sure why.
No, aspetta, in che senso? Cioè, Drudy attualmente è davanti di 2 punti e mezzo. Ah, davvero?
Actually, they were reordering the cars.
Avevo capito.
The kind of Filippi BMW has been
No, vabbè.
of people Durrani. So the order coming to the restart, and this is crucial.
Allora, come avevamo detto anche a puntata scorsa, che mi aveva chiesto nel caso dovesse vincere Drudy, effettivamente potrei essere comunque contento, però questo vuol dire che domani sarà veramente tirata come gara, quindi wow, tanta roba davvero.
JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963. The number 5 bright yellow car. Then of the stoppers, Matt Campbell for Porsche Penske Motorsport. We think
Mirko,
he took 2 tyres. It was very quick indeed if he did. Then it's the 24 BMW Team RLL M Hybrid V8, and then it's Connor De Filippi in the similar car. 24 from 25. Pete Monterani down in 8th position.
Felipe Nasr va a votare al Porsche. What do you mean, Dallas? I don't understand your question. Perlello vabbè, ho capito Luca, però deve tenere botta. Deve tenere botta.
I'm completely the other end of the pit lane. But I did see him go by, and now they've pulled out off the apron, so they're back at, so it looks like a very, very quick one. Maybe a top off of fuel.
That's exactly what it was.
I panettieri sono persone orribili. Se li conosci lieviti.
They're off the lead. No, they are not.
I don't know.
That's why. Sorry, the 52.
No, there is Campbell in
back on the lead lap. That's why they've just come in now.
Correct. In the car.
That is why it was the CrowdStrike car
number
we were talking
7.
about before. So back on the lead lap and fuel to the end for Paul-Loup Chatin in LMP2.
È davvero il tuo compleanno oggi, Mirko? O ci stai prendendo per il culo?
Not only the championship, but also the invitation to Le Mans for the best of the non-pro drivers. We're going to go green, I reckon, next time by, and we'll have about 30 minutes to go.
And as the points stand right now, unofficially, it'll be 2713 points for number 31 car, 2712 for number 10 car, which of course is out of the race.
Yeah.
2687 for number 25 BMW, 2681.
Com'è che Derani è finito così tanto indietro?
2671 for number 7 Porsche.
So if the BMW was somehow to win, it could still win.
Dallas.
If the
every time in IMSA the caution during a lot of minutes.
If Durrani picks up a big penalty here.
Perché Derani in ottava posizione?
3 places.
1, 2,
cioè, non ha pittato Derani, infatti mi sono perso qualcosa. Vabbè, Silent, calcola che le Ferrari e le Lamborghini qua le vediamo solo quando ci sono ste gare lunghe. Nelle gare normali, sprint del WeatherTech non le abbiamo mai viste. Ma scusa, segui dell'IMSA, segui anche il Mission Pilot, giusto per avere un'idea, anche altre cose.
I forgot number 01 car, didn't I?
Oh yeah,
Excuse me. That's on 2703.
Right.
So he's now 10 points behind number 31 car. Here's another replay.
Right.
And then just ushered him off the road.
Ottimo. Guarda, allora davvero Silent. Come ti chiami, Silent? Posso sapere? La Formula 1 dovessi dimenticartela, tappilo. Ti farò innamorare di altro al di là dell'IMSA, fidati.
The 16 and the 70 at a good to the end. The 80, bit of a question mark. They may need another yellow. So this is a good yellow, but as you said, John.
No, davvero, mi dispiace che mi hai trovato adesso. Cioè, io davvero ti rimando al prossimo anno, ma tu sappi che cioè davvero, allora, quando ci sono delle gare che io posso ritrasmettere, le ritrasmetto più che volentieri, IMSA su tutti, poi quelle trasmesse su YouTube in maniera gratuita, quindi GT World Challenge per esempio. Ho trasmesso la 24 ore di Le Mans, che stranamente me l'hanno fatto trasmettere tutto senza rotture di coglioni. Piacere Tony, io sono Stefano, ma chiamami pure il Tinka. Si riparte, green flag?
The BMWs finish at the moment. They are, I think, the only cars that can overhaul them, but they'd have to stay back there. We go green, and immediately the race is back on. 30 minutes to go. Renger van der Zande.
Ultimi 30 minuti saranno di poco. Parliamo dopo, Tony, tranquillo.
By the number 60 of Colin Brown. Yes, he has. Colin Brown got through straight off the start in the Acura ARX 06. That was a great restart by Colin.
Go Porsche, go Derani, con Brown, go GTP, IMSA Motorsport. Come on. I wanna a great show in this last part of the race.
They stayed out on the circuit, and 60 is now 2 points away from the championship lead. But of course, there can't be any bigger gap because Durrani can't fall down any further.
Il problema di Derani che adesso è in fondo, è in ottava posizione, non ho capito perché, ma è dietro.
Colin Brown jinked to the inside, left his braking super late and somehow did get into the apex of turn 1.
Mica, ma l'ha passato così subito in ripartenza, non l'avevo mica visto. Great move.
01 Cadillac.
Wow.
Colin Brown, you absolute superstar. So Durrani,
quindi al momento vince. No, vabbè.
By a single point over the Albuquerque and Taylor. Number 10 car.
No, he's just actually made up one position, so he's just got past Farfus.
Cioè, quella è la classifica provvisoria.
25 moved ahead of 24, but also the 31
car. Un punto e 2 punti. Ma davvero? No, vabbè.
I don't think
no, vabbè.
Of the cars that are left running, Jeremy.
No, vabbè. Io non ho. Ciao Nico, sono tornato da mezz'ora. Quando è stato sbattuto fuori la 10, tempo di cambiarmi, prendere una birretta e ci sono. No way, no way. Cioè no, non ci credo. Fantastico.
If there is another incident, or if Augusto Farfus can get back in front of the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac in the next 28 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if when briefly there, when Colin Brown got past Renger van der Zande, that brings him up to 27-11 points to 27-12 of number 10 car, 27-13 of the 31. But number 31 car just moved up, gained a position, so has gained 10 more points. How ridiculous would that have been? 1 point between first and second, 1 point between second and third. It's not going to end that way.
Pippo Durrani needs to finish 8th, and
cazzo, Derani deve soltanto portare a casa la macchina. Impressionante.
Conor De Filippi needs to make up a couple of positions here. I was going to say, of course,
Union? Giucadella, ok. Vabbè, tanto qua è chiusa dietro. Alley, allora 04, la 18, la 4 e la 35.
Their preferred team, the championship victory. So I don't see that happening here because there's 3 Porsches ahead of the BMW, and I can't see that happening. If there were BMWs, that might be something different. But if Conor De Filippi did get ahead of those 3 Porsches and Pippo Durrani didn't, then BMW could still nick the championship. This is bonkers. This is absolutely bonkers. We're into the last 26 minutes.
Giusto, le dams? Iron dams?
We still are no clear.
Come stanno andando?
It's pretty much sorted unless something extraordinary happens.
Yeah, the manufacturer championship, however, at the moment still,
3 giri indietro,
even
mamma mia.
if they stay as they are right now, Cadillac would still be on top on 3096 to 3080 of Porsche and 3076 of Acura.
So the Action Express Wheel and Engineering car in 7th position at the moment is in championship winning position provisionally. It's still post-race technical. I'm not prepared to call anything this weekend the way things have gone. We've been caught out a couple of times by that already. Now that said, not even a post-race penalty here I think could change unless they were put to the back of the scoring line and therefore behind the 2 cars that are out of the race in terms of GTP. That I think is the only thing now that
so that'd be a technical infraction.
Yeah, technical infraction or a drive time, which, you know, that would put them to the back of their group as well.
Yeah.
That to me now is the only thing that can deny Action Express Wheel and Engineering the championship.
Yep. Meanwhile, at LP2, Ben Hanley got out of the pits
Pinto
ahead
in
of
terzo,
Christian
che cazzo ci fa?
Rasmussen. 04 CrowdStrike by APR car of Ben Hanley now leads the Era Motorsport car of Christian Rasmussen. And those two are separated by about a second. The 35 car.
Dirla loro che devono guidare in quelle condizioni.
Back on the lead lap, but a little ways back for PR1 Matheson in 4th.
GTD Pro.
To the 04 car, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And in LP3, Felipe Fraga, number 74 car, leads by less than a second over Garrett Grist, 0.4 of a second as they flash across the line now.
Yes.
In the 74 ahead of the number 30, and Matt Bell is about 4 seconds behind it in 3rd position, number 13.
Daniel Hungadella leads GTD Pro by half a second from Kevin Estra. That battle hasn't been resolved yet for the win of this race, and it's Loris Spinelli versus Jan Halen by about the same half a second distance for GTD itself. 3rd place cars in GTD Pro, that's Mirko Bortolotti for Iron Lynx from the back of the grid, remember, and Seb Prio for EO Racing for GTD is just about a second ahead of Wright Motorsports' Trent Hinman in the 77 Volt Porsches last race for a wee while at least, as Alan Brynjolfsson is stepping away from his motor racing for a little while. By the way, officially the number 12 has retired. That was a wee while ago now, but with everything else that was going on, I forgot to tell you about the Vasser Sullivan GTD car. I did say I could see it being called.
Visto. Più che altro è tanto distante da Estre. No, la vera domanda è: Estre, Kevin Estre riuscirà a imperserire Giuncadella? Non che cambi qualcosa in classifica generale, Abbiamo visto che ormai i giochi sono chiusi in GTD, in GTD Pro e nell'MP3. La sfida rimane aperta in GTP e in LMP2 per il campionato finale, quindi è tutta lì la sfida.
And that's the important thing. Race control has to be consistent with its calls, and I think that's an excellent point.
Però davvero De Rani che è davanti a tutti di un punto è inconcepibile.
To complete that 384.
Here's something from left field. I think a Porsche's going to win tonight at the front of the field.
Could well do, yeah.
Well, the stranger things have happened. It's a bit of side-by-side action with the
ha passato?
number 31 of Pipo Derani now having passed Connor De Filippi. And up to
cioè, De Rani è andato davanti a De Filippi? No, scusa.
Behind him, they were theoretically championship contenders, but not really anymore. Who's this coming into the pit lane with damage at the back? I think there's a puncture on the 74 Riley car. Oh my goodness, there's still more. This is the LMP3
Was there contact
leader.
between these two?
I think, well, there's a lock-up already going in, and then there was contact between first and second in LMP3, excuse me, and continued contact as through when Garrett Grist there, and that's a puncture at the back of the Riley car. That was the battle for the LMP3 lead. And again, side-by-side contact that has taken out the left rear tyre on the championship leader. Now, in fairness, there was a mistake by Felipe Fraga. He locked up going into 10A and went wide. How will that be seen?
Yeah, but Garrett Grist came from fairway behind, didn't he? Coming down into the braking area, it looked like. It's going to be interesting. Well, look, you know, that's...
And again, this just goes to prove how difficult it is to make these clutch and borderline decisions.
Harry Tinknell is in third position here in that number 59 car, and last time round he was quicker than the second place car, and he's maintaining his position now ahead of Matty Campbell in the factory car.
Yeah, and Paul-Luc Chatin 12 seconds behind the podium position at the moment, but Mathieu Vaxivier, he's another lap further back, sorry. He's just put his fastest lap, his car's fastest lap of the race in. And he's another lap further back in the LMP2 battle, which rages on. Ben Hanley now half a second ahead of Christian Rasmussen with the TDS Racing Guido van der Garde, number 35. It's the sort of rhubarb and custard car, the red and yellow, 8.5 seconds further back. 19 minutes to go. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio for the last post-race tech, Michelin post-race tech of the season. We've got a lot to talk about.
Traffic.
We have a lot to talk about. Driving standards, I'm sure, is going to be there.
Cazzo, lo stava riprendendo Derani.
And to my broadcast colleagues, let's remember the BDO Nose Strategy Award for this race. We've had 10 hours where I think the best strategy was just don't hit anybody and don't get hit. But has anybody actually managed to do that? Our Porsche keys to the race: be there in darkness, look after the tyres and have some at the end. If you're in it, make sure you get the Endurance Cup points. Well, that has been sorted. Manage the traffic, sort of, but no penalties. That was one of the Porsche keys to the race. We've had a record number of penalties.
Yeah, we might not quite get to the record number of cautions, hopefully, but we're certainly going to get a record number of penalties.
Leader by 9/10 of a second. Colin Brown. Christian Rasmussen
Cazzo,
just
ci
drops
fa la
away
Proto
from
in
his
terza
class leader
posizione,
by...
non ci credo.
No, he's still there.
Cadella
Half a
Est,
second.
Bortolotti.
Or 4 in the 18.
Vado.
Yeah, what a battle that is. And actually, the third...
Cadella as well and Estra are only half a second apart now as well for GTD Pro.
Yeah, well, that's been the case for quite a while now. Those two have been nose to tail with the Mercedes ahead of the Porsche. And a bit of a gap back. That gap is growing back to Loris Spinelli, but Spinelli still leads in GTD in that Forte Racing powered by US Racetronics Lamborghini number 78. Jan Halen actually pulled out a second all of a sudden over Jan Halen. That's the biggest gap he's had for a while.
Just being that battle at the front of the GTD Pro field, just being passed by a slew of prototypes battling for the lead. The BMW number 25 has just gone by Danny Juncadella. Juncadella under the Fox Factory Bridge and dropping down the hill with the FAF Porsche right in the wheel tracks there.
Si sta avvicinando, sì, però non sembra... Beh, oddio, ho entrato in modalità attacco adesso che si sta sempre di più avvicinando. Però Giuncadella dall'altra parte Giuncadella è uno difficile da superare, non è facile. Poi ricordiamo, è soltanto per la gloria di vincere la PT, cioè di essere davanti nella PT Le Mans. I giochi sono già chiusi, la classifica è già finita.
loud complaints about the BOPs, which it was a brand new car, of course, at the start of the season, and I think it was the FAF car that came through.
Dov'è che vivi, sai, Tony? Dov'è che vivi?
Staying out of trouble at Daytona.
La battaglia all'ultimo giro, un altro sbattuto fuori di pista, vero? Assolutamente.
Best Porsche with Daytona, if I'm remembering correctly, and I am doing that
Dov'è
from
che
memory.
vivi, Ciccio?
Jeremy's got the results that I can see.
Yeah, 5th position, yeah.
And
Di
they
Chicago.
drove immaculately. There wasn't a mark on the car. In fact, they got the
che ore sono adesso da te?
award for that because they were 2 seconds
In
elapsed.
teoria 6 ore in meno, giusto? Sono le 9:30 da te. O sbaglio?
McLaren team for next year. Be nice for them to go out with a win for the GT3R 992. Front of the field, Van der Zande within half a second of Colin Brown. Harry Tingle now 5 seconds behind. And a new fastest lap for the car for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Matt Campbell's found some speed at 1:11.8.
Yeah, but even then he only pulled up a couple of tenths of a second over Harry Tingle, who's just done a fantastic job in that Proton number 59 Porsche. Porsche's running in 3rd, 4th and 5th. The factory car sandwiched by the 2 privateers.
No problem.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and the cars at the front of the field, Brown.
Quindi se domani faccio vedere l'ultima gara del GT World Challenge a Zandvoort, tu ci sei? O è troppo presto? Calcola che corrono alle 2 ore italiana, quindi vuol dire che corrono alle 8 da te, alle 8 di mattina. Anzi neanche alle 7 di mattina. Mi sa che non ci sei.
As quickly and a spin for the number 18 Era car, second in LMP2 for Christian Rasmussen. Guido van der Garde has just gone through. There's damage to the rear of that car. It's at the top of turn 2. They can't leave that there in the dark. The lights have fired up. Can he get it moving? Are we going to have a 5-minute dash? Yellow lights have come on, and it's a full course
dai.
And for the 2023 season, we are finishing with 13 full course yellows.
I think 12.
Oh, is this the 12?
Aspetta, 14 vuol dire 14. 14 vuol dire 14, giusto?
Should be a fairly quick.
Cioè, ci sono state 14 Fucursiello in questa gara. 40! No, davvero, ragazzi, ci sono stati 40 Fucursiello in sta gara. Ah, allora che cazzo ho capito male io? Ah, ok, ho capito male io. Scusate.
Of a run to the flag. This is by no means over.
There's more mayhem.
Well, let's get out the black bin liners to collect up the shards of carbon fiber. Yes, you might be able to build
ragazzi, qua ormai
You can have a field day.
Absolutely right.
Cioè, mi devono togliere la macchina in fretta e furia, sennò qua è finita. Facciamo come ieri col Mission Pilot che è finito in Fucursiello.
At the moment, Nick Damon and Joe Bradley, our BDO Nose Strategy Award.
Jensen, cambiata anche qua completamente la classifica. Non c'era davanti al 52, giusto? Se non mi ricordo male. No, perché? Perché, Tony? Scombussola tutto il Fucursiello, ci sta. Rimette a posto i distacchi, è bello quando succede.
Were you? Yeah, I thought that's his comeback. Well, it's kind of a bit. Yeah. Well, I suppose that wasn't a strategic mistake, was it? That was just going off. So
there was a fundamental one, but it wasn't strategic.
Exactly. So I'm going to go strategically.
It's not the end of the race in Fucursiello.
Joe Bradley.
Well,
I hope the last 5-6 minutes of the race
Can I give it to the
can be in yellow flag. In green flag.
No. For the season that we've had. No.
I hope.
The 18. So the 18.
Yeah.
She's standing beside you.
Yeah, she's going to communicate.
Ah, ok. Vabbè, lì non ci possiamo fare un cazzo. Anche l'anno scorso è finito in Fucursiello, C'è stato incidente agli ultimi 3 minuti. Adesso mi ricordo quanto cazzo è successo, però. L'anno scorso è finita in Fucursiello.
GTD.
Yeah.
So the right have two cars
Tony,
in the top
molto
four
meglio
GTD,
finire una gara così dopo 10 ore di lotta in Fucurciello che stoppare volontariamente la gara in bandiera rossa per far correre gli ultimi 2 giri così tanto per come hanno fatto in Formula 1. Hai capito, no? Cosa intendo? Cosa voglio dire? Comunque sono contento che allora, dimmi se capisci bene o se devo parlare più lentamente o se devo, perché ovviamente 22 anni sono tanti, magari un po' l'hai perso, però perfetto. No, davvero, io domani la gara di Zandvoort GT World Challenge a questo punto la trasmetto alle 2 di pomeriggio, da te sono le 7 di mattina. Se vuoi vederti la gara con noi sei più che benvenuto, ragazzo. Ovvio, quella puoi guardartela anche in diretta su YouTube per i cazzi tuoi, ma se la vuoi vedere in compagnia con noi almeno te la guardi in compagnia. No, tranquillo, non è un obbligo. E dall'altra parte, se te lo vuoi segnare, tutti i lunedì sera io sono in live con Pel 2508, che è Luca Pellegrini, che è un giornalista sportivo italiano, e ci mettiamo qui e facciamo il resoconto del weekend. Quindi se vuoi passare lunedì sera alle 21 ora italiana, quindi da te sono le 3 di pomeriggio, giusto? 21 meno 6. Quanto fa 21 meno 6? 15, sì. Se vuoi passare, ovviamente ti guardi tutto il resoconto, perché davvero noi quando c'è da parlare di ovviamente un po' di tutto, però NASCAR, IndyCar, GT World Challenge, IMSA, BTCC, Supercar Australian, tutto tranne la Formula 1, no rally ovviamente, perché c'è troppo da parlare anche del rally, quindi tutto motorsport, no Formula 1. Quando vuoi, ragazzo, quando vuoi. E poi davvero, se mi fai l'onore di venire in live, sono troppo curioso di parlare con te e di sentire un italiano che si è trasferito negli Stati Uniti tantissimo, cioè 22 anni fa, e sarebbe veramente bello.
Yeah, and he was doing some good laps there. He lost a bit of ground after that previous restart, but much of that was in getting past the number 5 car. But then he wasn't really able to reduce the deficit to number 59, even though he set that car's fastest laps of the race. Because the best lap for the number 59 car is actually a little bit quicker than the factory car.
This is quality tweet. Hello to Daniel. He says sorry,
tranquillo, senza problemi. Senza problemi. No, ti dico questo, ne approfitto perché siamo a Fucurciello e con te sei uno degli stranieri, ma con quale posso parlare tranquillamente. E che io comunque come format io sono in live tutte le sere qua in Italia alle 9 e per te quindi alle 3 di pomeriggio. Tra i vari format che poi faccio al mercoledì è proprio la serata delle interviste, dove porto personaggi poco conosciuti nel mondo dei social, li porto ospiti da me, doppiatori, comici, nerd in generale o artisti, cantanti, capito? Sarebbe interessante effettivamente portare tu, che mi sei un italiano trasferito negli States, senza obbligo, tranquillo, però sarebbe interessante. Visto male, quello era Castroneves, non lo so.
For Cadillac though, the second place will be good as long as they can stay ahead of the Porsche. Yeah.
Well, the question is, surely it'll only be the it's only the
Dallas, Where are you from?
They've got to stay ahead of, because I don't think Proton or JDC are registered for manufacturers.
Aspetta, Lucchino, noi vediamo ancora la safety car in pista. Brazil, like mio amico Sandro.
A very good question.
Coming to green. Jeremy will sort that out. Let's hope, lovely as it is, the hybrid and twin-turbo V8 XM is not seen again.
Dai.
Going to be a little under
Ultimi 5 minuti, last 5 minutes.
Maybe.
What a race.
As the leader is weaving left and right, coming down towards the left-hander at turn 10A. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm pretty sure there isn't a distinction between factory and non-factory for manufacturer points. So here we go.
On the power early, but not early enough. Renger van der Zande's got the run. There's going to be a dive down to turn
Great restart for Van der Zande.
And gets a great run off the final corner. Van der Zande had a really good punch out of turn 10B, and I thought surely he was going to be alongside the leader on the restart. There'll be 3 laps, possibly 4, at the end of this one. It will depend when they come around. MSR with the Acura, will they sign off this chapter of their IMSA competitive history with a victory? Renger van der Zande for Cadillac and for Chip Ganassi. Then the 3 Porsches.
Verani sesto.
Fire!
Wow!
In the back of that car. That's it. It's over. It's over. The car's ablaze. Will finish under yellow unless he can get off the track. No, the yellow's come out. The yellow's come out. That car is ablaze. He's been into the wall or he's been hit, and it's fractured something in the back of the car, and that will mean it is over. This is the 16 right car, and Jan Helen, who was second, he's out of the car. He's pulling the fire extinguisher. He'll have done the inside one, he's done the outside one. He wants some fire extinguishing on the back of
lascia
that
bruciare
car.
ormai, che cazzo te ne frega? Cosa recuperi di lì?
There's been contact there, Jeremy. And a
Adesso che cazzo è successo? Dai.
Excellent work by Halen himself to keep that from spreading to any other part of the car, and that's the 63
Perché Bortolotti è fermo lì?
Which was the leader in the class.
No, which was directly behind the Porsche.
Laura Spinelli. No, Spinelli.
No.
Sorry. Yes, sorry. 78 car was leading.
Yeah.
So that is this perhaps the cause of that incident? This is the Iron Lynx car. So there was a side-by-side. The AO Porsche went off coming out of turn 10B. There was side-by-side between the 2 Porsches, the Lamborghini, and at least one other car. There's a puncture on the Lamborghini then for the Forte racing car. That's for the Iron Lynx car. That's where that started. Was there another touch on the Porsche, or was it just that side-by-side? It looks like it is the right-hand side that has gone on that car, and then it burst into flames, the right Porsche, and Jan Helen.
It's got to be a fuel rail, hasn't it?
Something on the right rear. I think he's got a puncture in the right rear, and that's damaged something under the bodywork. So Halen is in the middle of the scrap and gets sideswiped on the right-hand side by the Iron Lynx car.
Cioè, ha toccato la Porsche, poi ha attaccato i freni, finito? Morta lì la Lamborghini?
Still not really seeing how that all started, but there was a bump up the back. I think the AO racing car must have hit the back of the other Porsche. It will be white flag.
Minchia, Tony, porti sfiga. Non so se conosci il termine sfiga, ma tu porti sfiga. Cioè hai detto, è brutto quando finiscono in Fucusiello. L'hai tirata, cazzo.
The way things are run here.
Dai.
If you're not allowed to race till you get back to start finish line, that would eliminate that sort of. I think what happened over there.
Oh, finita così? Finita.
Here it happens at
It's over.
Several other tracks as well.
Well,
Derani win.
Get the white flag this time around, and there'll be 2.5 miles more of this race. So the freeze is fielded. No.
Ormai sì, ormai 1 minute.
And
is
Colin
over.
Brown then and Meyershank Racing will take the victory. They know it. Elio Castro Neves is.
Quindi la 60 Brown vince, Acura vince questa gara, ma Derani vince il campionato. O sbaglio?
So, Elio, so much enthusiasm. 2.5 miles to go. Renger van der Zande's second place will be enough for Cadillac to clinch the Manufacturers' Championship in the first year of GTP. In LMP2, Ben Hanley for CrowdStrike, which means I think that
e a questo punto dietro anche la 52 con Keating vince. Race will end under yellow.
To Le Mans, because they were all tied up for that particular championship.
Final lap. Giusto? Tony, pronunciato giusto?
Wheel and Engineering Action Express are the champions provisionally after post-race tech, of course.
And the Winston Endurance Cup as well.
And the Endurance Cup as well. In LMP2...
Ah beh, sì, Nico. Quest'anno... E corre anche nelle Mazda, ricordiamolo, Corre anche nelle Mazda, Keating. E hanno vinto con un gran bel margine. Complimenti a Kurtz che alla fine sono arrivati secondi, perché hanno fatto un gran bella gara, ottimo recupero arrivando primi, vincendo la gara. Però la vera sorpresa è Derani che mi porta a casa il campionato.
Yeah, 1995 to 1958 of the 04 car.
Però effettivamente ci stava, cioè era la 31 o la 6. In gara erano che se la giocavano erano quei due lì. Se la 6 è sparita, è finita così.
Didn't get the chance to challenge at the end there for AWA and Felipe Fraga for Riley. Well, what a 26th running of the Motul 24 Hours of Le Mans. Untidy, controversial, incident-packed. Racing was good when we had racing. The longest run we had was just over an hour. But taking the checkered flag for the final time in 2023 and the first GTP winner at the 2023 Le Mans, Petit Le Mans, will be
Petit Le Mans, non Le Mans. Le Mans is another cause, another thing.
On the wall, John. Everybody's standing on the wall. Mike Shank, can't believe it. Mike, what a way to end this chapter of Mike Shank Racing in sports cars. I mean, you're all right. We'll let you go wherever you're going to have to come back. Fabulous.
I don't even know what to say right now. The crap this team's been through.
Great win for the 16.
And all the crew and drivers and. It's too much. It's just too much.
No, 16.
Congratulations.
A 60, perché lei.
He got really emotional there, guys. And now Helio. Where's Helio? I'm just looking for a Zebedee-like character bouncing around. Here's Tom. Let's grab Tom. Let's get in here. Tom, congratulations, mate. You guys have done it. What a great way to end for the team.
Oh, no, it's fantastic. I mean, what a topsy-turvy, right? That race was full of everything. I mean,
che gran bel campionato che è stato. Peccato, mi è spiaciuto, non me la riguardo per i cavoli miei la live. If you wanna rewatch this live, if you wanna follow me on YouTube,
yeah, I mean, you know, every single one of these guys deserve it. And
I reload the entire race in my YouTube channel.
We wish you all the very best in IndyCar, but I know you're going to come back.
E quindi me la riguarderò, ovviamente.
Just down the pit lane with the overall champions and the endurance champions. Alexander, fantastic, and what a way to sign off with this team.
Yeah, it's been an incredible year. Yeah, it's pretty mad to think that we've wrapped it up. Crazy race as
perché la 60 è quella che si era beccato la penalità nella Rolex 24, giusto? Era quella che era stata penalizzata e che gli hanno tolto la vittoria per
same job all year long. Really felt like I've been the third wheel a bit, just to do my solid job each time and bring the car in and
ok, mi ricordavo giusto. The run to Brazil.
So many good pit stops. Yeah, so proud of everyone.
Jack, he's no third wheel, is he?
Absolutely not. He really underplays himself, as always. I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure working with everybody. And
great race, great championship. Davvero, io ho amato questo campionato. Io ringrazio con tutto il cuore Luca che ci ha fatto conoscere l'IMSA, perché l'IMSA, come l'abbiamo visto l'anno scorso, è stato bellissimo. Quest'anno che abbiamo visto tutte le gare dell'IMSA, this year we watched all the single race on IMSA WeatherTech, Mission Pilot, Mazda. I'm falling in love with this championship.
It's fucking amazing.
I'm very sorry for the language, Maro.
2 anni, Tony, davvero. Ho messo su, poi ti spiegherò se davvero hai intenzione e voglia di seguirmi, ti spiegherò tutto, però davvero io sono 2 anni che guardo l'IMSA ed è il primo anno che mi sono messo a trasmettere tutte le gare. Io ho trasmesso tutte le gare dell'IMSA quest'anno, tutte, dalla Rolex 24 alla Petit Le Mans, tutte, del WeatherTech, del Mission Pilot e delle Mazda, perché le Mazda ci stanno divertito. Abbiamo guardato tutte le gare e è stata una cosa bellissima. Questo campionato è stato fantastico quest'anno, bellissimo. Non ho parole. C'è anche citato Daytona, appunto, mi ricordavo quella cosa lì. E quindi davvero grazie Luca che ci hai fatto conoscere l'IMSA e grazie a tutti voi. Thank you to all of us. Anzi, all of you. We watched the race with us.
Yeah, but you go for broke in those situations. There was no championship on the line. There was nothing else than winning the race. So.
Silent, Tony, scrivi tu per me in inglese, fammi da traduttore, va. Ringrazio a tutti quelli che hanno guardato la live e spero che tutti si siano divertiti di vedere questa gara insieme a noi. E vi aspetto il prossimo anno. Io aspetto tutti voi il prossimo anno.
Joe Bradley and Nick Damon down on the pit lane. Post-race technician.
Ci sei ancora, le grande ragazzone, grazie. Grazie di esserci ancora, Ciccio. Peccato non essermela gustata tutta, però mi sa che è stata una gran bella gara. L'ultima ora è stata interessantissima da vedere, ma secondo me tutte le 10 ore erano da guardare, è stata spettacolare. Thank you, Daddy. I am an Italian. I am a fucking macaronic English. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm waiting for all of us the next years until in this channel with IMSA.
Can't even remember who it is now.
Thank you.
Maxwell Root, beg your pardon, Max. They've done an excellent job.
Tranquillo, ho visto che comunque è andata bene, non ci sono stati intoppi, problemi, quindi
as a high-paced Porsche, it was a dramatic
Thank you, Dappy.
A few stages in that race, which you don't really like to see. There's some really messy driving going on, but they were right there or thereabouts all the way through the second half of the race.
Sono contento che ti è piaciuta, Ale. Se l'hai seguita anche tu, sono contento, davvero.
Quickly grab third place finisher Harry Tinknell with Nick.
E a questo punto davvero hai Great, no, quella c'ha 52 anni, ragazzi. 52 anni. 52 years old, this dude. Quale ti sei perso, Tony?
End up in the wall and then come back through. I thought it was all over for a second.
Infatti, quello lì sciula più di me e te messi insieme, Tony. Te lo dico io.
We want to come and fight for championships, and I think we can do that.
Comunque dicevo, domani, tomorrow, if you wanna watch the last race of the GT World Challenge Europe, with a great final duels between Raffaele Marcello and Mattia Trudi, come back here. I know that you can watch the race in YouTube with free, but watching the race here with all of us is more fun. So I waiting for you. Spero di aver detto tutto giusto. Cioè, Tony, si capisce quello che dico, anche se non sono uno che parla molto, che parla bene in inglese. No, davvero, sincero, che ho serie difficoltà io a parlare l'inglese. Mi sono organizzato per avere un bot che traduce in tempo reale quello che scrivo, ma cerco sempre di farmi capire.
Through traffic, it was just went where I wanted it to go, so made life a lot easier. You know, we were good on the restarts.
Guardalo che piange, bravo Pippo. Bravo.
Yeah, awesome result for the whole team, and like well driven to my co-drivers George and Nolan.
Brilliant team effort, George. Can you believe this journey that you guys at CrowdStrike are on? I mean, it's just phenomenal.
It's unbelievable, and you know, credit to the team and my co-drivers. I mean, everybody just did a fantastic job and really flawless execution. And to be able to
I haven't a favorite team. Come si dice tifare in inglese?
And we're really excited.
Oddio, Tony, traduci per me, per favore. Come si dice che io tifo il motorsport e non una squadra in particolare? Pensaci tu, perché supporting, I supporting all of the team in the IMSA. I love the motorsport, so I'm happy for the Darani.
We drove a clean race, other than our 3 drive-throughs.
And for Keating and the team,
and just the strategy calls from the team were absolutely incredible.
Ok, vabbè, ho capito. Tanto non devo farmi capire.
I wouldn't shut up on the radio about it. Like, did you see that move into turn 1? But man, unbelievable experience, and just so happy to be here. Just probably the coolest race.
Ma sì, anche perché effettivamente se la competizione è bella, se il campionato è bello, non ti fermi su un pilota, te la godi tutta e tifi per tutti. Cioè, poi è stato veramente un bel campionato quest'anno. Davvero, l'ultima gara è stata all'insegna del chi vince, vince. Cioè,
and GT racing back on its feet again. He was hoping that he could harness the power of the world's greatest sports car race, Le Mans, when he started Petit Le Mans here at Road Atlanta back in 1998. That became the American Le Mans Series, with the American Le Mans Series radio web. And we've been here for everyone.
Ho capito, tu segui l'IMSA dal 2010, giusto? L'hai scritto prima. Sì, dal 2010 che fisicamente la seguo. Cazzo, sappi che io e soprattutto Luca ti invidiamo.
And Radio Show Limited and IMSA Radio have been with it for the last 9 years. The whole of the sports car world has been brought together by these new championship regulations.
Ottimo Ale, davvero, sono contento che ti sia piaciuta la gara, sono contento che ti sia piaciuto il campionato, perché è così che dovrebbero andare le cose. Dobbiamo cioè, quello che stiamo facendo è quello di mettervi nelle condizioni di apprezzare qualcosa e di seguire qualcosa oltre la Formula 1, quindi sono molto contento. Esatto. Atlanta ci vado a fare 4 giorni di camping nella pista. Che poi ce l'hai lì vicino, giusto? Chicago ad Atlanta è relativamente vicino, o sbaglio? Addirittura pensavo di meno, pensavo fosse più vicino. Adesso non mi ricordo bene dove sia Road America, però ti invidio, sappilo che ti invidio, tanta roba. Cioè, quindi scusa, il prossimo anno, Tony, io te lo dico già, il prossimo anno, quando correranno a Road Atlanta, scusa, a Road America, tu dovrai essere lì e dovrai essere qui in live da me e dovrai essere sul nostro gruppo Telegram, dove fai le foto della pista della gara e ce le mandi sul gruppo Telegram per farcele vedere in tempo reale. Mi raccomando.
For Jeremy, for Nick, I'm John Hindorf, and for every single person.
Assolutamente, ragazzo, assolutamente. Poi ci organizziamo, ci fai come si chiama? Sai tipo l'inviato sul posto, l'inviato in pista che vai a intervistare. Appunto, lo speakerman dalla pista, fantastico. Finito? Non ho capito, fanno vedere anche la premiazione? No, niente premiazione per noi. Siamo sfigati, siamo povere e brutte. Aspetta. Ah no, finito. Oh. Thank you. All of you. I am Tinka, Stefano, but Tinka for the friends. Vi aspetto prossimo anno. I waiting for you the next year for the next IMSA Championship. Prossimo anno c'è Lamborghini. Next year is arrive Lamborghini. Sarà, madonna, vedo l'ora. Come ti interrotto, scemo. Comunque, davvero, grazie per aver seguito la live. Per vedere se riesco a svegliarmi. Tranquillo, sai, Tony, non ti preoccupare, davvero, cioè, capisco perfettamente il cambio d'orario, tu non ti preoccupare. Se vuoi passare, passa. Davvero, se vuoi passare in live da me, io sono in live alle tue 3 di pomeriggio. Se hai voglia, se hai modo, se hai tempo, più che volentieri, ti rimettiamo in contatto con l'Italia, se vuoi. Non è che vinci qualcosa, però. Comunque, come si dice, I'm hope that the stream was ce la faccio. I cannot. I'm too tired, sorry. Thank you for joining in my stream. I hope to the next year. Okay. I hope that the stream was joyful. And I davvero sono stanchissimo, right. Ok. Boh. Notte. Thank you, good night. Thank you, IMSA. Thank you, IMSA. Thank you, Derani. Thank you, Keating. Thank you, IMSA. See ya tomorrow for GT World Challenge, last race. GT World Challenge Europe in Zandvoort, last race. Thank you. Good night.